living it up. I'm spinning around, spinning around. Don't mind my, I'm spinning around, spinning around. Don't mind my, I'm living it up. Don't mind my,
全ポケモン KO して
そうですねさあレックンの KO まで持っていった
頑張ってるルカリオフルフォースブラスト
レックンの取ったフルフォース
いやうますぎる
いやどうだ無限人形タイムいますか
大丈夫大丈夫大丈夫大丈夫
支部を削って4対4
ラストヒットはいってるよもう
で
バッター
Not much time left, and that critical alone cannot drain the health. And this is True Gravity winning it out. Numbers have been healing, but the goal of 68 which went through have taken the advantage for True Gravity at 296.
สำหรับวิกเก็ตโบว์แล้วเรียวสึกมินโดนวิกเก็ตโบว์3วิธีเรียบร้อยเก็บ4ไปเลยครับจังหวะ
เอาละสวัสดีครับทุกคน
สวัสดีค่ะ
มาพบกับการแข่งขันสุดดุเดือดของเราวันนี้นะครับ
ค่ะ
กับโปเกมอนยูไนต์เอเชียแชมเปี้ยนลีก 2024 นะครับก่อนอื่นผมซันวอลชัยเซอร์ครับ
ดิฉันพงสุดาพรประภาค่ะ
รับหน้าที่เป็นผู้ดำเนินรายการนะครับในการแข่งขันตรงนี้กับโปเกมอนยูไนต์ตอนนี้เราอยู่ที่ True Icon สยาม
ใช่แล้ว
นะครับผม
ค่ะ ก็เรียกได้ว่าเป็นบรรยากาศตอนเช้าที่อาจจะมีฝนโปรยนิดๆนะคะ ให้พอให้อากาศดีนะคะ
ชุ่มชื้น
ใช่แล้วนะคะ
รับผมแต่ว่าการแข่งขันวันนี้จะต้องดุเดือดอย่างแน่นอนครับ
ใช่
เพราะนี่คือศึกในการค้นหาเทรนเนอร์ที่เก่งที่สุดในภูมิภาคเอเชียนั่นเองครับ
ใช่แล้ว
โอ้โหก็ต้อง
ค่ะ
บอกว่าผ่านกันมาหลากหลายด่านกันเลยทีเดียว และมาถึงในทีมที่ดีที่สุดที่มาแข่งขันกันในวันนี้ครับ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ ซึ่งก็ไม่ใช่แค่ประเทศไทยอย่างเดียวนะคะ การแข่งขันในวันนี้เนี่ยเราได้รวบรวมหลากหลายประเทศที่
ใช่
ฝ่าด่านเข้ามากว่าจะถึงรอบไฟนอลตรงนี้
ไม่ธรรมดา
แล้วก็
แน่นอน
พอมีนานาชาติเนี่ยจะขออนุญาตทักทายเป็นภาษาอังกฤษสักนิดนึงนะ
จัด
คะ
เลยครับคุณมิ้น
โอเคค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ Good morning everyone ladies and gentlemen and at first I would like to extend a very warm welcome to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 my name is Mim and right here alongside with me is Sunwalls. We are going to be the host for this 2 days competition and we are all right here at True Icon Hall, Icon Siam, Bangkok, Thailand. And for this Champion League, we have gathered 8 teams who has made it to the final from 3 different regions, Southeast Asia, East Asia, India, and of course, the host country, Thailand.
นั่นแหละครับผมก็มีแข่งขันกันมาจากหลายภูมิภาคกันเลยนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นเอเชียตะวันออกเฉียงใต้ อินเดีย และเอเชียตะวันออกและรวมถึงเจ้าภาพอย่างประเทศไทยด้วยนะครับก็เข้าแข่งขันด้วยเช่นกันครับ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ and I have mentioned it that we have already have 8 team who has made it into the final. We have to congratulate to them as much as we can and of course I think everyone is about ready to see them for now เชื่อว่าหลาย ๆ ท่านก็คงอยากจะเห็นแล้วนะคะว่าชมหน้าของ8 ทีมที่ฝ่าด่านเข้ามาจนถึงไฟนอลเนี่ยจะเป็นอย่างไรกันบ้าง
ใช่ครับเราต้องมาทำความรู้จักกับพวกเขากันก่อน
ใช่แล้วค่ะ so I would like to take this advantage right now at this moment to introduce to you our first team third rank in the East Asia region South Korea representative team Sora Tigers Gaming
ครับตอนนี้เดี๋ยวพวกเราก็จะไปรู้จักกับทีมดีกรีอันดับที่ 3 ของการแข่งขันในภูมิภาคเอเชียตะวันออกจากเกาหลีใต้ ทีม Sora Tiger Gaming
and team Sora Tiger Gaming this team consists of Wadu, Jong, Subin, Milu, Shobo and Q
อันนี้คือไลน์อัพของ Sora Tiger Gaming ครับวาดูจงซูบิน มิลลีโชโบ NQ และนี่คือทีม Solar Tiger Gaming
And of course, they are South Korea representative, third rank in East Asia region. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of
เอาเสียงปรบ
applause.
มือหน่อยครับ ตัวตึงจากเกาหลีใต้กันเลยนะครับทีมนี้
ใช่แล้ว
เกมมิ่งครับ
โอ้นะคะก็ชมหน้าของพวกเขานะคะ ต้องขอแสดงความยินดีมากเลยทีเดียวนะคะ เอาละค่ะเดี๋ยวให้เขาไปเตรียมตัวพักกันก่อนนะคะ
ครับผม
Please be ready for the Champions League Sora Tiger Gaming
เอาละครับผมก็ให้นักกีฬาไปเตรียมความพร้อมนะครับผมเดี๋ยวเรายังไม่หมดแค่นี้
ใช่แล้ว
อย่างที่บอก
ค่ะ
ไปว่ากว่าจะมาถึงจุดนี้ได้โอ้โหพวกเขาต้องฝ่าฟันมาไม่น้อยนะครับและในทีมถัดไปนี้นะครับโอ้โหก็เรียกว่ามาจากประเทศต้นตำรับ
ใช่
ใช่นะครับเพราะว่าจากประเทศญี่ปุ่นนั่นแหละ
ใช่แล้ว
นะครับ
ค่ะ and the next team we would like to introduce to you second rank from each Asia region and of course representative from Japan I would like to introduce to you team Kabijang
ครับตัวแทนอันดับที่ 2 จากภูมิภาคเอเชียตะวันออกนะครับและตัวแทนจากประเทศญี่ปุ่นนั่นเองทีมคาบิจาง
Faster, harder, higher, go. Faster, harder, higher, go.
And right here, Kabijang lineup consists of Coco Atta, I Am Tomato, Romu, Witopo, Noda Wajiro, and Slime.
และนี่คือไลน์อัพของคาบิจางโคโคอัต I am Tomato โรมูวิทอโปโนดาวาจิโรและสลาม
ขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆเลยค่ะ
และนี่คือทีมคาบิจางจากประเทศญี่ปุ่นครับผม
And of course, this is Kabijang's team who has second rank from East Asia region, representatives of Japan.
โอ้โห ไม่ธรรมดานะครับ เป็นอันดับที่ 2 ของประเทศญี่ปุ่นในภูมิภาคเอเชียตะวันออกครับผม
ใช่แล้วค่ะ เอาละค่ะ เดี๋ยวขออนุญาตให้นักแข่งของเรานะคะ ไปเตรียมความพร้อมกันก่อนนะคะ ขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆ ต้อนรับอีกครั้งหนึงค่ะ โอเคนะคะ เดี๋ยวเราจะมาพร้อมกับทีมต่อไปด้วยนะคะ
ครับผม มีเพิ่มแน่นอนนะครับ เพราะว่าเมื่อเป็นประเทศจากต้นตำรับแล้วนะครับ ผมได้ข่าวมาครับคุณมิมครับ
ค่ะ
ว่าทีมนี้ตึงเปรี้ย
ตึงเปรี้ยเลย
เปรี้ยเลยนะครับ เพราะว่าเขาว่ากันว่าเป็นหนึ่งในม้ามืดของการแข่งขันรายการนี้นะครั
ใช่
บผม
นะคะไม่ธรรมดานะคะ and next still Japan representatives ladies and gentlemen they got first rank from East Asia Unite Holic
เป็นตัวแทนจากประเทศญี่ปุ่นผู้มากับอันดับที่ 1 ของการแข่งขันในภูมิภาคเอเชียตะวันออกทีมยูไนฮอลลิก
เชิญค่ะ เอาละค่ะ ขอเสียงประมือต้อนรับดังๆนะคะ and this team Unite Holic are Wahoo Bechin DLR Mame Yupono and Asa Asa
อันนี้ไลน์อัพของยูไนฮอลลิกครับผมวัฟฟูเบชิน DLR มาเมยูโปโนอาซาอาซาและนี่คือยูไนฮอลลิก
And of course, they are Japan representative and got first rank from East Asia region.
นั่นแหละครับคุณผู้ชมครับ อันดับที่ 1 จากประเทศญี่ปุ่นนะครับผมนะ
ตัวตึงของเรา
ว่ามานะมองที่ถ้วยเลยนะครับทีมนี้
โอเคค่ะ a big round of applause for Unite Holic
เอาเสียงปรบมือกับยูไนฮอลลิกด้วยครับ
โอเคค่ะ you may now take some rest before going to these battles. Okay, and right now it's time for another team, which is India representative. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very proud to present to you first rank from India Regional League, True Gravity.
มาติดๆกันเลยครับกับตัวแทนจากภูมิภาคอินเดียนะครับ อันดับที่ 1 ของภูมิภาคทีม True Gravity
Ladies and gentlemen, and this is True Gravity. And this team members are Volcan, Akul, Melon, Cecil, and Doug.
ไลน์อัพของทีม True Gravity ครับ Vulcan, Akul, Melon, Cecil และ Dark
Yes, and of course they are representative from India who got first rank from India Regional League. Ladies and gentlemen, this is True Gravity.
และนี่คือทีม True Gravity จากประเทศอินเดีย
โอเคค่ะ เอาขอเสียงประมือดังๆอีกทีได้ไหมคะ A big round of applause please for True Gravity นะคะ we have a lot of support here as well เอาละค่ะ เดี๋ยวให้เขาไปพักกันก่อนดีกว่าไหม
ครับผม
โอเค you may now take some rest at the back of the stage
ผมก็มีแฟนๆ ตามมาเชียร์ด้วยนะ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ
รับ
ใช่
ไม่ธรรมดา
แล้วค่ะ
ไม่ธรรมดา
มาต่อกันเลยดีกว่าพี่ซานเพราะว่ายังไม่หมด
ครับ
นะคะ and next up everyone ladies and gentlemen the third place from Southeast Asia League representative from Malaysia and Singapore I would like to take this advantage to present to you team MYS
เรียกว่ามาใกล้บ้านกันเลยทีเดียวครับ กับทีมอันดับที่ 3 ของลีกเอเชียตะวันออกเฉียงใต้ ตัวแทนจากมาเลเซียและสิงคโปร์ทีม MYS
And now they are Team MYS. And this team features Young, Ice, HT, Yemu, Nightme Foxy, and Chan.
และนี่คือไลน์อัพของทีม MYS Ice HT Yemo Nice Meal Foxy และ Sean
Team
ขอ
MYS.
เสียงปรบมือให้ MYS หน่อยครับ
And of course, they are representative of Malaysia and Singapore and got the third place from Southeast Asia League.
ครับผมเป็นทีมอันดับที่ 3 ของลีกเอเชียตะวันออกเฉียงใต้นะครับ ตัวแทนจากประเทศมาเลเซียและสิงคโปร์นั่นเองทีม MYS
Big round of applause ขอเสียงประมือด้วยนะคะ โอเคค่ะ and the team maybe have some rest before going to the exciting battles of this 2 days competition of Pokémon Unite Asia Champions League 2024. And we're not enough yet. We still have some teams to introduce to you. And next, they are from the Philippine representative, second place from Southeast Asia League. I would like to take this advantage to present to you Talon PH.
โอ้โห เรียกว่าเป็นอีกหนึ่งในประเทศที่ค่อนข้างที่จะมีความโด่งดังในอีสปอร์ตเหมือนกันนะครับ ทีมจากประเทศฟิลิปปินส์นั่นเองครับผมภูมิภาคอันดับที่เป็นอันดับที่ 2 ของภูมิภาคเอเชียตะวันออกเฉียงใต้นะครับ นั่นก็คือทีมชาลอนพีเอช
And right here, ladies and gentlemen, Talon PH, this team consists of team members named Rubix, Sync1, Dylan, Rebron, and Kai.
อันนี้คือไลน์อัพของพวกเขาครับรูบิกส์ซิงวันดิลันเลบรอนและคายนี่คือทีมชาลอนพีเอช
PH. Woo!
ตัวแทนจากประเทศฟิลิปปินส์นั่นเองครับกับสโมสรชาลอนครับผม
ใช่แล้วค่ะ and they got second place from Southeast Asia League and of course as I've mentioned 2 times already they are Philippines representative Philippines
ขอเสียงปรบมือกับพวกเขาด้วยครับ
เอาละค่ะโอเค thank you so much
thank you
เอาละค่ะเรายังไม่หมดเพียงเท่านี้นะคะยังมีอีก 2 ทีมด้วยกันนะคะ and next one they are number 1 from Southeast Asia League I'm sure everyone might know them quite well representative of Indonesia Team Rise
ครับได้ข่าววงในเหมือนกันว่าทีมนี้นี่เป็นตัวเต็งในทัวร์นาเมนต์นะครับผม
ค่ะ
เป็นตัวแทนจากประเทศอินโดนีเซียนะครับทีมแชมป์ของภูมิภาคเอเชียตะวันออกเฉียงใต้ทีม Rise
Ladies and gentlemen and everyone, this is Team Rise and team members are Eeyore, Dev, Zoe, AXQ, Iluna and Damon.
และนี่คือไลน์อัพของพวกเขาครับ EO, Def, Soy, ESQ, Iluna และ Demon และนี่คือทีม
Rise ขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆเลยค่ะ Representative of Indonesia, number 1 from Southeast Asia League.
คือก็บอกแล้วว่า number 1
นะ
อันดับที่ 1 เลยนะครับทีมแชมป์ของภูมิภาคเอเชียตะวันออกเฉียงใต้นั่นเองนี่คือทีม Rise ครับผม
โอเคค่ะ Thank you so much Team Rise. We see you
Thank
in the
you.
league นะคะ โอ้โหนะคะ และต่อไปค่ะ เรียกได้ว่าเป็นทีมปิดท้ายสำหรับการแนะนำของเรานะคะ
ครับ
And of course, we cannot miss this team because they are from the host country, Thailand. So I would like to take this advantage, last but not least, to introduce to you E-Arena, the Thailand representative champion from Pokémon Unite Road to ACL 2024, E-Arena.
นี่คือทีมแชมป์จากการแข่งขันในประเทศไทยนะครับในรายการ Pokémon Unite Road to ACL 2024 ครับ ขอเสียงกับทีม E-Arena
Carrying the host country's pride, E-Arena. Team members are SCG HGC, Margot, Sunsage, Blacklight, Notisa, and L9.
และนี่คือไลน์อัพของเขาครับ SCG SGC Margot Sunsage Backlight Notisa และ L9 และนี่คือทีม E-Arena
ขอเสียงประมือดังๆดังๆเลยค่ะ
ตัวแทนของประเทศไทยครับ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ and of course they are Thailand representative who got champion from Pokemon Unite Road to ACL 2024 นะคะ
โอ้โห
ให้ถ่ายภาพกันสักนิดหนึ่งนะคะ วันนี้กำลังใจเต็มเปี่ยมนะคะ เอาละค่ะ เชื่อว่า E-Arena ก็คงจะพร้อมแล้วสำหรับการสแตนบายหลังเวทีนะคะ Ladies and gentlemen a big round of applause to E-Arena once
ขอ
again
เสียงปรบมืออีกครั้งหนึงกับ E-Arena ครับผมครับให้นักกีฬาไปเตรียมความพร้อมกันนะครับและขอให้ผู้เข้าร่วมการแข่งขันทุกท่านโชคดีครับผม
ตื่นเต้นมากเลยอ่ะ
มาก
นะคะ I feel so excited everyone and I hope that everyone is feeling about the same and these are the players that will be on in our competition of a 2 full day Champions League of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 or in short PUACL 2024 and once again I would like to congratulate for all the 8 teams that had made it into the final and they are going to be playing on this stage right here at True Icon Hall, Icon Siam.
ครับผมก็ต้องขอแสดงความยินดีกับทั้ง 8 ทีมนะครับที่ได้แข่งขันเข้ามาถึงในรอบนี้ได้นะครับกับการแข่งขันที่จะระอุกันถึง 2 วันเลยทีเดียวนะครับที่ในการแข่งขันใน True Icon Hall แห่งนี้นะครับผมหวังว่าทุกท่านจะได้สนุกไปกับการแข่งขันครั้งนี้และขอให้ทุกทีมโชคดีครับผม
ใช่แล้วค่ะ I think everyone is about to be ready to see how they're going to perform today. Are you ready?
คุณพร้อมหรือยังครับ
พร้อมหรือยังคะเย้โอเคนะคะ ถ้าเกิดว่าพร้อมแล้วเดี๋ยวเราส่งต่อเวทีนี้ไปให้กับแคสเตอร์ของเราดีกว่าไหมคะคุณซัน
ครับผมเราก็ขอส่งหน้าที่นี้ต่อให้กับนักพากย์ของเราครับคุณฟอร์ดี้และอาวาบู
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024. And hopefully you guys are as excited as we are because right now, all those hard works and effort being put in by all these amazing teams from East Asia, from Southeast Asia, together representative from Thailand, together India, have brought us to this day, this weekend itself. My name is Flava, together with my good buddy over here, Yololee.
This is going to be an absolute thrill here. We're looking for the best of the best. We had the best from the regional stage. Now we're getting ready to go to the actual finals here to decide among all of these regions who is truly the best of the best. As you guys know as well, our previous champion, Team Hi-Fi Austrian and Ryude, has currently been the throne during the regional stage. So in other words, the throne is vacant and still awaiting for its new king to take its seat here.
Yep.
Really excited to see who they are. Because of new teams, because of returning teams as well, it's been pretty great. So I just can't wait to see who really takes it.
Oh yeah, most definitely. And I believe it's not just us, including those who are actually tuning in to this live stream. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the overview of this tournament and what we are about to witness. Of course, starting off, this is the road to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024. Starting off with the open qualifiers from Japan, Korea, Taiwan, Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Thailand, as well as India.
Then of course, that's pretty much for the open qualifiers. Now we move towards the regional stage, right? So each of the teams, the best of the best in their specific open qualifiers, move forward to the regional stage where we were actually doing the broadcast for that. Although yes, we didn't get to see, we were not able to handle the broadcast with yes, they were handling it on their own. They were able to get their strongest team to move forward to the actual Pokemon Unite Asia Championship League 2024 finals. Our top 8 from the best of the best. The only team, by the way, which was the first team winning from their Thailand Open here, was able to just straight away go through past the regional stage itself.
Yep, that's true. And of course, these are the participating teams. Starting off with East Asia, featuring 3 teams. Placing top 3, we have Unite Holic, KS, and Zora Tigers Gaming. And of course, coming up next is Southeast Asia. We also have our top 3 teams, Team Rise, Talent PH, and Team MYS.
And then for the side here for our India League here, we have Team True Gravity, and of course, coming in from Thailand, and of course, I guess you could say home advantage, it is going to be E-Arena.
And of course, talking a little bit about this, I believe that Leonard, we have not had the opportunity. It's been a while because we've been tuning into all those amazing actions happening from Southeast Asia as well as East Asia. We're definitely excited to see what Thailand as well as India has to offer. Now, this is the bracket. It will be a double elimination bracket, and the placements where these teams are placed are based on the seedings. Based on the regionals and of course where they come from in the bracket. And let's have a look at the upper bracket segment. For the first match of the day, we're seeing the Unite Holic paired up together with Team MYS, and we have Team True Gravity going up against Team Talent PH, Team Rise against Zora Tigers Gaming, and E-Arena up against KS.
You guys can somewhat tell, right, just from this bracket flow, so this is going to be somewhat going to be what our schedule is going to be looking at towards the end. We won't be having the lower bracket battles here, only for the upper bracket among all of these Pokemon trainers. But of course, enough with the brackets, we can talk a little bit more about it later. Let's quickly get through to the rules here. So as usual, for the Pokemon Unite Asia Championship League Finals, the rules are pretty much simple and straightforward. Double elimination, best of 3, including the grand finals, but with an additional twist where there will be a bracket reset at grand finals. So in other words, truly every team has an extra life. So if a team, for example, if I had to give an example, if a team was able to get all the way to the grand finals from the upper bracket without having a single loss, if we were to lose in the grand finals against a team that came from the lower bracket finals, there is a chance for them to actually have another round of the grand finals.
Yep, I could not have put that any better. Of course, that's going to be a big advantage for the team coming up on top from the upper bracket finals. And coming up next, let's have a look at the game rules here for the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024. Starting off with the general rules. Now, the match time will be 10 minutes. It's going to be a 5v5 tournament, and the stadium that we utilize for the purpose of competition will be the Thea Sky Ruins for the draft pick. Now, in regards to held items, there are no use limits and no level limits. And for Pokemons, Zacian as well as Mewtwo X and Y will be banned. And last but not least, no Pokemon Boost emblems are allowed, Leonard.
Definitely, for sure. Really happy that no Pokemon Boost emblems are into it. Unfortunately, we won't be able to see Zacian. However, with that being said, although it has been it's been a few weeks, it also means that the fact that Gyarados is also available for our Pokemon trainers to select and utilize throughout this entire tournament here. But of course, we're going to be going through the draft rules here. It's pretty straightforward, pretty simple as well. There's going to be the initial ban phase here. And of course, the team who has the priority ban will end up leading into that priority pick. First pick that will be leading to the second team will get their second pick, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth until there's no more selection, which will then will be moving on to the preparation phase where the team will decide, like, do we need to switch out the Pokemon? Like, who's going to be, which player is going to be playing which Pokemon? Because there are times in the drafting where certain Pokemon, despite not the Pokemon they use, needs to be prioritized for some of their team members here.
Yep, that is true. And of course, hopefully you guys are all good to go in regards to draft rules. Now let's have a look at it now. Now this is going to be the exciting part of this competition. Now for those who are not familiar with this particular thing, this is the finals specific role. Now, since all the matches will be in a best of 3 series, the drafts will be as follows. Beginning with game number 1, you'll do your drafting as usual. Begin with your banning phase. So there'll be 1 ban from your team and 1 ban from the opponent team. And then for game 1, you draft all your Pokemons. Now for game number 2, you're not allowed to pick the Pokemons that are being banned during the banning phase, as well as the Pokemons that you have selected in your game number 1. And also, this applies for game number 3, as not only the Pokemons being banned during the banning phase, but also the Pokemons that you have selected and drafted during game number 1 and game number 2 will not be allowed to be drafted by your team. And you have to understand that this applies the Pokemons that you pick and the Pokemons that are being banned based on your selections in game number 1 or 2 only applies to you, and the draft from your opponents only applies to them.
Correct. So in other words, this is going to be really changing how the flow of the game used to be, right? That kind of thing, especially when it comes to the drafting. Now there is still a chance for them to really like try to turn things around here, especially when it comes to picks and ban. Now they don't really have to worry about a particular team playing the exact same Pokemon in that second round.
Yeah, and we're definitely going to be seeing a different kind of strategies coming on here for this particular event. So get excited, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we don't want to miss out on all our amazing supporters and sponsors over here. From supported by AIS Esports 5G, together with Twitch, and of course, sponsored by U-Treasure and Republic of Gamers.
Really, thank you all so much for giving us this opportunity for all these talents to really showcase their abilities. But most importantly, thank you so much to all the viewers and the fans who has been joining and supporting their favorite teams until this very pivotal day for all this team to really take that throne for themselves to be that champion of Pokemon Unite ACL 2024.
And of course, beyond winning, beyond being part of this amazing championship, what awaits them as well will be the prizes at the end of the day. Now, of course, the first place winner, the winner and champion here for the Asia Champions League 2024 will be bringing back home $40,000 US. In second place, $20,000 US. In third place, $10,000 US. $7,500 US waiting for fourth, $4,000 for both fifth and sixth place winners, and of course, last but not least, by just being here, bare minimum in 7th and 8th place, $1,500 US.
It's really great. Like if despite not being able to secure the top 3, you're still able to walk out of this tournament with a little something for yourself. Groceries are not cheap nowadays, Flava. This is something going to be really great for the players to walk away with. But of course, no one wants to win grocery money. People are here for the glory. Yeah. For the honor of securing that throne for themselves here. And let's be honest, if we have an amazing lineup for you guys here, a lot of great teams, some new, some returning teams, but new members to their rosters as well. It is gonna be a great thrill. We've seen a couple of games so far. I mean, you saw the list as well from the brackets. Now let's quickly get to the matter of hand. Our first match that we're gonna be covering throughout this broadcast is gonna be Team Unite-holic versus Team MYS. Now I know we had this interview with Ice back in the Southeast Asia regional stage, and he did mention a couple teams he was looking forward to challenging, and what a way to really start off the day here with Unite-holic. But remember, guys, this is not a single elimination; it's a double elimination. So in other words, if regardless of whichever team actually falls out here, whether Unite-holic or Team MYS, it's not really the end of the road for them. There's still the lower bracket for them to really climb up the ladders here. But it feels so taxing, right? Because throughout this entire day, we have 2 days of the Pokemon Unite ACL finals, right? So day 1 is going to be covering the entire upper bracket only here, whereas lower bracket is going to be covering day 2. So it's going to be quite the uphill climb for anyone that's been sent to the lower brackets.
And of course, before we go any further in regards to our match itself, this is going to be the lineup coming up for both teams. Now, starting off with the East Asia League first, or should I say champions, we have Team Unite-holic, which is comprised of Wafu, Bechin, DLR, Yupono, and Mame.
Although they didn't really have a very clean run even back for Unite-holic when it comes to the group stages here. They actually dropped one game to Team Kabichan here before moving towards the actual playoffs. But Team MYS, on the other hand, a very smooth group stage. Very smooth. They literally dominated their group stages here, And when they moved to they almost had a beautiful run, almost a beautiful one when they got to the playoffs, where they actually fell out to Talent PH here. It was definitely very upsetting for them. They also agreed during the interview, they said that they didn't really expect to lose out against Talent PH, but then again, they came back stronger during the actual lower bracket final to secure that third spot here in the Pokemon Unite ACL Finals.
Yeah, and it really shows as well. And we're really looking forward to see what this team has to offer here in the competition itself. Now, speaking of being part of the double elimination bracket as well, we do understand that now all the teams here start off with 2 health lines. So basically that if they can have a much shorter route towards the grand finals itself by winning through the winner's bracket. But of course, if they do drop from the winner's bracket, they'll be dropped to the lower bracket itself where they only have 1 lifeline left. And if they do lose out in any of the matches in losers bracket, they'll be eliminated from the competition as well. Now, of course, I do want to highlight a little bit in regards to the global bans that we just witnessed just a while ago. Now, which is definitely going to be making things a little bit more exciting when it comes to the drafting stage.
Yes.
We want to see how teams strategize the way they draft with utilizing this particular rule that is in place for the purpose of the finals.
Yeah, and I think this is something that maybe Team MYS might have an advantage, might have an edge in this department as well. Mainly because of the fact that when you see Team MYS, the first thing you will know them about, right? Whether you played against them or watched their games, you know them for 3 things: innovative and being very creative. But the players who played against them will understand and know for the fact that they are a very aggressive team, a very tenacious team. If you really want to put this team down, you better put it down for good, because let's be honest, you give them an inch, they are definitely for sure going to go for that mile here.
They're going to snowball really, really hard. I mean, I think everyone is very much familiar with how things goes with them, but I've seen them play at a much slower tempo based on the way they actually drafted as well. I believe that we did witness this during the regionals previously as well, but it was just that one particular match because the opponents had a much better early game advantage when it comes to the draft itself, so they didn't want to be too hasty as well because they understand what they have to offer. Now, also another additional point to this is that now this particular format would benefit teams and individuals who has big Pokemon pools. This will be quite a struggle for individuals who are already struggling with bans coming up from opponents, but at the same time as well not being able to utilize the same Pokemon again if it was being drafted in game number 1 or even game number 2, or it's been banned the opponents by the opponents picking it in them for themselves.
It definitely feels like an opportunity for most teams to really try to bounce back into it, right? Because like, let's just say for example, yeah, sure, because you're already somewhat limited to your bans already. You only get, each team only gets 1 ban, right?
Exactly.
And there's only literally 2 ways if we go by our traditional team battlers so far in Pokemon Unite. You can either only ban or also take away the Pokemon they're already utilizing. But there are just too many strong meta Pokemons currently in the scene here. There are just so many things you want to remove, but you just can't. You're very limited already, right? But with this new rule, you're somewhat restricted. You're able to the team is somewhat already restricted in the sense where, like, okay, we already picked our strongest lineup already. This is our strongest lineup. But if we were to go to the second round, they can't use that anymore.
Exactly.
They cannot ban it. They cannot select it for themselves. It is something free and open for the opponent to really select it for themselves to utilize. Now, this is the part where it's really, I guess you could say, it's really like high risk, high reward, right? You can, in the drafting, right, you can go all in with your best lineup, right?
With your best, yeah.
You can go in with the Intelligent, the Buzzwole. You can also come in with the Crusted as well if it's
with the Umbreon
well
if it fits draft, yeah.
Yes, and then like if you succeed, then that's great, right? Then you only have to worry about the second game. But if you don't succeed with your best lineup,
that's going to be quite a struggle.
Yes, it's gonna really hit them really hard, because then you're now restricted to the fact that okay, I don't really have my best Pokemon anymore. But in the case here for TMLS, they're gonna thrive on this. But Unite Holic, we can't really put them down for it. They have a lot of experience, they have a lot of achievements on their back to really like back up with their confidence as well, right? Although their hero pool may not be as innovative or creative compared to Team MYS, it's still a very significant pool for them to utilize and how they want to play things out here. I am a little bit concerned for the side here for Betchin here, because Betchin has only been so far, even back in the regional stage, he has only been playing around 3 Pokemon in particular: Sylveon, Buzzwole, and the Lucario for that top side. Yes, there are times where he can switch things up if it's required, because there are some teams will either ban the Buzzwole or take the Buzzwole for themselves here, right? And Buzzwole has been one of the few prime picks here. I think in the entire league, sure, we have a lot of strong Pokemon that's like high priority bans, high priority selection here, but I think Buzzwole has been having the most the most win rate throughout the regional stage. I think any team that has the Buzzwole, it feels like almost like a guaranteed win in this case, especially for that top lane, because that's just how strong of a Pokemon that Buzzwole is currently in this meta and in this competition.
I believe this is leading more towards the Southeast Asia side, picking on the Buzzwole
East
more
Asia
compared
too,
to what compared with what East Asia has to offer as well. Now talking about that as well, what the main highlight is that most meta Pokemons that you have, we would assume that in the first match will feature some of the most meta Pokemons being
Correct.
utilized for the purpose of competition. Now, if you don't have that, this could be an opportunity for your opponents who are not able to actually grab that for themselves to actually utilize them, and also at the same time as well, knowing this information at hand that you can't use that Pokemon anymore. So if you have a small pool and you are definitely our priority target when it comes to ban, this is definitely going to be something that your opponents are going to be eyeing for. And I believe that the gap between the regionals towards here is not really that much. I believe that it's only a few weeks apart, and this could be the only opportunity for some of the individuals competing here for today to actually get themselves familiarized or master some of these other Pokemons to ensure they're able to actually perform at tip-top performance. And at the same time as well, you have to remember, Leonard only highlighted if that was in the case of Game 2. Game number 3 is going to be a much bigger struggle, as you're going to be seeing 10 Pokemons being banned for your end based on what you have selected, in addition to the bans during the banning stage. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, Leonard, I believe that we are ready with the draft for this game number 1 in this best of 3 series in between Unite Holic up against Team MYS.
It's definitely, this drafting phase in this tournament is definitely going to feel a lot more heavier and a lot more slower than usual. It's not like your traditional give and take anymore, because of the fact that you really need to choose, do we want to go all in with our best and try to hope to win it out, or do we just want to like maybe pick a couple of our best one, let some slide, let some through, so at least that way we have something to fall back on. I think we do want to try to prioritize a little bit on that. Either try to get those intel, try to get those backliners, try to get those defenders, try to get the top laners in. And let's be honest, we have a lot of like fallbacks when it comes to attackers and all around, but we just don't have a lot of defenders and supports, really meta ones that's really left in the pool here. So sometimes like Team MYS, this is where it comes from my concern, right? Team MYS love to try to utilize, as a majority of the games they have a lot, they like to run these double defenders, right? So when you run double defenders, it's like you're slowly burning out your options, right? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Sure, you still will have defenders in that third game, but it will not be something that your team likes to play around with, that kind of thing. So I think we're going to be seeing a lot. I don't think we're going to be seeing a lot of double defenders unless it's the very last round or maybe that second game. But first game, I think I was going to try to get that one Pokemon each. However, a very strong opening coming from Unite Holic, as they were and not only able to secure the Umbreon, but also you got the Hooper and the Italian. Got a lot of options for them throughout the game. You got that early, you got that late. For Team MYS, Leafeon has been one of the best go-tos. However, Leafeon is that kind of Pokemon where if you're not snowballing early, you tend to fall off. You tend to fall off against like really late game Pokemon towards the end of the round.
Yeah, and the thing is, if you can actually snowball well, you can actually deal really high damage output. So basically, you want to get a little bit of sustainability as an opponent over here, but just by observing the draft that we do see here, I believe that everybody's trying their level best to use their best cards here as the opening match. It would actually build up a really good morale for the team if they're able to actually translate this into a victory. But first, let's talk a little bit about the draft here. We do have an opening. We have some evolutions here. Umbreon, Hooper, Inteleon, Dragonite together with Lapras on the side of the United Holic up against Team MYS, the third place winner from Southeast Asia side. Now, we do have this Espeon, the Slowbro, the Clefable. Oh man, we have the Sylveon and together with the Leafeon. And the draft is complete and the players have already selected the Pokemons that they'll be utilizing for the purpose of this game number 1.
I am so concerned because of the fact that every weakness for every backline, or at least every attacker here, is the fact that you're not really that soft. You don't really have good, decent amount of sustain, right? And especially from the lineup coming from both sides, it seems like we're going to be looking for a really prolonged fight. We don't have a lot of nukers. Yes, we have massive damage dealers, but we don't have like those like really insane burst combos here, because like it's nothing like a Buzzwole where if you're able to get on top of somebody, you're able to secure that pickup, which is very interesting. None of these teams actually opt to go for the Buzzwole, but this is what I'm saying, right? Where I think the teams right now in the draft is trying to select those Pokemon where like we're not going to pick too many mana, just going to secure a couple or two, just enough, just try to win out those rounds, and then slowly move forward to the second game if the first game does work out.
And of course, we do see an early invasion coming on from this side of Unite Holic over here, but unfortunately it seems that EV on their end is going to be the one gets cleared out here at the early stages of the game. Meanwhile, looking at the top lane over here, we do see the Slowbo up against together with the Sylveon as well, screening out team member coming on from Team Unite Holic here at the bottom lane. Meanwhile, things looking a little bit dicey here at the top lane as we do see rotations from the lane going up to the top lane, putting a little bit of pressure with hopes to actually get themselves an early lead by clearing out. Of course, we do have this Altera family being cleared out. I believe that most of them siding up towards the side of Team MYS.
I'm just concerned whether they're able to withstand the amount of damage, right? We're talking about like Dragon Dance into the Hyper Beam. Dragon Knight that's potentially coming out as well. The longer the fight here, it seems like coming from the side of Unite Holic, it feels like they have more better sustain. Despite having the Clefable on the side of Team MYS, they are a lot more softer, like the attackers are a lot more soft compared to all-rounders here, right? That kind of thing. And they have like, when you're playing like Sylveon and Espeon, you tend to hope that you want to try to pair with those defenders that can really help enable this kind of competition, really set things up for you.
Oh, Yubono! Wait,
oh, no.
he's not moving.
Yeah, I think a little bit technical coming from his side. That was a little bit of an unfortunate one, but of course this is a competition. They gotta take a chance with every window of opportunity. They take advantage of the fact that since Umbreon is currently out of the picture, they will be able to secure the central arteria, that bonus EXP to try to slow things down. Because while I did say that they are really great damage coming up with Unite Holic, they are also a team that is somewhat dependent on levels here. And now this is why we see Team MOS taking this advantage in this early phase here, try to pick them off as many as possible, but trades are happening and 2 will fall for the price of 1.
Here comes comeback coming up from the side of Unite Holiday, able to actually get some scores in, but still a little bit short compared to what Team MYS has to offer. But meanwhile, at top lane here, going on with the waterfalls as well, dishing out enough damage. Is it going to be up to actually clear to get the Clefable together with the Sylveon? The chasing is still ongoing at the current moment, taking it up from the front lines, the moonlight being utilized as well, but forward with assistance coming up from the back line as well. They're able to actually get the Umbreon together with the Intella, and here comes Hooper, decides to actually make an escape up here together with the Typehole as well. Here comes the cavalry from Team MYS doing what they do best, putting on the pressure, putting on the pedal to the metal here in this game in early stages itself.
That was fantastic. To them, levels is not really much over variety. Everyone's currently max evolutions here. They just need to try to stack up. Don't have this separate farming here. They want to try to get this advantage, trying to snowball as much as possible, because currently some of the members currently have the level advantage and score advantage here. But then again, idea for Clefable did get caught up, but I don't think it'll be easily picked off. Just not enough control or damage to really lock down this Clefable. We'll be able to get us out scot-free, but we do have the Dragon Knight at this moment with the Unite moves here. Now the mid game, we're currently transitioning towards the mid game here and see who has the opportunity. The rotation is important. They did manage to break the first goalpost on the top side here, and now a beautiful slow beam. Oh, sorry, telekinesis to actually pull him all the way to the backline to secure the pickoffs. Pickoffs are happening, but points are delivering Flava here, and now they managed to turn the tide.
Yeah, so meanwhile, all that is happening at the bottom lane as well. Team MYS is doing a little bit of scoring as well. Quite unfortunate for the Umbreon, getting sandwiched in between 4 Pokemon at the bottom lane. Probably harder to plan, giving a little space for his teammates to actually do a little bit of work up there on the top lane. Now, of course, looking at this, we do see that on the side of Team Unite Holic, they do have the Dragon Knight there online. So basically, full double evolutions for the end. This could be an opportunity for them to actually make an equalizer for the end for all the losses they've had in the early stages of the game. We do see some Pokemon rotating from Team MYS towards the top side, trying to put a little bit of pressure over there. Meanwhile, the bottom lane still having, now instead of having the Zimon couple over here, we do have the Espeon together with the Slowbro. Meanwhile, leaving in the Lapras at the top lane is a great idea because he can actually defend them that on his own if up against 2 Pokemons. Probably a little bit struggling to go on escape. Meanwhile, here he's able to miss an escape series together with the mobility. Does have the Moonlight as well, trying to actually make an escape. If you're hitting up on the here, hitting up on the Dragon Knight as well, going up on the chase, and even getting the Umbreon at the same time as well.
That's what I'm saying. This is exactly the aggression that we're looking for with this early competition that they have for themselves here. Although Aldir Benchit is the last one standing, doesn't really have enough damage to try to really chase them out of the goalpost. You're not a cross-soul, you're not able to withstand the damage either way as well. So instantly, goalposts would fall along with the majority of the members. The scoreline is finally tilted back in favor of Team MYS. And let's be honest, as we know, a few couple of weeks ago, there was the patch for the Sylveon here. Calm Mind into the Hyper Void. absolutely shredding, and they don't have to worry too much about it because Unite Holling will be playing into them as well. So within the right amount of range, they don't have to worry about the poke game from the Inteleon. So the Sylveon just really works out here. And plus, not only from that patch, his ultimate is a lot more better. It's no longer just a get out of free card, more special attack damage, a lot more better.
Yeah, and that really translates and shows here in this particular game in South Liner. Of course, to the bottom lane, Slowbro tried to be a little bit cheeky, tried to snap out that Reggie at the bottom lane, but was not able to actually attain that for the side of Team MYS. You know how they can actually do that for themselves. But of course, we're 3 minutes and 56 seconds left here in the game. We are just 1 minute plus away from the appearance of Rayquaza here at the Thea Sky Ruins itself, and that is going to be one of the main highlights here in this particular match. And we're going to see which side, if possibly a big war to actually happen over here. But meanwhile, on the top side, doing a double dunk in terms of points here by the Umbreon on the top side. Of course, it's going to be making the escape back to the Pokemon Center safe and sound. This time about returns back to the top lane once again, being a little bit cheeky over here. Up against together with Espeon and Leafeon, probably not a great idea over there. He gets caught up on, despite not being able to actually see what actually transpired. But yeah, I would assume that that's going to be a very dangerous situation, especially when you pair out the Leafeon together with the Espeon at the top lane.
Despite the early advantages, it's a really great job coming from Unite Holling, able to try to stabilize certain categories and certain levels as well as they try to keep things up here. Although yes, Sylveon still already hitting level 13 alongside with Yemu here playing the Leafeon. Both EVs already hitting the level 13, definitely pretty high, pretty on top of the level race here for sure. But they still have their work cut out for them, right? We're slowly approaching towards the Rayquaza, one of the best game-changing moment for them, right? And the members of Unite Holling are not too far behind. Yeah, the difference not, and the score difference is not too big either, Flava. So at any given time, depending on positioning and how they're initiated, I think it can really go anywhere.
This is going to be a crucial one. They're going for the Regieleki here at the top side of the ball. It's going to be Inteleon sniping now for themselves, but the damage is going to be enough over here. It looks like Dragonite decides to disengage from all this, pushing him all away. Oh, but it does seem that Espeon's going to be getting the last hit in and take him out together with the Inteleon, making it a two-man takedown, making it a 5v2 situation at this current moment, but make it 5v2 as the Lapras gets cleared out at the same time as well. And of course, they need to clear this Regieleki. Can't afford to actually for this to actually enter into the middle goalpost area. That's going to be very, very troublesome itself. And of course, opening up, it's going to be the Unbound here coming up from the Hoopa as well, with the open surf coming on the side, opening hold with telekinesis. But is the damage, is the follow-up going to be enough?
Definitely more than enough. They're able to get the KOs here, but two members will fall here. Not all Unite moves left on the side here for Team MYS, and the score dividend is massive in the favor of Unite Holling as well. They win the fight, they win the secure. Now they're able to reset and they're dunking even more points. I'm telling you right now, Flava, they have the opportunity, but Unite Holling just know how to really return the favor. They lost a couple of team fights before the Rayquaza. That's totally fine because you have cheeky players who seize the game from a very large point of view here and keep getting points in. And now Team MYS pressured for time, pressured for points. We're not talking about like a small dividend right now. They need at least 200 plus points to turn this round around.
Yeah, and of course, the Tiger G's here putting up in place.
Oh, no!
They cleared out Leafeon. One of the main damage is coming up from their end as well. But they got a trade off. They got the Lapras, but here comes Inteleon back into the fray. It's a 4v4 situation at the current moment, jumping on between two Pokemons here. The Dragonite, you got the Inteleon coming up from behind as well. You stop the Unite move, but where is the damage? Dimension Cloud over Slowbro. They need to clear out this Rayquaza. They managed to get the Espeon on the side of Team MYS as well. So two of the main damage dealers coming from there and are down at the current moment. All Team Unite Holling has to do right now is just to clear things out, and it seems that this is going to be a team-wide.
Unbelievable.
Unite Holling clearing all 5 team members from Team MYS here at the final moments of this match of game number 1, and making it even more painful for Team MYS. Unite Holling are dunking on more and more points at their goalposts.
Unbelievable. It was such a phenomenal turnaround coming from Unite Holling. Like, they already knew their strength, they already knew where they're strongest at as well. They just really need to bide their time. But what really made the difference here in that series was mainly just Upono and the Dragonite here. Really, both of them just secretly dunking points at the sideline. Both the Umbra and the Dragonite just secretly dunking points. They knew for a fact that, okay, we can't win this fight. They had the advantage. They managed to get the jump on us here. Don't try to fight. Don't try to commit too much into the fight, especially this close towards the Rayquaza side. They bide their time. They find any openings they can get and slowly down points. Although it may not be significant initially, but it's just enough to really pressure them out here until the point where they're just like, oh my lord, we have to do something. How did this happen here? How did we let a really slippery bugger get through our defenses?
Oh man, that is most definitely one of the. I believe that is gonna hurt so much. Imagine allowing Yupono, that Umbreon, to actually score up to 239 points here in this game. He was actually pestering. He was actually putting a lot of pressure up there in the top lane, even in the bottom lane. Is scoring small points, and slowly over time it accumulates and becomes a pain as Team MYS realize not that the burden, the responsibility of clearing out the Rayquaza is now upon them and not in the shoulders of Unite Holic anymore. And this resulted in a victory for Team Unite Holic. They were in no rush. All they have to do is now screen out Team MYS from actually getting the Rayquaza, which definitely gives them huge advantage as they're not required to actually do any form of poking at the Rayquaza itself. But these are the game stats right here. And of course, we do see Team Unite Holic with a score of 784 up against Team MYS with 197 points. Over here, amazing opening match over here in this best of 3 series, Leonard.
Yes, it was absolutely phenomenal. Like really just it was like a beautiful chess case between both Unite Holic and Team MYS. Everyone had their plans, everyone had an idea and a composition to how they really want to attack the round. It's just who was able to get the advantage upon the other, right? Like honestly, if you ask me, I think it really, when you have this kind of game where it's so close, like who was able to get the advantage, sure. If we talk about facts, yeah, you got like really great late game potential, you really got strong early game coming from Team MYS. But when you have a game where it's this close that it can just, like any single thing that can really happen, it really just comes down to those individual players that really turn the fight around. Because seriously, a couple of points being pointed in, instantly everything just became full chaos here. They have the advantage, like especially for the side of Unite Holic. They know they had the time. They know they had the late game. They had the late game paralysis, right? But they didn't really have the point advantage. They needed something to really pressure Team MYS to really fight into them here. At least don't give them that. Don't let Team MYS to have that form of control. Yupono getting a couple of points in alongside with DLR. That was really great. Honestly, like I feel the fact that you have allowed DLR to pick his go-to Dragonite. He has played over 8 games of Dragonite throughout the entire regional stage, by the way. 8 games of Dragonite without fail, has one of the most successes with Dragonite as well. Although Dragonite is just one of those few Pokemons where he falls in that category where he's a great Pokemon, but is he really a massive threat enough that you have to ban it out? I don't feel like he does fall into that category where he needs to be banned out, but it is definitely an option for the team captain to really decide, like, is he really a threat or something that we just need to try to figure out to deal with. I think in this game in particular with the composition, I don't think they didn't really had it. Initially, sure, early game they had a lot more better. The Silver and the Esper really melted down DLR with the Dragon. Like he couldn't, every time he tried to get into range, he's also in a very similar range with the Sylveon and the Esper damage range as well. So the trade back didn't feel as great for him. But when we started going to the late game, that's when you see the power spike just slowly tilted in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, you need to create that much spacing to ensure that basically the team is able to actually get online up here.
You know, interesting enough, right? You usually see like either the attackers or the speedster usually backcapping, right? You don't see your defender just be like, hey, you know, I'm your only frontliner, but I'm gonna backcap the hell out of this team.
I feel that if we actually turn down time a little bit, I believe that we get to see what actually happened to the Regieleki. Was that the did Regieleki before the 2-minute mark actually enter the middle goalpost? Because remember we had a short conversation about it, but then we immediately shifted our attention towards Rayquaza because all the action was happening.
Yep.
I think, I mean, like, this is just an assumption. I think that Team MYS allowed the Reggie to enter the goalpost, which enabled Umbreon to actually score, because I believe that he had a lot of points at hand, and so basically he wanted to actually score. It would require, like, I mean, if Reggie was not there and he was actually able to score with that whole animation, then I guess that's great, but probably it's
no,
just an assumption.
I could be wrong because I thought it was Team MYS who actually secured the Regieleki, but I could be wrong, like I said.
Oh, no, they won a team fight, but they didn't win the Reggie on the last one.
Right.
Yeah.
But that could be definitely. There's a lot of elements that really play out towards the end there. I felt that it did hurt them slightly because they did commit Unite moves, especially for the Psychic Solari on top of the Esper. I think that really hurt them slightly because there's really nothing that's gonna keep this Dragonite at bay anymore. Like you saw the slow beam directly committed just for the Dragonite for DLR.
Exactly.
Committed the slow beam.
There was so much
CC.
commitment as well, and you're just expanding all that just for one Pokemon, and then you have the rest that you have to handle here.
Yeah, exactly. So like the only form of control is no longer available to you, right? It's like it's not like you have a. It's not like you had a Blastoise or you have a Crosser to really try to keep it at bay. No, like Slow Beam is your only CC ability that you have, and I don't think he was. I don't think did he went for Surf as well? I don't think he went for Surf on the Slow Bro here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he went
for Surf.
He went for Surf.
Probably
as
didn't
well.
see as much.
Yeah, no, actually he used quite a lot. He actually tried to use it to actually snap the Reggie at the bottom lane as well, but he was not able to actually do so because it was a 1v2 situation. Team Yololee has an upper hand and
First
actually
day,
just
really
managed to
missing
secure
out.
as well. Yeah, I believe that one of the main things as well, I remember when Team NYS also managed to secure the Registeel, but unfortunately was not able to capitalize on that moment as Team Yololee tried to play a little bit more passive, not allowing Team NYS to utilize the attack as well as the special attack buff they received from the Registeel itself. So it's a lot of things.
You really can't especially in that early game when you're fighting in that early kind of aggression or competition, you just can't really fight into them unless you have very similar composition. Like if you're both very early game, then maybe you can try to fight it out and try to between Pokemon trainers, right? Try to battle it out. But when you have this, like when you have like a lot of scaling Pokemons, right? You have like Pokemon with multiple evolution, like the Italian, the Dragonite. You do really need to try to bide your time here. Sure, they will definitely force fights into you. It's definitely there are always going to be lanes. There's always going to be like pathways, whether the top or bottom or the central area, but there's always going to be a force fight. It's always going to be like 2v5s or 3v5s. But in Unite Holics, it's one of their set policies. Unite Holic comes into this competition. The scary thing about Unite Holic is the fact that they come into this tournament with multiple policies. They're already somewhat preset, like how the game should go, like depending on what competition they're going up against. If it's a very aggressive team, then we have to see what kind of competition. If it's a very early game competition, all right, guys, we know what's our policy. Execute Task Force A, that kind of thing. Don't sure, let them force the fights. Sure, they get a couple of points in, sure, but it's not like game ending. As long most of them get the necessary amount of level, keep them at bay, don't give them too much of an edge, because even you see in the central area, they were willing to let some goalposts go initially for either the top or bottom path. But the central area, they always try to ensure that there was not much invasion. There were some initially because of the fact that DLR hasn't reached Dragonite yet. He was still a Dragonair. A couple of Pokemon also hasn't really reached their full potential yet.
Exactly, yeah.
So that was pretty much the early phase. But towards the mid transition to the late game, that's where you see they started being a little bit more on, I guess you could say, a very proactive defender. Ensuring there's not much jungle invasion because they need that EXP. They need to get that climb. NYS did a phenomenal job applying that pressure here to try to seal the deal. They had the advantage here, but like I said, it did came down to that one small factor here, which is just individual plays. Yupono getting a couple of points in here. It was. I think it's not that they disregard it. I think it's more of the fact that like they had this idea where like if we wipe out the whole team here without using a lot of our Unite moves, that'll be fine here. But the problem is they only got 2 out of 2 Unite moves for themselves. They did force 2 Unite moves coming out from the side here, Pokemon of Unite Holic. However, forcing out a Lapras Unite move isn't as significant compared to forcing out the Espeon Unite move.
Yeah. Also, I just want to add on to all that is that I think they have a lot of respect to Team MYS. They understand they understand how MYS plays. And what they did was very simple. They don't want to allow MYS play the way they want it to be. So we know that if we make it into a 5v5 engagement, probably the outcome would not favor them in there, especially with knowing that in the early stages of the game, basically before the Dratini goes into a Dragonite itself, it's a double stage evolution itself, you're going to be heavily punished and you're going to be at quite a big disadvantage itself. So that being said, basically, you know what we decide to do is that we're not going to let you play the way that you want things to be. We know that we're under level. We know that you're actually having an advantage when it comes to levels itself, but it's okay. We know how to tackle these things. And this could be quite a problematic thing. True. As Team MYS, at this point, Leonard, they can't afford to lose a single match in this series. They need to win this game number 2 to force a game number 3 and win that one to win the series up against Team Unite Holic. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your horses as we are about to jump into the draft here for this game number 2 in between Team MYS up against Team Unite Holic. This time about Team MYS on the purple side and Unite Holic on the orange side, and the ban has been completed. This time about, Unite Holic are you be the ones? It's gonna be Team MYS banning up the
Nightmare
Urshifu.
Foxy! That's how I'm gonna say.
We knew this was coming.
No,
It's like,
I'm gonna say in the great words of Dupe Snacks, right? Like Nightmare Foxy. God is meal for sure. But I'll be honest with you, Flava. In that first round coming for TMOS, that competition that they ran with, I don't think it was their strongest lineup. We have seen a really strong competition that they actually came into the competition before.
we've seen stronger ones, yeah.
Yes, I don't think that was their true worst at heart. Now we're gonna be seeing. Now we're gonna see them in full swing here.
They're bringing
Yamu-
the Hoopa.
Yeah, no, they're bringing their best right now.
They're
Yang-
bringing the Blastoise in.
Yeah, Yang coming in with his best with the Hoopa here. Nightmare Foxy got his most played and favorite Pokemon Mew, and that's, I believe, it's not going to be HT's Blastoise. This is going to be Yamu's Blastoise. Yamu actually played 8 games with the Blastoise here.
During
During the
the
entire region stage. Absolutely throwing it. But Unite Holic on the other hand, this is where this is very exciting for me, right? Because like, not only are we seeing 2 speedsters, by the way, double speedsters, but they're also coming in with the Cramorant. I believe the Cramorant is going to be the hands of Wafu here, right? A very disruptive. He have 2 disruptive abilities on his side here. There's going to be a real nuisance for them for a couple of knocked up at CC. And look at this, Team LYS. They introduced Scizor towards the very end of the
I think this is going to be a Scyther anyways. So basically, yeah, they're running the Trevenant, but quite an interesting one over here. Team YMF, they have run this before. They are comfortable with running this, but I really want to shift the attention a little bit to Unite Holic because of what they're bringing over here. Look at these guys. They're running this arena, which we did not see ever in the whole region of both East Asia as well as Southeast Asia. Quite a very offensive draft, I dare say here.
It's actually one of his go-tos as well, actually, Serena.
Yeah, so basically they are actually running this, so it's going to be in the hands of... I believe that there's going to be an issue here because I think there's 2 Mames over here, but we're going to see here. Zorwark here in the hands of Betchin. This is definitely going to be quite a battle. A more balanced draft coming up from Team MYS compared to what Team Unite Holic is bringing. But probably Team Unite Holic, they know what they're doing. I mean they've already secured a victory. They just need one more. And we'll see whether it's going to be here on game number 2 or will Team MYS be able to actually get this game back on their end. The game has begun, ladies and gentlemen, and here are the rotations from all the Pokemons from both ends. Once again, we do see Team MYS here on the purple side, which is the left side, up against Team Unite Holic on the orange side, the right side.
There is just so much knock-up abilities coming from the side of Unite Holic as well. Like a lot of disruptive, a lot of CC, a lot and pretty decent secure abilities coming from the side here of Unite Holic here. So, but at the same time, while this is relatively fresh, and of course really beautiful pick up, and he stole all the 2 berries, although yes, he did manage to go down, but this is slowly going to be slowing down in terms of sustain. Topside, on the other hand,
Squirtle
was able to get 2 pickoffs at the same time.
Look at this guy.
Well, let's be honest, Blastoise in the top lane is like one of the most incredible picks right now in the competition. Right? It's great in the top, it's also pretty great against the boss of Balagos without interference for sure. But in terms of security, in terms of poke, he's been absolutely phenomenal. Team fight's been great. Zora also is going to have quite a difficult time really getting to the backline because he's going to be running into that High Trip Typhoon. You can try to come in Unite mode and try to mitigate that, but that just means you're mitigating like a very massive damage ability just to get in, or at least try to mitigate that control ability.
Yeah, and that set coming on from this War Turtle into a Blastoise later on is definitely going to be something very crucial to translate into a win for them in this game. Meanwhile, we just see a little bit of evasion coming up from Team MYS here from the purple side into the wild Pokemon area and makes their escape together with Hoopa over here. Of course, Scyther trying to get a little bit spacing here, trying to get this Zoroark who makes to do a little bit invasion, tries to make an escape. Slice and dice coming from Scyther from behind. Is it going to be damage? Going to be enough? It's going to be Trevenant securing this takedown here on that Zoroark. Meanwhile, here Serena doing a little bit of dunking, getting a little bit of defense coming off from the Mew as well. Ooh, Solar Beam damage out, but Serena managed to actually juke out a little bit to his top side and makes an escape. Meanwhile, top looking a little bit interesting over here. Woodhammer facing off on this Leafeon, but manages to actually eject his way to the back as well. But he does seem to be able to actually get their hands on this Cider. And here comes a little bit scoring from Trevenant, makes his way in this game. Double Woodhammer in the face, but will it be enough for him to sustain all this damage coming off of the members? He makes an escape here away with assistance coming on from Hoopa. It's going to be returned back into all the action here at the top lane.
Beautiful assist coming from Yang as well, trying to secure HT. But of course, speaking of HT, comes back into the fray. Although, yes, he completely forgot to respect the Solar Blade initially at the goalpost here, but he comes in to return the favor. They still have the score line here. It's really back and forth between both sides here, but guess what? Now with the Blastoise, incredible. And the fact that he was actually able to get the Blastoise out in time as well here. In terms of leveling, we see the level race a little bit more into the favor of Team MYS. They're getting a couple of pickups. They're getting the scores. They're being very active around the map here. We're seeing a lot of contention and a lot of skirmishes between the central area, but nothing forceful between the two sides except in the particular paths only here. A nice rotation towards the bottom half here, trying to see get a couple of points here. Can they get a couple of pickups though here? And they will. HT will be slicing and dicing 1 and 2 for the price of none here. They love this kind of deal, and with 2 being removed from the playing field, it's gonna be should be a very simple take on their first objective here. The Red Giants, that's gonna be a nice HP regen buff here for them to really try to take this fight head on. Cramorant trying to find a way to really get that nice sticky. I saw you on the minimap for sure. They spot you as well, but now they're slowly rotating their way to try to get to this top side to defend against the Regieleki. It's not going to be the Sir Blastoise either, so especially he's going to go with Rapid Spin here. Full on damage, and HT, he's on a roll. He knows he's level 10. He knows he's in the lead, and he's going to make sure he stays in that lead. This Regieleki, despite them able to secure it, will not get as far as maybe 1 meter away from home base.
Oh wow, look at this Scyther. He's just snowballing. Somebody has to stop him. Kind of love Scythers, right? Snowball real hard because damage optimized, physical damage, it's a little bit high over here. It's a little bit too much to handle, and we can actually see that Team MYS is pulling off further and further away compared to what Team Unite Holic has to offer here in this game. Number 2, meanwhile, top looking a little bit interesting up here, coming over the jump from Serena. Number 5, Rapid Spin here, hitting up multiple units, hitting off Mame, tries to make it escape. He's not able to as well, but they did manage to actually catch on the Cider together with the Blastoise as well. Here goes the jump, but instead it's going to be tramping and clearing out this Serena as well as the Leafeon coming up from the side of Team Unite Holic.
Oh, I love the fact that they actually try to divert the fights, the location towards their goal place to get a little bit more defensive, to get a little bit more shield to sustain. Because let's be honest, I feel like Unite Holic could have got a lot more out of that fight, a lot out of that trade if they weren't really fighting so close to their goal post here. But of course, completely Unite move, not going to be able to find anyone because Hoopa was able to get a nice quick entry. Yang will be able to retreat. However, a tactical withdrawal will be made for this Zoroark in the hands of Night Mew. Foxy Wafu will be joining him in soon, and HT, he doesn't really want to go. He doesn't really care about any other of the opponents on the back line. He is currently focused on our dear friend Wafu and will secure it.
Oh, that's the reason why he has the name Mew in his name over here. Nami Foxy bringing in the pain here to Team Unite Holic at this game itself. Of course, going off the chase of Leafeon was not able to actually make an escape from here. Are they trying to actually run down this Serena here at the bottom lane to the Hydro Bomb hitting out as well? Will to actually make it as well. Slice and dive from the Scyther, charging forward. Tries to make it. Still does have a little bit more to offer as well, stalling as much time as possible. But getting last hit in is going to be Nightmare Foxy in the hand, but being utilizing that Mew. Meanwhile, you do see Cramorant trying to be a little bit sneaky, trying to be a little bit scoring on the backside of here. Here comes the jump as well. Will there be any? No, not really. Oh man, that's going to be insane here at the top. Oh, that Jude coming up from Shaman as well. Comes with the
He's still alive.
Is it going to be enough? No, it's going to have her. With the place. Look at this man.
Oh man, Ice literally left him stone cold. He's still alive despite that 1v2. We're not talking about a support and a Zoro against a defender. We're talking about one of the 2 heavy damage dealers in their squad, and he's still gonna pick him up. He's still sustained, return to favor, gets out scot-free with only the Phantom Forest utilizing. Nice time with the Hydro Typhoon, was able to knock out a decent amount of players here and will instantly melt them away. They're so squishy in the face of HT and Night Mew Foxy. They're absolutely having an absolute ball here, but they are bouncing back and forth. Too fast, literally happy feet here for HT. Couldn't really keep up with the tango.
Oh, very much needed here is coming up from there. But Cramorant doing all the work here, jumping up from bottom lane to top lane. They know he's there, doing a little bit of dunking on his own. In Sam Zoroark here at the top lane, going off and trying to together with the Mew. Mew makes an escape over here. Of course, a charge. Moving forward, trying to get yet another takedown for Team MYS. Unite Holic. What is going on with them right here? They are down to this level. Cramorant, this might be the point which he gets cleared down, so and he will. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, putting him in place with the Wood Hammer, but And Trevenant once again gets the takedown over here. Things are definitely looking the way that Team MYS wants for this game number 2.
Oh man, it's such a great round with Team MYS. Really in their zone with these picks as well. But I think it also somewhat worked in their favor with the picks coming in for Unite Holic here, right? Because you have a really squishy lineup composition, right? In the case where Blaster didn't even need to go for the surf. He didn't need that gap close anymore. Just bringing the rapid spin. That's where the Traveler comes in, right? The Traveler comes in to be that front liner, to be that control. Allows Blaster to really pop up the rapid spin. In most cases, rapid spin against like all-rounders didn't really feel that much, that kind of thing, right? But when you play against like really soft lineup, you really set things up for Nightmare Foxy and HT to really be that final blow here, because they're just so soft. They've already been buttered up. He really marinated them all for HT and Nightmare Foxy to cook them.
And you even have the Trevenant as well, just in case. So you have at least 2 very durable and sustainable Pokémon here in the draft as well. Now, of course, this is a different scenario compared to what Game 1 has to offer, as Team Unite Holic right now are the ones with lower points compared to Team MYS. It's 340M, 086, but they anticipated a bit. Oh, they tried to be a little bit sneaky. Of course, Solo Big hitting off here, trying to make an escape as well. Meanwhile, here at the central area, screening out this Leafeon away. Less than half HP at the current moment. Meanwhile, a little bit of poking happening here at Rayquaza. A little bit of spams here coming up from Mew as well from the left side to the top side. Meanwhile, jumping on inside, it is going to be the Zoracle. Will they be able to actually secure towards himself? Oh no, it's going to be the Blastoise! Hitting off with the Hyper Typhoon as well! And he managed to clear up with Serena. The whole team from Team Unite Holic is now down for the count with a minimum of 70 seconds on the clock at this current moment. Definitely plenty of time for Team MYS to actually do a little bit of dunking in their face here for this game number 2. Team Unite Holic, this is definitely not the outcome that they're looking for here in this series after such a very strong win in that game number 1 itself. But it does seem that they are trying to go for the final hurrah here with 30 seconds on the clock at this current moment, trying to screen out team members to Team MYS to do more scoring on them as well. They are able to get themselves hands on the cider, but I believe that is not going to stop Team MYS from clenching this victory for them. And of course, Leonard, with that being said, that makes it a 1-1 here after the conclusion of game number 2.
The thing is, it feels like, especially, don't get me wrong, it's such a great game, guys. It was such a performance coming from Team MYS. However, the lineup coming from Unite Holic was particularly very unique to me, right? Because I know we had the discussion before, right, with the fact like, if a game ends up dragging on for too long, right, and there's really not a lot of Pokemon left to utilize for themselves here, but then we remember we had this discussion with Danelie as well. We were talking like which other Pokemon can serve as a supporter role, that kind of thing. Whether it's in the terms of being a suppressive supporter with abilities, or a supporter that can somewhat heal as well. Something like what Umbreon can do as well if he does opt to go for the Snarl. However, this kind of lineup, I feel like this is a real class cannon. I feel this is a real gamble coming for it. I'm not too sure about it. It feels like they're also trying to get a good feel of how the flow, this current rule is going to be like as well, right? Like what's really the game plan for them? Because the way I see it, it feels like they're coming in one of their few comfort picks. But if you're going into a very coordinated games like this, where you don't really have like a dedicated defender or someone to really lock things down for you, then it feels like you're somewhat trying to set things up for that third game, right? It feels like they're purposely just dragging it out to that third, right? That kind of thing. I
believe that you're definitely on. Yeah, I think you're definitely on the dot for this one, because looking at this game number 2, right? Team MYS has brought out all their trump cards. We know Foxy has utilized his new. Yang, now there's no more Hooper coming from the MYS, no more Blastoise, no more Trevenant, and no more Scyther. They have used, I would say, most of their trump cards that they have to offer from their end. Now, we're not implying that Team MYS is also not a master in using other Pokemons, but these are some of the top they've utilized for the longest time during the competitive time here in Pokemon Unite. And so we basically, if you look now, looking at Unite Holic, people look at it in the outside form, you say like, why are they drafting in such a way? Why is it like a full set? Why is it so imbalanced? You say, probably this is part of the plan. Like, we're going to throw in all these Pokemons because, like what Leonard mentioned just now, we're going to set it for game number 3. You don't have these Pokemons be used anymore. The Pokemons you've drafted for game number 1 and game number 2 will not be allowed to be utilized or drafted for your team for game number 3 due to the rules being applied here for the finals itself. Now, Team MY asks, what is going to be their game plan? What can they bring for this game number 3? And what will Unite Holic bring for their end? Because they have so much juicy options to choose from. But I understand why Team MYS did this, because the thing is they can't afford to actually risk not bringing their best draft at this point, because they already lost the first match itself. If they risk trying to bring it up in game number 3 without even securing game number 2, then it all falls down.
I guess you could say that in a way, right? It's just depending on what's the order, what kind of decision you want to really try to go for, right? What kind of confidence you have. But then again, also just want to remind all of you, if anyone just joined in, we have a new rule here for our ACL finals, where if the teams has already selected a particular Pokemon or banned a particular Pokemon for that round, they're not able to ban or pick that same Pokemon in their second or third game. But this does not apply to their opponents. This only applies to the team itself only.
Correct.
So Waffle in this case here, I'm a little bit concerned coming from the side of United Holland, right? Because sure, like I said, they have a decent amount of Pokemon, right? The kind of thing where they were like to use it competitively here. But there isn't really much for some of their members when it comes to a certain line of competition, right? You ban out the Yoshifu, you already somewhat deny your opponent, right? But now that the fact that Yoshifu has already been banned out from both sides, it means Yoshifu to be somewhat available for your opponent to really try to opt the pick for themselves here. Wafu didn't really get a chance to go for the Mew because of the fact that Night Mew Foxy first pick Mew.
Oh, this was actually the one where Trevor was actually a mono versus duo engagement here at the top lane as well. He was able to sustain and also clear out the Zoroark, which was definitely something that he should be happy with as well. Look at that set coming up on Blastoise as well. That's definitely something that Team MYS should be proud for as well.
I felt like they had so much value the minute they picked the Blastoise into all the speedsters, right? You have all this like Trevor is already like a menace to speedsters already because of the fact that he's the kind of he's the kind of Pokemon who is very disruptive against Pokemon who likes to go for combos, who likes to go for setups, right? And then suddenly you have this really massive team fight, unite moves like a Blastoise. And even at the last part of the Rayquaza pit, he was being poked up by one player, but that didn't really stop him. He had a really nice positioning, timed it perfectly to knock up all 4 Pokemon. And the icing of the cake would be the fact that he was also able to secure that Rayquaza for his team, despite them already in the lead.
It was close.
They were already in the lead.
Let's admit, it was kind of close as well. It could be
Really?
anyone. During that time, I was highly considered as well because
I can say with full confidence, okay, with full confidence, not to say anything about Unite Holic, I still think they're an amazing team, but I said that in that game, whether players or not, I felt like Team MOS had the better drafting. Way better drafting.
Most definitely, but I still just want to say that I believe that was all part of what Unite Holic plan is as well, because you're putting MYS in a situation where you need to bring your best here for this game number 2, because like I said, you need to secure the win. Like the thing is, if you don't bring your best, are you willing to save your cards for game number 3 with the risk of game number 3 not even happening if Team Unite Holic actually wins game number 2 itself? So I think that's too risky, and might as well right now we're forcing you to use your cards. We know this is happening anyways, so let's just do this kind of draft go up against you.
Yeah, but now let's just slowly break this down, right? They don't have Zoroark anymore. They don't have the Leafeon anymore. That kind of thing, right? Sure, there are other Pokemon still left for the side. I'm not too worried about Yupono or Mame because they have been always switching in between the defenders or support roles, right? That kind of thing. I mean, no, actually no. It's more like if Mame gets the hoop by they go support, then Yupono goes on the defender roles. But regardless, I'm more concerned on Bechny. So far, I haven't been able to see Bechny really picked up the Buzzwole. There is an opportunity for him to pick up Buzzwole, but so far there's still the Sylveon, there's still the Buzzwole, there's still the Lucario, one of his go-tos as well. Zoroark was also one of his go-tos, although he didn't really bring it into the regional because there was no need to bring it in at that time because they didn't have this rule back in the regional stage here. But now there's this rule. I think he went with one of his go-to favorites, but I felt like it was a real glass cannon of a competition. I think they could, like with the pull that they have, I felt that they could try to win it out despite not having all of their best here. Because they had options here. Like MYS, I think the first 2 games, it did feel like MYS didn't really come in with their strongest composition in that first game, but it's still one of their few go-to compositions. Like you've seen it before, you already seen it played that kind of lineup. But Unite Holic, you see that composition, you'll be like, whoa, I never seen that before. Like what's the game plan here? You know, like sure. like you said, and also like what I said earlier as well, feels like I'm contradicting myself, right? That kind of thing. But sure, there could be a plan. There could be a plan. There could be a set in motion. Danelie also mentioned during like off cast, she also said like that we might see teams like slowly changing things up how when it comes to drafting, so which I totally agree. Because I mean that's pretty much why we're commentators and not players, right?
Exactly.
I think we like if I become a player, let's be honest, I can't make those like split-second decision making. I can't make decisions to really like secure the round. I will still pick Pokemon which I'm just like, oh, I just want to have fun with.
And of course, looking at the games as well now, it's definitely tension in the air here coming up from both ends. We are looking at, of course, at the moment, we're also looking at team members from Team Unite Holic here, which is currently on site at the venue. They are definitely trying to get themselves physically and mentally ready for this game number 3. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned before, all the matches will be the best of 3 series. Now, this game number 3 will be the deciding match in between Team Unite Holic up against Team MYS. One of them, the winner of this match, will be moving forward through the upper bracket, whereas the other team that actually loses out this match will be loses the series and will be dropped to the lower bracket and will be competing tomorrow. One main important to highlight is that all the matches being featured today are all the upper bracket matches itself, meaning that any team that actually gets dropped out in any of the series will be fighting tomorrow, whereas those who are still in running in the upper bracket will still remain to compete today and have a much shorter route to the grand finals itself. And I believe that they are given a much longer time here, break time here before commencing this game number 3.
I mean, of course.
Because we understand how crucial this match is.
I mean, definitely for sure, because while we did mention that there is like an extra life for some of these players, there is a lot of things actually going on behind, because you look at it in the long run, right? Like the team that actually was able to get all the way through and secure their spot in the grand finals by today, right? Through the upper bracket finals, you don't really have to go a very taxing route tomorrow, because tomorrow will be not only the grand final but also the whole streak from round 1 of the lower bracket to the very grand finals itself. So
if you survive, if you come from the first round in lower bracket and making it a Cinderella story, like a long crawl from first round all the way to grand finals, you basically the most amount of games or series in the whole competition.
correct, yes, and it's like, don't get me wrong, Cinderella story is always great for me. It's a great story.
It's a great story.
But it is very taxing, especially when you have this kind of rules. Then you really need to just constantly keep that mental state where like, okay, if we pick this, what do we have for the next round? Like what's available for us? What can we pick? And the worst part about it is that while you think about this, you also need to think of the fact that will my opponents pick this away from me? Will they ban this out? Will they utilize it for themselves? So in a way, you're somewhat restricted on what kind of Pokemon you really want to bring into the pool. It's like what you mentioned, the team who has a very significant Pokemon pool somewhat thrives in this, right? But at the same time, it also comes down to the player who has more, depending on how many Pokemon you have in your pool, that you're very confident to bring it into certain competition. Because let's be honest, you could be a very aggressive team, right?
Yep.
But if you end up having if you end up leading in that third game, for example, in that third game you end up having a composition which is just super late, just dragging, just really like turtling out, right? Then the composition may not be comfortable for the rest of the squad, that kind of thing. Like, sure, I can play that Pokemon, but it may not be my style, you know?
Yeah, I totally agree as well. And usually you also have to think about your team as well. It's not so much about what you can play, or it also boils down to whether can it fit to the kind of gameplay you want to bring. And usually you want to prioritize Pokemons that there's a lot of things when it comes to priority. It could be Pokemons that you need to secure for yourself to actually make it a victory for yourself, or you want to also secure a Pokemon for one of your players who doesn't have a big Pokemon selection pool, so that he or she is able to actually utilize the Pokemon to its best, whereas the other team members are fine. It's like, you know what, don't worry, I have so much options to play around with, and even if they try to even if it's banned or if it's actually being picked by the opponent itself, I still have other options as well. This has got to be so mentally taxing, and we're only witnessing the first series itself.
Correct.
And so you can imagine that what these players are going through in the upper bracket, and what more the people who are going to go through a much more longer route tomorrow through the lower bracket itself. This is definitely going to be quite challenging itself.
So the thing is this, right now, if we look from the drafting itself, there's still quite a few options for Uniteholic, since they didn't really run like double defenders, that kind of thing. They decided to go for double speedsters here. So not really.
They have a lot of options. They have a lot of support support options. They have a lot of defender options.
Yes, they still have a lot of things they can play around with, right? But Team MYS in particular, they went with the double defenders, right? So that really really stamped out. They already played Slowbro. They already played the Blastoise. They already played the Trevenant. So in other words, we're slowly going to be falling back where I feel Ice might ended up picking up the Crustle. But what is Yemo going to go for here? I'm really excited to see him actually try to go in for a lot more all-rounders. I think this is a prime time for him to really bring us some with his all-rounder specials here.
I think they can still run the Lapras as well as the defender. I believe that this was a...
That is true, but this is the final round and there are better selection. But of course, like I said, this is the prime time for the Buzzwole to come
It's
up.
prio pick here. It's going to be the Buzzwole.
I love the Lucario ban mainly because it is one of the few go-tos for Betchin when he goes up against a Buzzwole. Not to say Lucario is a direct counter to Buzzwole, but he just somewhat does pretty well in the early game because of the fact that he has, like, I mean, if he doesn't go for extreme speed, of course. If he goes up against Buzzwole, if he does go for the power-up punch, you have a lot more of a better secure than the Buzzwole here. You're able to try to control him pretty early. He's great for solo games. And of course, his power punch is basically a triggable, unstoppable effect given to his Pokemon at any given time. And his passive Steadfast, let's be honest, is like another focus band, right? So when you go up against a Pokemon like Buzzwole, who's just completely thrashing around and getting a lot of this pickup from Chaos, that additional healing will be pretty great. So Lucario being banned out is pretty fantastic for TMS. I love that read. Uniteholic coming in with more speedster. Now, here's the interesting thing, right?
wait, okay, I'll let you go first. Okay.
Interesting thing, right? Okay, so both Talonflame and Dodrio, right, are very interesting Pokemon. Like, to me, they're very interesting Pokemon. Dodrio in particular is more like an on-off dominant pick, right, in the scene. Where, especially since there was a nerf to his Drill Pack, so a lot of teams actually dropped it. However, in the East Asia side and Southeast Asia, they're still picking up the Dodrio because the tri-attack is still pretty great.
Yeah, and they still played as well. Now, of course, you also did mention about Talonflame as well. Now, this Pokemon is definitely a nuisance over here. Very hard, very, I would say, very multi, I would say. So basically, very fragile, but at the same time as well, could also benefit a lot to Team Uniteholic if actually being played out well for themselves. For one good reason why I like this particular format being put forward by Pokemon Unite is that this could be an opportunity for us to actually witness a draft made up of Pokemons which was not utilized in previous competitions due to all these meta picks.
Right.
Yeah, and this time about, since Urshifu was being let out, he's going to be in the hands of HT. We've seen him use this before. Yemu's going to be utilizing that Buzzwole in his hands. Now, this is going to be the final draft for this series. It's out. Both teams and individuals have locked their Pokemons.
You know, here's the interesting thing, right? Like, so if the Talonflame actually opt to go for the Float Stone and Charlie Charm, I mean, we'll see that later into it. Like, hopefully we can see it later, right? But if he didn't went for those two items, right, he's gonna be zooming around the whole map, like, gonna get, and that extra speed. If he goes for Fly, I think he will opt to go for Fly.
Yeah, he will go for Fly, yeah.
If he does go off for Fly, that additional movement speed from the items that he actually sort of selected for himself will be quite impeccable for him to really try to secure some of these KOs here. What I am concerned is the laning phase, because Mami picking the Sableye, that was the very Pokemon that Team Kapitan had a really tough time with. Like, it was really the clutch round for them here, and they really didn't like it, so they keep banning out Mami's Sableye every time they go up to hit with him as well. So here's a real question. Now with the existence of Sableye, I believe they did the research well, and yes, and they did as well, because they understand there will be a very aggressive invasion coming from the Sableye here, and he still managed to secure it. Unbelievable! This is what I'm saying, right? So because they know an invasion coming from the Sableye is gonna be happening, so they knew
this was coming, yeah.
So they rotate the chance to give him the necessary amount of support, but despite the support, they still lost the buff the way. That's gonna slow things down for our dear friend HT for sure. Not for too long, but it's definitely gonna slow things down. But with the support rotating down to support their central area, or HT in this case, that just leaves top lane left unguarded here and allows them to really penalize this Buzzwole, really keep him in check, really slow things down in terms of leveling. Don't get me wrong, he can hold his own in the 1v1. But with interference, he's definitely not going to be able to hit that power spike in time.
Yeah, that's true as well. Meanwhile, looking at here at the bottom lane, we do have the Team Weevil, we have the Urshifu over here. And of course, going up against the Dodrio, they're able to actually make a clearance out of this as they're only going up against a Dodrio. Mr. Maifa just arrived here at the bottom lane and tried to get a little bit for himself.
Flava, sorry, I never thought I'll see the day to see a Dodrio running hot lane. Like, it's really incredible. But of course, another beautiful secure alongside with both the Dodrio and Wafu and of course the Mame securing that pick up. Fantastic one as well.
Oh no, top lane at this current moment. Chasing off, it's here. It is going to be the Chansey that cleared up before even making his way into Iblixir here in the game. A little bit of opportunity for the team members from the opponents to actually go for a little bit of scoring here from Unite. Holic, Mr. Mime grabbing off that berry for himself and also trying to actually make a screen.
Here's the scariest thing about it, right? The fact that if let's just say in the scenario, right, if both sides are pretty equivalent in levels, right? Equivalent in levels and timings, right? It's gonna be so tough for them to really fight into the side of Team YS. That's why you're gonna see a lot more pressure, right? A lot more damage, keep them possible, and just really keep things going here. I don't think Team Unit Holic is able to withstand the damage if Team MYS were to throw everyone. Throw everybody into the lineup. I don't think they're going to be able to sustain it. However, if we talk about pickoffs, Unite Holic is absolutely thriving.
Yeah, I think this as well. Because the thing is about the Pokemons coming out from Team MYS, they're much more durable. They can sustain more damage. So basically, if you have a head-on team fight, probably not something that what Team Unite Holic really wants. So they have to really strategize on how they approach these team fights. Meanwhile, at the bottom lane, looking a little bit into the village members from Team MYS again right over here, making it a 4v1 situation up against the Sylveon on the Sylveon side to actually make an escape over there. A little bit of invasion coming up from the side of Team Unite Holic here, going up against the Buzzwole, trying to make an escape here towards the right side as well, and he doesn't have the Sable Eye as well to provide a little bit of assistance. Meanwhile, here at bottom lane, Sylveon going up against two team members from Team MYS, swinging out to Urshifu, and also swinging out the Italian together with the Cross Soul. And meanwhile, here comes the cavalry. It is going to be Talonflame decide to disengage. Oh, that slime shot coming out from Talion. Secures that takedown here upon the Talonflame. That's going to be hurting a lot.
Team MYS has a really big, Ice and Demo has a very massive responsibility. How to keep their brother in Nightmare Foxy alive as much as possible, because there's a lot of divers on the side here, Unite Holic here. And this is fantastic, right? Slowly getting picked off, slowly evening out the level games here as well. They managed to catch up despite the early aggression and early slow, right? But Wolf popping out the ultimate as well. No way, gotta respect that Waffle, but he's still doing his best to try to deny as many points as much as possible. He knows that Unite Move is not gonna last for too long. Respawn is currently coming in, but they already did the deed. They already put in as much points as possible, but they will ensure they get the better part of that trade here. And once again, the Speedsters are currently back in the play here in terms of leveling here.
Yeah, even though they had the opportunity to actually go for a little bit of scoring over there, despite being defended by the Sylveon itself, they did lose out their Dodrio from that trade-off. Meanwhile, here at the bottom lane, a little bit careful, screening out by the Blissey together. We haven't seen much action coming around from this Urshifu, still waiting for him to actually get really good. Here comes the screen from the Crossel, but manages to actually hop on over and make an escape. And meanwhile, Dodrio here, Urshifu coming from behind, trying to find opportunity. Here comes the tank. Will they be able to actually stop him in his tracks as well? Able to actually do so in hands of the Buzzwole here in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, look at his cheeky little monster. It is going to be the same doing a little bit of small, tiny mini scoring here on the middle goalpost. They're very looking at Team MYS. They have lost two of the goalposts here at the top lane. And this is going to be an opportunity for Team MYS to actually get themselves this Reggie still buff. And while all this is happening at the bottom area, Talonflame managed to do a little bit of scoring on the tier 2 goalpost on the bottom lane from Team MYS.
Which is this is totally fun. Unite Holic, they know, right? Okay, we do not want a team fight. We're not going to be able to hit them head on here. We only want to fight them later on. But of course here, totally fine. Unfortunately, they did lose one of their members, but they just want to try to slow things down, not allow them to get as many points as much as possible. Now they dive into the bridge as well, coming to the Unite moves, trying to force them back, play around the goalpost as they manage to get the amount of sustain. But guess what? Nightmare Foxy still alive and well, poking him out as much as possible, and still pretty great. The team's doing a phenomenal job to keep him up and steady. But now they're slowly losing walls here. Walls are slowly breaking down here. Now it's a time for retreat. The rest have to fall back here. But that was a pretty great trade between both sides. Now there's a little bit of life being breathe back into Team MYS. But of course, Unite Holic still have the initiative. They still have the control. They have a lot more points now. So when we get to that Rayquaza pit, Team MYS has no choice but to force that out, and that should leave some window. Yeah, it should leave some window of opportunity for all these speedsters to get to that backline, because someone needs to keep them in front.
Yep.
Someone needs to poke them out here. So that will be an opportunity for these divers, this massive diver, to get onto on Night Mew Foxy. That's pretty much that's where Yang comes in with the Blizz here. Blizz says to try to keep him alive. You got a boss with a Smackdown to try to displace the opponents here. Your Shifu is there for any sort of supports, and of course a Rock Tomb, just in case if things goes very well, you can be very aggressive about it.
Yeah, so remember the Rock Tomb can actually be utilized in various ways. You can actually screen out your opponents, you can actually trap them in place, to actually give your team an advantage, force them to use out the Jack, or just get them trapped to actually get cleared out as well.
You know what's the best part about it, Flava? Is that because there's no Umbreon here, right?
Yeah.
So the
Which
crosser,
was bad. Yeah, it was bad.
So with the crosser Rumble Rouser, you do not he's pretty much the most tankiest Pokemon in the entire round. It would be great. It would be great if Blizz Assist also was also dropped upon him, but that's not gonna happen. This game, there's a lot of divers. There's literally 3 people who could just run past the crosser. They're like, no, I don't care about you.
Yeah, exactly.
We just want Night Mew Foxy. He's priority 1.
He is basically on the top 1 wanted list here by the nation. And of course, now this is going to be giving a little bit of edge for Team Unite Holic. As I mentioned, here's some attack and special attack buff from that Registeel takedown. Meanwhile, Team MYS are going to be the ones clearing out the Regieleki here at the top lane. We're 11 seconds away from Rayquaza appearing here at the Thea Sky Ruins. Lie here at the top lane, gotta be careful. He's just giving a little bit of information for the teammates. Oh, the charge!
Get it!
And we decide to go for a little bit of scoring, allowing that all this scoring happening from the side.
So objective!
What is going on? But it's
a race!
But it's secure coming from Team MYS!
It's a race! It's a race now!
This is definitely going to be a race. Leonard going for the score. They do have race to get the top lane as well. What is going to be happening over here? Are these points going to be enough compared to what Team Unite Holic has to offer? They're going to the middle goal post at this current moment as well. It's in front of the 18, jumping up with yet another. Still in the lead. It's going to be Unite Holic at this particular current moment.
No, there's 25 points on Ice. Ice needs to get here now.
Oh man, but even with that, you actually multiply by 2. It's not going to be enough to compete to what Unite Holic has to offer this current moment. Leonard is this, but still, it is still looking fresh. 1 minute 12 seconds on the clock over here. Sylveon makes it easy through the top lane. Is this the wisest decision on how to approach this final game itself, knowing the points and now they know this. The right side has a huge lead. That means that more than 100 points starting to a dead end. But for them, currently in game, they don't know this. So right now, what is going to be the game plan? No Rayquaza inside Leonard. How do they approach this? They need to clear the team members coming out from Team Unite Holic and actually going for scoring. It is 149 point difference between them. My apologies, 139 point difference.
They just need to try whatever points they get. Cheap, like, doesn't matter cheap change or not. They need to just throw it in whatever they got here. Unfortunately, our different cannot really sustain long enough. It's really just a battle of who gets more points out here. This was the plan. Unite Holic already knew for a fact. They saw the composition already play out, and they already knew how this game was going to go. Like, they knew what needs to be done. The policy has been made. I think they just designed this perfectly against Team MYS. They say, like, you guys have to fight. You have a beautiful call for a team fight. Great! That just means we don't have to fight into you. We be objective gaming here. And the best part about it, Flava, this is not like coincidence that they really like until the late game kind of thing. They already set the foundation initially. They say, like, you know what, we go for pick cost, get as many points as possible. Drop whatever they can, whatever opportunity, whatever chance they got, get a couple of points in to really build up that advantage here. Sure, it didn't look like too much, the point differential didn't look like initially as we get to the Rayquaza, 300 to 200 points. But but they were saving up points. Once the Rayquaza hit, all points are double. And that's what they said. Great! They will assume that we're trying to find a way to wrap around them, but guess what? We'll be dumping points! Exactly. They went straight.
I think they saw it. I think they realized that they were in the back end. There was no way they can actually make it to actually save
even
the situation.
Even the Talonflame committed Unite move just to get them out. It's just like, oh, we are running! It's a race against time here. Oh man.
No, this is an insane opening series. I dare say.
Dude, there were so many things to really keep track, right? I think like Yololee was really racking their brains in the last one, like really keeping track on how many points remaining, because I think they weren't this. I don't think they could have been this comfortable if members of Team MOS had a lot of points on their belts here. I think
Exactly, yeah.
So they saw they're like, all right, they got 25 points, they got 10 points, they got 15 points.
They've been massing.
Yeah, so it wasn't a lot compared to what they had. They had like 40 points, they had 30,
And they're already
50.
leading anyway. So
Yeah.
basically, even if they do have a slight miscalculation, they were able. They are confident enough to know that they are still going to be having the upper hand, and they were right. They were right in that case. So basically, the gap is still there. Unite Holic, how they approach it. Okay, my assumption on this, right, is MYS did not expect Unite Holic, but so when they saw it, they knew they couldn't fall back. It was already too late. They already started scoring, and because of the points that they had, it wasn't like max points at 50 points or something like that, but basically they had small points like 25, 30, so basically animation time is not that long. So commit to the Rayquaza. They know they can score as well, which is immediate compared to what Unite Holic can do, but it's still not enough. So basically that made this into a victory for Team Unite Holic.
Yeah.
Great approach. I would be so interested to interview both teams on their takes on what happened there during those final last moments.
This was the one, I guess you could say, this was the one fight that was really clear and was really obvious and clear. We can definitely tell which team in that last round particularly was more innovative, which was more creative here. The Team MOS really went back to, I guess you could say it was really textbook gaming here, which was just the fact that, alright, this is our composition, we just need to protect the Intellion, just stick together. Even towards the Rayquaza, you notice the positioning, right? No one was really like scouting things around, like no one was really overextending. Everyone was just a lot more focusing on the fact that, okay, we just need to be nearby to protect the Intellion. Intellion is our win conditioning. Keep him alive, keep it steady, keep it comfortable, and also secure the Rayquaza, because they also had the points, they had also a point deficit, right? But you see, the minute they start the Rayquaza, ran right straight to the goal. They really knew for the fact, like, you know, our win condition for the side of Unite Holic was just to have more points than them. We already had the lead, we already set up the foundation, everything is working in our hands here. I think what could have been a difference here or a nail biter would be the fact that if one member just got caught out. Because if like from the replay itself, you notice from the minimap, they did a really long rotation.
Yes.
To really get to that back.
Like,
to that
you need to make sure that during your rotation, you do not encounter, you do not engage.
caught, yeah.
That's it. Basically, it would have been a different play in that last few minutes in the game itself if they were to HBA. But somehow they made it to a point where none of them met each other. Like, Rayquaza appeared. Okay, this is pretty standard. Rayquaza appears in the 2-minute mark at the last 2 minutes of the game. So Rayquaza appeared, and Unite Holic is like, we don't care.
You know,
we don't care. We went scoring.
I'm not sure whether this was a factor or not, but initially they actually ran into Mami. Mami was really scouting out the back first.
Yeah.
They spotted him one towards the top side.
But he was alone.
Yeah, I know, but that's why I'm saying I'm not sure whether it's a factor, but I think the minute they spot someone from behind or someone nearby, that's when they all just started clumping around the Intellion. They're like, form a circle, a defensive, like, you know, like penguins, you know, like penguins when they spot a predator, they just do like this, like defensive circle around their young. They're like, protect the young.
What penguins have you been watching? What do you mean penguins like?
I'm not kidding. You can actually watch it. I was actually very surprised when I watched it too. It was pretty cute.
Penguins being the predators in this story.
No, like penguins are protecting their young.
And they gather around and
yeah, they gather around the young, right, when they spot a predator in view. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, we had our first series concluded as well. Unite Holic is going to be very satisfied with that win, a very beautiful one, an unexpected one too. With that strategy, they will be moving forward up into the brackets, and our dear friend from Malaysia, Singapore, Team MIS, will be moving to the lower bracket. And this will be the end of their run for the upper bracket. We won't see any games from them today. So I think this is going to give them enough time to recollect, right? Really like figure things out. Like, okay, this is how the new rule works. Let's see how the other teams are utilizing it as we prep for our lower bracket run. It is going to be a very long journey for this guy. Look at that line.
Look at that line. Oh, that's going to be a very long one. So Team MYS is going to be playing tomorrow at the first round in the lower bracket itself. And of course, they have to win every single series if they want to actually make it to the grand finals. And of course, there's going to be now Team MYS. Currently, they're the only team there as we've only concluded one of the series that we have here for the day itself. Still awaiting on who will be going up against after the conclusion of all the remaining matches in the first round here in the upper bracket itself. Wow. So that was definitely a strong opening there by Team Unite Holic, the champion for East Asia regional qualifiers, and we're definitely looking forward to see more on what they have to offer in the other matches in the upper brackets over here as well. And of course, if you think that's exciting, we have a lot more coming for you, as later on today we'll also be witnessing the other matches in the upper bracket. We still have the basically the second, third, and fourth matches here in the first round of the upper bracket. We also have the semifinals as well as the finals.
You know, honestly, I can never get enough of Pokemon Unite competitive. Seriously, like it's especially with this new rule, the terms have
Even
changed.
more now.
New rules, drafting has changed.
Yes.
Playstyle, you do not see this coming up for Unite Holic, right, back in regional state, because of that rule alone, it really changed out on how the thought process for a lot of these teams. Who was able to? This is what we were trying to look out for. The team who was very quick to adapt and change their methods here. Who are still sticking to? Who are still the textbook team? Who are still the traditional teams here? And while those who are really trying to be as innovative as much as possible, I think Team NYS didn't really saw that coming. They thought, I think maybe, you know, it felt now if you think of it from another point of view, it feels like it really led up to that third game, right? For that second game, like second game is just to throw Team NYS off a little bit. It's like, oh, running like double speedsters, like what's the plan here?
Yeah.
Now the third.
I mean, people look at that and it's like, look at these guys, they're throwing. I mean, look at this draft coming off Unite Holic. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we do have a interview.
Yeah, of course, and we're going to be passing back to our amazing Thailand host. So hopefully, give a good interview.
Team member of the winner of the last battle, Unite Holic. We have to say congratulations. What about the big round ให้ขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆได้ไหมคะ
ให้กับ Unite Holic ด้วยนะครับนะก็เป็นเพลเยอร์จาก Unite Holic นะครับผม
ใช่ค่ะ
ก็คือคุณมาเมะนั่นเอง
มาเมะนะคะ
รับผมมาเมะ
Okay, so we're gonna interview some few questions. เดี๋ยวเราจะมาสัมภาษณ์กันดีกว่าคำถามแรกถามว่าอะไรดีพี่ซัน
ครับตอนนี้ก็รู้สึกอย่างไรบ้างกับการได้รับชัยชนะในแมตช์นี้ฮะ
Okay, so first question, we would like to know how you feel right now at this moment.
豆選手、お疲れ様でした。今のお気持ちは？
いやそうですね、MIS っていうチームはその僕たちが一番ライバル視しているチームでもあったので、もう本当ここ最近 MIS のことしか考えてないと言ってもいいぐらい本当にすごい強敵だなと思っていたので、勝つことが実際にできてとても嬉しく思ってます。
We're extremely happy with this winning because I know Team MIS is a formidable team in the Asia, and we always look up them. We always consider about how to win them, how to beat them. So I'm extremely happy. Thank you.
โอเคนะคะรอเจอมานานด้วยนะคะ
อยากเจอ
อยากเจอมานานแล้วนะคะคำถามที่2เดี๋ยวมิ้มถามบ้างนะคะอยากจะรู้ว่าเขาแบบรู้สึกยังไงพอใจไหมกับผลงานที่ผ่านมาในแมตช์เมื่อกี้นะคะ so the next question I would like to ask if you have been satisfied with your performance from the last match
はい、今勝利を飾りましたけれども、実際戦術面などでパフォーマンス満足されていますか？
パフォーマンス自体はちょっと自分たちの納得いくものは出せなかったんですけど、その分この後の試合でより強くなったユナイトホリックの姿を見せることができるんじゃないかなと思ってるんで
We're not actually like 100% like satisfied with the performance of the previous match, but you know, we can still improve. So winning will be given if we improve a lot. And then yeah, don't miss our winning. Thank you.
โอ้ว้าวขอเสียงปรบมือหน่อยได้ไหมคะอย่ามิสวินนี่ของเรานะเป็นไงล่ะ
ไม่ธรรมดาอ่ะ
มีเวลาอีกหนึ่งคำถาม
อีกหนึ่งคำถามนะครับก็มีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงทีมฝั่งตรงข้ามไหมฮะ
Okay, do you have any message to leave whether with the fans or with the battle, the last battle of the component?
はい、それでは観客の皆さんあるいは戦った MIS に対してカメラに向かって一言お願いします。
はい、僕たちのチームはまだ無限に構成を残しているので、この後の試合も、見ていただけるとありがたいです。そして MIS のみんな、決勝で待ってるから絶対上がってこいよ。
Alright, so we still have unlimited number of team compositions, so don't miss it. And also to MYS, shout out to MYS. Let's see you at the grand finals. Thank you.
โอเค
เจอกันรอบชิงไปเลยละกัน
โอ Okay and this is Unite Holly ขอเสียงปรบมือด้วยค่ะ
ขอเสียงปรบมือกับ Unite Holic ด้วยครับ
ขอบคุณมากๆนะคะ
ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you very much
โอเคครับ เราก็ให้ทั้งสองท่านไปเตรียมแข่งขันกันต่อนะครับอาริกาโต
ขอบคุณมากค่ะ ขอบคุณค่ะ
ครับ
เอาละค่ะ
เอาละฮะ
เดี๋ยวเรากลับมาในส่วนของพาร์ทของเรากันต่อดีกว่านะคะพี่ซัน
ใช่ครับ โอ้โห ต้องบอกว่าการเล่นเมื่อกี้ของทางฝั่ง Unite Holic เนี่ย เรียกว่าเล่นแบบคมจริงๆ
ใช่
นะครับคือเรียกได้ว่าความได้เปรียบเสียเปรียบช่วงต้นเกมเนี่ย เดี๋ยวให้ว่ากัน ช่วงเลดเกมปิด Objective สุดท้ายเนี่ย โอ้โห เล่นกันได้แน่นและแม่นยำจริงๆครับ
โอเคนะคะ และเชื่อว่าหลาย ๆ ท่านเนี่ยก็คงจะสนุกแล้วก็ตื่นเต้นไปกับพวกเรานะคะ
ครับ
and I think everyone is ready for the next battle already
ใช่
and the next battle I think it's a True Gravity competing with Talon PH am I right ถูกไหมคะ
ครับ
โอเคนะคะ เอาอย่างนี้ไม่รอช้าพร้อมหรือยังคะ
ก็อยากจะบอกก่อนเลยว่าในช่วงท้ายของการแข่งขันของเรานะครับ ผมอยากให้ทุกคนเนี่ยเตรียมตัวดาวน์โหลดเกม Pokémon Unite กัน
โอ้
ไว้
ลืมไปเลย
นะครับดาวน์โหลดกันไว้แล้วเล่นโหมดทิวทอเรียลให้จบด้วยนะ และแน่นอนว่าตรงนั้นเนี่ยจะมีกิจกรรมที่พร้อมให้ทุกท่านเนี่ยได้ร่วมสนุกกันอย่างแน่นอน
โอเค
ครับตอนจบวัน
ค่ะ
ของเราครับ
โอเคค่ะ ขอแปลสั้นๆ สักนิดนึงนะคะ To summarize what Sunwall has said just download the game and then finish the tutorial mode and then you have a chance to win the prize at the end of the day โอเคค่ะ ตอนนี้
ครับ
เชื่อว่าได้รับสัญญาณจากทีมงานว่าพร้อมแล้วนะคะ
โอเค
เดี๋ยวเราจะส่งต่อให้กับแคสเตอร์ของเราเลยละกัน
ก็
ค่ะ
ส่งต่อให้กับนักพากย์ของเราได้เลยครับ
Hello, folks. Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. Oh my gosh, what an interview, though. Like, last question literally says MYS will meet you in the grand finals. That is a big statement to make because
It really is.
the thing is for MYS, I looked at the brackets, and for MYS to make it to the grand finals tomorrow, which FYI, all the lower bracket matches, they're all going to happen tomorrow.
Yes.
They have to win 4 matches just to reach the grand finals, and then for them to win the reset, because the grand finals includes a reset as well for the lower bracket team, they have to win 6 matches tomorrow.
Yes. Oh man, it's
a lot.
No, it really is a lot. But the fact, like I said, like falling back to the statement made by Mami, right? It feels a lot because of the fact that it just somewhat shows to the fact that how much thought process came into Unite in that very first series. It was so, I guess you could say in a way it was very taxing for them because just trying to outsmart and outmaneuver this kind of aggressive team was probably not the easiest thing that Unite or someone did expected here for themselves. Sure, they watched the game, but it's better to experience it than seeing it, that kind of thing. So now they experience it firsthand. They're like, wow, okay, this team is really tenacious, really aggressive. Like, how can we deal with these guys? And their the lineup that they had in that game 3, that first series, really fell to the very roots of Pokemon Unite, which was just get as many ARs energy as much as possible.
Score comp.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if this is going to start influencing some of the other teams to start exploring score comp, because I think the new drafting format has, just from our first 2 teams, completely thrown them in a different environment, because it's not the case of just pick your comfort Pokemon.
Yes.
Now you have to dig deep into your pool of Pokemon. And I do want to remind our viewers as well, the 2 teams that we just saw for game number 1, Unite Holic and Team MYS, these are probably the 2 teams with the deepest pool of Pokemon in Asia right now. Some of these other teams, they have much more shallower pools, and I'm curious to know how much practicing they have done to explore some of these other Pokemon, to also anticipate that, okay, some of these other Pokemon are popular, can we play them? And that's just not the case for some players. Some players just cannot play particular styles.
Correct. And there's a lot of things you need to take into account as well, because there is a chance where even if you do have a significant Pokemon to play for you like yourself, does it really fit the composition? Does it fit the play style of the team? And even if you manage to figure out or manage to, I guess you could narrow down the Pokemon you want to utilize, what if the team picks it up for themselves or ban it out, that kind of thing? So it's like a lot of things really take into account. I think Unite Holic, their drafting so far has been one of the most adventurous one. Like, it's definitely something you didn't really expect, for sure.
Well, to kick things off for our next series, let's have a quick chat with True Gravity to see what they have to say leading up to their first match today.
Hello, my in-game name is Akul. I am from True Gravity and my role is pitcher. I think our team was made in 2023 August. So from there we have come a long way till 2024. We faced a lot of challenges from India region as well, but I think we managed to overcome it in ACL by performing at our best. I think our team's greatest strength is our communication and coordination. And in weakness, I think if opponents randomly do something unexpected, our team kind of falls a bit. They can't catch up to the opponent's play style. I think we are looking out for the team Unite Holic. They are very good at making unexpected plays like invading central area, going top and bottom, making random plays. So I think they are the only challenge we will face this tournament. And I think we will try our best to counter that by catching up to them. Yeah, cheer for us. We'll try our best. If anything goes wrong, we'll just flip the Rayquaza, as always, as we do.
The Rayquaza. Well, okay, to be fair, MYS did try that, and but Unite Holic, that didn't quite work.
That's what I'm saying, right? It's because of this really like massive knowledge of the game that you just somewhat understand, right? Okay, if a team is behind, what can they do, right? And every team is thinking the same thing. We flip the Rayquaza. I think this is just one of those few things where even like what Unite Holic did in the last round, they're like, okay, they're definitely gonna flip the Rayquaza. They're going to be like buckle around this Inteleon, and they're not going to be really spreading out too much because we have enough damage to melt anyone down, right? So it's like they making use of taking this advantage of this knowledge. They just completely steamrolled around. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, getting back to the matters at hand here, our second broadcast of the day is going to be Team True Gravity versus Talent PH here. An absolute thrill of a round. I'm very excited to talk about Team True Gravity, let's be honest, Danelie here.
I think a lot of people are curious to know more about Team True Gravity. But before that, though, let's introduce our players here, Mr. Leonard. Let's start with True Gravity. On the side of True Gravity, we have Zeshal, Melon, Akul, Vulcan, and Duck.
And then on the side of Talent PH, we have LeBron, also known as Lab currently, Sing1, RBX, Dylan, and KYY. Well, we're just going to call it KY, my friend. But seriously, like, we've seen a lot of Talent PH recently back from the regional stage, right? But Team
Actually, also at the world stage. For people that don't know, so this iteration of Talent PH mostly consists of players from, I'm just going to give people a quick recap here. Talent PH, this roster, almost everyone here is from old guys. If you tuned in to the World Championships qualifiers last year, they qualified as old guys, and at Worlds they competed under the tag of Kumu. So they were one of the 2 Filipino teams that qualified, and for them to come back as Talent PH and to qualify into ACL over Omo, who actually tried to go through the qualifiers and didn't make it through either. Like, this makes me very excited. I've spoken to the team, I've spoken to the managers, they're very motivated, we've seen them in the interviews as well, and they play a very similar style to Omo last year as well. They've really adapted it. But one thing I've noticed with Talent, compared to MYS, I will do the regional comparisons, compared to MYS, Talent's pool is much shallower. Much shallower than MYS. MYS, probably the deepest pool coming in from Southeast Asia, period. They play a wide variety of Pokemon. The team can change roles if they want to. They haven't been pressured to do so as of yet. But for Talent, they do play a particular style, and it does rely on a very small pool of Pokemon. Now, introducing the new draft style, I am a little bit worried about this team. They are explosive, they are fast, they are very aggressive on their signature Pokemon. But to be forced to play a different pool of Pokemon, I actually don't know what to expect from Talent.
When you have this like momentum-driven kind of composition, right, you really need to try to really figure things out with the very small pool you have initially. But I think Talent PH will have the sufficient amount of time, because I believe, like, even though we didn't see a lot of their picks coming from regional stage, I think they still have like some hidden cards for themselves, but didn't really want to utilize.
I hope so.
Yeah, I mean that should be the goal, right? Because a lot of them come from different backgrounds, right? That kind of thing. But Team True Gravity, right?
Dark horse. 100% dark horse of the competition.
This is a very scary team, right? Because let's be honest, the last any vaults that any team has witnessed was actually back in ACL India, which was back in December last year. So a lot has changed. And if you guys actually had been keeping up from the India scene as well, 2 players in particular, Aku and Duck, actually had a different name back in December, which was Aku went by Vixion, and Duck actually went by Asui Suyu. It's a very Japanese style, which is very, very cool, especially but he did change it up to Duck.
I was going to say Duck is a pretty cool name too.
Yeah, very simplified, very, very iconic as well. But now let's talk about a little bit about their history, right? So in terms of experience-wise, we see Duck and Melon a little bit more fresh into the scene when it comes to the competitive side. Their first introduction into the roster was actually back in ACL India, or during the India Open, where they got first place for each of those rounds, which was pretty great. It says a lot, for 2 new players. However, 3 of their regarding members, Vulcan, Akul, and Zissou so much experience on their hand. They
Yes.
have been going toe-to-toe with each other. They play in the same team. They fought against each other in different teams as well. Initially, some of them was in God Rain before they incorporated themselves into Team Griffin. Then now they slowly move into Team Revenant here. In particular, I'm very excited for Zissou because before he actually joined Team True Gravity, he actually went one round against his ex-team and he was able to somewhat, in clear terms it will be win, but I like to say he actually graduated. You know, he was able to tell his ex-teammates, guys, it was a blast playing with you guys, but now I can tell you, it's now my turn to have my wings soaring through the skies here. So now them in True Gravity, I think this is a very strong composition. You got two wildcards that have bring both Duck and Melon. Sure, you can watch some VODs, but it's not really enough to know exactly like what's the kind of Pokemon pool that they have here. Zessou, sure, you can give a couple of intel for him, but he's very quick to adapt to this. He's very up to date in terms of what's the meta, what's the playstyle, and especially I love the fact that he also mentioned about Unite Holic. That just shows that he's currently keeping an eye on all the region scenes, like what's the playstyle, why did they pick this Pokemon, why did they want to go for this kind of decision making, why did they go for this playstyle or composition. They're always there to ensure they always have the latest update, but whether they can utilize it, that's a real question here. They did win for ACL India, but now we're in the big leagues here.
It's the big leagues, and you're playing against different regions as
Yes.
well, right? Because, alright, so I have a bit of a glimpse into the India scene, not necessarily the players,
foresight,
but
guys.
foresight. I mean, a little bit, at least from what I know anyway. So one of the biggest issues, I think I even said this last year during ACL, some of the biggest issues that Indian teams face when it actually comes to preparing for these tournaments is getting quality scrims. Now, when I mean quality scrims, it's not about the teams that they're playing against. I don't think I have any issues contacting some of the top teams to get those scrims in. The issue is actually getting quality lobbies, as in decent ping, decent latency. Because India, so we're both from Southeast Asia, we play on normally the Singapore, Malaysian servers. When we landed in India servers, the ping difference, it's about, I think, 120 ping. So it's a bit more noticeable. And to play in that environment, to scrim in that environment, it's not ideal. You want to play at the lowest possible ping so that you can play at your best, but your opponents are also capable of playing at their absolute best. So to play with that ping difference, you're not getting the quality matches that you should be getting whilst practicing.
Yes.
So unfortunately, just geographical distance between some of these teams, like the servers, are not ideal. So for True Gravity, I'm keen to know, what was their quality of training like? Were they able to maybe boot camp somewhere in Southeast Asia to get these scrims in with the Japanese and Southeast Asian teams, or were they just purely scrimming from India? It's a question we're not going to be able to answer as of yet, because game number 1 is ready here. Team True Gravity going up against Talon PH. Who's going to come out on top?
It's really tough. It's a really tough call, right? Because like if you go by the votes from like last year coming from Team True Gravity,
those are just non-valid anymore, Leonard.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's been 2 months. Things have changed. Composition may change, and now we got the new rule as well, so nothing will stay the same here. Talon PH definitely needs to get out of their comfort zone, because let's be honest, with this new rule, they are somewhat sailing into uncharted territory here. Try to utilize composition, which is no longer their comfort picks here.
Yep, speaking of comfort picks, so for Talon PH, a lot of their comfort picks revolve around the evolutions. Very popular picks throughout all the regions, but Talon PH in particular love to utilize their EVs. Blastoise is also a pretty popular pick as well for them, but that's been snatched up by Team True Gravity. So strong defender off the bat, but look at this though, Talon PH gonna come out the gate strong here with the Hooper and Inteleon.
Which makes it a little bit more of the priority, right? Because like they know for the fact that there's going to be a limit in their selection, especially as the series goes on, right? So starts off strong. What's really the requirement for them? They like the sustain, they like the reset, secure the hoop for the support, and then we got this beautiful Inteleon for the side for Dylan. I think Dylan is going to be very happy that he was able to get the Inteleon, because if it's not Inteleon, it would have been either the Espeon or Pikachu, but that's not something you really want to start off with, right? Not in the face of the Blastoise.
You want to also keep your options open for the next game 2 and 3, because remember, right, you can't use, if you want to, you can use all your tier 1 picks in that first game, but you have to remember, this is a endurance race. It's not a sprint. You have to have something in the back in case you are going to go for that game number 3.
Of course. I'm really curious, right? Because of the fact that we have the Trevenant coming in, and we did not see a Trevenant being selected in the hands of Talent PH back in the regional stage here. So definitely keeping their options open here. Usually their go-to would have been the Blastoise, but he has already been on the side here, a team True Gravity. And I think actually, in all the defenders, it was usually the go-tos was Slowbro, Blastoise, and the Umbreon for them. So, but of course, they did ban out the Umbreon since they did not have the first priority pick. The last pick would have been the Lucario.
Wow.
And I think this is really great as well because you do want, especially since there's no Bustle, so it's not going to be the power-up punch. But since you're bringing in LeBron with the Lucario, that just means that you're going to be having this really fast-paced all-rounder, right? And with the passive stat fast, he's going to be able to withstand some of the damage that's going to be outputted by Melon as well. Stat fast is pretty much like an extra focus band, so it's like, with that extra HP against that kind of burst damage, is really great for in a really tight spot.
Yeah. Man, I'm surprised both of these teams are coming in with top-tier drafts. Because remember, folks, these Pokemon that are selected by True Gravity and Talent PH, they will not be able to pick these Pokemon for game number 2, but they can pick the Pokemon that their opponents picked because the only ban applies to what you are playing in your matches. So whatever Talent PH is playing, True Gravity can absolutely pick all of those Pokemon for games 2 and 3.
Of course.
So going to be super exciting. Let's talk about, we're actually going to be getting some Pokemon swaps here. We didn't get this for our first game. So it looks like we are going to be locking into this draft for both teams. All their players on the correct Pokemon. And we are going to be jumping into the lanes in just a second here.
Okay, interesting. Because usually we have LeBron usually going for the top lane, right? But now he's not playing the top. He's actually playing the support, where KY is actually playing the support. So playing the top.
So we could be looking at a chance here where maybe LeBron is just not comfortable. So they just decided, okay, guys, we're going to go for a lane swap because we want to play.
Interesting.
Yeah,
okay.
so we want to play the Hooper, but I'm not feeling too excited about this. Can we swap? We want to make sure we get the best lanes possible. This is something that I really love about the draft because it is going to force variety and swapping from these teams.
Oh, no, wait, sorry. Yeah, you corrected me because I saw support, but I forgot it was the Hooper. It was also one of KY's specialty. So I somewhat forgot about that.
It's fine.
I saw the coloring because before it started, I was like, wait, it's an orange color. Support. Wait, who was it?
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
It's so fast, man. Didn't really have time to talk because there's just so much to talk about, really.
Well, let's talk about the drafts, right? So what are the objectives for both of these teams? And just looking off of what we have here, Talent PH, very classic draft for this team. You've got two very aggressive attackers. You have your early game attacker in that Glaceon, going to pressure your side lanes. Inteleon as your late game attacker. You have Hooper for the resets and also map control. You got Trevenant, who's actually a really good matchup up against that Blastoise, and also being able to threaten with the Phantom Forest. And then there's Lucario, the X Factor that can jump into the backlines and cause some issues for those squishies. But on the side of Team True Gravity, you have a lot of tank on your Blastoise and your Crustle. You've got backcapping opportunities, and Crustle is also a great way to deal with that Hooper. Dodrio for your back caps, and you have Sylveon as your main source of attack, your power Pokemon, the one that's supposed to carry you into the late game. But here's the thing, is Sylveon going to be enough to deal with what Talent has?
Usually, there would be the cause of concern if Crustle wasn't really good, because Crustle is just one of those few Pokemon that really enables those backliners damage with the Rock Tomb. You lock them in place, you allow them to really get the full damage output. Whether it's in Mystical Fire,
it's the setup
or
as well, right, for Crustle.
It's fantastic. But that's where the Hoopa really comes in, right? Hoopa is able to save anyone who's getting caught up within those Rock Tombs or those area deniers as well. So, but then again, I am considered, like you said, very tanky composition, especially if you have no Umbreon on your side to deal with the Crustle. Rumble Rouser is going to be the most tankiest guy in the whole round.
And I also just want to quickly mention, we are not looking at Mystical Fire Sylveon, it is Hyper Voice Sylveon. So look at this. This is an amazing lane duo. You get the setup from the Rock Tomb, that immediately sets up for a very easy Hyper Voice. You can melt some of these really squishy Pokemon on Talent PH, so you've got to be super careful about your position in this game. But at the same time, be careful of your Sylveon, don't block your Sylveon, as we saw on the screen just now.
Gotta check, gotta ensure your allies here, gotta face check the bush trails and Rock Tomb. If he goes for fishing catch anyone, that would be benefit for them, but if it doesn't, it just slow things down. But good pickup from the side, he was able to get a decent amount of trades and able to go for the resets here. Although our central area, not really massive fights happening so far, just a couple of skirmishes here. They really need to get that Trevenant to level 5. They managed to get the Phantom out too. Now he's currently level 5, he's a little bit going toe to toe. I believe there's axe scissors on the Crustle as well.
Yeah, Exorcist. So it looks like they do get the knockout there onto the Clefable. So it's going to be some experience going in the way of Talon PH. But so far, macro-wise, experience-wise, Talon are currently leading. They are actually doing very well in both of their lanes. They're not really feeling any pressure. In fact, it's actually Talon being the ones to apply the pressure to Team True Gravity. The Dodrio pick hasn't paid off as of yet, but maybe this is the time to shine. If you can get the double KO here, this will make it pay off. They will get that Glaceon. And it looks like the Lucario will also be going down. So great double knockout there for Team True Gravity. Oh my goodness, that was what they needed. So their side lanes were struggling a little bit. They were at the mercy of Talon PH, but Dodrio coming in, just providing just enough damage so that the resets were not going to save Talon there.
You know, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not too sure about it, but I just noticed that was there a follow me utilized on Lucario to lure him out, to pull him out of the hyperspace hole here? Because it felt, it was a lot of things happening, but it seems that way. But
Could
you know,
be.
but regardless, objectives has already been secured and both sides will be evenly splitting it out for themselves. But then again, there is still the existence of the Hooper here. Once they clear this out, they're going to bring this whole team to that top side if necessary as well. But looks like Team Purple here will be able to secure the Regieleki, and now they're trying to hold up for the defense. The Hyper Voice is a little bit too much for the Glacier to really tank it out. Even with the Gold Force assist here, they will slowly fall back and will have to surrender it away. The Glacier doing his best to do as much damage as possible. But guess what? A Clefable healing with the Moonlight. I don't think you're going to be able to try to get anyone from this pickup for this trade unless the Intel has something to say about it. Snipe shot, unfortunately, not going to be connecting. What about the second one? Totally fine with it. Team playing back-to-back to ensure security. But I guess I got to follow me, try to lock that down in place, but I was able to spot the Lucario just in time. Hyperspace portal, can it be selected? Yes, it will. Secure 2 players, so there will no be double KOs on the side for Team True Gravity.
And True Gravity are coming into their stride here. So yes, they may not have been able to get the bottom objective, but they got the Regieleki. You break that top tier goal zone, meaning for the next Regieleki, there's no speed flux for that top lane for Talon PH. They make it a bit difficult to reinforce in that top lane if they do end up fighting up there. The resets though are a little annoying for Team True Gravity, but the fact that Dodrio and Sylveon just give them enough setup, you can shred them before the hyperspace hole kicks in. And also, let's not forget the play that we saw from Rise last season during the league stage. The knock-up from a triple trample can also cancel the Hooper hyperspace hole. So I hope Talon PH are aware of this and they are ready for this, because I think if you haven't learned that lesson, that's going to be a bit of an issue here. But looks like they weren't able to get the elimination on the Trevenant. So much commitment, but just not able to get that KO. They will finish off the Inteleon, and they're going to try and go onto the Glaceon. They will get that knockout too, and also finish off with a final KO. The tree goes down. Dodrio did go down in the process, but I think all in all, Team True Gravity kind of happy with that trade. It could have gone worse.
Perfectly coordinated, let's be honest, right? Like the minute the Hydro Typhoon, you couldn't ask for more better timing for the Dodrio to really jump all the way into the Inteleon. He had no way to really defend it while the rest of the team was really being held back initially by the rest of his teammates here. And the minute they lose your backliners, all you have is just pretty much meatbags in the line with not enough damage to really melt them all away here. So although yes, it was a very costly trade for them here, but I don't think it was a very beneficial one for Talon PH at all.
Looks like it's going to be the top objective here for Talon PH, wanting to get the Regieleki themselves to maybe break that top tier 1 goal zone. They do have the damage there. Crustal pulling back the Trevenant. Great setup for that KO, but the Crustal will go down as well. So 2 defenders down on either side. Hooper going to be locking in that Sylveon and zoning him out. Glaceon, free hits in that bottom section, taking out that Clefable. So 2 Pokemon are not going to be here for this fight unless Team True Gravity can somehow stall. Down bottom though, Dodrio taking the Reg Ice for his team by himself. Sylveon being taken out by Sync 1 on that Glaceon, but a counter KO coming in from that Crustal. And now we're going to have a push here. Even a Unite being committed by this Inteleon. They want to push. They want to get rid of that Speed Flux, get rid of that healing. The Surf though connecting onto Dylan, but Duck losing a lot of health here. The Regieleki is still here, and even using a Phantom Forest from that Trevenant, trying to lock Pokemon off that goal zone. Hydro Typhoon connecting onto 3. But can they defend? Maybe they're running out of power here. Looks like Lucario going in for the charge up, being chased by the Dodrio. Will be knocked down the backlines. Hooper just barely dodging that Dodrio, and the reset will come in. Are they going to come back? It looks like they're going to leave it there.
Oh my god, it was so costly as well because a lot of Unite moves were coming out for Talon PH. Although yes, they get a pick, they got a KO, they got a pick off, but I don't think that it was was it really worth it? I really don't think so here. You are fighting into really strong goalpost defenders here. It's really hard to really break through, even with the Claymore of Honor.
Cool Fable is fantastic for defending. Moonlight heals so much.
Like even initially, before they even secure the Regideki, like the crosser just pops
Okay,
in.
why? No!
Oh no, just this close. That's gonna be decent amount of points drop at the 9 for each. On a hyperspace portal, but that's not gonna really work out. But yeah, like just like you saw, right? The crosser bought the Unite move, the Rumble Rouse, and try to run in. It took all 4 people to really melt him out, to remove him right before they secure the Regideki. That's how tanky this guy is. Without the Emperor to really deal with it. Sure, if he's isolated, they can slowly kite him and then melt him up, poke him into submission. But if Team True Gravity really committed it, if they really decide to commit for it, I'm not too sure that Talent PH can really like, or this Traveler can really lock them down long enough for these beefy liners to really get to their back line.
We're about to hit that 2-minute mark, and let's look at the level situation for both of these teams. We're looking at a massive level 14 Dodrio on the side of Team True Gravity. Going to play a pivotal role for this team. Now, Dodrio, yes, backcapping is absolutely possible. Talent PH are going to have to be prepared to either defend for the potential backcap, or they're going to leave this and maybe go for a race for that Rayquaza. Looks like they want to try and go for a score themselves, but I mean, you've got a Blastoise sitting on that goal zone. What's going to be the play here for Talent PH? They are behind on points. Looks like the setup, they do have that Crystal starting in with the Rock Tomb, but we are looking at a very split team here. Blastoise by himself in that top lane. Maybe going to try and go for a backstab here, but Inteleon is going to spot him out. Everyone's slowly backing up here for Team True Gravity. Dodrio, though, is out of the picture, and we still haven't seen this Blastoise. He's hiding in the bush. His team is being eliminated. They almost get RBX. The Hydro Pump will take him out. It's going to be the Blastoise and the Dodrio, but can they defend by themselves? They do get the 3-man knockup. Dodrio coming in, but is it too late though? Do they have the finisher? Blastoise is gone. It's all down to Dodrio, but he gets shot down by Dylan. The snipe shots just too deadly for the triple-headed bird.
I can't believe it. It seemed like they had an
The
opportunity,
steal,
but they finally broke it through.
The
So
delay,
close though.
Vulcan, is this
Trying to find
man
an
going to
opportunity.
be a legend? He won't.
Nah, he won't.
Oh my goodness, Talent PH. What a fight there, but the execution from Team True Gravity, that was a peculiar position coming in from our purple side.
I agree.
The team didn't quite collapse under Talent PH. If anything, they were being corralled towards that bottom lane, and the Blastoise really just came in too late into that team fight.
Yeah. I think they had an idea, but just didn't expect that one final burst of energy. Right? It's that kind of thing where you don't force a wolf to a corner because it will really bite back. I think this is really the same situation between Team True Gravity and Talent PH, because let's be honest, Talent PH wasn't really behind in level. Sure, they were behind in points, but they weren't so behind at the point where they couldn't be turned around the fight. They still had decent amount of damage, decent amount of control here. And if you look at how they really engaged into the fight as well, they didn't really like went for a full 5v5. They just went for pickups. They targeted, they isolated, they removed certain variables from the equation. Then they realized, okay, fine, we removed the threat. Now we can remove the rest. And then it was pretty much a clean sweep for the rest of the squad.
Well, I mean, the threat really was that Dodrio. And Dodrio, first Pokemon eliminated going into that mid-section fight, right? So with Dodrio out of the picture, True Gravity, what do you really do? Because your next Pokemon in line is the Sylveon.
Yes.
But Sylveon still needs somebody to create those openings. And with the way that Melon was playing, Melon was actually playing pretty far back with Zeshal. He tried to not play too far forward because he knew he could be shredded by a Glaceon and an Inteleon. And so he had to play close to Zeshal. Zeshal wants to also play away from Melon. Your frontliner, your Blastoise, isn't there. And you've also lost Akul, who's supposed to give you those openings with a potential triple trample. So it was just a very messy late game, unfortunately, there for Team True Gravity, not really able to find their footing. But they did play very well, I have to say. They did a pretty remarkable job going up against Talent PH. Firstly, keeping the momentum with their general play style and also having those points over them. It was just that late game.
The thing is this, right? I'm not too sure because of the fact that, sure, early game coming from Team True Gravity, I think they had all the boxes checked now. Everything, what they're supposed to do, what more control, what's their potential. I think they have everything checked out for themselves. They're pretty comfortable with it. However, like you said, the last round, I believe it really just came down to positioning coming from Aku, right? Because he just couldn't find a way to really get into it. Sure, we had Dark Horse at the back line. Yeah, it came a little bit late, but it's still a very prime position to really pop out that Hydro Typhoon to control Dylan. Because in that very last fight, I think it was the only one fight that we see between both of these two teams where Aku was not on top of Dylan. There's so many times Aku was able to remove Dylan or at least keep him in check or zone him out. That one crucial fight, he just wasn't in position to do exactly that.
If Aku came I even think 1.5 seconds earlier to come into that fight with Duck, I think you may have actually looked at Team True Gravity to take this game.
Right.
But it was just too late. Duck already committed the Hydro Typhoon. The throw had already been used. He got absolutely shredded by Talon PH, and then it was all Aku. And as usual, right, when you're playing that dance with an Inteleon, it's not fun as Dodrio. Yes, you are probably the fastest Pokemon alive, but if you are going to be caught by that snipe shot, there's not really much you can do about it. So, oh man, what a great first game coming in really from Team True Gravity and Talon PH. I think a lot of people weren't really sure what to expect coming in from our representative from India, but True Gravity really showing that they are a team that you don't want to underestimate.
Definitely, for sure. And now with this thought in mind, we also need to remember the fact that we also have that rule as well. So they won't have the blasters for them to utilize. They also would not have the crossel. So they will somewhat lose that initial control that they have when they go to the second round. By the way, let's just quickly look to the replay, right? Really stick to they really played with the playstyle, with the composition. They actually ran into the round itself. Silver with the Rock Tomb as well. And like I said, Crosser is like one of the best gold defenders. Blaster is one of the best top laners as well. And I think everything was just really working out for them. It's just that one moment here. And although despite the advantage that Team True Gravity had, Talon PH was doing a phenomenal job really to keep up with the level. They managed to get up the necessary level, understand the strengths of their composition, didn't really overcommit unless necessary. Yes, this is the one team that was a little bit costly for them. They only took 2 for the price of 4. I think this is the only one of the heaviest losses they had. After that, it was just really small skirmishes here. And really go for punish. I think this is the beginning. This is the part where they really begin to decide, you know what, fine. Let's not try to go for that backline. Let's melt all these walls. Melt them down. We have the capabilities. We didn't even need to utilize Unite Move to really melt them down initially. Although yes, they did commit the Hoopa Unbound, but towards the late game, you see they just went for isolation kill. They tried to melt away the crosser, force up the Unite move. And then the rest of the squad was just really forced into this massive fight.
It was just a really unfortunate position to be in for True Gravity. Like we saw as this clip just started, Dodrio was still out of the picture for 4 seconds. Duck was in the bush. The team didn't really have anywhere to go because there was just so much gap close as well on the side of Talon PH. So just that late game, after what we've seen in this matchup, if Team True Gravity can somehow figure out a way to clean up that late game, to just have it be easier to execute, or maybe think of a different way to position yourself around that Rayquaza pitch, I actually think they had a good opportunity to win that matchup. It was just, I think, the little mistakes built up, and it built up to the point of no return.
And really from the Lucario, the stat flash really pulled through for him in that really close quarter of combat here, right? He really just dived into it here because he really needed to try to keep the attention on top of him, right? Even in Talon, I think in the positioning, his adjustment to his positioning was really fantastic towards that pit as well, because he just stopped with the Hoopa. He's just like, nope! You want to come at me? Fine, you can come at me anytime you want. I'm always going to be nearby my supports. It's not going to be the situation where he's comfortable in the backline, but if he's comfortable in the backline, but he's alone, which gives him an opportunity for the Dodrio to come in. But now in that last Rayquaza pit, not just because of the positioning, but he also find it really hard. Even if he got into position, how can he really dive into both the Lucario and the Hoopa? It was really difficult for him, and this Lucario was just tanking everything. At one point when he really reached towards that HP threshold, the step pass popped in. I'm like, oh, that extra shield, that extra HP, absolutely phenomenal. He really just kept himself going. And there's really not a lot of magic nukes, a lot of nukers on their side as well coming from True Gravity. So there's not really anyone that could really finish things off, something like what an Inteleon can really do with that snipe shot here.
Yeah. All right, so we are getting prepared to jump into game number 2 here for this best of 3 series. But True Gravity, they are down 1 game. So what has to happen here is for True Gravity to stay in the upper bracket, they're going to have to win the next 2 games back to back. And for Talon PH, all they need to do is to win 1 game. But it's not a simple case of just they only need to win 1 or 2 games. They also have to plan out their drafts for these next 1 or potentially 2 matches. Now, we've got a lot of big Pokemon that are suddenly not available for either
course.
of these teams, right? So Hoopa, Inteleon, Glaceon, big contenders, not available now on the side of Talon PH, whereas for True Gravity, you've lost the Blastoise, Crustle is out, and even Clefable. I'd even consider their whole lineup, all of them tier 1 competitive Pokemon. So going into game number 2, True Gravity, they're going to have to pick something that can actually beat Talon, but I also question, how is Talon going to approach game number 2? Because we saw in the first matchup, Unite Holic versus Team MYS.
Yes.
Unite Holic, they kind of used game number 2 as a way to drain MYS's pool of strong Pokemon.
Correct.
So is that going to be the plan here as well for game number 2 for Talon PH? Or is Talon PH just going to go all out, hope that they can get that 2-0 and not have to bother with the game 3?
I actually feel game 1 was actually Talon PH really draining the Pokemon coming out from the side of Team True Gravity because of the fact that them winning the game at the cost of only 2 of their players' usual go-to Pokemons. They never played the Trevenant, by the way. They never really touched the Lucario either way as well. They only utilized Sing's Glaceon. They utilized only Hoopa's KY's Hoopa and the Inteleon. 3 Pokemon was only utilized to really try and they really got a win out of it. So there's still other comfortable Pokemon for them to really go back into it. RBX still has his Blastoise. RBX also still has his Slowbro. Lab, yes, he may not be able to play his usual. He cannot play Lucario anymore, but his usual go-to was the Buzzwole, the Cross, or the Leafeon.
Dylan's also got his Pikachu.
Yes, and his Espeon
Pikachu
too.
and Espeon. So there's a lot of big options still on the side of Talon.
Correct.
For Team True Gravity,
That's all so serious.
sir, they are down 1 game. I think you kind of need to be serious for the next 2
I know.
games if they want to stay within
Like
this
you
tournament.
know, a man means business. You're like,
Love it. Oh,
hey, yeah, gotta love you, man.
So cute.
Love you, buddy. Gotta show the love.
But all smiles there for Talon PH. I just love the mental
You know,
the mental for Talon PH. The team is always so happy-go-lucky.
I think we call it a positive mental attitude.
PMA.
PMA.
Yes. Talon is a pretty PMA team. I mean, at Worlds, like I hung out with the team, and regardless of what happened, like they were all just a really happy bunch. Constant smiles. I heard not a single bad word, not a peep. I didn't even see any furrowed eyebrows. It was just a really, really happy team. So for them going into game number 2, I mean, they're feeling pretty positive, pretty happy. I don't really think they're worried too much.
It's definitely quite the momentum booster, right? Like especially when you win against such a prominent team like Team True Gravity and the players that they have with their rosters, you tend to feel like, all right, this is such a great opportunity. Like I don't think a lot of teams ever had an opportunity to play such against tier 1 teams before, right? That kind of thing. It's such a grand stage. So winning the first round is definitely great, but it's also important that you do not let it get into your head, right? That kind of thing. Because now with this new rule, things can change. And like Team True Gravity, they still have a lot of cards, hidden abilities to utilize in this competition. There is still a best of 3. Second game will definitely determine how the round will go. Sure, you did lose one of your best top laners with the Blastoise. You did lose one of the tankiest defenders like the Crustle as well. A lot of prime Pokemons on their side, but it's definitely not the end of the road for them. Have a lot of hidden cards for them to utilize. Can't wait to see what they bring into this game.
I want to know what the players are thinking as well for the side of True Gravity. So after what has happened in game number 1, obviously they're going to identify their issues for that matchup. And what is the solution going into game number 2? Because they did a lot of things right. It really just came down to that small collective mistakes, I guess, going into that late game. So how are they going to fix the issues? Is it the Pokemon that they choose? Is it their playstyle? Was it maybe a communication breakdown? It almost feels like it did come down to a bit of a communication mishap for this team because they were just all over the place.
The thing is this, right? Like now they do need to take into account, right? Like what is going to be the competition coming up for Talon PH? Because if you do look at it from another point of view, if you realize that Talon PH's other competition doesn't really have any more like late game scaling, like a lot of like multiple evolution Pokemon, then you somewhat like maybe Team True Gravity did enough reason to understand like, okay, maybe we can try to build in like a little bit more late game competition. Like Aku bring in his Dragonite again as his main. I think his Dragonite has been pretty solid as well. But as I say this, Sing also has decent amount of Pokemon that has multiple evolution. He has Venusaur, he has Gardevoir. Sure, no more Glaceon. He's already utilized Glaceon in that last round, unfortunately. But
I mean, I think I'd be more worried about Talon getting Leafeon this round.
Yes, in the hands of LeBron, right?
Yes. So LeBron's Leafeon is monstrous. And Leafeon, I would argue that Leafeon counters any hard scaling Pokemon that need experience. It just decimates all of them. Even into the late game, couple Solar Blades, you're done.
Sure.
So they have to also be aware of the fact that there is potentially going to be that Leafeon. Sylveon, we've seen Talon pick Sylveon a couple times, but I do think Leafeon would be the priority choice.
It's a lot better.
It's a lot better. And also Dylan will be getting Pikachu. Dylan in lane as a Pikachu? Worst decision, worst thing you'll ever experience. You will just want to leave the tournament when you realize that you're going up against a laney Pikachu piloted by Dylan. So they also have to be aware of the fact that, like, okay, if we want to go for late scaling, how are we going to compensate for these really tough lanes?
No, okay, now I'm trying to picture this out, right? Like, sure, I feel Pikachu is still a little bit situational. I think it really depends on the competition to really make that kind of thing. Well, yeah, Pikachu is great. He's strong. Dylan plays is amazing, but I think it was amazing in that game, particularly like when he was utilizing it in regional stage, because it just somewhat makes sense, right?
It makes sense here though, because there's no Crustle. There's no Crustle that's going to get on top of the Pikachu. Dodrio is also not going to be available for True Gravity. And unless True Gravity plays something like a Zoro to try and jump on top of the Pikachu, anything with some real gap close. Even, I think to a certain degree, some teams, they use Leafeon as a way to sort of jump onto that Pikachu. But I don't know if True Gravity are comfortable enough to play Leafeon, because India, weirdly enough, has a pretty different meta compared to the rest of Asia. Southeast Asia and East Asia, they do share a lot of similarities, and there's also a lot of influence between these two regions.
Yeah.
But India kind of does their own thing. It's more player-led rather than scene or regional-led.
No, which I totally agree, because even if you see their past composition, right, it's a lot of, like, I guess you could say really like brawler, a lot more brawler composition, like just really damage over time, a lot more burst. You don't see a lot like just like a lot of double, like they don't really run like double pokes, they like to run like Dragonites, they like to run Tyrannotars, they like Glaceon, Espeon, Ninetales, Mimikyus, all these kind of damage dealers. It just somewhat tells you a lot of the fact that, okay, it doesn't feel like a lot of poking, like long range poking, like what an Inteleon can someone deliver, or like a Venusaur Solar Beam. It's just more like just head-on brawl. Just keep fighting head-on as the fight prolongs. Whoever is able to sustain throughout the fight will be the true winner here.
Speaking of true winner, we're going to find out who is going to be the winner of game number 2 in about 15 minutes. The draft is ready here for Talon PH and Team True Gravity, and I hope the players are ready to go, and I hope they have something strategized for this next upcoming game, because both these teams, there are going to be 5 Pokemon banned from each side at the moment. They cannot play any of the Pokemon they played during game number 1.
Yep.
So they're going to have to dig deep and see what this is going to be. Now, Talon PH will ban the Hooper. Talon cannot play Hooper themselves, so of course they don't want to deal with Team True Gravity if they can get the Hooper, and it looks like it's going to be the Buzzwole for Talon PH. This is a very, very strong Pokemon right now. I think the community
without
is
question
kind of asking for Buzzwole to be, to be nerfed at this point, but I'm kind of wondering how's Team True Gravity going to deal with a top lane Buzzwole.
It is difficult because, like, one, you don't have the Blasters anymore. You don't really have that kind of top lane that really like go toe to toe with the Buzzwole. I've seen Lucario slowly coming into it for a certain team, whether it's in Southeast Asia, East Asia, or in the NAEU. Some teams actually try to utilize the Lucario to go toe to toe with the Buzzwole, because I did mention before, like, he's really great. He has really great solo plays, really great early game. If he opt to go for power up punch, he actually secures a lot more better compared to the Buzzwole for the early phase as well. But that's like, there's a few options. Teams are still trying to figure out like how to really put down the Buzzwole. But of course,
the opening 3 from Talon PH,
that is so scary.
I feel nauseous looking at these 3 Pokemon.
That is crazy.
And then Team True Gravity, okay, they are going to fall back to the Dragonite. This is, as you said, a Pokemon that they are incredibly comfortable with, and they will also get their hands on the Inteleon, a great late game option, and also a great objective Pokemon to get those Reggies, to get that Rayquaza. Because if you look at Talon, they don't really have anyone that can out-secure a Inteleon as of yet. So what are the options? It's going to be that Leafeon I spoke about. And they also get the Venusaur. So 2 great securers. They have their a long-range attacker. They have that speedster to get into the face of Team True Gravity and to chase down that Inteleon. Oh boy, this draft from Talon.
This is fantastic. I mean, we're pretty sure going to see like LeBron and Singh switch it up, because I believe it is going to be LeBron's Leafeon and Singh's Venusaur for a fact. But I think this is going to be pretty great because I'm really curious on what's going to be the play for this Venusaur. Is it going to be the solo beam to try to outrange? I mean, there's no way he can outrange the Italian, but like once we get to those a little bit more compact areas, then he should be within poke range to try to counteract. Solo Blade is pretty great. I know a lot of people have been hyping out the Leafeon for good reasons as well, but I feel Leafeon somewhat like if the Leafeon's not really snowballing early, like really like slowing things down, like poking them out here with the Solo Blade, like it feels like it just slowly falls off towards the late game if once players are able to withstand the damage of the Solo Blade. Still big damage, don't get me wrong, still big damage, but I still think it's just not as crazy as combos coming in from like a Buzzsaw, right, that kind of thing, or an Italian snipe shots here. But a lot of control, a lot of mobility coming in from Team True Gravity here. I'm really curious how they want to tackle it. Now, sure, Dragonite is going to be, Aku's going to be going to the mid area here, but it's going to be a Leafeon against the Dragonite. Sure, you can get the Dragonite on the Dragonite, try to rotate and poke out in those lanes. But unless he gets that Hyper Beam, then I feel we're only going to be able to see some significant damage coming in from that Dragonite.
Just looking at these two teams so far, so we have backcapping potential and objective secure / rip on the side of True Gravity. That Dragonite, I think this Pokemon is starting to really pick up in popularity. People are finally starting to realize the niche that Dragonite brings, right? Dragonite, you have a semi-global ability that helps you reposition. You do not need a Hooper to do this at all. He can single-handedly take those objectives, the Regis, the Rayquaza, all by himself if need be. And depending on the build, I think he can actually really crush some of these frontliners. He can be range, he can be melee. Obviously, they want the secure in that Hyper Beam instead.
Not very long range, but still decent amount of
mid-range. I mean, it's still decent.
And you got the Dragon Dance that allows you to really close in the gaps, and bonus attack speed is also pretty great for that long, prolonged fight, especially against the Venusaur too.
I'm just a little bit worried about this early game because your early game is
a little bit slow, right?
It's not slow. It's really passive from True Gravity. If you look at, we don't have it here, but just looking at my sheet here, very passive lanes. You're not going to be able to get any very easy KOs at all. It's actually going to be on the side of Talon. You've got a Leafeon. You have to deal with a Buzzwole. Buzzwole is a nightmare to deal with in that top lane. And then Venusaur, quick evolving Pokemon that can be quite problematic as well. So if True Gravity can somehow come out of this laning stage unscathed, then mid-game is not too bad, especially if they can get their levels on their two true carries, which is the Inteleon and that Dragonite.
I'm just concerned whether do they have enough damage to really melt out all these frontliners, right? That kind of thing. You have the Moonlight into the Cross and Rumble Rousers as well. There's a lot of shielding coming into the mix of this.
Disruption.
Yeah, a lot of disruption as well. Like, sure, Buzzwole, sure, maybe you have a chance, but like, if that crosses in your face, right? Like, what can you really do about that kind of thing? And
not a lot.
Yeah, right. That kind of thing. Like, if they Talent, I think like every weakness of any attacker Pokemon, right, is like if you get gunned, if you get disrupted in any way, the damage is entirely gone. Your frontliner, your Lapras will be just there trying to buy the time and hope for you to actually really get into a better position to keep on the damage. Because if not, the Lapras can't really sustain that long either as well.
I mean, Lapras is not too bad. If anything, I think Lapras is a great solution for that Buzzwole because it's just going to sit in the front lines depending on the build. I think it might be Ice Beam. The potential to freeze is great for those melee Pokemon that want to be in your face. But we do get a double KO, one for each side. One on the Buzzwole, one on the Lapras. So a great trade. And if anything, a trade that True Gravity is happy to make.
Definitely, for sure. Although it didn't really like somewhat give hopefully the edge that any of these teams were somewhat looking for as well. But whatever EXP that they can get, they should try to achieve, especially for our dear friend Venusaur here.
Yeah.
Really, especially with multiple Pokemon with multiple evolution, you just need a lot of that farm, a lot of that EXP. Train it out with the wild Pokemon to really keep up with the name of the game hip hop. Lapras, my friend, not having the time of day, and the Solar Blade literally forged in the light of the sun. They're going to be cutting down all these players on the bottom side here. Really painful, let's be honest here.
It's
going toe-to-toe with the Leafeon.
Yeah, it's the situation you're going to have to deal with as an Inteleon. I mean, if there's a Leafeon, that Pokemon will always gun down for you if possible. Looks like the middle Swablues were taken out by Talon PH, and they will also get an additional KO by that Eldegoss, and they're going to keep on going because the 5-man push power for Talon PH here is so incredibly strong. They want to try and go get a overcap here, so they will score it. They need to break it with 9 points. They have 30 on the Venusaur if they want to commit that. But what has happened is they have given that top lane away to Team True Gravity. So they're going to go for their own counter KOs, secure experience if possible, and maybe they go for a trade here. The bottom Reggie maybe going to Talon, and then True Gravity just going for that Reggie Yololee for themselves. I mean, this is the best thing that they can ask for because they cannot 5v5 into Talon yet.
Definitely, for sure. And I think the fact that they just decided to like just leave the top lane, just try to prioritize the bottom side, just at least share out those objectives, they are totally fine with it. They get a couple of KOs, I think that's going to be quite the bonus for them. The objective is a little bit more of a priority for them. Sure, they can't get the Regieleki, but I think we're going to be seeing a slight rotation coming in soon as well. The Venusaur on the Leafeon definitely have a no problem securing this Reggie steal for sure. The amount of damage that they have. But now what about the defense for the goal post? It is a Regieleki as well. They can't afford it to let it go in. But like I said, Crossel, one of the best defenders. Boswell, massive amount of damage. You got a Clefable, one of the best healer support in the scene. But a little bit too far for the range. And Moonlight is of course off cooldown now. No way to sustain. But I guess LeBron going an absolute ham here to try to zone them out of the way. And now Reinforcer is coming in. Cavalry has arrived. Jumping in the Unite boost. Jumping in the Solar Blade. Sure, you can take a couple of my allies, but guess what? You will still not be able to achieve your objective here.
Talon PH, amazing bait there with the Crustal, actually lining up for a off-screen solar beam from that Venusaur. Actually cut down a lot of Team True Gravity down inside, and that was what was the catalyst for them to be able to turn that fight around. I actually thought the Venusaur was going to get into that fight, but great setup from them to stop that push altogether. So we're now back to square one for both of these teams to secure as much experience as possible. And so far, it looks like map control is in favor of Talon PH. They are eating this map. They are cooking. Look at the level difference. You're looking at 2 level 11s and a level 10 for Talon PH, whereas only Dragonite and Inteleon have hit level 10 on the side of Team True Gravity. If True Gravity can somehow figure out how to get their macro in attack, they might be able to make this comeback happen. The team fight is happening. They have picked off that Venusaur in the process, but are they going to regret their decision? Buzzwell taken out, as well as that Crustal. Big victory so far for True Gravity, and they're looking to grab one more, meaning they get a team wipe. KY is going home. And Team True Gravity, they don't want to go home.
This is great. This is literally what they were looking for as well, right? They
Yes.
just say, you know, it's fine. We don't have to be separate anymore. We have our levels. We already got our max evolution. Let's try to force out one of these fights. And what's even better, Talon PH actually literally went into that fight one by one. It wasn't a full 5-man squad. Everyone was pretty separated out. Everyone was pretty forced into the fight, which was, by the way, not really needed for them because they had somewhat of a lead and somewhat or some control. But now things somewhat like elevated Team True Gravity a little bit. Sure, level race wise, still slightly a bit behind, but now they finally quit out. Now it's their turn as well. They say, fine, you wanna go for isolation pickups? So can we. This is exactly what this competition was built for. Rock to into the Solar Blade. Rock to into the Solar Blade. If that's not enough, you get 2 for 1 if that's not enough for you.
They're going to try and break this goal zone. They will get it though, so Regieleki going to threaten the tier 2, but we are looking at a trade here in Inteleon. Actually, no, Zeshul just not going to bother with the Regice. Pretty interesting decision to actually not take that at all. Of course, it's just a health buff. It is only going to give them a little bit of experience, so I guess they are prioritizing protecting that top tier 2 goal zone. But oh my goodness, the damage coming in again from this Venusaur. He is left unchecked. No one is on top of him, dishing out so much damage, constantly defending, jumping in, hoping that the jump pad knockup is going to be enough to buy time.
Crazy.
But so far, they are just giving themselves away one by one to Talon PH. Not the best, but they were able to protect that goal zone, but at the cost of a lot of experience. Level 13 on the Venusaur and the Leafeon, 12 on that Buzzwole, and again, just level 12 on both of the late game Pokemon for Team True Gravity. But they do get a Leafeon though, so that's going to be a great boost of experience. Reg Ice, this is the next objective.
Definitely. So now the rest of the team also slowly rotating down to see if they can try to find some prime opportunity here. Rest of the squad is not really here, and my friend KY taking a little bit too much damage here, trying to step it away with a Solar Beam, but will not be able to do so, not in the face of the Sniper here. That's a lot of damage here. By the way, it was in that top fight at goal post, I felt like, yes, you want to play around the goal post because you want to get that additional damage and shield buffs, right? But it just someone make this a lot more easier for the Bowser, right? He didn't really need to chase you down. He knows exactly where you're going to be where you're going to be playing around with as well. So him able to get it in Thailand was actually pretty great. A lot more control, a lot more better. However, this back and forth fight has been pretty great. They managed to find our dear friend Melon. Definitely going to be cut down to size here. Pretty solid, pretty tanky, the slow roll for sure for the fact here. but they will not have this level for a couple more seconds. While the rest of the squad trying to get the necessary amount of level whenever they can and however they can, actually, as well.
He's going to be a bit late to that top fight, and with 20 seconds to go, you need to contest or delay that Reggie Alecki if these two teams do decide to go for it. So it looks like Talent, they're going to send both of their high damage Pokemon, that Leafeon and that Venusaur. This is an issue. True Gravity are going to let this Reggie Alecki walk in, and are they going to race for the Rayquaza? They've actually managed to catch one. They got they got the Buzzwole, but they haven't finished him off as of yet. They do take out the Buzzwole, so it's going to be a 4 versus 5. But hang on a minute, the Leafeon was low. Can they finish him off? Not quite enough damage. They don't have the latch, but they do get another KO. It's Venusaur. Now Crustle caught with the lockup as well. But I think this might just be it. Have True Gravity collapsed into Talon PH? They've only got one left. It's that Leafeon.
I can't believe it. This feels like a deja vu moment as well. It just came out the positioning as two.
We have to watch. Is there going to be a Solar Blade Steal?
Dylan, best.
Emerald
Drop the
2-step.
Unite. Oh, I just couldn't.
KO'd. Oh, not enough.
True Gravity absolutely disciplined about it. Like, they weren't forced, despite seeing the Leafeon very near to the Rayquaza pit, they weren't forced to do even more damage to the Rayquaza pit. They just said, you know what, divert our attention to the Leafeon. Do not play by his terms here. And that just totally worked out for them. Unfortunately, a lot of points being dunked into the mix as well. I think it's a little bit too late. Or any form of chance to really turn things around. I think it's just so difficult right now.
It was a great catch as well for Team True Gravity to catch out the Buzzwole. They almost took him out, forced to unite, and because of that, Talon PH panic retreated to try and come back to save that Buzzwole, and in the process to lose your Venusaur next. You could not, in that case, lose Venusaur or Leafeon, because Leafeon was also low.
Yeah.
They were not in a position to fight at all.
They were pressured to fight for this, right? Because you see one of your allies getting picked up this early, right? Like a couple of seconds before the Rayquaza pit. You just felt, I think, like you said, panic, chaos was really happening on the team comms as well. They just jumped into the mix and hoped for the best there, but it just didn't work out. And I think this is just one of the few, like, I guess you could say, like, a very beautiful gift that Team True Gravity was able to get right before the Rayquaza. Couldn't ask for a more better opportunity, because they really need to try to wait to break the stalemate between both sides, and literally Talon just delivered to them on a silver platter.
Yeah, with 10 seconds to go, and sure, they got a team wipe in. They're just not going to be able to get there in time. Team True Gravity going to push the series to game number 3. I have heard so many things about India leading up to ACL, and I am so glad we might be able to get some of these people to eat their words. Stop underestimating India. This is a region that is untapped. I think there's a lot of potential here. We saw this at Worlds as well. The one region that almost took out Luminosity. Do not underestimate True Gravity. They are kicking, they are fighting, they have a dream to accomplish.
It was really great. Really waited it out, trying to find a window of an opportunity, and they just got it. Absolutely fantastic game as well. And this is the kind of composition as well that you really like. If you look at the composition, you will feel like the fact that, okay, Talon PH feels like they had the better draft in the kind of thing, right? Kind of situation from all across the board. But when it came to the game itself, they just really knew how to tackle it, right? Just buy the time, get those levels out, and literally finding LeBron in that brush while they're doing their rotation. I think it was just a gift sent from God. Like, I think they were just very happy with that kind of opening.
It was also, I think, a really great play coming in from True Gravity, because they knew Talon PH were at the Reggie Alecki pit. So they probably assumed, okay, we're going to give them Reggie Alecki, but if we can catch someone here, we know the team is not going to be together.
Right.
And so once they saw the Reggie Alecki was taken, instantly gunned for LeBron. Caught him with the slow beam, could not do anything. Didn't even manage to get away with the eject button. And that was it. The team just collapsed. They went in one by one. I don't think they could have played patiently either, because at the end of the day, you have some phenomenal damage output on the side of Team True Gravity. They can outpace Talon PH if they want to take objectives, 100%. So Talon PH were forced to fight, hope to delay, maybe get some counter KOs, hoping that Team True Gravity might overstep their boundary, make a mistake. That didn't happen. It was Talon who were the ones to get maybe a bit too overconfident, considering how the game was going up until this point.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. Really abide their time in that, and that opportunity just came to them. I guess you could say it was really unexpected for them too. But regardless, this is definitely a little bit of a wake-up call for Talon PH, for sure. And I think it's a pretty big hit for Talon PH as well, because like I said, first game, they came in with 3 of their best, and then 3 of their best Pokemon. Their most
This
comfortable
is still
Pokemon.
their best.
Exactly, and now in the second game, it's even more Pokemon to be utilized, but they weren't able to secure that win. It's that talk that I have with Flava, where it's like it's a high risk, high reward kind of thing. You come in with your strongest lineup, your most comfortable lineup as well. If you're not able to secure it, it just benefits your opponents a lot more better for themselves here. But now, with that being said, we're going to the third game where a lot of restrictions. We're talking about double defenders and big utilized. There's not a lot of defenders left in the pool that's very comfortable to use. I mean, yes, there's a lot of defenders. We still have Memscoin. We still have the Gudra. We're not going to talk about the Greedent, but there's still the Trevenant here. and
Okay,
the
hold on.
Snorlax.
I want to talk about the Greedent. I want to
Really?
see a Greedent. I think this Pokemon is underutilized. I think people
For
are
a
not-
reason.
I feel like people just haven't found the proper niche for Greedent as of yet. And I think what Unite Holic did, that actually might be where Greedent shines. That backcapping, that just running around, being a nuisance, stealing wild Pokemon, stealing Aeos energy. I think that's the niche for Greedent. But the playstyle, it's not popular. It requires a lot of setup and a lot of Pokemon to not be chosen to be playable.
The thing is this, right? Greedent, it's like exactly what you mentioned. Greedent is the kind of Pokemon.
He's a pest.
Yeah, he's a pest. He plays well off the team, but he doesn't really play that well with the team compared. He doesn't really deliver the same value compared to the other defenders that we have in the current scene as well.
Yeah,
Not
he's
really
a little bit
comparable.
like Sableye to me, if anything. The only weakness between the two is that Sableye, it's just as is. It provides vision for the team. Yeah, it's like it doesn't evolve. Greedent actually does need to evolve, otherwise he can be stuck as the Squovit, and he's kind of not that great as a Squovit. He wants to be that Greedent.
Sure.
But Sableye, I don't think he requires as many resources as a Greedent to function.
True,
And
true.
even behind, a Sableye provides a lot more utility than a behind Greedent would.
I mean,
The vision in particular, the fact that he can go invisible to spot where the opponents are, to say like, okay, there's all of these spots that I've actually managed to spot out for our team. We know where to go. His Unite is fantastic if it connects to be able to send people home and to force a fight from 5v5 into 2v5. But it's a very mechanically difficult Pokemon to execute. Greedent, he's also really hard to play, but the payoff isn't as good as a Sableye.
Which hence comes back to my point, which is just that he's great, but he does not have the same exact value that what other Pokemon could deliver
Sableye,
that the team could
basically.
require.
Sableye 2.0, Sableye 1.0.
I mean, he's definitely
0.5.
like the thing is, Sableye is definitely out there, but I don't think we'll see like I think like Pokemon's like Gengar, Greedent. I don't think we're gonna be seeing like these kind of Pokemons into the scene. Really?
I think we're more likely to see a Gengar than we are to see a Greedent.
I mean,
yeah.
no, but I'm just putting them in that same category where we will. The chances of us seeing those kind of Pokemons in this competition at this moment, I don't think we're going to be able to have that opportunity. Not even with this kind of rule that we have. Oh,
Hey, this rule makes
but-
it more likely for these Pokemon
but
to appear.
I do have a theory. Okay? I do have a theory.
Oh, here we
right?
go.
So
We have a story.
we have a lot of teams that like to play like double defenders, right? And most of the time,
Yes.
Umbreon is always banned out, right? So you have a lot of beefy lineup. Whether it's all rounders, like high sustain all rounders, or really beefy defenders like Russell. There is a particular speedster that's still in the pool, and it's someone I believe is also quite the favorite for. Yes, it's quite the favorite for Team MOS HT as well, and that is actually Absol. Absol has one ability called Psycho Cut, right? Where as long as the skill connected, depending on how many Pokemon he connects it on, that actually marks the Pokemon, allowing any allies to do bonus damage to that marked Pokemon with the Psycho Cut as well. Pretty fast, great at diving towards the backlines. We have a lot of poking teams at the moment here as well. And you know, when we have this kind of rule, I feel like this is the kind of speedster where, especially when you have a team like Unite Holic who's trying to find thing out of the box here, this is the kind of Pokemon that really comes to light and be quite the surprise for most teams here. But like I said, this is a theory since we only thought about this with this new rule that came out.
The new rule and how many stars align. Because Absol is one of those Pokemon where I think you have to hit a lot of prerequisites before you look at Absol and say, this is a perfect Pokemon here.
Right.
Because I think
I
hitting...
never said he was perfect.
I know
said
it's
he
not
was pretty
perfect,
great.
but I'm just thinking like in that same vein, you could say the same thing for Scyther, right? Both of these Pokemon, they function very similarly.
Yes.
The only difference is that Scyther can go way harder than an Absol, I feel. Much more mobile, can backcap. Absol prefers to fight. You can backcap as well, but fighting is definitely the preferred way to use that Absol.
True. But I
So-
feel like you don't have that kind of high risk with the side though, right? Like if the side is not able to get out there, then it feels like it hurts a lot more compared to like what an Absol would have been in that same situation.
I mean, they both are terrible if they don't get a head start. They're so I'd probably rather go for a different speedster at that point in time. Something called a Leafeon that is
I know,
good at all
but
points of the game.
like I said, we need to slowly like think out of the box now, right? Because like Leafeon is currently not in the poll for both the teams. It's like whichever team who has played it or banned it, it would not be in the pool.
Yep, so Talon will not be able to play Leafeon. We still have it for Team True Gravity. True Gravity, though, they won't have Inteleon anymore. The Dragonite from that game just now has already been used. They don't have Crustle, they don't have Blastoise, they don't have Slowbro. There's a lot of defenders. And there's actually a lot of defenders True Gravity can't play. No Blastoise, Blastoise is, I guess you can play semi-defender. It's actually an all-rounder. Crustle, Blastoise,
Lapras.
Slowbro, Lapras.
No, that's what I'm saying. There is still the Mamoswine, there's still the Goodra, still the Snorlax. But if we
Snorlax is probably the most likely Pokemon on the side of True Gravity.
Yeah.
I just don't see
I see Goodra.
Mamoswine and Goodra here because there's no Clefable. Eldegoss has already been chosen, meaning that supporter options left for
Blissey.
True Gravity is Blissey, or they go for Comfey. Comfey has not been a popular choice just because the meta at the moment has been absolutely dominated by Clefable and Hooper.
Correct.
The alternative, if either of these two Pokemon are not available, is that Blissey.
No, I mean it's definitely gonna have to be the Blissey one. That will be like the next best thing, correct? And like, correct me if I'm wrong, but even from what I see from Team True Gravity as well, the hero pools like being utilized in competitive, I don't really see a lot of speedsters here. Defender-wise, from Duck has played Goodras, he has played Lapras, played the Blastoise and Crustles. Didn't really see the Trevenant just yet. Haven't really seen the Trevenant coming from the side here for Duck so far, but it is still a defender and a viable one for him to utilize for himself, especially going against Talon PH, who has been utilizing a lot of speedsters.
Yeah, I want to know what the top lane option is going to be for Talon, because they've already used Lucario for top lane, and in that game they had Buzzwole, meaning that Blastoise, this is a Pokemon that Talon likes to play. If it's not banned out, it is an option here for Talon, because True Gravity, they've already used the Blastoise. So if you're True Gravity, I think most likely scenario here, your top matchup is a Blastoise. What are you going to pick that is going to do reasonably well up against a Blastoise? You don't have options.
The thing is this, right? Like, it depends on the priority of the bans first, right? Like, because, and who's starting for the game. Talon will have the priority pick here. So, for Team True Gravity side, if they really, like, it depends on what they fear. Do they fear the Buzzwole, or do they still fear the Umbreon, right? That kind of thing. But I don't think they should really fear the Umbreon too much, because, like, just seeing from their composition so far, it didn't feel like it was something like a Melook is annoying to deal with throughout the rounds, sure. And, like, Ultimate stealing a lot of shields also quite decent annoying. But they actually opt to go for the Elcos. So that means Umbreon is still in the pool. I think they might try to pick up the Umbreon if Talon PH doesn't opt to
Actually,
go for
Talon might have to be forced into it, their support pick first, because there are not options here for Talon. It's either the Blissey here or the Comfey, but they're going to go for Umbreon. Umbreon can pivot to Wish if they want to have that healing support. So to get the Umbreon here, that's a pretty big one. Not sure if Team True Gravity were expecting this, but they are going to go for that Blissey and Buzzwole. So they're prepared in case a Blastoise does come out for Talon PH.
It was a really give and take kind of thing, right? Because of the fact that, like, if they don't pick the Umbreon, they will actually opt to go for the Umbreon for themselves, and it will go into the hands of Vulcan here, their team captain for sure. So it's really like a give and take. It's a win-win for both sides. Like, nothing really bad, nothing really wrong for whoever were able to secure it. But Dodrio on the hands of Talon PH, that's going to be in the hands of Sing. Sing's Dodrio is currently back into the scenes here. But Sylveon, in the hands of who? That's my real question here. Who can play the Sylveon here?
It's probably bottom Sylveon.
It can't be Dylan, can it?
It might be Dylan.
Really?
I don't think Dylan would play a Pikachu here. I don't think they would want to go for double attacker with Sylveon. Yeah.
But
so it's going to be Dylan.
But you could have still opted. He could have still opted to go for the Espeon here. Like, even his ultimate also does pretty well against like any gap closes, like a Buzzwole too.
Wow,
even if
look
you
at
choose to go for it.
There's so much
Triple
tank.
defender.
There's
Yeah,
so
you're right. That Umbreon is gonna be that healer support Umbreon here with the Wish. And since this is the last round of the best of 3, right? So there's really nothing to hold itself back here. But aside Team True Gravity, instead of going for a defender. They just decided to go full damage in here.
Look, you've no choice, man. I mean, you're going up against a Blastoise, a Umbreon that's going to be coming in with Wish, which has damage reduction, by the way, a Slowbro, and then you have a Sylveon that has self-sustain with its Unite, and then you have to somehow figure out, okay, how am I going to catch a Dodrio? You need that Glaceon lock-on. You need to have the stored power from Espeon. You need moves that are going to connect onto that Dodrio. Sync 1 is going to have a fabulous day if Akul and Duck can't connect to him.
I'm just trying to figure this out because it's so hard for them to get into the fights, and it's so hard for them to get out of the fights either way, right? Because there's still going to be that mean look that's going to be able to lock anyone down here. I don't think there's going to be... Yes, you can try to go with the Bliss Assist, but it's a Bliss Assist into an Umbreon's Unite
don't think
move.
it's mean look. I don't think it's mean look at all.
Oh, it's going to go for the... Oh, yeah, you're right.
It should be Wish.
Yeah, it should be Wish. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're correct. Wish, so there's no mean look, but there's still going to be the Hydro Typhoon to really deal with, right? That kind of thing. And now I think it really depends on how this early game is going to be playing out, right? You have all the EV evolutions. You have a Basu, you have a Sableye, right? Let's see how they really roll the dice for this one here.
I'm not sure if Sableye is going to slow down a Dodrio at all, and it also depends if there's support. It looks like they're not going to send the support in at all, so Dodrio will have to try and do this. Oh no, they're going to bring in the Umbreon.
Yeah, no,
so
they definitely know for a
this
fact.
shouldn't be stolen, but if they
Nope,
do get the
stolen.
steal, oh my gosh, Vulcan, fantastic! Actually ran in there with the X speed, out of there with the X speed.
This is the second time as well that we see a Sableye today stealing away the red buff too.
It's great because it also slows down the rotations that are coming out from Talon PH. So this is what True Gravity need. This draft from Talon, if you let them get big, if you let them have those levels, you are looking at a disaster. Although bottom lane not looking too great here, unfortunately, with one of the EVs, that Espeon getting knocked out.
This is definitely, I think this is definitely not going to be the really the funnest lane for them. There's a lot of sustain, there's also a lot decent amount of pocket damage. And remember, that EV hasn't really reached that level 4, so he hasn't really got that full evolution out there. So
it's not easy to out-secure. You're up against a Sylveon as well as that Slowbro, and Sync 1 is here too. Still stuck as a Doduo, unfortunately.
Yeah, the red buff still really good slow things down. But of course, the Artillery family will at least ensure he get the level 5. But Thompson, on the other hand, taking full advantage, especially seeing that the Dodrio was being short in the bottom lane, decided to take advantage of the man advantage that they have and completely steamroll them and try to displace them as much as possible. That Smackdown is such a mess to deal with. But guess what? Reinforcement is here, and he didn't go for the wishes. I believe that's the mean look as well. Actually went to try to lock them down.
Yep, so but for mean look, they tried to go for the Buzzball, but instead they lost the Dodrio themselves. They have the Sylveon though that does finally shred down that Buzzball. Here comes the Sableye setting up for that Glaceon. Oh, the pushback though, do they have the damage? Umbreon's going to be going down and Espeon's come to join the party. What is happening in this top lane?
You know, I love it, right? Like, he just drops a mean look in front of the Glaceon, but he's still within, like, he's like right in his face as well.
This bird is being bullied. Yeah. My goodness, True Gravity.
They gotta keep up the pressure. They cannot let up at all. Get as many points as much as possible. Get as much advantage. Get as much invasion here. Because the minute they give an inch to Talon PH, they're able to really bounce back really just that quick. That's just how scary the composition that they really have. Although yes, it is not a Crustle, but the mean look into the Sylveon Hyper Voice works in a very similar way. You lock someone down there, allows you to really enable all your backlines to really melt it down, to really optimize that ability here to really get that, utilize that full damage output here. Bottom lane, a lot of poke, a lot of pressuring as well as to get as many points as possible here. And that's gonna force them back for sure. That's a lot of damage for a fact. Gotta respect that, gonna slowly fall back, but they will be able to secure at least the Altair family.
Yep, they will get the Altaria there. No successful push.
Chasing down our friend.
Look, it's his job. Buzzball is there to bully a War Turtle, and he is successful because there's a 2-level gap between the two top laners. This is great for Team True Gravity. As long as you're able to deny that Blastoise that level 7, make sure he's not able to get that Hydro Typhoon and to become that big Blastoise, you really limit what the top laner on Talon PH is going to be able to do. That's why the team is fighting as 4 in that bottom lane, hoping that they can try and draw this Buzzwole and Sableye into that bottom lane. And so far, it looks like Talon going to be winning this team fight. They did catch out the Sylveon, but the eject button, just as the mean look expires, gets the Sylveon out of there. Now we have the damage bonus that's going to go in the way of Talon PH and True Gravity. They aren't going to force the issue. Very glad that they didn't get caught in that potential trap.
still slowly biding the time. Team True Gravity still have the slight advantage here, but now the rest of the team is slowly grouping up to try to see if they can get a couple of pickoffs here, try to zone things out. Pretty confident with the damage, but Saki Solari trying to zone them out from the zone here, but still too much damage. Dodrio coming in strong, completely melting away the front line here. Buzzle comes with the ultimate. He's big, he's strong, and he's ready to roll here. And the rest of the squad just have to fall back. Defensive Milo dropping for a last commission itself. Although yes, there is still the Blastoise. Commits the Hydro Typhoon, but there's no follow-up, there's nothing here, but he does have the Rapid Spin instead of the stuff here to melt them all down here. They want to fight, sure. They look at their lineup, Team True Gravity, fine. You're gonna bring in the damage, so can we. We can sustain, we're defenders. We can also dish out the damage just as good and just as well.
Alright, so it's the Rapid Spin Water Spout build, I believe, on the Blastoise. He's going to be an absolute menace for these evolutions, unless Duck is actually going to be able to throw him out of it, which I think the attention is going to have to change that Blastoise. You cannot let the Blastoise self-sustain, but it looks like Duck all alone being melted by the players on Talon PH. Blissey all alone. The Sableye is there, but just between the two of them, I think they'd just be easy KOs. Gonna give this away. They're slowing it down with the soft-boiled eggs.
There is no mercy at all. And the worst part about it is the majority of them are pretty soft and most of them are attackers as well, right? So getting one mean look down, that's just pretty much like the end of the story for you, really. There's curtains here. There's a lot of damage being output as well. And then of course going with a try attack. I don't think this Mel is going to be able to walk out of it safely as well. Completely obliterated. And the rest of the squad just has no choice to really group up as much as possible, because if they end up being separated just like this, one mean look could actually mean trouble here. But just in case, gonna be sending them all back, try to bring this fight into a little bit more of an advantage. Reggie still pretty great. Reggie to really secure for the an objective. Nothing is out really relatively fast too.
They're burning it with the Rapid Spin on that Blastoise, and Sylveon will lock that in for Talon PH. And now Team True Gravity going to be at a deficit here with the buffs, but they are thinking about committing to that fight. Psychic Select committed, but not enough to disengage that fight. They lose the Sylveon in the process though. Oh, 3 Pokemon are down from Team True Gravity, and with just 2 of the EVs, without your frontliners, you are at the mercy of Talon PH. Just Espeon trying their best to slow things down. That mean look locking him in. And look at all these points being scored by Talon PH. But here we go. Pokemon have come back. Now we have poor Sync 1 caught by that poor Buzzwole. Though hang on a minute. We have a very fast bird. Goes over the wall. Almost caught out by this. Oh, Sync 1. This man's heart is racing.
I mean, like, he's totally fine with this. He knows
the speed boost.
Can he get out of it? No, he's totally fine. Absolutely fine, yeah. I mean, like, and the worst part about it is the Blastoise just couldn't really do anything. Once that Milo really drops down upon him, all he could do is just really stand and just watch. The rest of this team can't even sustain. We're talking about 3 defenders that's just really running at them. And this is not a Surf Blaster, this is a Rapid Spin Blaster, so they're pretty soft. And he's really peppering them up as well. The rest of the squad is just really poking them out from a distance. Sure, Sylvia's Hyper Voice isn't as far like a Snipe Shot, but once he gets in range, with the assistance of KY, that's pretty much all they need.
They found the Umbreon though, down to half health so far. It's just the Buzzwole throwing him around, and they actually almost catch KY. Ejected, they don't get him! Oh goodness, they've actually fogged him in the bush. Mean look committed, they get the throw, but his teammates are not there for the damage. Will manage to heal up with the wish. We have a fight at the 2-minute 30-second mark right before the Rayquaza. Might be the last chance to get experience here for Team True Gravity. They've got 2 big KOs, they're looking for the 3rd. Now it's just the 2 defenders left. The Slowbro and that Blastoise. The Blastoise isn't even there, it's just RBX. He is so tanky, but that last fight for True Gravity, big boost of experience. Gonna have them good to go for this Rayquaza.
The thing is, now you don't have the Glaceon's Unite move or the Psychic Solari, right? And we're talking about 6 seconds before the Rayquaza fight as well. And remember, they have a point deficit as well, so they are now pressured to try to get a couple of points, unless Vulcan can actually try to get this back cap in. I don't think you can commit a back cap, because Talon, if they see a back cap, they might just go straight for that Rayquaza. The team though, Talon, they're looking to suppress True Gravity, but they caught onto the Buzzwole and they just delete him! But he got him, Dodrio also went down. It's going to be 4v4, but look at down bottom lane. Sableye is going to be scoring a whopping 80 points, putting Team True Gravity back into the lead. 41 points from LeBron. Can anyone cancel? The Espeon gets the cancel. LeBron can't score. A fight still happening in that middle lane. Bliss's issues as well. Sylveon committing to the Unite.
able to heal back up to a safe health level, and Dodrio is coming back. Buzzwell will also come back. There's no Umbreon. The Sustainer's gone for Talon PH. The Slowbro is still fighting in the bush. He will be taken down by the Evolution Psychic Soleil used. It was a zoning one. Did not connect onto anybody. Hydro Typhoon connecting onto two Dodrios here. Sylveon's here as well. Buzzwell almost getting connected. While we do still have that rapid spin from that Blasto. Super low. He needs healing. They need the support. The Umbreon has to come in.
But everyone's so slow, they can't wait out a little bit too
Umbreon, all
long.
alone.
Able to get in the back line, but KY not able to get the pick off though. But
Triple
here comes
trample.
runs
What?
right into the mix as well. Can he get the necessary pick off? He does!
gets it!
Secure the Espeon, but there's still 40 seconds left on the clock. They need to try to get as many people as much as possible. They do have a decent amount of points as well. The Rayquaza is the prime target here. But look at the Glacier, not wasting any more time. Is he going to try to go for the rapper? No, he's just trying to go for a couple of back gaps here.
I don't know.
Slow things down, Malin. This is just a blissy. I don't think he can really try to do as much as he can. Umbreon doing his best to really delay this plan. This is magnificent. No 100 points in. What about the Blastoise? Can he get into position? Dylan is. The rest of the squad as well. Can they stop it? No, they cannot. An unbelievable round. Talon PH. Despite the severe disparity, they bring it back.
Oh, they bring it back in what was probably the most exciting late games between these two teams. It was a dance between these two titans wanting to stay into that upper bracket. It was a matter of who caught who. Buzzwell and Dodrio, both Pokemon from either side, gone, deleted, reset, 4v4.
It really just came down to like that really split-second decision-making, right? Like even to the very end there, whether Aku, like he really was just dancing upon it, right? Like he had 50 points, really deciding on the fact that, do I want to go for the backup? We already had that lead. There's still the Rayquaza here for them to really flip it for themselves here. But what was the call here? And what the crazy thing about it, while he's also thinking about it, there was also machination that's also happening on the side here for KY. Instantly understand the fact that, okay, we're pretty solid, we're pretty strong. He goes back and literally went to defend that goalpost, and that really worked out for them here. Two members, Duck and Aku, came to the bottom lane to try to help them secure that additional 100 points, but that just didn't matter. KY was just being so disruptive there.
Can I just say Zeshol is a monster on this end.
I agree.
100,000 damage this game. There was a tiny microplay from Zeshol, and I am extremely curious as to whether or not this could have been the play that might have turned the game around for Team True Gravity. I think it was just before that final fight where things just went down. We saw the zoning Psychic Solaire from Zeshol. I think he was trying to connect Pokemon on the very edge of the Psychic Solaire. I don't think he was trying to use it to zone. I think he wanted to catch somebody.
Correct.
Used it. That was the call for Talon to disengage and to re-engage into True Gravity. Whereas Team True Gravity, they just felt the need that they had to go.
I mean, it was required, right? Like, if you really take into account of while there's so much action that's happening, they also came into account of the timing and what Unite Move was already left behind, right? Like, in that fight, when most of their members are already somewhat respawning back as well, and no Unite Moves in the hands of members of Team True Gravity, and they didn't, by the way, they did not disengage to go back and reset. No, they didn't. They still stick around. Pretty, like, don't get me wrong, it's great to have faith in your teammates, but there are times where sometimes a player like the Dodrio committed that kind of Unite Move, dashing right into your face. You just can't do anything about it. Sometimes it's better to play safe, but you know, this is the kind of thing where when you're in such a high-stake game, a lot of things happen on the fly. There's not a lot of intel to really keep a track of. Sure, you can keep a track on very obvious or visual things like which Unite Move has been already committed, like the Psychic Solaire, very obvious Unite Move, then whether is it active or not. But what about the other factors here? Who was still around? How far are they? They don't really have enough intel covering on the left side of that central area towards the side here of Talon PH here for the side of Team True Gravity here. So, but throughout this entire game, it was a really back and forth here, trying to get the advantage on the other. Team True Gravity had that great lead, but it was then towards that mid game they just really started the group part. They say like, okay, we are mid game first.
We just saw it at the end there, but goodness, this last fight here, it was in a massive choke point. I am surprised that True Gravity pushed that deep onto Talon PH territory. Right? The entire team was not in a healthy position at all. They got picked off one by one. And the fact that both Dodrio and the Buzzwell got eliminated first, like they were the ones with that second life. right? So they were able to just sort of do what they want in that late game. But I mean, the game is over. True Gravity, unfortunately, going to be dropping the series to Talent PH, meaning later today we're going to be watching Unite Holic battling it out with Talent PH to stay in the upper bracket. This is going to be a monster of a matchup. I'm so excited for this. I think a lot of people are because these two teams' play styles, amazing.
It feels like Talent PH, when they finally surpass a mountain, they finally climb that mountain. There's like another bigger mountain in front of them as well.
I mean, you got to keep walking. You can't start walking backwards.
I mean, let's be honest, man. If you really want to truly be crowned the strongest Pokemon Unite team in this region, right? You really need to bypass all of these kind of players. But seriously, I'm going to be saying right now, I'm so surprised that Basel. I mean, yes, he did fail in the end, but I didn't expect him to actually get a pick up before he fell.
Yes.
That one was absolutely insane to me. I just didn't understand how could that happen.
It was a very, I think it was a very necessary play. Because if the Buzzwole did not get the KO there, I think
it would have been a Rayquaza, right?
It would have been game over, 100%.
That was insane to me, man. Like that amount of damage being delivered by the Buzzwole alone, just like and the worst part about it, like I already expected, like he got mean look, and then I was like, all right. That's it. The rest of the allies not nearby. Blitz assist also, like I don't think it will help him that much. He didn't even use the Blitz assist, by the way, and he's still able to get that trade off. He actually picked up someone first before he fell. I'm like, that is insane. This is literally the analogy where, like, you know, if I'm going down, I'm gonna take someone down with me. Yeah. But he took him down first before he goes down, so it's like.
I'm really excited to see what Talent actually have to say after that matchup because we are going to have a post-match interview in just a second. But yeah, really curious to know what they actually think about True Gravity because that wasn't an easy matchup. It was really definitely a tussle between these two teams. And it looks like the interview is ready. So let's go back to the host and see what Talent PH have to say after that victory.
แมตช์เมื่อกี้เป็นไงคะพี่ซัน
3 เกมอีกแล้ว
3 เกมอีกแล้ว
เปรี้ยนะ
เราอยู่ข้างหลังเนี่ยเราใจเต้นตุ๊บตุ๊บตุ๊บตุ๊บนะคะ
ครับผมและตอนนี้เราก็อยู่กับเพลเยอร์ของทีม Talon PS คุณเลบรอนนั่นเอง
ใช่แล้วค่ะ and here is the winner of the last match Talon PS and now I'm with the team member LeBron may I have a big applause please
เอาละครับเราก็จะมาสอบถามกับคำถามกับคุณเลบรอนนะครับจากทีม Talon PS กันนะครับว่าตอนนี้รู้สึกอย่างไรบ้างครับหลังที่แข่งขันแมตช์เมื่อกี้เสร็จสิ้นไป
โอเคค่ะ and we are going to do some short interview about the feeling so LeBron how's the feeling right now after winning the match
our team is just really happy and we need to reset in the next round
Okay, so let's see next round. So are you happy with the performance of the last battle that you performed and your team?
I think we made a lot of errors, but we still managed to win.
มีข้อผิดพลาดบ้างนะแต่ว่าก็ยังสามารถที่จะเอาชนะมาได้
ใช่นะคะ
แล้วก็มีคำถามเพิ่มเติมครับว่าอะไรคือสิ่งที่ตึงที่สุดในการแข่งขันเมื่อสักครู่นี้ครับ
Okay and I want to ask what is the the most tense part from the last battle
it was when our last clash when our carry died Dodrio it's that time we lacked damage but we managed to micro the enemy
ก็ยังสามารถจะควบคุมหลายๆอย่างไว้ได้นะถึงแม้ว่าจะมีหลายอย่างให้หวาดเสียว
ใช่แล้วค่ะ Okay last question one last question do you have anything to say or shout out
shout out to the supporters of Team Talon PH to our managers who are watching right now and my friends family and to all the supporters please continue to support us thank you very much
Okay Talon PH โอเคค่ะ
เราก็ให้คุณเลบอนไปพักผ่อนนะครับ Thank you so much
Thank you so much now you may go back and have some rest prepare for the next round
ครับผมเมื่อกี้ก็เป็นทางคุณเลบรอนนะครับก็เรียกว่าฝากเช้าเอาถึงแฟนๆแล้วก็ครอบครัวด้วยนะครับแล้วก็ขอบคุณที่ให้การสนับสนุนมาโดยตลอดนะครับแต่อย่างไรก็ดีครับคุณผู้ชมครับอยากจะประชาสัมพันธ์กันอีกหน่อยนึงนะครับสำหรับด้านนอกของเรานะครับเรามีกิจกรรมบูธทัวร์นาเมนต์มินิทัวร์นาเมนต์จากบุรีรัมย์พูลิ่งกราวด์
ใช่แล้วค่ะ
ซึ่งตอนนี้มีการเปิดการแข่งขันไปแล้วเรียบร้อย
ใช่แล้วนะคะ and for those who are participant right here at True Icon Hall you may participate at mini tournament which is located at the outside of the hall from Buriram you may now go and have the mini tournament and enjoy it for right now
ครับผมแล้วก็ช่วงเวลาบ่าย 2:30เราจะมีอินฟลูเอนเซอร์นะครับมาร่วมสนุกในการเล่นโชว์แมตช์กับเราด้วยเหมือนกันนะครับด้านนอกเลยก็จะเป็นทางคุณใจร้าวนะครับมาเจอกับคุณ PJY Gamer นั่นเองครับ
โอเคค่ะ and in the afternoon part there will be an influencer of Thailand will be participate in this event so please stay tuned for that and be ready for it ค่ะ
ครับแล้วก็ย้ำอีกครั้งหนึ่งว่าตอนท้ายงานของเรามีกิจกรรมที่เรียกว่าอยากให้ทุกคนดาวน์โหลดเกม Pokémon Unite กันไว้นะครับแล้วก็เล่นกันด้วยให้เรียบร้อยนะครับแล้วเดี๋ยวตอนจบงานเนี่ยเดี๋ยวเรามาดูกันว่าเป็นกิจกรรมอะไรนะครับขอจุ๊ๆไว้ก่อนแต่บอกเลยว่ายิ่งใหญ่แน่นอนครับ
โอเคค่ะ and be ready for the surprise at the end of the day as well but now I think it's time for us to take a break a short break for 10 minutes and then we come back for the next match of Team Rise from Indonesia and Sora Tiger Gaming from South Korea
โอเคครับเดี๋ยวเราก็ไปเบรกกันประมาณ10 นาทีนะครับเดี๋ยวเรามาเจอแมตช์แข่งขันที่ 3 ของวันนี้กันนะครับทีม Rise จากอินโดนีเซียครับมาเจอกับ Solar Tiger Gaming จากประเทศเกาหลีใต้นั่นเองนะครับขอพักเวทีกันสักครู่แล้วเรามาเจอกันในการแข่งขันรอบต่อไปครับผม
เชิญค่ะ
Everyone young and my never. Everyone young and come join. Everyone young and my never. Everyone young and.
Everybody wanna know how I got Unite Holic as well. They win the fight, they win the secure. All the haters trying to stop our mission.
And of course, the Tiger Team here very well put on the lane. Oh, Leon! What if they made that? He's coming up from there. But they get a trade up. They got Lamfred right here. Comes Italian back into the frame. The 4-4. Single set the turbo, but jumping on between two Pokemons here. The Dragon Knight coming up from behind as well. We stop the Unite move. But where is the damage? Dimension Cloud on the slow bro. They need to clear out this Rayquaza. They meant to get the S-Club on the side of Team NYS as well. So two of the main damage is coming from there and are down at the current moment. All Team Unite Holic #1 and making it even more peaceful for Team NYS. Jumping on inside, it is going to be the Normal. Will they be able to actually scale towards himself? Oh no, it's going to be the Raptors! Getting off the high protect for the ball. And he managed to clear up. But definitely plenty of time for Team NYS to actually do a little bit of dunking in their face here for this game. Number 2.
Unfortunately, they did lose one of their members, but they just want to try to slow them down, not allow them to get as many points as possible. Now they dive into the bridge now, coming to the Unite move, trying to force them back, play around the goalpost as they manage to get the amount of sustain. But guess what? Nightmare Foxy still alive and well, poking him out and run Flava, and still pretty great. The team's doing a phenomenal job to keep him. Get it?
And they decide to go for a little scoring, allowing all this scoring happening clean. Maybe gonna try and go for a backstab here, but Inteleon is going to spot him out. Everyone's slowly backing up here, but Team True Gravity Dodrio though is out of the picture, and we still haven't seen this Blastoise. He's hiding in the bush. His team is being eliminated. They almost get RBX. The Hydro Pump will take him out. It's gonna be the Blastoise and the Dodrio, but can they defend by themselves? They do get the 3-man knockup. Dodrio coming in, but is it too late though? Do they have the finisher? Blastoise is gone. It's all down to Dodrio, but he gets... Figure out how to get that macro intact. They might be able to make the comeback happen. This is what is happening. They have picked up that Venusaur in the process, but are they going to regret their decision? Buzzwell taken out, as well as that Crustle. Big victory so far for True Gravity, and they're looking to grab one more, meaning they get a team-wide experience. So I guess they are prioritizing protecting that top tier 2 fall zone. But oh my goodness, the damage coming in again from this Venusaur. He is left unchecked. No one is on top of him, dishing out so much damage, constantly defending, jumping in, hoping that the jump pad knockup is going to be enough to buy time. But so far, they are just giving themselves away one by one. So it's a Buzzwole, but they haven't finished him off as of yet. They do take out the Buzzwole, so it's going to be a 4 versus 5. The Hangman with the Leafeon. Can they finish him off? Not quite enough damage. They don't have the latch, but they do get it.
Everyone young and my never. Everyone young and come join. Everyone young and my never. Everyone young and.
Committing to that fight, cycle Psychic Select committed, but not enough to disengage that fight. They lose the Sylveon in the process though. Oh, 3 Pokemon are down from Team True Gravity, and with just 2 of the Eevees, without your frontliners, you are at the mercy of Talon PH just as we are trying their best to slow things down. That mean look blocking them in, and look at all these points in the bush. Mean look committed. They get the throw, but his teammates are not there for the damage. Will manage to heal up with the wish. We have the fight at the 2-minute 30-second mark right before the Rayquaza. Might be the last chance to get experience here for Team True Gravity. They've got 2 big KOs. They're looking for the third. Now it's just the 2 defenders left. The Slowbro and that Blastoise. The Blastoise isn't even there. It's just RBX. He is so
Score as well. Can they stop it? No, they cannot. An unbelievable
Gold post area, that's going to be very, very troublesome itself. And of course, opening up, it's going to be the Unbound here coming up from the Hoopa as well. With the open surf coming off the side, opening hold the telekinesis. But is the damage, is the follow-up going to be enough?
Definitely more than enough. We're able to get the KOs here, but 2 members will fall here. Not a lot of Unite moves left on the side here for Team MYS, and the score dividend is massive in the favor of Unite Holic as well. They win the fight, they win the secure. What the plus points to turn this round around.
And of course, the Tiger GC here by putting up in place.
Oh, no!
Levion, one of the main damage is coming up from their end as well. But they get a trade up. They got Lampred, but here comes Incanyon back into the fray. It's a 4v4 situation at the current moment, jumping on between 2 Pokemons here. Dragonite, you get Incanyon coming up from behind as well. You stop the Unite move, but where is the damage? Dimension Cloud of Slowbro. They need to clear out this Rayquaza. They managed to get the Espeon on the side of Team MYS as well. So 2 of the main damage dealers coming from there and are down at the current moment. All Team Unite Holic #1 and making it even more painful for Team MYS. Jumping on inside, it is going to be the Zoracle. Will they be able to actually secure themselves? Oh no, it's going to be the Blastoise! Hitting off with the Hyper Typhoon as well. And they managed to clear out Riven. Definitely plenty of time for Team MYS to actually do a little bit of dunking in their face here for this game. #2 team.
Unfortunately, they did lose one of their members, but they just want to try to slow things down, not allow them to get as many points as much as possible. Now they dive into the Riches coming into the Unite move, trying to force them back, play around the goalpost as they manage to get the amount of sustain. But guess what? Nightmare Foxy still alive and well, poking him out as much as possible, and still pretty great. The team's doing a phenomenal job to keep him out. Get it?
And we decide to go for a little bit of scoring, allowing that all this scoring happening from
lane. Maybe going to try and go for a backstab here, but Inteleon is going to spot him out. Everyone's slowly backing up here for Team True Gravity. Dodrio, though, is out of the picture, and we still haven't seen this Blastoise. He's hiding in the bush. His team is being eliminated. They almost get RBX. The Hydro Pump will take him out. It's going to be the Blastoise and the Dodrio, but can they defend by themselves? They do get the 3-man knock-up. Dodrio coming in, but is it too late, though? Do they have the finisher? Blastoise is gone. It's all down to Dodrio, but he gets... True Gravity can somehow figure out how to get their macro in attack. They might be able to make this comeback happen. The team fight is happening. They have picked up that Venusaur in the process, but are they going to regret their decision? Buzzwell taken out, as well as that Crustle. Big victory so far for True Gravity, and they're looking to grab one more, meaning they get a team-wide experience. So I guess they are prioritizing protecting that top tier 2 ball zone. But oh my goodness, the damage coming in again from this Venusaur. He is left unchecked. No one is on top of him, dishing out so much damage, constantly defending, jumping in, hoping that the jump pad knockup is going to be enough to buy time.
Crazy.
But so far, they are just giving themselves away one by one. So it's a Buzzwole, but they haven't finished him off as of yet. They do take out the Buzzwole, so it's going to be a 4 versus 5. But hang on a minute, the Leafeon was low. Can they finish him off? Not quite enough damage. They don't have the latch, but they do get another KO. It's Venusaur. Now Crustle caught with the lockup as well. But I think this might just be it. Have True Gravity collapsed into Talon PH. Spin on that Blastoise, and Sylveon will lock that in for Talon PH. And now Team True Gravity going to be at a deficit here with the buffs, but they are thinking about committing to that fight. Psychic Select committed, but not enough to disengage that fight. They lose the Sylveon in the process, though. Oh, 3 Pokemon are down from Team True Gravity, and with just 2 of the Eevees, without your frontliners, you are at the mercy of Talon PH, just as we are trying their best to slow things down. That mean look locking him in. And look at all these points in the bush. Mean look committed. They get the throw, but his teammates are not there for the damage. Will manage to heal up with the wish. We have the fight at the 2-minute 30-second mark right before the Rayquaza. Might be the last chance to get experience here for Team True Gravity. They've got 2 big KOs. They're looking for the third. Now it's just the 2 defenders left. The Slowbro and that Blastoise. The Blastoise isn't even there. It's just RBX. He is so...
Score as well. Can they stop it? No, they cannot. An unbelievable
goal post area, that's going to be very, very troublesome itself. And of course, opening up, it's going to be the Unbound here coming up from the Hooper as well. With the open surf coming on the side, opening hold with telekinesis. But is the damage, is the follow-up going to be enough?
Definitely more than enough. We're able to get the KOs here, but 2 members will fall here. Not a lot of Unite moves left on the side here for Team MYS, and the score dividend is massive in the favor of Unite Holic as well. They win the fight, they win the secure, the plus points to turn this round around.
Yeah, and of course, the Taiko GC here by putting up in place.
Oh,
no!
no!
Levion, one of the main damage is coming up from their end as well. But they get a trade up, they got the last breath, but here comes Italian back into the fray. It's a 4v4. Situation at the current moment, jumping on between 2 Pokemons here. Dragon Knight, you get the Infiel coming up from behind as well. You stop the Unite move, but where is the damage? Dimension Cloud on the slow bro. They need to clear out this Rayquaza. They managed to get the Espeon on the side of Team MYS as well. So two of the main damage dealers coming from there and are down at the current moment. All Team Unite Holic #1 and making it even more painful for Team MYS. Jumping on inside, it is going to be the Zoroark. Will they be able to actually secure towards themselves? Oh no, it's going to be the Blastoise! Hitting off with the Hyper Typhoon as well. And they managed to clear up. But definitely plenty of time for Team MYS to actually do a little bit of dunking in their face here for this game. Number 2 team.
Unfortunately, they did lose one of their members, but they just want to try to slow things down, not allow them to get as many points as much as possible. Now they dive into the mix as well, committing to the Unite move, trying to force them back, play around the goal post as they manage to get the amount of sustain. But guess what? Nightmare Foxy still alive and well, poking him out as much as possible, and still pretty great. The team's doing a phenomenal job to keep him up. Get it?
And they decide to go for a little bit of scoring, allowing all this scoring happening.
Maybe going to try and go for a backstab here, but Inteleon is going to spot him out. Everyone's slowly backing up here for Team True Gravity. Dodrio, though, is out of the picture, and we still haven't seen this Blastoise. He's hiding in the bush. His team is being eliminated. They almost get RBX. The Hydro Pump will take him out. It's going to be the Blastoise and the Dodrio, but can they defend by themselves? They do get the 3-man knock-up. Dodrio coming in, but is it too late, though? Do they have the finisher? Blastoise is gone. It's all down to Dodrio, but he gets... True Gravity can somehow figure out how to get their macro intact. They might be able to make this comeback happen. The team fight is happening. They have picked up that Venusaur in the process, but are they going to regret their decision? Buzzwole taken out, as well as that Crustle. Big victory so far for True Gravity, and they're looking to grab one more, meaning they get a team-wide experience. So I guess they are prioritizing protecting that top tier 2 ball zone. But oh my goodness, the damage coming in again from this Venusaur. He is left unchecked. No one is on top of him, dishing out so much damage, constantly defending, jumping in, hoping that the jump pad knockup is going to be enough to buy time.
Crazy.
But so far, they are just giving themselves away one by one. So it's a Buzzwole, but they haven't finished him off as of yet. They do take out the Buzzwole, so it's going to be a 4 versus 5. But hang on a minute, the Leafeon was low. Can they finish him off? Not quite enough damage. They don't have the latch, but they do get another KO. It's Venusaur. Now Crustle caught with the lockup as well. But I think this might just be it. Have True Gravity collapsed into Talon PH. Spin on that Blastoise, and Sylveon will lock that in for Talon PH. And now Team True Gravity going to be at a deficit here with the buffs, but they are thinking about committing to that fight. Psychic Soleil committed, but not enough to disengage that fight. They lose the Sylveon in the process, though. Oh, 3 Pokemon are down from Team True Gravity, and with just 2 of the EVs, without your frontliners, you are at the mercy of Talon PH. Just Espeon trying their best to slow things down. That Mean Look locking him in. And look at all these points in the bush. Mean Look committed. They get the throw, but his teammates are not there for the damage. Will manage to heal up with the wish. We have a fight at the 2-minute 30-second mark.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 Finals. My name is Flava, together with the all-magical Danelie here at the Cassis DAS. And hopefully you guys have enjoyed the show so far, because we've just concluded our first 2 series of the day here in the upper bracket segment, and we're definitely raring to go to actually look for more Pokemon Unite action happening here in the competition. Danny, how's your day going so far?
My day's great because I had a pretty fun series, but this series I think is going to be even better. So to introduce our next 2 teams here, Flava, we are going to be looking at Rise versus Zoro Tigers Gaming. Now, just a quick recap on who these 2 teams are. Would you like to introduce who Rise is, Flava?
Yeah, basically we're looking at the Southeast Asia champions themselves, who's going to be appearing here. And of course, as mentioned before during regionals, if you guys were together with us, basically all these teams are being seeded based on their performance in the regionals itself, except for Thailand as well as the Indonesia region itself. Basically, they are considered somewhat in... if I'm not mistaken, I think it's if you were to think like number 1 and number 4, they're basically paired together with the second place winner for the regions itself. Yeah, and of course, Zora Tiger Gaming, they actually placed third in East Asia.
Yes, and just for regions, in case anyone's wondering, like, where are these two teams really from? So Rise, though they represent Southeast Asia, they are from the Indonesia region, and then Zora Tigers is actually the Korean representatives. So this is pretty big for Korea because I think a lot of people have been wondering, how does Korea fare in the East Asia scene? Because Korea did qualify through East Asia alongside Japan and from Taiwan. Let's hear more from Zora Tigers because it looks like we do have an interview ready to go.
저는 소라 타이거 직가이밍의 ST 쫑이라고 합니다. 2023년 월드 챔피언십 때 한국 2등을 한 다음에 진출했는데 그때 1등을 했던 에스포일이라고 하는 선수의 팀을 ACL 한국 예선에서 그 다음에 물리치고 1등으로 이제 리저널 스테이지 진출한 다음에 저희가 원래 지금 저희 리저널 스테이지에서 2등을 한 카비짱즈라는 팀한테 원래 저희가 스크림을 10판을 하면 이제 9판을 치고 한 판을 이길 정도로 원래 엄청나게 밀렸었는데 결국 다시 리저널 스테이지 파이널에서 카비짱즈를 상대하게 될 때 저희가 전략을 준비했었는데 근데 거기서 다시 다른 전략을 들고 오게 되면서 그걸 이긴다고 이제 저희가 다시 전략을 짰는데 저는 팀 카비짱즈의 코카타 선수가 제일 견제된다 생각합니다. 왜냐하면은 그 선수가 이제 16살인가 17살이기 때문에 피지컬적으로 제일 가장 단련됐다고 생각해서 제일 견제된다 생각합니다. 저희가 ACL 파이널을 최초로 한국 팀으로서 진출했기 때문에 한국 분들이 저희한테 보내는 기대가 좀 있다 생각하기 때문에 그래도 좋은 마음으로 바라봐 주시고 꼭 우승하겠습니다.
So there is a big expectation on the shoulders for Zora Tigers. How far can they go for Korea? Can they prove that this is a region people should be looking out for? Will more people from Korea start playing Pokemon Unite? I'd love to see it. Korea, I think, is such a fantastic region for esports, but I don't want to diss the Indonesian boys as well. Rise, this is a team of true legends within the region. Everyone knows, if you've been following the Unite scene, they did qualify for the World Championships last year. Unfortunately, weren't able to make it to day number 2, but they were one of the more formidable teams, especially in that group stage. And I think this is going to be a big challenge for both sides because Zora Tigers from Korea, Rise from Indonesia. We don't know if these two teams have scrimmed against each other before, so they could be looking at some different play styles. Of course, you also have to worry about the draft as well. How deep are these teams' pockets? How many Pokemon do they play? Because from what we've seen, I don't know if Zora Tigers have deep pockets. We've been seeing some pretty static drafts coming from Zora Tigers.
Okay, yeah. But the thing is, these teams are given a period amount of time before approaching the finals here. So since regionals, they were given roughly around 3 weeks for them to prepare themselves. I'm not sure whether it's enough, but probably the reason why they're kind of static with the drafts is because you want to pick meta.
It's their best Pokemon.
It's their best Pokemons anyways.
Yeah.
But basically, probably they have deep pockets that we don't know of.
I mean, their pockets are deeper than ours.
yeah, most definitely, I would say deeper pockets. Yeah, but still, when it comes to basically range of Pokemon that they can actually utilize for the purpose of competition, all that will be answered today here in the finals itself. Whether or not, basically, in a way, they don't have a choice. They have to play out with different Pokemon this time about. They can't go static.
The players going into ACL as well, they were aware of this format. It wasn't something that was suddenly thrown onto them 2 weeks before the competition.
Yeah, it wasn't made known after regionals. They know what they're about to face before coming here.
Yeah, so they understand that they would eventually have to play this format qualifying here. So I expect the teams to have backup Pokemon, but we also don't know what those backups are. I'm still kind of waiting to see someone pull out something really out of pocket that no one is going to prepare for. You know, a Pokemon that people haven't really explored, or something that might be new, or something very niche. Again, niche Pokemon thrive in environments where their counters are banned, not available. That can happen here, especially with this drafting style. And already we've seen, again, I'm going to bring it up, Unite Holic, their scoring comp. Under normal circumstances, that shouldn't happen.
Yeah.
But it did. So It's going to be super exciting. Zora Tigers Gaming versus Rise. We're still waiting for the lobby to get ready here, but curious to know what everyone that's watching the broadcast, who are they cheering for? Who do you think is going to win this best of 3? Who's going to stay in the upper bracket? And who is going to unfortunately be knocked down to the lower bracket?
And of course, Danny, the draft has begun for this match number 3 for the day. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is a best of 3 series, meaning the first team that actually wins 2 out of 3 games. The first to actually win 2 games will become the winner of the match. Of course, we have Team Rice here on the purple side, and we have Zora Tigers Gaming on the orange side. Now, the ban has been announced here, so it's Glaceon being banned by Zora Tigers Gaming, and Team Rice banning off that trio. Now, we've witnessed only 2 best of 3 series so far in day, and we've seen some out-of-pocket picks happening more on game number 3, because at that period of time, there's a lot of Pokemons that you're not able to utilize due to being banned with the new format. So looking forward to how they're going to be playing this out itself. Zora Tigers Gaming, they respond to Rise's Inteleon by having this out with the Blastoise as well as Clefable. So far looking like a solid opening over here coming up from both ends, and probably they're going to be playing their either best hand or second best hand here for this game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, we are looking at Pokemon that both of these teams really love to play. So Axeq getting a hold of his Inteleon is a pretty big one. He is a fantastic Inteleon player, although it's not something that he mains. He mains Alolan Ninetales, but I think to pick this for game number 1, it's always good to keep your favorites in that bag, just in case something goes wrong for game number 2 or 3. Eldegoss, this is another Pokemon that is very popular for Rise. They run this all the time. And the last 2 picks, I was going to talk about the Crustle, but we're getting Dragonite and Buzzwole on the side of Rise. So this is going to be the first time, I believe, seeing Rise play the Dragonite in that central lane for Eel. So really excited to see how this is going to be played. Zora Tigers, though, they get a lot of signature Pokemon. Sabine, he is going to be playing the Espeon, I believe, when we go through preparation phase right now. That is his signature Pokemon. I was talking to Leonard about this earlier today, and I remember making a comment to him saying, like, Leonard, have we seen Sabine play any other Pokemon aside Espeon? Because leading up until this point, it is his most played Pokemon if it is not already picked or banned.
Okay. But the thing is, even if they have Espeon on there, and he's not the one using it right now, and he's actually giving it...
I think it should swap in the preparation phase.
Yeah. Okay, so they are... Actually, it is preparation phase now.
I'm not sure if it's the cards have changed yet. We'll see in a second, but...
Yeah, so...
In game, it should
because I
be
saw
Sabine.
swaps happening just a while ago. Oh, yeah, okay, so they changed it. Yes, correct.
Yeah.
So Sabine is actually using the Espeon here. So Mule is going to be utilizing the Leafeon, Trevenant by Ward, Jump on Blastoise, and Clefable by Chobo. The thing about Rise, you were talking about the Dragonite thing, right? I think they have been watching some of the teams more.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. They've been doing the regionals, and probably they would see that probably this can be something, because they were not utilizing throughout the whole regionals. Probably they see that there is merit in utilizing the Dragonite, and they see the reason in having it.
There's another thing as well to this, actually. Glaceon and Dodrio, Eeyore's 2 most played Pokemon, are also banned. Yeah. So he has to look at other options, and for Dragonite to be there, you know, like, yeah, you gotta play it, you gotta play it. Unfortunately, Urshifu is not too ideal here, so to experiment with the Dragonite, I am keen to see how this is going to work out for Rise. I'm not sure if I spoke to you about this. I think it was with Leonard. More so about the benefits of Dragonite. I want to hear your thoughts. Do you think the Dragonite playstyle actually fits Rise?
The thing about them is that because we haven't seen them really play, and basically this could be the opportunity for people to see whether or not they can actually play this out. But the thing about Rise, or something to highlight about, not really about Pokemon so much, but really in regards to the individuals, is that they're very hardworking. They're the most hardworking team. Let's put it this way. They're the most hardworking Pokemon Unite team here in Southeast Asia. Basically, that's their keyword that they've been started for the longest time as well. We've had interviews together with EO, even the previous times as well. They are taking this very, very seriously. I do believe that they have put a lot of thought into it, and will try to make it work out for them. Meanwhile, here at the top lane, it does seem that the Buzzwole is currently in a little bit of trouble as getting pressured by the Squirtle together with the Leafeon here on the side of Zora Tigers Gaming, and it's going to be the first knockout coming on from their end. Meanwhile, we do see a little bit screening over here, a little bit too late. Rotation coming out from Jenger to the top lane to provide any form of assistance, but managed to screen out team members from Sorry Tigers Gaming to them back to their goalposts.
Yeah, very respectable play there for Zora Tigers because they understand, because Jong plays so much Buzzwole, they know how suppressive this Pokemon can be, especially for that Squirtle matchup, which Jong is playing. So to put a lot of pressure up there, I can absolutely understand. If you're Rise though, you would want to keep supporting this top lane so that you can deny Jong that evolution into Blastoise. He's still level 5, it's not too bad. That top lane is actually looking pretty good here for Zoro because Buzzwole is only level 4. They're focusing their attention to their other Pokemon instead. They're trying to make sure that XQ gets his levels and also for Eeyore to hit that evolution for that Dragonite, right? You want to hit that Power Spike to be able to get that secure and to actually start jumping on some of those squishies. Those Eevees do not want to be going one-on-one against a Dragonite.
Yeah, it's not like they're able to actually clear him out real fast as well. Quite sturdy. Meanwhile, the top lane does look like there's going to be an engagement of there, but we might be missing out on all the action. Meanwhile, Dragonite going for cheese on the Leafeon, decide to disengage. They're waiting for the Altera family to appear here on the central area. The screen is over there, but it does seem that all this engagement is going to be gone to the fray right here. Leaf Blade being utilized as well, but no one gets traded off in between both ends at this current moment. Manages to make an escape. It's going to be Leafeon towards the right side. Mule making his way to safety.
Zoro Tigers, fantastic group up for that central lane, getting the majority of the experience there. Although we are seeing this Buzzwole go for a little micro score alongside Eeyore. They do get the evolution into Dragonite. But this Buzzwole, though, being slowed down by that Trevenant. Ward buying time, actually going to zone him down towards that bottom lane. Nice KO there for Zoro Tigers, trying to just get as much experience as they can and to deny it from Rise. But while that was happening, though, we're seeing a couple of KOs, but look at Axq in that bottom lane. This man is actually getting free experience down here and has hit that level 7, so he is now that Inteleon, ready to throw down those snipe shots whenever necessary. If you're Zoro Tigers and you see Axq level 7, you've got to start worrying here because he is going to be really deadly for those backline EVs. We're going to see a bottom fight here for that Registeel. It's an attack buff as well. Psychic Select connecting Buzzwole, first Pokemon to get KO'd, and that Crustle. Both of the front line has gone on the side of Rise. They do still have Eeyore's Dragonite going with those basic range attacks. Oh, almost getting the Trevenant. Not enough range there for that Hyper Beam. They're going to keep on going with this suppressive fire, trying to go onto Axq again, but that snipe shot lowering the Leafeon, running into safety. Eeyore, though, looks like he has been locked down by 2 Pokemon, the Clefable and that Blastoise. Still fighting over the Registeel Emerald, 2-step, 3 Pokemon down for Rise, and I think Rise are going to have to give this away. They are just not, there's not enough sustain for them to fight up against Zoro Tigers.
Yeah, of course, they still have a 5-man movement here coming from Zoro Tigers Gaming. I believe that they are trying to level best to actually try to steal this. It is going to be the hands of Blastoise getting that Registeel last hit on him as well. Now, this is going to be giving them the attack and special attack buff for the whole team itself, and they are way ahead in terms of level, Danny, at the current moment. All that snowballing coming on from levels on the side of Team Rise at the current moment. They managed to make it into an equalizer, and of course, running out to the top lane is going to be Buzzwole once again here. You're looking at a level 9 Blastoise here. This is something that you do not want, as he should be the one struggling, having a double evolution, and this time Buzzwole being all alone here at the top lane. That's cleared out with his members from Zoro Tigers Gaming, and they got themselves with the goal post as well.
Not sure what happened with the Psychic Slayer there, but we, as you said,
I was confused.
I was like, are they stopping the Altar?
No, maybe because I wasn't seeing like what's underneath all this, right? Because I don't see it, so I was like, maybe there's something that we don't know.
I do like the pace that Zoro Tigers are playing at though, because they are capitalizing on the very early power spikes of those evolutions, but I'm still not 100% comfortable with their position, because they aren't really denying the map for Rise. Rise are still able to get wild Pokemon on their side of the map. They're not feeling threatened. They're not being invaded. You ideally want to start invading to stop them going into their own central areas, because you have the Leafeon Emerald 2-step. Can they get the finish off though? They don't get Axq. In the meantime though, we have that Buzzwole fighting on the goal zone. Hydro Typhoon locks in the Buzzwole and will get the immediate KO. Illuna buying time for his team. He's being pushed off the goal zone and without any sustain. He's going to be knocked out in just a second. This Blastoise though being being an absolute pain with the Surfs and the Trevenant as well. Just so much disruption from Zoro Tigers, preventing Rise from getting into any advantageous position.
Yeah, but I really like that play coming out from Russell as well, trying to buy out time. He knows he's not able to actually sustain all that damage coming out from team members of Zoro Tigers Gaming, so they decide to actually pull them to the right side. Meanwhile, some team members can actually still sustain from behind. Meanwhile, we do see the screening here coming out from behind as well, hitting off on the Trevenant, but manages to make an escape with half HP at the current moment. All the sniping shots coming out from the Talent as well was not able. Damage up was still insufficient to take out anyone here from Zoro Tigers Gaming. Currently, all this battle happening around the Red Dice area. The Woodhammer hitting off on 3, but there's no follow-up coming out from team members as well. Buzzwell bringing on the action, managed to trade up on 1, but gets straight out together as well. Now making it a 4v3 situation, siding more towards Team Rise at the scoreboard. Leaf Blade coming in, clearing out 2. Eldegoss is now gone as well, and Red Dice is going to be down in the hands of Team Rise.
They get the objective, but can they get these EVs? They will get Sabine finally with that Hyper Beam, but Axew, wants fuel. But wait a minute, Axew, he gets that KO. Will be caught by that Surf coming in from Jong. And Axew, this man's in no man's land, will get KO'd. Really wanted to get that there. But I have to say, these fights are really, really difficult to Rise. And I think this is a really great example of why Clefable is such a highly contested support. The Moonlight AoE healing provides so much sustain that it lets Zoro Tigers outlast Rise in a lot of these team fights.
Oh no.
Eldegoss is a great aggressive support, but it's never going to out-heal a Clefable. With how you want to play with that Eldegoss, you want to run and gun, you want to eliminate everybody as fast as possible. You are an aggressive support. Last hit, steals the Reggie Alecki! Oh, Zoro Tigers going to be so unhappy with that.
All that damage coming on from Zoro Tigers Gaming, and in the end, Team Rise is going to be the one securing this Reguleki at the top lane over here. Now, looking at both ends, right? If you look at what Zoro Tigers Gaming has to offer, now you have to go through the Blastoise, their Trevenant, and with aggressive support coming out of Clefable as well. This is not going to be an easy feat coming up from Team Rise over here, as whatever Eldegoss has to offer in this regeneration, as mentioned now, is not as much as what Clefable has to offer. So it's them as a state, they have it. Zoro Tigers Gaming has it slightly better.
And
Rise,
Rise,
5 more seconds.
Rise also have a slight level advantage. Almost all of their core Pokemon are level 13. So with this level advantage, maybe Rise are going to be able to win this in the late game, Flava.
Oh man, the gap, I just realized it's only like a 14 point difference between them, leaning slightly more towards side of Zoro Tigers Gaming. Meanwhile, at the bottom side over here, trying to go lane scaling, they do have the Intellion, so they are able to snipe shot from time to time. Here goes the drive coming up from Gusto. From inside is going to be enough as well. Hydro Typhoon hitting up multiple unit, but there's no fall coming from behind. They managed to get the Trevenant in here. Can they actually get more hiccup from this? Snipe shot must not able to connect as well. Decided to see engage. It's going to be the Aspions with the top right side.
This is such an awkward fight as well because none of the Evolutions were able to get into the fight to dish out their damage. Leafeon and Espeon were stuck in the back line. And to lose your Blastoise here, unfortunately with no front line, your Evolutions are absolutely going to be exposed to some of this aggression coming in from Rise. And now it looks like we might be looking at a potential steal for Rayquaza here. We've got the Hyper Beam available. Great ultimate coming in from the Trevenant. Is that enough there? Leafeon gets the Rayquaza! Zoro Tigers managing to get the flip, but does it really matter for Rise? The game is so close. It might come down to micro scores.
Oh man, looking at this, it does seem that Trevenant is going to do a little bit of scoring here on the bottom left side. Meanwhile, we do see with 50 points there on the Buzzwole together with the Dragonaut. Are they going to be making any big dunks at any point here in this game? But they don't have any form of resistance. They did not manage to actually secure that takedown on the Rayquaza.
They have to go.
They have to clear. 32 seconds on the clock at the current moment, but it looks like solid defense here coming on from team members from Zoro Tigers Gaming. They do have the Blastoise this time about. Thank goodness for them. They do have the Leaf Blade securing the Rayquaza just a while ago, but this time they managed to actually cut out. Disengaging, basically displacing that Blastoise way away from there. Here comes the jump as well. Where are the falls from team members, Daddy?
Do they have the damage here from Rise? Can they score? I don't think they can. There's just too much AoE coming out from Rise. 32 points are scored. But with that said, I don't think Rise are going to be able to cross that finish line. Zoro Tigers coming out on top after a sneaky steal coming in from that Leafeon, saving the game for the Koreans.
Wow, I mean, basically, he has a great secure ability, so he does have the Leaf Blade over there to just secure the last hit in on the Rayquaza itself. Now, wow, this is a tight one. You can see that from their faces. This is not the time for them to celebrate yet. at this point, despite actually winning themselves with that in number 1 itself. And of course, on this side, we do see Team Rise over here. Probably
Not happy.
Definitely not happy with
No.
that, and probably need to go back to the drawing tables. They've brought quite a solid draft here in game number 1, and with the current format that we're running here for the finals, they have to run something else for this game number 2, and they have to make it a victory for them to force a game number 3 if they want to keep running here in this upper bracket.
Oh man, that Rayquaza fight. I am very surprised that Rise decided to try and go for that last hit steal up against Zora Tigers, because they were the ones that were burning down Rayquaza, wanting to get that last hit, maybe thinking that they could play with hoping that they would play with Mule. Maybe he would try to throw it at the perfect timing and then they just burst it before he does, but the timing just wasn't right. Some of these players, they try and go for these mind games, and it sounds great in theory, it sounds great in your head,
But
it looks great in your head.
Execution is tough.
And then and then you try to do it and it's like, oh, this was a lot harder than we thought. We do have to remember as well, the players are in a very tense situation. They are live on stage in front of an audience of people. They know that these games are broadcasted live as well. And to play right next to your opponents, there's absolutely a different environmental feeling compared to just scrimming with your team at home, and then to be at a event with the players playing against them. I know a lot of these players, they're friends with each other. I know.
Yeah,
I think
they know each other.
Eeyore was taking pictures with the Zora Tiger TV players. I think there's pictures on Twitter. You guys can check it out. But the players, they all know each other.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you are also competitors.
Yeah.
So you need to put yourself and your team first before your friends. And it's bittersweet too, because you win your matchup, but then you're like, oh wait, I just eliminated one of my friends. It's not a great feeling. I do not envy the position that the players are in at all, because your mental in these offline lands are so important.
Yeah, and it's a little bit different compared to playing, online. As even if they're not really present over there, and at the same time as well, you want to share your happiness and the victories and all this, but you also have to be mindful of your so-called friend that you have on the other end might be seeing the things that you do together as well.
I think we are going to see what kind of happened here, but yeah, it was just a standard Solar Blade secure.
Yeah, it's a Solar Blade.
Yeah, just Rise wanting to go for the race. Quite surprised that they did try to go for the race. I thought that maybe they would try and go for the little micro back caps, but clearly they were just, all of them were just hanging on to too many points to be able to comfortably back cap. It's not like anyone's running a Dodrio or a Talonflame where you can just quickly skirt halfway across the map, score your points and leave.
I think they were also a little bit concerned, if we were to pull back at least one of the Pokemons away from that particular team fight, that would actually make it a big advantage for the opponents to actually get that Rayquaza over there. So nobody was willing to let go of it. So I believe that the call that was being made, the comms that was made between them was, we have to commit this. And like you mentioned, I understand. If you look at the point gap between them, it's
so
very,
close.
very small.
So close.
It's literally just 14 points just in between them in the game itself. So basically at that point, one thing you mentioned was also correct. If they do a little point scoring, and remember in Pokemon Unite, if you have the same amount of points, if you make it into the same amount of points, you win the match, and not the first team that actually makes it into that point itself. So yeah, all you need was if you have that advantage, you have to screen, but it seems that everybody was so committed to the Rayquaza anyways.
Yeah.
So there's no way of stopping them.
And it's also just maybe too many points. Because there's no way, the only way to drop points in Pokemon Unite, or at least use points, is if you're playing Zacian and you charge your sword. That's the only Pokemon that can consume points. Otherwise, you can only drop points if you get KO'd. So, you don't have options when it comes to that late game. I want to micro score. Okay, I'm gonna go get myself KO'd so I can drop my points from 50 to 20.
Sometimes having too much points is also a curse rather than a blessing. You have a lot to score, but at the same time as well, you're how I wish I had less so I can spend less animation time trying to go in for scoring. But of course, let's shift a little bit of our attention, Danny, here to what's going on stage. Look at these serious conversations happening here, coming up from both ends. Earlier on, now this one, we're actually looking at team members from Team Rise having the discussions.
I think that was Dev just now from Rise.
Dev, and of course, this one we have Zora Tigers Gaming. They have clenched, they have secured that game number 1 but by the looks of their faces, they're not letting their guts down. They are going to give their opponents the respect they deserve because they know they're going up against Team Rise. They are the Indonesia champions over here, and they know what Team Rise can offer as well.
Yeah. Now, I do believe after the results of that matchup, Rise should be getting first pick. So, or if Rise want to, they can select if they want last pick. It kind of depends on what Rise wants. But in most cases, you want to get first pick. And I'm kind of wondering what's going to be the plan here moving forward because Rise did use quite a lot of their signature Pokemon that they're very comfortable with. So the big ones being that Crustle and Inteleon, these are Pokemon that Rise are very comfortable with. The Buzzwole, not so much actually. I feel like Dev plays a wide variety of Pokemon. He also plays that Mimikyu, he's also played Lucario, he plays Blastoise, so I'm not too worried about Dev. Eeyore has options, but it also depends on Zora Tigers if they're also going to ban out Eeyore's Pokemon too, because remember, both Dodrio and Glaceon were banned for that first game. So let's assume Rise ban Dodrio again, because they don't want to deal with it for whatever reason, and Zora Tigers continue with that Glaceon ban. I'm curious to know, what is Eeyore going to play? Like, what can he fall back to? Because outside of Glaceon and Dodrio, those have been his two most popular choices. What else does he play? The only other Pokemon I remember from last year was Urshifu, the water version.
Yeah, the
of
water bear. Yeah.
But at this point in time,
it's been a while.
It's been a while. But most importantly, it is not in the best state. It's not as strong as it
Compared
used
to
to
the
be.
dark Urshifu
It
now.
did get nerfed, so it's not in the best spot to be in that central lane. So you need to explore alternative options, and I can't figure out what Eeyore would actually play here because he doesn't play Leafeon. That is something that I kind of noticed with Rise. If they ever pick Leafeon, it is for Axeq in that bottom lane. They will never put it in the central lane for Eeyore, but I could be wrong. Maybe he's practiced it too.
Yeah, I think all this and more will be answered. If you think Game 2 is a concern, Game 3 is going to be even more concerning as more Pokemons will not be available for these teams to pick during the draft itself. Now, there's a lot of tension in the air. I believe that coming from air.
Let's talk about highly contested Pokemon here, right? So what are going to be the most highly contested Pokemon? Because the first one that comes to mind is Hoopa and Umbreon. Neither of these Pokemon appeared for these first two teams. They are going to be available for game number 2. Is there anything else that's sort of sticking out to you for a high priority pick here?
I don't know whether they want to run, but remember that Clefable is not available for
Zora Tigers.
For Zora Tigers, meaning that it's still available for Rise to actually pick for themselves.
Yes.
Eldegoss, same as well. So basically, Eldegoss is on Team Rise, so basically Team Rise can pick it, but Zora Tigers can utilize it as well.
I actually think Rise doesn't care because I know Eldegoss was a core supporter for Rise last year.
Right.
They always picked it. But this year, they've been playing a lot of Clefable and Hoopa. So for the next 2 games, like knowing Rise, they will look to those 2 supports if they can get it.
Yeah, I think Hoopa will be priority out of all that's available. We also had initial discussions earlier on that probably there is a probability that at one point, it's either game 2 or game 3, some teams are going to ditch the supports and try to go for all-rounders or just pick up to basically sustain, but not in terms of recovery, but in terms more towards shieldings and basically sustain in terms of Pokemon sustainability.
I actually think defenders become a much higher value choice as these series go on because you start running out of supporters.
Yes.
Then you have to go towards these self-sustainable Pokemon.
Because of the limitations of supporters available in the game as well, and what the game has to offer.
Yeah.
There's also the whole idea of if the only supports available, let's say for example, if you dismiss supports such as Hoopa, if you dismiss supports like Mr. Mime and Sableye, the only ones available are all healing Pokemons.
Umbreon, I guess, is like the semi-healer.
A semi-healer, yeah.
If you're that desperate.
Kinda-ish. Yeah, at one point you do foresee that probably you will see like, was it Delphox being picked out as well because you want to negate all that healing happening for opponents as well. And knowing this, I think, yeah, so you have to play a little bit out of pocket when drafting comes.
Look,
mainly on game 3.
All I know is that when these guys are playing the draft mode, it's not like how it used to be. You're playing like 5D chess. Like, okay, these Pokemon are available. We want to pick these. How do we draft in a way where they don't pick these Pokemon because they are unfavorable matchups in these lanes? How do I get a good central lane? Are they going to invade me with this? Let's pick this to prevent. There's so many things to think of now that you're limited in your choice of Pokemon.
I feel bad. Like I think this like if you think it's hard for us watching, it's even harder for the players themselves trying to.
I'm a headache just thinking.
You're just
man.
thinking about it.
I'm
It's like,
just thinking.
how-
I'm not there.
Yeah, being in their position. Okay, I want to talk about this, Danny. Like the importance of winning game number 1 is so important, more important
is.
than ever,
Yes,
ever in the
absolutely.
history of Pokemon Unite since its inception, since its establishment. This is the most important part because if you win game number 1, it's mind games. Game number 2, you can choose to
Game
play
number 2,
like
yeah, you can.
like Unite Holic, like how
you
they
can,
played it as well.
You can technically, this is what some people have called it. I'm not a fan of what it's called, but you can waste your opponent's good Pokemon because they have to win game number 2.
Yes, they are forced
It's
to play
like
their
resource trading.
somewhat best hand for the draft. Yes, and you don't have to because you've already secured game number 1.
Yeah, so it's absolutely insane. And it looks like our two bands, it's going to be that Buzzwole and Glaceon, and Rise will be able to grab the Umbreon right off the bat. So great choice. They can go for the healing support, they can go for the oppressive defender. We'll find out in just a second here. But Zoro Tigers, though, because of all this, they're going to get their hands on the Hooper and the Slowbro. So great support for Zoro Tigers. I'm curious to know what they're going to pair these two with.
They are okay. The thing about Team Rise, right? We had this conversation in regards to the trio together with Glaceon. Rise securing the Umbreon for themselves, probably to also prevent
definitely
to actually securing it for themselves. So if Rise would actually go with a trio pick, they don't have an Umbreon to actually handle him, but they do have Jong over there with that Slowbro as well.
Hang on a minute. No, this is... I'm not sure if this is going to be top Mimikyu or central area Mimikyu. And I also don't know... Okay, so it's top Blastoise. Wait. Hold on.
They are running...
So top... Okay, so Dev Mimikyu, support Umbreon, Defender support Blastoise, Axeq... Wait, is that... Espeon... Wait, who's playing the Espeon? Is that Eeyore? Because Axeq has to be playing the Mew. I'm trying to big brain this, folks. But we've got triple attacker on Zoro Tigers Gaming.
We talked about this. People can assume like, hey,
headache.
probably they're just throwing some mons over here for this game number 2. If they win, they win. If they run this, if they win, it's great. If they don't,
We get a game 3.
We got a game 3 itself. So this time, Zoro Tigers Gaming, they got themselves Inteleon, Sylveon, Venusaur, Slowbro, as well as the Hoopa. Looking okay so far. I guess Jong...
Okay, so Eeyore is going to play central lane Espeon. Okay, so I had a feeling it was going to be Espeon because Axeq is the exclusive Mew player for this team. I've never seen Eeyore play Mew before.
And I didn't think this is the right time for them to be experimenting and sending Eeyore with the mirror.
I don't think it would be experimentation. I would assume if someone's
Unless
playing
you
a
have
Pokemon,
confidence,
you
yeah.
would have practiced it to some degree. But Axeq, I think, is definitely the way better Mew. If I did the comparison between the two players, like Axeq and Eeyore, they are great core players, but they fundamentally do different things for the team. So pretty interesting lineup here. So for Zoro Tigers, obviously they're looking to win at game number 2, but they are definitely looking at a very different style of draft. Triple attacker is not a common occurrence in Pokemon Unite. It's very squishy. They do need to be a little bit worried about their lanes just to make sure that they come out of it pretty
It has
unscathed.
worked before, but it's kind of iffy.
But I also think there's a lot of suppressive Pokemon on the side of Rise. Like you have a Blastoise who is only really afraid of that Slowbro Slow Beam. So he can, depending on I don't know what the Blastoise wants to run. If he wants to go for the Rapid Spout or if he's going to go for Surf Hydro Pump. But Blastoise can absolutely run over a Venusaur and Inteleon. Umbreon is going to be able to set up for that Mimikyu. Espeon can dance around a lot of these attacks. And then you've got Axeq Mew who's going to be on the other side of the map just shooting solar beams. Like, what do you do?
I was also thinking about that. Okay, I'm assuming this. Venusaur is going to I don't know whether he's going to be running pedal dance or not. I think just for mobility
I think
purposes.
you have to.
He has to for this. But Squirtle definitely going to run Surf.
We didn't see items, so we really can't tell what
We
build
can't
they're
tell because
looking
we
at
don't
for
see
the
the items.
Venusaur.
Yeah. But I think Squirtle is going to run Surf because since the opponent has a Hoopa, you can also ride on the Surf to actually drive away the Pokemons away from the portal itself. So meanwhile, here top lane does seem that it's going to be a 3v3 situation here coming up from both ends. They're running the Bulbasaur, so they ran the Sylveon. So Bulba's going to struggle. The thing about Bulbasaur compared to a Squirtle, Squirtle has a much easier way into the game, early game, even before reaching Blastoise, compared to Bulbasaur.
Mimikyu and Umbreon is a terrible lane matchup as well for
Exactly.
a Bulbasaur. So if they're able to get a backstab, they're going to use the Snarl just to get the secure there. But yeah, the Bulbasaur oversteps on boundary. Like you're going back home. You're going to have to think about what you do when you come back into the game. But so far, things are not looking too bad for both sides. Both teams are getting their experience. Nobody is really getting shut down aside from this Bulbasaur. But we are getting some scores in, and we know Dev loves to run those scoring Pokemon to get those extra stats. And Zoe showing off why Umbreon is such a pain to deal with. It's just so annoying. It's so sustainable on its own. It doesn't need support. You got Snarl as well. That's going to reduce the damage output and will also be a huge asset as this game goes later and later.
Yeah, you can sustain and also dish out damage at the same time as well. So there's something that the opponent does not like to deal with. Meantime, of course, we do have the Umbreon here on the top side, but I does see Central area is going to be a little bit of tension up here. Light Screen together with Solar Beam coming out from the Mew, clearing out those Altera family at the central area, leaving nothing in the dust here for their opponents on the side of Orange. Meanwhile, of course, a little bit of wild Pokemon farming on for the Espeon as well.
Yeah, so just not much happening in this game, actually. It's a pretty slow one across the board, not really seeing too much action. Both teams just focusing on their experience. We already know that Rise are on the back foot, being one game down in this best of 3, looking to win the next 2 if they want to take the series. But for Zora Tigers, ideally they win this game because they want to get that 2-0, stay in that upper bracket, and force Rise into the lower bracket to play tomorrow. And hopefully for Zora Tigers, they can actually make it to the grand final. It's going to be a tough path regardless because we do have a lot of teams left in that upper bracket. But let's focus on this game here first. Can they get the win here?
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of things that we really want to highlight, that whatever the outcome may be over here, but when you save it later as well. Oh, he does save it here. Mimikyu charging forward, but that gets the double berry here. Ivysaur manages to escape with his life here from Zero. Decides to disengage and enters the wild Pokemon area to get a little bit experience for himself because he's just so close to becoming a Venusaur here in this game as he is at level 6 right now, making 7 and becomes a Venusaur. Oh, the secure! Sylveon gets the Regirock here at the bottom lane. Meanwhile, all this and more, Umbreon tries to make it, tries to juke around, but I believe that he's not able to actually do so as he gets caught up here and gets cleared out by the Intella by the snipe shot. Meanwhile, 4-man movement here to the bottom lane. The only one in defense is going to be the Mew together with the War Total. Is it going to be
coming in the back though? We've got Dev coming in with a quick KO there onto Zora Tigers. Double KO so far. Hooper is gone. There's no resets, and the Unite committed as well. Onto the Sylveon. Will pop off the Unite and get the regen, but I think it's curtains for Mule. There's no way you get away from a Mimikyu.
Oh man, that Mimikyu is insane. Coming up from the back and doing wonders here for the team members of Team Rise. Meanwhile, solid defense coming on from their opponents. Zora Tigers here. Here comes Slowbro, Hooper together with Intella doing a little bit of wonders for themselves. Snipe Shot's not able to connect at this current moment.
Yep, and up top we do get confirmation here, so it's the Pedal Dance build from this Venusaur. So we've got the Giga Drain Pedal Dance, lots of sustain, lots of AoE damage, hoping that he's just going to be able to outlast a lot of these frontliners on the side of Rise.
Outlasting is going to be tough.
It's
but
tough.
At least with the mobility, he can escape, so you don't have to really rely on
He can
Jack.
also back cap as well. That's the added
Yes.
bonus when you go for Pedal Dance on that Venusaur. The movement speed, it does allow for back cap opportunities.
A Slowbro Surf versus...
Oh, the Surf!
Well, we're just talking about this. It's quite obvious that the Squirtle was going to go with the Surf just to ride off the opponents away from that Dimension Portal. Wow.
Oh, but we are seeing Umbreon jumping onto the goal zone. Pretty interesting play coming in from Zoe. He's actually gone for Wish as well, so has the damage reduction and the sustain. Actually going for the Unite as well, setting up for the team. And here comes Eeyore. Look at that, triple KO for Rise. And all they did was exchange an Umbreon.
Yep, that's true. And of course, it's a 1-2 trade-off there. Commits a Unite from the Mew, but of course they did wonders for Team Rise. And look at the score, Danny. 207-0 at the current moment. There's no space for any of the team members from Zora Tigers Gaming to do any form of scoring.
No.
And this is definitely something that Team Rise would really want from this game or two as they need this win. Meanwhile, in bottom lane, Registeel in the hands of the Mew. No contest coming up from Zora Tigers Gaming, but we want the top lane. Mimikyu tries to make this game, but unfortunately gets caught here in the hands of Sylveon. And I believe that for Zora Tigers Gaming, they're going to be the ones securing this Regieleki, and they're going to be making their way here, and they are going to commit to a team fight. There's no way that Umbreon can do anything about it. So he's just going to see all this happen right in front of his eyes.
Yep. Just going to be saying a hello to Zora Tigers. But safe play though. I think that was really the only thing you can do. With Dev being eliminated there, you sort of lost your crux in that team fight, one of your big sources of damage, and half the team wasn't there too. So it's just a tier 1 tower, sorry, the tier 1 goal zone in that top lane. It's not too bad. But this late game could be a little bit tricky for Rise if they do decide to keep that bottom tier 1 goal zone up as well. Because if you look at the composition here for Rise, ideally the team stays together. This is not a team that wants to fight separately, one-on-one. You want to fight together. Because if you get picked off, you are going to, unfortunately, really weaken the team fight potential of the team. Psychic Select committed and they don't even get Mule. His Unite actually saving him there. It's fine.
It's fine.
We got the buffs to Sylveon Unite. Should be good for Rayquaza. I think if it was the old Sylveon Unite, then there'd be some question marks.
Yeah, that would be a little bit different over there. But it's still at a safe timing as well. It's still 3 minutes plus, so they will be having their Unites by the time Rayquaza actually appears here in the game. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, 55 seconds away from Rayquaza appearing here at the Thea Sky Ruined, and we'll see the outcome later on because we do foresee that a big team fight will happen at this last few minutes of the game itself. Now, speaking of which, one of the main things coming up from Team Rise is that they need to have this really nice clean entry coming from Blastoise to spread out his Hydro Typhoon. And as you mentioned earlier on during discussion after the draft was the only catching ability, the only CC they had coming from the side of Team Sora Checkers Gaming. They do have that Slowbro, so I don't think he was running telekinesis.
Oh, that was actually such a good amnesia to prevent the carry back from that Surf. It's one of the advantages of running that Slowbro. Time it nicely and Surf doesn't really do much to you.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's 100% true. If anything, this late game team fight it should be in favor of Rise because they're the ones that will be controlling the flow of the fight with all this AoE. You have the Midnight Prance from the Umbreon, again, Hydro Typhoon, even Psychic Solaire is another way to control the movements of these Pokemon for Zora Tigers. Zora Tigers, their only way of getting any catches, that single target Slow Beam, alternatively getting the reset with the Hyperspace Hole. That's it. You don't have any other options.
Exactly, so, and it's not like Anger Verdant's going to do much as well.
Yeah, and it's up to Zora Tigers on their entry point into this fight because with Rise leading, Rise are playing defense. They are waiting to see, okay, what do we do? When do we need to go? Zora Tigers are going to have to make that call soon because they're going to run out of time.
Oh, so they actually spot him out over here. Blastoise is actually all the way back behind the enemy lines and tried to do a little bit of play over there, but he decided to disengage and makes his way going to down bottom. For Team Rise, they don't have to do anything right now. They don't have to touch the Rayquaza. No. They just have to screen off the team members and Sora Tigers from trying to take down Rayquaza. And from time to time as well, you do see the Mimikyu staying a little bit behind just in case enemy tries to be a little bit sneaky, trying to go for any form of scoring. But time is of the essence at the current moment, Danny. 55 seconds on the clock over here if they need to make a choice now when they're going to engage over there. Blastoise still looking healthy. He can still use out the Hydro Typhoon, hitting out multiple units. What's the flow coming from behind over here? And it's just even tell him manages to clear out on the Mimikyu, which is going to be very fruitful as well. And they got the Blastoise. Now, of course, they do lose out on the Intellon at this current moment, but the situation, it's a 4v3 situation higher over here. Trying to make it from behind as well. And they're going to be losing out this Slowbro for themselves, like Rayquaza together with that Hooper. Is it enough having Sylveon? I was about to see Venusaur, but Venusaur is going to be out and away from the game.
They're just going to score. We're going to see 68 points coming in from the Umbreon and another 100 points coming in from Rise. I think this might just be it. Game number 1 going in favor of Rise. Zora Tigers just not finding that opening, being able to get that insta-KO on Rise. Sure, they got the KO on Dev, but Dev's not the Pokemon you need to be worried about. It's the Mew, it's the Espeon, and the setup, the Umbreon, and the Blastoise. This was a tough game for Zora Tigers, but to be fair, they didn't run the easiest to execute lineup.
Yep, they didn't. I think, I mean, it's very hard. I wish we had this conversation with them, but we would assume that probably they are okay with this and they are expecting themselves to actually lose out for this game number 2, just to smoothen out things for their entry into game number 3. Now,
Lots to talk about here, Flava. The draft for game number 3 is now going to be as important as ever. We also need to consider what is and is not available for both of these teams. Signature picks, how many of them are still available for both of these teams? What are the oppressive picks that you want to have for that game number 3?
This is
So-
going to be a tough one as well. Just
Let me-
looking
let-
at the options.
Let me go through Zora Tigers, right? So the major Pokemon that they've already used up is Blastoise and Clefable for game number 1. Sabine also used his signature Espeon for game number 1, and Leafeon was also expended for match number 1. And then for match number 2, Hoopa had already been used and Inteleon have also been used. These are all, I guess, what I would consider S tier Pokemon right now.
Yep.
All the teams are basically using it. Now,
Yeah.
on the side of Rise, match number 1, they used Inteleon, Crustle, and Buzzwole. And then, of course, match number 2, they finished up their Umbreon, Blastoise, and Mew. So going into game number 3, we have to start talking about some of these signature picks from both of these sides. Now, of course, I'm going to talk about Rise because this is the team I think I know the best between the two of them. So for Axew, he still has access to his Alolan Ninetales. This is a signature pick for him. I have also heard rumors that he has been practicing a certain candle that we almost never see in competitive play. This is also another option for this man. I want to see it, but I don't know if we are going to see it at all. On the side of Eeyore, we also haven't seen him play any of his signature picks as well. Glaceon and Dodrio, both Pokemon available in the pool. Can absolutely take those if he wants to, unless Zora Tigers go for a ban on Dodrio and maybe pick Glaceon for themselves. Because Zora Tigers, they lost this game, they will probably get first pick for that next matchup. And then, of course, you have your options for top laners. Buzzwole and Blastoise have already been used. And also, Dev's used his Mimikyu. This was also another signature Pokemon of his. The only one I can think of that Dev would probably likely pick up that top lane is Lucario. That is also another top laner that Dev loves to pick.
Yeah, which is still available in the draft as well, because I think it was it was actually released on Remang earlier on, and they would actually once batting Lucario. So we'll see whether this is going to be option as well. Who's going to be first pick later on?
It should be Zora Tigers.
Yeah, it should be Zora
So
Tigers, right?
the team that loses, this is generally how it works, the team that loses will get to decide if they want first pick or last pick.
I think
It's an option.
Yeah, I think they will want to secure, especially
Normally,
knowing- yeah.
if they want to continue denying Eeyore, as they have done so far, they would opt for first pick, ban Glaceon or Dodrio, and then take one of those Pokemon for themselves.
Let's not have that for this one. Let's not have that this one. I think this game tree, I believe that's not just us. I think a lot of people are anticipating this game tree. Curious to see what these two teams are going to be bringing in to the table for this final game here in this series. Now, this is going to be more important than ever. So just to highlight to you guys, when we look at Team Zora Tigers Gaming, they've already utilized quite a number of meta Pokemons here in the game during the first draft itself. They've already utilized the Blastoise, Trevenant, the Espeon, even together with Leafeon and the Clefable as well, which is one of the main sports in the game.
You know, one of the big picks for Zora Tigers, and you're gonna remember this. Jong's Buzzwole has not been picked.
Yes, it's still available.
It was banned in game number 2, so it could also be banned as well. But it is an option as well for Zora Tigers if it's not banned out during first phase by Rise.
This is going
Lots
to
of
be
things to
quite
think about.
interesting as well. And we're curious to see what their opponent is going to be banning as well. Because of this limitation, it makes it easier in the banning. It's like, hey, you already banned yourself. You kind of ban yourself. And at the same time as well,
Kind of,
just
yeah.
add one more from our end and say, hey, you're struggling. We're going to add one more struggle for you. You're just going to ban one more over here.
Yeah.
So even looking at game number 2 as well, Zora Tigers Gaming, they're not going to be playing around together with Sylveon.
So wait, are these the
Wait, this is...
picks? It says third game.
It's a third game.
Okay, I think this. Oh no, those are the bans for third game. But maybe.
Oh, for them. Okay, makes sense. Makes
Yes,
sense.
I
Because they highlighted the Blastoise and that is Team Zora Tigers Gaming. Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, we understand the graphics. Yeah, so I'm just really curious to know what's going to be these final 2 picks for the teams. I want to talk about supporters and defenders because I remember us, you, me, and Leonard, we had a discussion yesterday about the draft picks in general and how defenders and supporters are going to be in such limited numbers, right?
The most contested.
Yeah, because there's only a small pool of supporters that people really like to play, and Umbreon, I guess, if you consider that a supporter. And then, of course, defenders. To a certain degree, certain all-rounders can also function as defenders, but of course you want to use defenders if you can.
I think Rise has the most amount of supporters
Available right now.
for them.
Yes.
Even when it comes to defenders, they didn't even utilize much. Like Rise only utilized the Blastoise.
And Blastoise is
Yeah, Rise only utilized the Blastoise.
Yeah,
for
Blastoise.
for
Semi,
games.
I call it an all-rounder. It just does too much
Yeah,
damage for,
yeah,
a,
yeah, yeah, so-
for a defender.
Yeah, the guy is somewhere in between. We still haven't
It's like
found a
it's
place
an
for
all
him yet.
defender.
Yeah,
or
so
is
he
it
needs to have a lot of
defender
different
rounder?
options. They can still run the Slowbro, some of the good ones here in the game.
Well,
They
I
don't-
mean, I'm looking at Rise and I'm just saying, like, you still got Hooper, you still have Clefable, you've got options.
they can pick Clefable. I want to highlight that at the same time
Yes.
as well.
So
they
they-
can
so-
also run the Hooper.
So Rise have both meta supports that they can immediately go for. But for Zora Tigers, they've used both. Like, they've used Clefable and Hooper. So I'm wondering what's going to be their support option going into game number 3. Do they fall back to the Umbreon as well? Because I don't expect Rise to ban Umbreon. I think they're going to let that through. Or are they going to go and pick something like Clefable, which is the third preferred support?
I believe that one thing I want to highlight about Sora Tigers Gaming is that they might struggle early because they've already picked 3 evolutions.
Yes,
basically
Espeon,
from-
Leafeon, and... Oh no, yeah, and
Leafeon
Sylveon.
as well as the Espeon, yeah, and Sylveon. So
I suspect Azora might actually take the Glaceon for themselves this game because if I recall, Zora also plays quite a lot of Glaceon.
and they have not picked it out for themselves yet. And even if they get their hands on that, that's going to be the only one. That's the only evolution.
The only evolution that Zora Tigers can play, but for
for
Rise...
early game,
Yeah,
and you pair
Rise-
that with the support.
Rise are only missing Espeon because they used it in that matchup just now. So there's a lot of options available.
A lot of
for
early
Rise.
game options. They can
So
they
many
can run
options.
an early game dominance.
Oh, sorry, Umbreon as well. I forgot.
Oh yeah, they run Umbreon in game number 2. Yeah, so both teams have their own pros and cons and how they want to run things here. But it's leaning more towards Rise, despite Rise being on.
Okay, Rise have come up with a plan. They're ready.
Look at Eeyore. It's like, I got this.
Look, he did a team fist bump. I saw it and I was like, oh man, something's happening.
Wait, but I
here.
saw the guy next to him, the one on his right, the one on his left.
His left, our right.
His left, yeah.
His our right. Yeah, our right. Okay, never mind.
His left, our right. His left.
Yes, his left, but on screen it would be our right.
Oh yeah, right, yeah, correct.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, my bad.
Someone needs a restock on coffee. But game number 3. I want this match to start so badly because I really want to see what's going to be the grand finale for this matchup. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to give you a quick reminder. This is match number 3 for today. After this matchup, we still have 4 more matches to go. And we're going to end the day with the upper bracket winners finals. The winner of that matchup is going to be our first grand finalist and will be waiting for their opponent tomorrow because tomorrow is going to be, it's going to be crazy.
It's going to be crazy.
All lower bracket matches, and heaven forbid a team goes from first round of lower bracket matches and somehow qualifies to the grand final.
Oh, wow.
You would be exhausted.
That guy is not just
Guys,
physically, but also...
it's a team. It's a team of people, Flava.
Okay, the guys, I kept reminding of the guy who's like drafting the whole thing. But yeah, these guys are going to be mentally and physically tired.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yes.
especially when you're playing this kind of format.
It's
gonna be
brutal.
insane. And you have to remember that, like the other guy from the upper bracket,
They
did not
nev-
play a single series, did not play a single game the whole day. I'm just waiting for, so who's fighting us?
Upper bracket team also has a major advantage in the finals because all they need to do is to win one best of 3. Lower bracket team has to force a reset and to win the reset. So you're looking at a minimum of 4 games after you've qualified for the grand finals. You could possibly play 6 matches if you go for the full 6 games in both best of 3s.
Potentially maximum 18 games. Yes, if it's a full best of 3 series. Yes.
Oh, I can't imagine.
That is how horrible it could be for tomorrow
Look,
for any one of the teams.
it would be, I think, the most amazing Cinderella story in the history of Pokemon Unite, in the history of the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. I would love to see it, but
A
I
Cinderella story.
do not envy the team that has to go through that path.
Oh yeah.
It is a brutal one, but it would be an amazing test to the resilience of these teams playing at the finals.
And I believe that if you play a lot of matches at the same time as well, it's a little bit different compared to just witnessing it. But when you're there doing the drafts, you're playing it out, especially with such a format.
Major pros and cons.
Major pros and cons. The experience could carry forward to your next series itself.
Yeah, so there are major pros and cons to teams that go through a lower bracket one. The first one is that a lot of teams prefer to go through the lower bracket, not intentionally, but if they do, they actually, I've spoken to people that play other games, not just Pokemon Unite, they like to go through the lower bracket because they are warm, they are playing the game, they are stimulated, and they feel much better than playing cold. A team that has just sat there and is literally playing their first game of the day. They enjoy that feeling. Winning those games is also really mentally gratifying. And again, we're going back to the whole mentality discussion. Some of these players, some of these teams really rely on having a good mental throughout the entirety of the tournament. Yes, sometimes you're going to have to mentally reset through a series, but some players, some teams just pop off when they win series after series after series, and they don't feel the mental fatigue because of the adrenaline and because of that, is it dopamine? Like that dopamine rush after every single victory.
Is that the testosterone or something?
Dopamine's like the happy hormone, I think.
Okay, yeah.
I think? I'm not sure.
I think so.
I cast Pokemon Unite. I
put
don't
us
do
for this.
biology.
But of course, Danny, now the wait is over as we're going to be jumping into the draft here. Now this is going to be game number 3 for this best of 3 series. Sword Tigers Gaming on the side, the purple side, on the left side, going up against Team Rise on the orange side over here. Now we will see what the ban will be. It's like, oh, so Sora this Rise bans the Dodrio and Sora bans the Hoopa. So that being said, they still have, so they have options.
Dodrio is so banned, we don't even get a logo. Love it.
Like Pokemon Unite, like
Look,
okay.
It's respect, okay?
Is
It's
it?
respect. But
So
here we go.
Sora gets the Glaceon for themselves.
This is the thing that I found really surprising because it's Rise that bans the Dodrio when it could be Eeyore to play it. So my guess is that they're playing a composition that doesn't want to deal with Dodrio and they're happy to give away the Glaceon. Because I trust Rise to think 10 steps ahead of what I'm thinking. So they obviously have a plan and they high-fived.
I thought there was a mix. It's like,
no,
it's Rise banning the Dodrio. So,
no.
okay.
There's absolutely a reason
that
behind
should be
this.
the only reason behind it. Like, they definitely don't want to deal with Dodrio and they don't plan to pick it.
Okay, so support options for Zora Tigers, they're going to fall back to the Eldegoss. So not Clefable, sorry, not Clefable, not Blissey, which I was quite surprised about. I thought Blissey would be the next best thing here for the team. But Eldegoss, they do have Sustain, and they're also going to pick up the Umbreon as well. I don't think it's going to be Wish at all. It kind of doesn't make sense to have Wish and Eldegoss for support Sustain. Who knows? I want to know what this front line is going to be for the team though, and also what is Sabine going to play? Because I've only seen this man play Espeon, and now I've seen him play Inteleon, and he did a pretty good job playing Inteleon.
Yeah.
It's going to be Mew or Glaceon. I'm assuming it's Mew. Actually, no, I think I've seen this man play Mew. I lied. I have seen him, but it was during the Korean qualifiers. There we go.
Probably potentially we might see him the same. But Team Rise, before they complete their...
Oh, we're going back for the Eeyore Urshifu. Let's go.
Okay, they got, I mean, okay, just in case, like if Urshifu is in trouble, they do have a number on the other end. They also have the Buzzwole as well. I believe that assistance coming on from the Trevenant, from the Blissey, and the basically even the Sylveon together with the Slowbro will be enough to actually save this Urshifu if anything would happen to him. But he's gonna be a very important piece in their draft. He's like basically the main damage dealer for.
Okay, so damage dealer for Rise.
Yeah.
XQ, 100%.
But no, basically together over here, like EXU at least range-wise, yeah, he can actually he can be in a safe range. But Eeyore has to go inside.
I want to know what items Eeyore is running because we don't know at this point in time if it's going to be the Dark Urshifu or Water Urshifu. At this point in time, every time I see Urshifu, I just assume it's Dark because it's dark at the moment.
I have not seen water for so long.
No. I'm assuming this is Dark. They want to out-secure their objectives because doing the comparison between the two teams, I think Rise does have the advantage. The Dark Urshifu should be able to out-secure compared to Zora Tigers for those objectives, but he will also be pretty oppressive as that Dark Urshifu because you're constantly going to be threatening in those team fights with the throat chops and also threaten with the wicked blows. You can't walk into that Urshifu. Additionally, Trevenant does really well into that Buzzwole matchup. Now, I don't know how well Dev is going to enjoy this matchup because we have to also remember Buzzwole is Jong's signature pick for that top lane. So to pick up this Trevenant, I trust that Dev is going to be comfortable in this matchup. If not, I also trust that we're going to be seeing the first rotation from Eeyore in that top lane to make sure that Jong doesn't have the early game that he wants.
Yeah, I was definitely, that is going to be the lane that he would want to punish and assess the scene with at this current moment. But meanwhile, while all that is happening at the bottom lane, despite it being a 2v2 situation, they were not able to actually stop this attempt coming on from the team members from Team Rise to actually do any form of scoring. Top lane, this Doom, too greasy over here. Low on HP, but the bus will come from back end by still doing a little bit of score. Decided not to because the goalpost is there.
He was lucky that the score animation happened as well.
Yeah, exactly. If he like he couldn't like stop.
Could have
and then
turned
turned around. It's like, hey.
He was like, no.
No.
If anything, I'd prefer stacking to get those stacks instead. So for Jong to not get the KO there, it's totally fine. It's just a Phantom. No one cares about a Phantom. He only cares if he's a Trevenant. But Eeyore, surprisingly enough, is going to go to that bottom lane. So wanting to ensure that AxeQ gets his lane in that bottom section and actually trusting Dev to be okay up here. But with the Glaceon support, unfortunately for Dev, there's only so much you can do as a top lane Trevenant supported by a Clefable. Not too much when it comes to attack. You get a lot of defense, you have a lot of sustain, but
Yes,
with the
a lot.
Glaceon, sometimes sustain is just not enough.
Yeah, I totally agree on this. Meanwhile, at the bottom lane here, Slowbro together with Sylveon doing a little bit of scoring. Umbreon decides to rotate to the bottom lane, trying to put a little pressure, tries to catch on Slowbro, but they don't really have the damage over here to do anything to him. So even if it's caught in there, there's nothing they can actually do about it. Mid lane, a lot of rotations coming on from the side of Team Sword Tigers Gaming towards the bottom and now towards the middle side as they want to clear the Seller family, and they're going to be clearing all of them for themselves by giving a little bit of space for team members from Team Rise to do a little bit of scoring here in the top lane. Despite that smackdown coming on from the Buzzball, but there's no fall from behind. Oh, hoping up Wood Hammer hitting up here. Oh, hitting up multiple units as well, holding up in place. But basically, they still have to disengage. There's no way they're going to go up against 4 of these Pokemons coming on from the side of Sword Tigers Gaming.
Yeah, when that was all happening though, it did mean that bottom was going to be relatively free. So we are looking at a level 7 Sylveon on the side of Rise here. AxeQ is getting his levels, Eeyore is getting his levels, so all the core Pokemon are getting it. Zoe going down, this is totally normal for this man. He is just such an annoying player to go up against because he's just everywhere at the same time. Because what he's doing is that he is not only wasting Zora Tiger's time from just trying to get that knockout, but it also gives Rise the information that, hey, these players are here, feel free to do whatever you want wherever you are until they actually reach your location. So they already knew that they were going to come down. They are very aware that Zora Tigers want to fight down here. But what's the play for Rise? They're going to stick around in that bottom lane. They actually managed to catch out AxeQ. Have to force out the Unite to get that sustain. We'll get it. And the body blocks for the Icicle Spears. That's going to keep the Sylveon up. AxeQ's ready to go for round number 2. Got to be careful of those Solar Beams coming out from you so far. But this Glaceon has been a nuisance for Rise. They can't quite break through. Oh no, Dev! I think he actually may have just misconnected on his Woodhammer. Tried to go for the displacement on the right side, but it just didn't sweep wide enough.
Oh no, all this damage a little bit too hard to handle. And of course, the Secure coming up from behind. Electro Ball from the Mew as well. Secures the Trevenant, making a 3-man takedown here at the bottom lane. And this is going to be creating an opening for the team members from Sword Tigers Gaming to secure the Regirock as well as destroying this goalpost at the bottom lane from the side of Team Rise. They're going to be rotating back to the mid lane this time, clearing out those wild Pokemons at this current moment.
I'm actually very surprised that Eeyore didn't decide to join his team in that bottom lane at all. He actually decided to stick around in the top lane to actually collect and experience on the Urshifu. So I wonder what the plan is here for Rise. Like, did they anticipate that they would actually lose that bottom
Urshifu
fight?
lost in a 1v1 and against the Buzzwole.
Yeah.
So
I mean, Buzzwole came down, I believe. So
no, Buzzwole came down after.
yeah, he came down, but the Aleki never got taken. Regardless, we are going to be getting a fight in that top lane. So Zora Tigers looking to make that push happen. Phantom Forest connecting onto multiple Pokemon. They catch out the Buzzwole. Jongno getting his Unite off as well. Also getting some sustain. The Trevenant goes down. Dev is out of the picture. AxeQ being thrown around by the Buzzwole. He's actually got a backwards connection for that Hyper Voice, but they just don't have the range damage to finish off that Sylveon. And now it's just going to be Eeyore on this. Urshifu tries to go for the Wicked Blow, but again just being cut down by this Glaceon. This Glaceon pick that they've given away to Zora Tigers is becoming so problematic for Rise. They just can't make an approach.
Oh man, even with that Traven over there, despite it being a very durable Pokemon, not able to see all the damage coming out from the team members of Team Zora Tigers Gaming, basically just come back to the lane and just gets destroyed immediately. Quite unfortunate they were not able to actually make it a clean team wide by securing that Sylveon, but a 4-man takedown over there in the hands of that Glaceon, putting him currently at level 11, Danny. And of course, Urshifu trying to catch up as well because currently also at level 11 together with the Sylveon, but Glaceon's already at 12 at the current moment.
Look, Rise have got to do whatever they can to keep up in the macro game because you fall behind in a Glaceon matchup, especially at that Rayquaza fight. It doesn't matter if you're a Trevenant or if you're a Slowbro or if you're the tankiest Pokemon alive, you will be eliminated by those Icicle Spears. The last hope for Rise going into this late game is that you have to figure out a way to either flank the Glaceon, you're praying that Mule oversteps his boundaries and makes a mistake, or you just somehow clip him with Axew, because one of the issues I'm looking at the draft here...
He jumped off the platform and he was like, wait, there's an Urshifu and a Slowbro over there.
Because one of the issues I'm seeing with Rise right now is that they just don't have the easiest way to dive, and they're trying to go into this Eldegoss, even committing a Unite as well. They get the Eldegoss, but what's it going to come at the cost of? It's come at the cost of an Urshifu and probably a Clefable as well. Jong popping up on his signature buzz while Axew forced to use a Unite as well. This game is an absolute disaster for Rise. Absolute disaster. Everything that went wrong for this team has gone wrong, and it's not looking any better.
A little bit of overcommitment coming on from there, and I think they were getting a little bit too comfortable. They managed to pick on a few of the Pokemons coming on from the side of Team Zora Tigers Gaming. They should just play it well, knowing I get it, and like in heated faction, you tend to get excited over these kind of things. But this is not the time to actually make this kind of mistakes, especially as we're about to approach the final few minutes into this game number 3. 2 minutes and 55 seconds on the clock here as we're about to wait for the appearance of Rayquaza here at the Thea Sky Ruins. Meanwhile, top lane, we do see Buzzwole and the...
Zoe just trying to back have 4 points.
I was wondering, who's that guy up there?
Zoe, it's always, if it's Rise, you see someone backcapping, it's always Zoe. Always Zoe.
It's just Zoe doing Zoe things.
Yep.
But anyways, like for the side of Team Zora Tigers Gaming, they have quite a things they have to do. They have to defend the top goalpost as well as the bottom, as they still have the tier 1 at the bottom side over here, which is very close to them. Meanwhile, we do foresee that a big one's coming over here.
Props to Rise for being able to keep up in experience. They could have fallen behind and they could have fallen into the trap of we can't move anywhere on the map because we want to get KO'd. They've been very diligent farming all those wild Pokemon, getting this experience. So we are looking at an even battleground here, maybe a little bit of a disadvantage. But it's going to come down to the Ray fight. If there's one thing that Rise is going to be good at, it is going to be securing the Ray as long as Eeyore is standing. Whose Wicked Blow could be what keeps Rise in this upper bracket. But Zora Tigers, this is the team with a dream. They want to win. They want to prove that Korea deserves to be on the world stage, to be feared and not to be mocked. It's going to come down to this Rayquaza flavor. Who's going to get it?
And of course, we might be seeing a little bit how do you see that HP coming from Rayquaza. But of course, they're trying to save all this damage, all this snipe coming on as well, come from team members of Team Rise. Is it going to be enough as well? Oh, Woodhammer connecting Hideo from tree, but that's no follow-up coming from behind as well, holding him in a position. Now there's going to be it's just team. Oh, commence with the Unite as well from this Buzzwole. They managed to clear the Buzzwole. He's going to hand some Sylveon, chasing off from behind. Trevenant still surviving through. They also are from side, and here comes the Glaceon punishing the team members from Team Rise from behind. That's 3 men down, even 2 more chasing up from behind as well. Where is the Trevenant? Now it comes a reset for this Rayquaza, looking and healthy. Now they have to start from scratch, Danny.
They have to start from scratch, and nobody has Unites. But what a crazy fight. We had Jong come in. They got the insta-KO onto Eeyore, but they also got the slow beam onto Jong. So now in this last fight, with 40 seconds to go, Rise either need to win this fight or they have to sneak in the sneakiest back cap of their lives. And if there's a way, it's got to be with the Ray. But who's going to get that final hit? First KO already onto the Trevenant. Dev is not going to be there with the Woodhammer support. And look at this, Jong providing so much damage. There we go. Wicked Blow. Urshifu gets the Rayquaza, but can they score those points? Glaceon eliminated by XQ, won the Sylveon. It looks like this might just be the play. 284 to 260,
the big
52 points by
hundreds
the
coming in.
Buzzwole. We get another score coming in from XQ, but can they score points? 6 more. Is this going to maybe be game winning? They're being look. It's so close.
Oh, it's so close. They
is
don't
so
know when.
close.
They're waiting for it.
I think, is it Rise? It's Rise! Rise have taken the game. We didn't get to see the score, but with their reaction, of course, you can see that Rise. If there's a way, it's Ray. And props to some friends for making a amazing quote. But what a game. Rise not giving up, staying strong.
Oh,
Wow.
that was a huge reverse sweep over there. After losing out that game number 1, Team Rise forcing
sorry.
the game number
Look.
3.
I like, as much as I want to praise Rise for that resilience in that late game, just to gun for Rayquaza, Zora Tigers, this team has impressed. I did not expect this team to play this good going into the league stage. I thought they might have not qualified at all for the offline finals, but here they are in the offline finals, almost taking a game off of Rise after a wonderful execution of this game number 3, coming down to a situation where very few teams will have the experience and the knowledge to be able to pull off.
Yeah, and I do believe that Zora Tigers, they may have earned a well-deserved respect, not just from their opponents here for Team Rise, but as well as everyone who's tuning into this live stream, tuning into this upper bracket match. They have proven themselves worthy of being here at the ACL finals. And of course, before we talk more about this, now this is going to be quite a painful one. Now, it is a very close one, ladies and gentlemen. It is 364 points for Team Rise and 336 for Team Zora Tigers Gaming. And that is how close these two teams are in that final deciding game for this best of 3 series in match number 3.
I do want to remind people, for anyone that is supporting Zora Tigers Gaming, that this is not the end of the road for this team. They will not be playing the rest of today. They will, however, be playing the lower bracket matches tomorrow. So for anyone that is cheering for Zora Tigers Gaming, don't worry, we're still going to see them, and they actually still might be able to make their way to the grand finals, but it's going to be a lower bracket run, and it's going to be a pretty difficult one as well. And also, I want to make a quick mention for anyone that might be watching the English broadcast for Korea. I want you to look at Zora Tigers Gaming and to see how far this team has come. For anyone that might have any kind of any motivation or inspiration to compete at Pokemon Unite, do it. You know, it's hard work. There's a lot of effort required, a lot of time as well, and a lot of love for the game. But if Zora Tigers Gaming can do this and to be able to compete so closely to arguably one of the best teams in the entire world, the opportunity is there. All it takes is for you to take that first step into competitive Pokemon Unite.
Yeah. And of course, before we jump even further into things as well, now this is the graph, the points graph from both ends. Now, as you can see here, Team Rise was actually struggling. At no point, it was only at one point, which was before the 4-minute mark, that they were able to actually overtake this point compared to what Zora Tigers Gaming has to offer. But after that, Zora Tigers Gaming, they were holding on for dear life. They were just holding on as long as possible to make sure that they can actually secure the win for this game number 3. And of course, there's a little bit highlights on the match itself in between Zora Tigers Gaming up against Team Rise just a while ago as well. I have to say, solid performance coming up from both ends. Execution-wise, things that were anticipated come from both ends as well. Team Rise, they had a plan in hand. Solid. You were highlighting the things about Urshifu. Like, he has the best chance of actually securing the
I
raid.
think in this matchup, he had the most reliable security.
For Team Rise. Zora Tigers Gaming has stuffs on their end as well, but it's down to the wire. It could be anyone as well. Even Mew as well can actually deal high-burst damage to secure as well, but at the end of the day, they can only be one winner, and so happens to be Team Rise for this.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh, there's only match 3 of the day, and we still have 4 more matches to go.
We're not even halfway through.
We're not even, technically the next matchup will be the halfway mark, but what an incredible day so far with just the first round of matches. We haven't even made it past the first round. This next game will be the final match for that first round before we start heading deeper into that upper bracket. Going to be super exciting. I can't wait to hear what Eeyore has to say during this interview as well, because we will be having a winner's interview. Very well-spoken player as well, and he's really good at explaining what's happened in the current moment. I want to know what the team was thinking after game number 1 and 2, and especially how they're actually approaching the drafting phase as well, because this draft, I think we're witnessing the struggle these players are experiencing just adapting to this new drafting style.
Yeah, and I do believe that this is something that they're going to be carry forward for throughout the whole competition itself. And of course, once again, ladies and gentlemen, we just want to say congratulations to Team Rise for winning the series itself. No, definitely looking at Indonesia champions over here, they are one of the strong competitors here in the competition. We've seen them in action so many times, even in previous ACL as well, in previous competitions as well. So we know how strong they are, and congratulations to them making it to the next round. And of course, Sora Tigers Gaming for giving such an amazing fight here in that series itself, and we're definitely going to be seeing more of them very soon. Of course, this is the updated bracket after the conclusion of that match number 3 in between Team Rise up against Sora Tigers Gaming. Now looking at the upper bracket, we do see Team Rise over there at the semi-finals 2, waiting for the results for the next best of 3 to see who their opponents will be. Meanwhile, at the lower bracket, we do see there Sora Tigers Gaming will be going up against Team MYS tomorrow in game number 1 in the losers bracket.
Oh, that's such a conflicting matchup, but yes, let's focus on the upper bracket first. So Rise, their opponent could either be Kabi-chan's or E-Arena. Now, I think the consensus is that Kabi-chan's should win that matchup, but I think people are underestimating the potential of E-Arena. I want to quickly remind people before we get ready to jump into that matchup, E-Arena was actually Kakalok from last year. That was the team that qualified for Worlds. At Worlds, they competed under the name of UD Vesuan. So they've gone for another bit of a team name change here, I believe, under E-Arena. And really interested to see how well they're going to do up against Kabi-chan's. How well does their play style go up against this new Japanese superstar? I think that's what people are calling Kabi-chan's now.
Yeah, and E-Arena so happens to be the only team which did not have to go through the regionals qualifier itself, meaning that we've seen the most on what other teams has to offer, but for E-Arena, they've been holding on to their cards. They had so much opportunities to witness what others has to offer in their previous matches itself. I understand people will be talking about this format's a little bit different, probably different teams, all the teams have to bring in something different to the table, but E-Arena did not show much to any of the teams competing here today, and probably they might just surprise us even with the given format as well. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what E-Arena will be bringing here in this next series itself, and we'll see if the Thailand champions will be able to actually overthrow the winners for the next one.
They'll defend their country's throne, their region's
most
throne.
definitely.
All right, it looks like we're going to be getting that interview with Eeyore, so let's see what he has to say to our Thailand hosts.
Okay ครับ เรามาพูดคุยกับทีมชนะเลิศกันดีกว่า โอ้โห คุณมิมครับ เกม 3 เกมที่ผ่านมา 3 เกมไม่มี 3-0 วันนี้นะครับ มีแต่แบบโอ้โห 2-1
ค่ะ
นะครับผมไม่ธรรมดาจริงๆนะครับ
นะคะเป็นยังไงกันบ้างนะคะ ตอนนี้เรียกได้ว่าทางด้านหลังทางด้านหน้าเมื่อกี้โอ้โหลุ้นกันแบบหายใจแบบหืดอย่างนี้เลยนะคะ
เกมตึงไม่มีเกมศูนย์เลยวันนี้
นี่เหมือนเข้าใจนะคะ
เหมือนรู้เหมือน
เข้าใจนะคะ
โอเคตอนนี้เราก็อยู่กับเพลเยอร์จากทีมไรส์นะครับจากประเทศอินโดนีเซียนั่นเองนะครับเราอยู่กับทางคุณย่อ
Yes, and right now on the stage is one of the winner team of the last match, Team Rise from Indonesia, and now I'm with the player Eeyore. May I have a big round of
ขอบคุณ
applause?
เลยครับให้กับคุณอียอนะครับ โอ้โห จัดเกมแบบเอนเตอร์เทนมันๆให้ดูกันเลยแบบ
สุดยอด
มาก
เรียกได้ว่าสาแก่ใจแม่มาก
ถูก
นะ
ต้องเลยนะครับ โอ้โห อย่างแรกเลยที่อยากจะถามเนี่ยรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ หลังที่ได้ผ่านในเกมสุดตึงสุดเขี้ยวเมื่อกี้มาฮะ
ใช่ Okay, so one first question I would like to ask about the feeling how you feeling after passing of the last battle.
Jadi Ion, gimana perasaannya setelah pertandingan terakhir tadi?
Iya, pastinya perasaannya tegang banget. Kita senang banget juga berhasil mengalahkan tim XTG dari Korea yang kita tahu itu tim yang jago banget juga. Tadi mungkin persiapan kita kurang, jadi kesulitan di game 1 akhirnya kalah. Untungnya game 2 menang, tapi game 3 juga sempat kalah sampai detik-detik terakhir baru untungnya tim Rise itu clutch banget sampai bisa comeback di Rayquaza dan scoring dan juga menang match-nya lawan XTG.
Yeah, ER is feeling really happy. They can win against XTG from Korea, which is a really talented team. And maybe they lack preparation on the first game, so they lost. But they can come back and won game 2. They were losing at first on game 3, but they came clutch and then win in the last seconds. And ER is really happy with the performance.
ครับก็เรียกว่ามีความสุขกับผลลัพธ์ที่ออกมามากๆเลย
ใช่
เพราะว่า
แล้ว
ถึงแม้ว่าบางช่วงที่เขาจะพลาดพลั้งไปครับคุณมิ้น
ใช่
คุณผู้ชมครับแต่ว่ายังสามารถคัมแบ็กกลับมาได้
ใช่
นะครับถึงแม้ว่าจะมีภาวะกดดันเพราะว่าเขาบอกว่าทาง XTG เป็นทีมที่แข็งแกร่งมาก
ใช่แล้วนะคะ ก็เรียกได้ว่าเป็นคู่แข่งที่เรียกได้ว่าโอ้โห
เปี๊ยะ
ดูกันตึงเปียะนะคะ เราเองก็ลุ้นไปด้วยนะคะ
ครับผม
อันนี้
แล้วก็
เดี๋ยวเรามาถามกันดีกว่าในมือเนี่ยเห็นเขาถือชา
ใช่
มาด้วย
คือผมเห็นเขาถือตุ๊กตา
เออ
นอนขึ้นมา
นะคะ
นะครับก็อยากจะสอบถามนะครับว่าทำไมถึงพกนอนขึ้นมาบนเวทีด้วย
ใช่นะคะโอเค so another question I would like to ask what is this in your hand
Can you show to the
explain?
audience
Can you show it
so cute
Iya, jadi ini ada titipan dari temen namanya Leonard, itu admin komunitas Pokemon Unite Indonesia. Jadi shout out to Leonard, shout out buat semua dari Indonesia yang nonton dan dukung Rise di PWACL ini. Thank you so much, dukung kita terus, semoga kita bisa jadi juara pada turnamen ini.
So this plushie is from Leonard from Pokemon Unite Indonesia. So shout out to Leonard and Pokemon Unite Indonesia community. We hope that we can win this tournament.
โอเคนะ
ก็
คะ
ขอให้โชคดีนะครับ
ค่ะ
ผมสำหรับการแข่งขันครั้งต่อไปนะครับแล้วก็น่าจะได้ดูแมตช์มันๆจากพวกเขาทีมไรซ์อีกครั้งหนึงกันอย่างแน่นอน
เอาละค่ะ เป็นยังไง ขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆให้กับทีม Rise ค่ะ
Thank you
Big applause Thank you so much
ข
Thank
อบ
you
คุณ
so
ครับ
much
thank you
นะคะก็หวังว่าเดี๋ยวจะได้รับการซัพพอร์ตอย่างนี้ไปเรื่อยๆนะคะ
ใช่ครับ แล้วก็
โอ้โห
ทางทีมไรซ์ในโปรแกรมหลังจากนี้พวกเขาจะไปเจอผู้ชนะนะครับระหว่างทางด้านทีมไอน่าจากประเทศไทยนะครับ
ค่ะ
กับทางด้านตัวของคาบิจังนั่นเอง
ใช่แล้วค่ะ ซึ่งก็จะทำการแข่งขันในแมตช์ต่อไป ถูกต้องไหมคะ
ต้องครับผมแล้วก็แน่นอนคุณผู้ชมครับ เดี๋ยวเราจะมีโชว์แมตช์นะครับผมซึ่งตอนนี้น่าจะเริ่มกันไปแล้วเรียบร้อยด้านนอกนะครับในบูธของทางบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดนะครับหรือว่าบุรีรัมย์พริ้งเกานะครับนอกจากจะมีการแข่งขันทัวร์นาเมนต์แล้วมีโชว์แมตช์ระหว่างทางด้านทีมใจร้าวครับคุณมิ้นครับกับ PJY Gamer ครับผม
ค่ะ And I have to invite all of you, all ladies and gentlemen, and all participants that are participate with us right here at Icon Siam. Outside of the hall, there will be a tournament by Buriram United and also a Thai influencer that are competing in the match. So I would like to invite everyone to join and see that as well. Not only the inside of the hall, but also the outside of the hall. And the end of the day, I would like you stay until the end
Okay.
because there will be a mini surprise, the mini game that you all can participate and win the prizes from us.
ครับผมรับช่วงแปลให้ต่อนะครับก็คือว่าช่วงท้ายของการแข่งขันวันนี้นะครับเราจะมีกิจกรรมพิเศษที่เรียกว่าพิเศษสุดๆเลยนะครับสำหรับผู้ชมทุกท่านนะครับที่ให้การสนับสนุนเรามาตลอดวัน
ค่ะ
นะครับง่ายๆก็คือโหลดเกม Pokemon Unite ไว้นะครับและผ่านเทอร์เรียลให้เรียบร้อยในตอนจบการแข่งขันในวันนี้นะครับเราจะมีกิจกรรมสุดพิเศษ ซึ่งบอกเลยว่าของรางวัลที่แจกเนี่ยเอาจริงๆคุณปิ๊มครับ
ค่ะ
ด้านนอกที่เรามีกิจกรรมแจกของเนี่ยว่ายิ่งใหญ่แล้ว
แต่
เดี๋ยวตอนด้านบนเวทีนี่แหละครับเป็นของแท้นะครับเจอแน่นอน
ของแท้
ของแท้
นะคะ
แน่นอน
ไม่รู้จะแปลเป็นภาษาอังกฤษยังไงเลยนะ
สุ
คะ
ดๆเลยครับ
โอเคนะคะ ก็เดี๋ยวยังไงเนี่ยอยู่จนถึงจบงานนะคะ แล้วก็
ใช่แล้ว
มา
ครับ
ร่วมลุ้นสนุกด้วยกันแล้วกันนะคะ เอาเป็นว่าตอนนี้ก็คงจะพร้อมแล้วสำหรับแมตช์ต่อไปเป็นใครคะ
ครับเป็นระหว่างทางด้านทีม EI หน้าครับมาเจอกับทีมคาบิจังนั่นเองนะครับเป็นการเปิดสนามของทีมจากประเทศไทยของเราครับ
ค่ะใช่แล้วค่ะ and the next match that I would like to present to you is between E Arena and Kabijang and I hope everyone is about ready to see it
ครับตอนนี้น่าจะพร้อมกันแล้วนะครับ
ค่ะ
เดี๋ยวเราส่งหน้าที่ต่อให้กับนักพากย์ของเราบนเวทีกันเลยครับ
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, hopefully you guys are revitalized because we are about to witness the final series in the first round and upper bracket, Leonard.
Yeah, it's gonna be it has been a really phenomenal journey. It's definitely something not to say, I would say upsetting. I will use the term quite surprising here because of how the game really turned about because of this new rule here. And I do somewhat understand because a lot of these teams are really put to the test to how well they can adapt to the scenario, especially because no longer do they have this comfort, like a very safe zone to fall back to. You don't have that chance anymore. There's a lot more pressure now where the fact that whatever you pick in that first round or in that round alone, that's all you got. It's like literally the fact that you either make this work, or we don't, that kind of thing. So there is some form of pressure, but at the same time, from seeing from the players and their expression as well, I think they're also welcoming the challenge as well. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into the game itself, we do have an interview for you, and it's going to be from Team Kabi-chan. Do enjoy and check it out.
カビちゃんズの野田次郎です。カビちゃんズはとてもその最後の2分のレック座戦のファイトを重視しているチームで、キャラの選び方だったり、その序中盤の運び方だったりとかを全てその2分のレック座戦について向けてやっているチームで、強みはそこのファイトで絶対負けないぐらいのファイトを毎試合して、ちゃんと勝ち切って勝っていることで、弱みはファイトってやっぱグループをするので、そのやっぱり抜けのゴールだったり相手が個人で動くような戦術にはちょっと相性が悪いので、そこは弱みかなと思っています。緊張します。やっぱりここタイってこともあって、なんかアウェーっていうかそういうなんか歓声とかもあると思うので、しかも第一戦の相手がタイってこともあって、本番は結構アウェーな感じになると思うので、そこの歓声とかにビビらず戦えるかが大事だと思ってます。カビちゃんズらしく戦って、圧倒的な力で優勝したいと思うので、応援よろしくお願いします。
Wow, that is some really great stuff coming in from Team Kabi-chan members as well. And somewhat totally understandable too. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is, like Flava said, our final series of our first round of the upper bracket here is going to be E-Arena from Thailand Open first place versus Team Kabi-chan from East Asia League second place.
Yeah, man, really like what's been shared earlier on. Now, for Team Kabi-chan, they feel like they're the away team because they're going up against the Thailand champions.
Like it's their home ground.
It's
right?
literally home ground, and you can see that. Of course, we would assume that majority of the fans present there physically at the venue itself are going to be supporting for their favorites, which is going to be E-Arena. So KS is not just the pressure of being on the main stage, but also the pressure of not having much support, happening there physically. With hopes that probably those who are currently back at home, wherever you may be, tuning into this live stream, are able to give your support in the comment section, whether you support for Team E-Arena or Team KS. And of course, E-Arena, as mentioned previously, they are the Thailand Open champions going up against Team KS or Kabi-chan's the East Asia League second place winner. And of course, this is definitely going to be a battle of pride over here, and this is something I understand after witnessing KS's match during the regionals as well. We've seen a lot of them in action during the East Asia segment, but right now I talked a little bit about Danny about E-Arena. The thing about them is that they have this advantage that they did not compete in regionals. They did not manage to show a lot of their hands, which could potentially make it a little bit different for Team KS to do, or even the other teams competing here at the finals to actually do research on them.
Right.
They have a gauge on what they can offer here.
No, that's why I'm saying, right? Like, to me, when I first saw Team E-Arena, right, the first thing that came to the mind is, this team is really like an enigma, right? That kind of thing. Sure, you may know they have the history, they have the experience back in 2022, but other than that, there was just this massive gap of inactiveness coming from them, right? So at that time, it just feels like maybe Thailand has been prepping them as secret weapons, that kind of thing. Not really showing them
probably
too much.
Probably gonna know that they're gonna be hosting the finals anyways. As like,
totally pre-planned for them, right? So they only made themselves known this year during the AIS 5G 2023, right? They came in first place here. Completely dominated, and by the way, when I say dominated in the AIS Thai Open, I mean absolute domination. They came in the upper semi, they did win it 2-1. When they moved to the upper semi-finals, they also won it 2-1 to the grand final 3-0. A perfect streak here. Sure, they dropped around, but they didn't drop a series here.
Yep,
an absolute run for them. And their history, let's be honest, Mark God, Sunsage, and even Notiza has been in the same league for, I guess you could say, have a really great synergy as they've been in the same team for quite a long time. They were in the Supreme Junior X Asa win, and that was during the APAC Championship Series, where they most slowly move on to Team Good Day. That was in AIS 5G in 2022. But before they disappeared.
Yeah.
And then Calculate, that was the most recent one, APAC West Championship. They did rebrand themselves to UD Venison at the World Championship 2023. Although yes, it was not in the top 10 placing, but the fact that they can actually get to the 17 to 24 placing, it still it actually create massive waves on where they actually truly stands in terms of skill sets here. It is the World Championship Series.
Yeah, but that's true. And of
That
course,
is a
it's
massive
a
league.
different level altogether if you're looking at
Right?
that. People look at it as like, hey, it's not even in single digits. It's like, you don't understand.
So
We're
that's
looking
what
at the world stage here.
That's what I'm saying. So a team like this suddenly having inactiveness, right, for a year, and it comes back so solid.
So solid, yeah.
You'll be like, okay, not much VODs, not much intel to really go around with here, and it's their home ground. Sure, I guess, okay, I do agree. Some people like to say, when you play on your home ground, you sometimes do get the home advantage because you get the energy from your own people or from the crowd. But there's also some times where you tend to feel pressure because it's also your home ground, that kind of thing. But E-Arena, from history, from experience, I feel they have the skill sets and the experience to really back them up, that kind of thing. But Team Kabucha, on the other hand, now this is a team that has been quite the dark horse for the regional stage. Right? They came in relatively new, very fresh this year with new rosters as well. They came in really strong. We were a little bit concerned because we really truly didn't know where they stand. They have no competitive experience. They really have not much strong of a background, but they really showed their mettle. I do agree, yes. Compared to their seniors, Unite Holic, I like to say, to give an analogy where they're like a rapier. Very precise, strong precision. But coming from Team Kabi-chan, Team KS, they may not be as precise as them, but they are like a great sword, absolutely destroying the competition here so far.
So they call it the Kabi-chan way. Yeah, this is the Kabi-chan way. Like they like, I still remember when they highlighted it during their interviews as well. Like this is the way that they actually play things out, and we'll see whether that way will result in a victory for them here in this series. We're gonna start off with our game number 1 in our 4th match of the day here. Team KS is going to be on the purple side, going up against Team Arena on the orange side. The bans are out. It's going to be the Umbreon and the Leafeon, and KS starts off with the Inteleon pick.
Yeah, the thing is this, I don't think Team KS really need to worry about like what's to pick, what's E-Arena potentially going to be picked, what they should ban out, that kind of thing. I think they should just stick with what they've been doing so far. Sure, it may not be as tactical as their senior Unite Holic, but or may not be as polished, but they still have their perks, and which is a very strong perks. Play around the Rayquaza here. Go with a really strong secure moves to really secure those objectives, those wild Pokemon for the CXP, and even Rayquaza if necessary here. So you have a lot of options. You have really good late game scaling. So the fact that they start off strong with the Inteleon, I'm actually a big fan of it. They do ban the Leafeon, which has been a very common ban, understandable. Leafeon is those kind of speedsters where if you get that early game, you really snowball really hard. And he's also pretty much a meta because of the fact that when you hit level 4, you have such a strong nuking ability like a Solar Blade, that's just too much to handle for most people here. But I love the idea that they actually brought in the Blaziken coming to their hands here on side Team Kabi-chan here.
So you might wanna like think like, is KS trying to play a little bit safe at this game number 1 and trying to see and test the waters, because E-Arena, they're looking quite solid up here. They're running the Slowbro, they're running the Blastoise together with Urshifu, probably a Dark Urshifu once again over here. And they have the Spolhoopa, and of course they have that Mew in their hands. But Team KS, when it comes to online, they, rather than running like, there's nothing that's stopping them from actually running a Clefable, but they are running the Blissey at this current moment, so they have that Trevenant on the front line. But is that going to be enough? Even for ROM, are they going to be running a Solar Beam to just give up more damage here? Because on the back line, they have the Blaziken, they also have the Inteleon as well for damage. Do you want to add in more damage knowing that you have to deal with Pokemons like Blastoise together with Slowbro?
The thing is this, right? Usually I could tell you exactly what they might go for just for the items, but I don't think we have that opportunity to really see their items, right? That kind of thing. But in this kind of matchup, I think it really depends on what's really going to be the threat for them. There's a lot of gap closers for them, so if you really want to stay in the front and just sustain, right, just to really be a secondary wall for this Inteleon here, for ROM in particular here, Vitopo I believe we will, yeah. Vitobo can actually try to opt to go for the Pedal Dance and Giga Drain here. I think that's decent amount of sustain that really keeps him on his feet as well and really just keep him nice and comfortable because there's a lot of way to really catch them out here.
Yeah, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, the game has begun here for game number 1. And of course, we do see the Torchic here who's going to be letting him in the middle area to actually get a little bit of leveling for himself so he can actually speed up his rate in actually getting into a Blaziken. Meanwhile, we do see Hoopa trying to do a little bit invasion here, trying to stir the progress of getting levels for this Torchic in this game. Meanwhile, at the top lane, of course, we're going to be seeing the Squirtle going up against the Chansey, as well as the Bulbasaur. I believe that's a Bulbasaur. Yes, it's a Bulbasaur. Hey, I remember that. That's Erika's set. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, ooh, Fatum is going to be cleared out. It has a Mew together with the Slowpoke.
The thing is this, right? Like, I was a little bit concerned because you are sent. This is Kokoda, by the way, playing the Torch, playing the Blaziken, right? Going to their mid area. The thing is this, right? When you have a Pokemon that has multiple evolutions going to that central area, you're pretty much like a prime target for an invasion, right? Because you really can't do anything about it. So you have two options. Either send a supporter coming to support you, but that just subjects your top lane to be alone, to be really pressured out. But in the end, E-Arena was able to secure the pickoff initially on their top side, even without having their support to divert, to protect, to guard that central area. They were able to pressure out, good timing with the rotation as well, to try to slow things down. No pickups here, but they're able to zone them out to get the necessary secure. Now the bottom lane, this is going to be the really interesting one. A little bit slow coming from both sides here, especially since the Sobble finally hitting his first evolution here, but still not enough damage to really pick them off.
Oh, the light screen saving him in his hands, but of course the follow-up damage, but the solar beam through the light screen was not able to actually connect to anyone over there, putting that Hoopa in safe and sound. I thought he was going to be a goner at that moment. Meanwhile, it does seem that the Bulbasaur is going to be having a much better lane, as he's already an Ivysaur at this point compared to the Squirtle. Still not at level 5 to become a Warrior at this point. Look at Ivysaur, he's already level 6, meaning he's only 1 level away from actually becoming Venusaur now here in this game. And they are definitely at the forefront when it comes to levels compared to their opponents here from Team E-Arena. Top lane, of course, the Blissey. Oh, it's already Blaziken here for Vitopo.
Of course, you gotta get all that EXP as you can. They kind of did the secure into the jungle, but he doesn't really have the Unite move, so it's gonna take a couple of while before he really gets to there. But objectives are currently going to be spawning soon. It's going to be that 7-minute mark here. Bottom lane, you can have a couple of harass, but I don't think they're going to be able to try to get that secure. Not really much lockdown unless you really commit a couple of those Unite moves to try to hinder his place here to really maximize that damage. Yoshifu, on the other hand, getting really poked down into submission here. That's a double buff Blaziken. You really need to respect that. And this Blaziken, coming from the side here of Kokoda, he hasn't been, Vitopo hasn't really been poked around too much here. He's been very comfortable, high amount of damage, and also a very sustainable all-rounder. You have to respect that for sure.
Oh, it does seem like quite a family gathering here at the bottom lane. And here comes the engagement from Urshifu. But where's the flow come from behind? It does seem that the cavalry has arrived here from side of Team KS. They do have the Blissey from the back end as well to provide a little bit for the team members. Sniping out action from the Intel. Is it going to be enough as well? He managed to actually snap out 3, and Hoopa decides to make an escape over there. It's a 3-0 trade-off siding towards the Team KS.
You know, it was a constant back and forth. It's like pretty much like both the Blaziken and the Travelers has been treating all their members of E-Arena like pinballs, just constantly bouncing them back and forth, knocking them aside here, and they just have no way to really answer this so far. Although yes, that was a really big pickup on the side of Team KS. That's going to elevate them even further, the security objectives, and look at the leveling right. This is we're talking about Blaziken, okay? Blaziken in the central lane, not much of course. He didn't get as much harass as initially in the early game as expected, but he's already level 11 here.
Yeah, so I think the team has been making a lot of space for him. This could be a great opportunity for him to actually come and actually provide a little bit of assistance to the team, prevent the shutdown. Here comes Vitobo, decide to disengage over here away from the Urshifu. Probably a great idea, as they do know that the opponents do have basically really good follow-ups coming from the end, and you're actually playing around in their wild Pokemon area. So, but when it comes to map control, it's definitely siding more towards the Team KS at this current moment. Meanwhile, Team E-Arena is on the defense segment here. Rapids being utilized by this Blastoise, trying to make an escape, is going to have a reset here by the Hoopa, probably not retaining that in between multiple Pokemons from the side of Team KS. Meanwhile, Amnesia utilized as well. And look at this, huge invasion coming up from Team KS, raking up all these wild Pokemons for themselves, leaving none for E-Arena despite it being their side of the map here, Leonard.
Oh no, he was so close. Marco really tried to dunk it in just about maybe less than a second left. Maybe he could have done it, but not with the range of the Venus, so that range that really denied him entirely. Look at it, so much control. They're really trying to force in this aggression, their dominance into their central area. They want to ensure they secure all this free real estate. Although yes, Mark got finally getting a couple of points in here. Not sure whether it will turn the time, maybe it will be much later.
No.
But the rest of the squad instantly coming in for the reverse sweep here as they all try to get the necessary punish. Hydro Typhoon try to lock them down in place. We'll get the necessary amount of knockdown here, and it looks pretty great. They get 1 and 2 in the process. Backliners are down for the count here. That should give them a decent amount of leveling, but the Blaze can still stand strong and tall. And remember, we're not just talking about the Inteleon. We have the Venusaur, and we also have the Blaziken. Multiple damage dealers still standing in that scenario.
Yeah, I mean, I could just imagine if Venusaur were actually to be playing Solar Beam, and you'd be like triple range Pokemons here dishing out damage from long range. That's going to be insane. But of course, I think Venusaur needed that mobility to engage and disengage from any form of DeFi, especially when catching. But here comes throwing on bodies from Team Arena. Trying to come in up here, trying to prevent this Regieleki from actually entering Wopos. But in this scene, he's able to actually make it as well. Could be up to for them to actually score a goal over here with 2 KO streaks here in hand of Inteleon as well. They're going to be getting the Urshifu. All the main team members from Team E-Arena has been cleared out here at this top lane, and I don't think it's a wise idea to keep throwing bodies over again after the outcome from that particular engagement. This time Urshifu jumping here, hitting off on this Blissey, but then the slow fall coming up from behind as well. Will it be enough to actually clear out this Blaziken? But instead, it's going to be a counter from his side. Blaziken's going to be one clearing out the Urshifu here from that leave, and he's going to be Hoopa carrying down. Hydro Typhoon utilized as well, but there's no follow-up from his teammates as well, losing at 4 and missing out. Only one surviving that encounter is going to be the Blastoise.
There's just no way for them to stop them at this point. Everyone it's super late game right now. They have scaled so perfectly too, and they're all literally coming in one by one, allowing them for really nice, easy pickoffs here. And guess what? Sure, you got the hoop. You're able to send someone back safely as well. But guess what? It doesn't matter. They're in such a good spot. Oh my god, Trevor. Oh my god, my friend.
Just a bit more.
A little bit more, my friend. A little bit more.
I think this will be a great time for Team E-Arena to regroup back and discuss back on how they want to approach this, because we're only 25 seconds away from Rayquaza appearing here at the central area of the Thea Sky Ruins. And this could be the opportunity for E-Arena to actually get back in this game by securing this Rayquaza. But can they do it?
It's a really hard Rayquaza flip, really, because we're not talking about like, sure, you got Dark Urshifu pretty great secure on the Rayquaza. Maybe the Mew is over the Electro Ball, the Solar Beam. But the problem is, you're dealing with a lot of frontal aggression, right? Anyone can do the damage. Even Venusaur, the fact that weakness that all attacker usually has, if any attacker would to be harassed or interrupted, it doesn't really matter to Venusaur. He sustains, he does a lot of damage, and Petal Dance also somewhat helps to reset or get that Giga Drain off cooldown even faster as well. So he's pretty much almost like an immortal Pokemon in this field. Like, you need to commit quite a lot of players or trainers to really melt away this Venusaur here. And even while you're doing it, the rest of the team of Kaofi-chan, they're not just going to stand and watch as they watch their teammate being picked up. No, they're going to join in the fight. And literally, if you throw your whole team for one single trainer, that just leaves you an opening for your opponents to really get you from the backside, which is exactly going to happen. So Vitobo was able to find the Mew, but he's just a little bit too slippery, was able to get out of the fight a little bit too nice and hasty here. A couple of Hydro Typhoon, but no decent follow-up, and Urshifu is completely out for the count. Mew trying to do his best, even the slow beat, but what can you do in the face of a Bruce Lee kicking chicken here, who's completely on fire?
Oh yeah, I think this is going to be tough as well. After losing out 4 Pokemons here on the side of Team E-Arena, all that's left is going to be the Mew, and that will be high time for Team KS to actually secure that Rayquaza for themselves. Now, they've already had quite a big lead here compared to what E-Arena has to offer, but they're going to be winding up this gap even more to secure this win for this game number 1. But Leonard, 26 seconds here on the clock, 100 points over there being scored, and yet another 100 coming in as well. And here comes another 100 and another, and that's 400 coming off from side TKS after what they have earlier on right now. And now they're just standing here at the front doors of Team E Arena in this game number 1, and I believe that this is game number 1 win for Team KS.
It's so straightforward for them. Right? There's no need to there was no requirement for overthinking it. There's no need to just have whatever insane tactics or mind-blowing abilities. No, they just stick to their roots here. Really just brute force their way through the competition here. Yes, it did carry some risk because we're talking about 3 Pokemons with multiple evolutions here, right? 3 Pokemon that somewhat scales to the late game, but they don't really have the best early game, right? And I think that's where the slight problem does come in for the side here for E Arena, right? I think we just didn't see enough harassment, or maybe because of the fact that they just didn't have the right Pokemon to really issue that kind of harassment and pressure towards these guys. I think if E Arena at the time had a little bit more, I can't believe I'm saying this, right? But if they had a couple of EV evolution Pokemon on their side here, we throw in the Glaceon, we throw in, I mean, that's pretty much what, I mean, Leafeon is currently banned now, it's a good ban as well. But you throw in a couple of EV evolution and just really hunt these guys down or really slow them down, I think we might not have, I think the game would have been will be a little bit more different compared to what we were seeing now, right? Because coming from the side here of E Arena, they just couldn't find that opening with just the Urshifu alone here. And even, yeah, Sunset, sure, Mew is just one of those Pokemon where even with the nerfs, some players did drop it, but in the side here for EA and Southeast Asia, it's still one of the few go-to picks. And we have really strong Mew Pokemon trainers like Night Mew Foxy, for example, as well, to make it work. But besides the player itself, it's a very slippery Pokemon to really catch upon. But on the side here of Team Kabuchan, it doesn't really matter if they got their hand on Sunsage or not. It's just more the fact that if we can't get to you, it's fine. We have the damage, we have the capabilities to literally steamroll anyone that's in our face. Whoever is viable or within our range, we'll pick up that person first, and it will not be a loss for us. Because like even you saw the fight for the top side, they lost the Inteleon, they lost the Blissey, right? But it didn't matter because they still had the Venusaur and the Blaziken, and the Traveler is still doing damage.
If I were to look at the draft itself, I think that game, I think Arena has a fighting chance. It's just that Kabuchan was just picking on them from time to time, basically just utilizing the advantage of them, the ability to actually poke as they actually have. Basically, if you play around with the Inteleon, they play around with the Blaziken. They created so much space for this Blaziken here in this game. And basically, in the first half of the game, it was literally a 4v5 for Team KS. And even with all that, I think Arena was already struggling. And what more after Blaziken enters in the fray and managed to contribute even more for the team here. So it looks like I think E Arena managed to hold as much as they can. But I think this is one of the biggest wins for Team KS because they were already dominating in the team fight despite it being in the goalpost for Team E Arena. But E Arena, they kept thinking that maybe if they kept throwing their bodies over there, with the advantage of having the shields coming up from the goalpost, they are able to sustain. But unfortunately, it has been proven that they're not able to sustain all that. They're already behind in terms of levels, and they're already outnumbered in many occasions. So I believe that it's not really a great scenario for them to actually play around in such a manner. So that's why I said, I just want to go back to what I mentioned before. I believe that they really need to regroup and have a proper discussion between themselves on how they want to approach this game, especially starting off with how they want to approach and fighting against Team Kabuchan here in this series, as they are still not out yet. This is best of 3 series. Yep. So they still have the possibility to actually win that game number 2 and force the game number 3 for themselves.
Definitely, for sure. Like, and the thing is this, right? You do need to keep it to account. There is Team Kabuchan is very similar to Team MOS, right? Yeah. Brute Force has a very flexible and massive Pokemon pool for them to really utilize as well. Like, if you saw that first game, you'd be like, oh, that's a lot of heavy hitters, like tier 1 heavy hitters on their side here, and now they can't utilize it for a second game. Yes. It doesn't affect them at all. There's still the bustle for them to utilize. They can even try to opt for even taking a couple of Pokemon for themselves to utilize from the opponent's side. Sure, I do agree, like, because since they already selected the Inteleon, they would not have the Inteleon for the second round here. But I don't think it's going to be quite the setback for our dear friend Rome, because he still plays a really dang good Mew. He also plays a pretty great Espeon. I'm also a really big fan of Chandelure if he does come in, or the Gardevoir here. Sylveon also starting to show a little bit more like back in the regional stage. We didn't see a lot of Sylveon, right?
Yes.
And whenever we do, we just feel like, is this gonna be enough? Is this gonna be great? Because we either see Mystical Fire Sylveon, or very rare cases we see a Hyper Voice Sylveon here.
Yeah.
But now,
I think both of them using Hyper Voice for the day.
yeah. So now we're seeing a lot more today, literally throughout the entire day. We're seeing a lot more Espeon. We're seeing a lot more Sylveon. I think it's been working out so far, especially the Espeon in particular with the store power and side shock. Mainly because of the fact that you're dealing with a lot of beefy frontliners, and side shock is those kind of and store power is those kind of damage, right? It somewhat scales based on how much is your opponent max HP percentage, right? If I'm not mistaken. So it's really great at poking them down. And we even saw, I believe we saw one game where the Espeon had like 100,000 damage dealt in that one round. I'm like, okay, that is somewhat expected, but I still can't believe it. You know, I'm saying it, but I'm not believing it.
It's very much possible, but the thing about Espeon is that I think there was a time when the nerf came in, then the players were kind of not happy about it because you know, it's really hard for you to land the side shock in the first place. And you telling me it's getting nerfed? Like, it's already a struggle, like how hard for you to land ability. It's not like it's Glaceon. Like, it's not even like, I believe that landing on Leaf Blade and all the abilities coming from Leafeon is way easier than what to execute in Espeon as well. So when you add that, so basically with the nerf, then people was refraining from actually going to the path of Espeon. But right now they do feel that Espeon is still it's still viable. Not as much what other Pokemon has to offer, but it's still there in the top charts.
Definitely for sure.
Yeah,
and
so
I'm really happy that Vitobor really got his place again, because it was just one of those few Pokemons like we didn't know whether it's just one of those like really incredible off and on meta picks, that kind of thing, whether it works or not, that kind of situation. We did see a couple of Blaziken by regional stage, but it just didn't really work out as well. But of course, do keep it going. Ladies and gentlemen, whoever just joined to the stream, thank you all so much for coming to support your team. We also have this rule where whichever Pokemon that has already been selected in that first game, it cannot be selected by that same team in the second game. So that's pretty much why we have this overlay right now. Just to someone remind people, like, what was the Pokemon that was utilized in that first round, and that's the exact same Pokemon that team cannot use in the second game here for sure.
Yep, and that means that for Team KS, they are not allowed to actually pick the Blastoise, no Urshifu's for them, not even Hoopa, Slowbro, or even a Mew. Whereas for Team E Arena, they're not allowed to use their Blaziken, Venusaur, basically with the Blissey, Inteleon together with the Trevenant. And in addition to all that as well, there's also the ban from your opponents during the draft phase.
Of course.
So that's the 6th ban. And then basically any additional bans is if your opponent has already picked it, basically you can't pick it anymore as well, which could potentially become a strategy. Now, talking about a little bit when it comes to struggles, since Kabi-chan has won the first game itself.
Yes.
Eve Arena, now they need to win this game number 2 to force a game number 3. That being said, E Arena can't afford to actually save any of the strats. They have to use their best cards and deal it here during this game number 2. Meanwhile, Kabi-chan has a choice. They can actually take it slightly easier, because knowing that if they played a little bit too hard here on this game number 2 draft, if they lose out, then they're not able to actually pick out those Pokemons again, or they can just take it easy and basically creating a much better option for them in game number 3.
The thing is this, right? The fact that right now for E Arena, right, it's like I said, it's the kind of thing where sometimes, even though you do watch the other team VODs, it's sometimes better to experience it than just visualizing it, right? Now, and of course with the experience on their belt as well, coming from E Arena, now this is where the adjustments does come into effect. I don't think it's a very massive loss for them. With the Pokemon selection that they had in the first round, I don't think it's really a massive loss for them. I still think they had a more superior pull. And guess what? Inteleon is also going to be open for them for the take here. Trevenant, Venusaur, a lot of this prime Pokemon that is not going to be available for the side here for Team Kabi-chan is still available for the side here for Team E Arena here. So there is still a lot of really more powerhouse of a selection, and now understanding from their first game, they understand, okay, these guys like the late game, these guys like to scale, these guys like to play around the Rayquaza pit and just really assert dominance around the game, and from the mid game to the late game here. So this is the part where they really need to try to delegate resources, right? Like, do we want to go with this early game composition, try to melt them down with the evolution, which has been quite favorable, or do we want to go with that poking composition where you have this 2 defender front in your front line, and then you have like really 2 backline range. You may not have the Mew, but you do have the Glaceon and the Inteleon to really pair up with that combination, and it can be very, very nasty if they can really make this right. But of course, finally, ladies and gentlemen, with all the waiting, we're finally going into our second drafting phase here, the second game here. And of course, interestingly, Kapitan already ready. They saw Irina had the priority pick here. They instantly do not want to give them any poking potential. Remove the Inteleon. A little bit that
because they know Irina can pick it. And
right,
so it's like,
exactly,
hey,
right?
we're gonna ban it. I know we can't, but we're gonna ban it.
Yeah, but I also love the follow-up coming from Irina. So getting rid of the Basu. So far throughout this entire day, although yes, we had only one Basu round where he lost, but the other rounds where Basu has been selected has been on a really hot streak here. Basu has been unquestionably one of the most strongest picks that we have in the scene, and in the hands of someone like Vitopo, let me tell you something, the game is over. So getting rid of the ban here, I'm really happy. But now bringing in the Zora with the comfy here. This is the last, I guess you could say, really a really season 2 or season 3 classic here, as you have the Zora and the comfy combination here. But speaking of season classic, you could not have a more better season 1 classic with the Lucario coming into the mix here. Everyone's favorite go-tos. Great for solo, great for holding his own as well. And of course, with such a bursting speedster like the Zoroark, even the Lucario with his passive Steadfast will keep him nice and safe, temporary at least, for a nice opportunity to really turn things around. And with the competition that we're currently seeing right now, Flava, I feel that we're going to be seeing a lot of early game macro decisions that really will dictate the pace of the game so far.
Yeah, coming up from both sides over here. Now, I also want to talk a little bit about KS. Look at them, they're running that Zoroark, and now this time about, we have not seen this in a while. They are running the comfy, and this is going to be latching onto the Zoroark from time to time to ensure that you can actually get that healing as well, as Zoroark can actually engage and disengage safely here in team fights. Not only the Chabi also picking out their last Pokemon here is going to be a Lapras for the end. They also have the Crustle, so you can actually screen out your opponents. You can actually place the Rock Tomb to actually prevent them from making an escape, or force them to actually use the eject button as well for them to actually make an escape. With no problemo, you can still actually use that for their next encounters. And of course, on the back end for Team KS, they also have that Mew in hand. Now, E-Arena, they are going with some topics over here. I believe that here they are running with double all-rounders. They have the defenders, they have the support, and also the attacker here. Now, is this going to be enough? They are using a tier 1 support here for this rundown. Is this going to be the winning draft for them?
It looks, let's be honest, it looks really good. But at the same time, while I say this, I'm looking at Vitopo, who picks one of his top 4 most played Pokemon, and that's Zoroark as well. Top 4 in the list, by the way. I'm talking about 959 battles with Zoroark, with a 60% win rate so far. That's insane to me, right?
60%, so you have 40% chance.
Yeah, but this is like 900 games on Zoroark, you know what I mean? And like, and paired with a really amazing support like Wachiro, with the Comfey, which is, by the way, like, it's such a classic to see both the Comfey and the Zoroark just playing hand in hand. I think this is going to be really great. And this is the part where you really need to be concerned, right? This is a Dragon... We're talking about a Dragonite mid lane, right? So it's going to take him a while before you really get to his actual final stage here.
Yep.
Compared to the Zoroark, he hits that level 5 Zoroark.
He's fast, and he gets online real fast as well. So he gets online, becomes a Zoroark, and he gets the level where he can immediately engage. Even if there's a rotation, it's a much better rotation compared to what Dragonair can offer here.
Oh, definitely, for sure. And I'm just really curious on who's able to catch who. But of course, Dragonair is going to be hitting that level 5. He's going to be able to get and see that first rotation. Zoroark is also coming in, but he's going to be trying to secure the bottom lane, because guess what? It's still, only one of them is still in their EV, while the other one was only able to get to that Espeon, but couldn't find the opening S because the waves has already been cleared.
Yeah.
There's no wild Pokemon left here. It's like no one's going to be coming forward out of the brush here.
I think I saw that like the EV at the bot. Like I think for Team E Arena, they saw the Zoroark coming in. It was like, whoa, okay, back off to the goalpost. Meanwhile, here in top lane as well, instead of Zoroark engaging, but it does seem that there's a counter engagement coming on from the Lucario, but instead he's going to be the one gets cleared out here in the hands of Zoroark, and they're going to be the ones clearing this Altera family at the top lane. Now leaving the Cleavable together with the Dragonair here at the top lane. So despite it being I believe that it should be it, but they're not done yet. Zoroark decides to actually rotate to the bottom lane here and decides to clear out. Look at that. But Mew's going to be the one getting last hit there on the Espeon. EV, got to be careful. Only at level 3. Damage output might be a little bit too hard for him to actually handle, but Dragonair decides to provide a little bit of assistance here at the bottom, dishing out a little bit of damage here. Even with Dragon's Breath hitting off on the Crostal, is not going to be doing much as it's quite sturdy and durable.
Yeah, it's really not enough. Like, seriously, you need that Hyper Beam, you need that Dragonite to really make things happen. Sure, you got the Dragon Dance, but it's still not going to be enough. This is a Crostal. This is the guy who has one of the most craziest defenses, even without the Unite moves in the round as well.
In most occasions, just ignore him. Yeah.
And now things is getting even more slowed down because of the initial advantage. He's securing a lot of this EXP. And our dear friend Mark God, a little bit down alone here. He does go for the focus punch as well to try to get some really better secures. I do agree, it's pretty great. But now that just means that you're just subjected to getting really poked out since you don't really have that extra speed.
That screening was not enough to stop that Dragonair by pushing forward. He tried to stop from the middle area, but then he can still move about in that top segment over there. But this time, the outcome is, this is the opening that they were looking for. E-Arena clearing out the two members. They got the Comfey together with the Zoroark over here. But Crostal decides to access this here, clearing out the members, but he decides to get cleared out as well, making a 3-man down here in the hands of E-Arena at the top lane. And they're going to be partying over at the top goalpost here in front of Team KS.
A much needed one, especially a really great rotation coming in from the Umbreon. So he understands that bot lane, there's not really much thing they can really get done as well. So they needed the rotation to really try to secure at least one of these top pathways here. And they really made it work. They got a couple of KOs, they broke one of the goalposts as well. And of course, we're talking about Dragonite, who's really great at securing all these kind of objectives by himself. Even if he doesn't really have any supports, really fantastic so far.
Yeah, and of course, Zoroark here going to be rotating back to the top lane, probably catching this Dragonite. Lucario from Dragonite is probably getting sandwiched out, but decides to actually jump. He doesn't realize it. But Zoroark is actually waiting for them, but decides to not continue that engagement out of respect. Okay, my good sir, just gonna stay away. But level-wise, man, oh man, E-Arena, they're coming in close. I believe they're coming close, but I think KS has it slightly better. Max level currently level 9, Zoroark together with the Lapras as well as the Mew, both level 8 Comfey. And this Crostal, meanwhile, is the lowest level at level 7 for E-Arena. Looking at Rom, he's despite utilizing this Mew over here at the back of his hand. But meanwhile here, this is going to be one of the highlights, holding down that Umbreon. Is there enough follow-up coming up from them? But it's just a defensive measure from them. So they are having a huge map control here in this game at this current moment. Team KS.
No choice. He had to force out the ejectment as well. He did drop out the mean look as well, trying to lock down and try to buy himself some time. But he jumped to the mega as well, pops to the Unite move, stealing a lot of the shielding that usually the Rumble Rouser would usually provide to the Crostal, but he still sustained. Saki Solari trying to displace them, trying to knock them back, trying to zone them out for the rest of the squad. But I think it doesn't matter here because he's currently all alone, and the Dragonite was not able to follow up with it. Lucario just decided that fight was not ideal. Look at me, guys. Yes, I was able to secure the Mew, but you lost 4 teammates in the process. Can't do this. Can't really take that fight. Went for the more, I guess you could say the more, the proper outcome. Went for get a couple of points in at least.
They got the Zoro as well, so basically Comfey has to disengage and just latch on to the Lapras inside. So it's okay, find a new home for myself. No worries, guys. I will survive this. And of course, back again to Zoroark here at this moment. But there's not much of a difference. Leonard, KS here leading with 184 points compared to E-Arena at 153. So far, I believe that for E-Arena, this is a much better situation compared to what Game 1 has to offer for them. So we'll see whether or not they can actually capitalize on this small win of clearing out that Reggie at the bottom lane. Meanwhile, top lane means business as Team KS is bringing Regieleki, their new T family member here, to actually march down through that top lane. And of course, Umbreon tried to scream him out. We do have the Espeon on the back end as well to provide a little bit of damage and assistance. But Saki Soleil has been committed. We're here pushing out this Zoroark together with the Regieleki away. Managed to connect to Oni and Skroma. Meanwhile, Mew uses up the Unite as well. They managed to clear around 3 at the moment, despite being at their own goalpost. They're being pressured over here. Lucario here on the right side as well, leaving him being the only member here on the side of the arena. Can he sustain? Can actually clear out anyone over here? Probably Lapras. probably anyone, but Mark God decides to disengage. Team members decide to jump in on board on that tier 2 goalpost, was not able to actually continue their defense on that tier 1 goalpost at the top line.
It's just so insane here, right? Even though with the disruption, oh my God, Vitopo!
Oh, that was too much.
A little bit.
A little bit.
A little bit out of place, my friend. Wrong, definitely the wrong, not the right neighborhood for sure. But oh no, the wrong tool. He accidentally locked himself in.
Oh.
But he does have the eject button. Was able to find a nice interval between the cliffs to really get out. That was into safety here.
Ways not to use Rocket. that was it. That's like, oh no,
You know the best part about it, like if he did the eject button out, like he's gonna be in trouble because it wouldn't have been a buy one free one for the side here for Arena because the comfy was also attached to the crossel at the time.
The comfy must be there, dude.
Yeah.
I'm here too.
Oh man, it's great. But he didn't find openings on the pot, the moonlight, even the gravity as well. This is definitely not the fun time of Vitopo, but he still managed to sustain. Well done, coming for another 1-0 as well to keep his teammate alive and sustain. A quick reset as well, but sadly, no Unite was committed to get down pickoffs here. I think like it would have been a big win for Vitopo if he was able to force out a Unite move, but not really committed for it. Still very patient.
Well, not now. The thing is, it's already 2 minutes and 30 seconds in the game, so they have to wait. Anything above 3 minutes, I think they're still fine with it as well. But meanwhile, this is going to be a clean opening for the team members in the arena to actually secure this Reggie route, meaning that right now they have the defense and special defense buff from clearing that Reggie at the bottom lane. An opportunity for them to actually get points of their own from the bottom goalpost from Team KS. Meanwhile, the top lane is going to be Regieleki in the hands of Team KS instead, marching down through that top lane, but he has to make his way all the way to the middle segment. And an immediate engagement here to Mr. Rayquaza with no way from Team Arena. They really want... Oh, it's going to be Lucario hitting it and manage to secure Rayquaza for themselves. And all they need to do right now
break
is
the
just
shields.
they have to break all these shields and prevent the team members from Team Arena from doing any form of scoring. Meanwhile, scoring of their own is going to be Team KS. It's going to be Zorwar being the first to score over here. And of course, Lapras scores a little bit, but will be cleared up by 14 members of Team Arena. Meanwhile, looking at the points, 526 to 379, leaning more towards Team KS from Japan at this moment. Where's Arena with the points, Leonard?
They can't. They just lost it all. The worst part about it is that Team Kami-chan had made so much, like they already set the foundation, right? They sent the Regieleki, no one went to stop the Regieleki, and once it secured the point, and guess what? You saw one of the members of Team Kami-chan beeline straight to the Regieleki. The rest of the squad just decided like, you're not gonna favor, okay fine, you can go for the down, but we need to stop this guy!
I think this is like the same thing that actually happened before. Like, you disregard the Reggie, and you understand that that Reggie could be a downfall despite you getting the Ray.
Okay, it wasn't a lot of points that was being done by Team Kami-chan, right? It's just the fact that when you start panicking in this kind of situation, that's where you see TKS just really start breaking those Rayquaza shield. But nice Saki Solari, try to buy the Necimon side, try to go for the down, but then again, you're fighting into the crossel. One of the best goalpost defenders here. It's so difficult, but a nice sneak for the back line, for the back cap coming from the Dragon line. But will it still be enough? There's still 50 points on the Lucario.
20 seconds more.
There's still 45 points on the SP out here. Everyone is keeping an eye on the remaining goalpost. There's only their central area. There's only the top side second goalpost as well. No one is giving them an opening here, and they will commit all kinds of abilities just to give them the chance. 5 seconds. Flava, can they do it in 2 seconds?
I saw the RP turn to score 43. Okay, there's no numbers popping up here. We do see some takedowns on the side of Team KS. But what's going to be the result here? Let's have a look.
No way.
No. Oh, so close.
Still the same, unchanged. Unchanged, but then again, what a game, seriously.
What a game.
It is, let me tell you something, right? We have been blessed with Vitopo Zora. Let's be honest, right? We don't get to see a lot of great Zora games. I guess if I had to count it for you, even back at regional stage, we only had like 1 or 2 great Zora games here. Vitopo, it was Zora, it was Vitopo's top 4 Pokemon played Pokemon, right? But he never even got the chance to utilize it back in the regional stage. No, he's still stuck with the more traditional Urshifu, Buzzwole, Venusaur, Blastoise, whatever the team really required for him.
Yes.
But in this game, especially since like there's now there's new rules here, various Pokemon they are not able to be able to reuse again. It was an opportunity for them to utilize one of their more hidden or favorite Pokemon's cover pick, that's being this is going to be secure at a very safe side.
Yeah, could be some of the top picks which they were not able to utilize before in the regionals or even in open qualifiers itself. Not saying that it's not their top picks, but it's just something that they never actually had an opportunity to utilize it, or they had much better options during the purpose of competition in the open as well as the regionals, which makes them not being able to utilize their Pokemon itself. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, these are the results here for that. After the conclusion of that game number 2 in between Team E Arena up against Team Kabi-chan's, and Team Kabi-chan's winning by having more points than 526 to 451, and just a difference of 75 points in between them. And look at the scores over here. Vitopo 52k damage output, but Rom 62k there on that Mew as well for himself.
He's having an absolute ball. Let's be honest, like even for coming from not just for like Vitopo, even for I Am Tomato, right? Like he has still an impressive defender, still an absolute crazy defender, right? Although yes, I think this was one of the few clear opportunities we get to see like a crosser being picked into the Umbra, right? You can already see the fact that he just didn't really have the amount of shield that he usually have when he pops his Unite Mode Rumble Rouser.
Yeah.
So, but then again, even with that kind of situation disadvantage, he still was able to keep himself in the fight. He really sustaining, delivering what he's supposed to be doing for the side. I think Rom couldn't be more comfortable, right? Vitopo is keeping the diverted the attention on top of him. Rom is like, we have I Am Tomato ensuring that Rom is very comfortable, able to get really nice, simple pickup. Because let's be honest, Crossel just really enables all these backline pokers, right? So Rom really had a very comfortable time. I don't think I ever see Rom in a spot in this game where he was just in a very disadvantaged position.
No. I think he was having the time of his life throughout the whole.
Oh no, wait. There was one in the top lane when they were trying to secure the first goal post, right? Where the Lucario was able to jump on top of him. But that was just merely positioning.
Yeah, it's merely positioning. And plus, it's still in the early stages at the same time as well.
Correct.
I believe that this is also one of the big wins that Team Arena was also looking for in this particular match. So even with this match coming up from Crossel, there's nothing stopping them from actually getting that goal post and actually translating that to win for themselves. There were a few times where I think Arena was not able to secure that takedown on that Zoroark. He managed to actually escape just by a tiny bit of health for himself. This is like quite unfortunate. I think for Arena that's going to be quite hurtful because you really need to get that secure as well. I think this is one of the best commitments coming up from Team KS over here. I think there were two. I think it was the new commitment for the Unite here, saving the teammates as well, and making it a huge win here at the Bocos. I think this was also quite messy. It was an immediate Rayquaza attempt during this last few minutes.
Yes.
Team E Arena was like, they didn't waste any time. The more Rayquaza appeared, like they beat the hell out of them. So like, yeah, so it was I think during that time as well, it was a little bit messy. Honestly, looking at that particular engagement, it could have gone any way. It depends.
No, but the thing is this, right? Like, you also suffered a Rayquaza bit, right? Like, they had the damage. Like, coming from the side of Arena, they had the damage to really start things. So I'm like, the minute that Dragonite started hitting it, I'm like, whoa, that is a lot of damage. Right?
Yeah.
That's why you see like the rest of the members of Team Kabi-chan, they just really dive themselves into the mix here as well. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, Team Kabi-chan was able to secure the win 2-0. I think this was our first team to actually secure a very clean 2-0 win as they make their way up to the top to go toe-to-toe with Team Rise. I know, okay, the thing is, I know there's a lot of Team Rise out there. I love Eeyore. I love you so much. But I do love to see... There's a lot of good stories here. To see I would like to see a fight between both Team Rise against Talent PH. I think there's a lot of history between the two here. But I also would love to see a fight between Unite Holic and Team Kabi-chan. That is going to be a very insane round. But of course, speaking of which, this is going to be the lower bracket. E-Arena was not able to take the win, so that means they're going to be moving forward to the lower bracket, where they'll go toe-to-toe with Team True Gravity. And that's going to be happening tomorrow here. So for now, E-Arena will not have any other games to be played today here. No other broadcasts about them as well, so this is going to be a good time for them to really go back to the drawing board, right? Like, just figure out like what really went wrong, what can we actually do about it. Like, there is no straight road here in Pokemon Unite. There's always going to be something fresh, something different, and something new. There's nothing really traditional. I thought it was something traditional until Unite Holic blew our minds with that kind of play style, right? That kind of thing. So nothing's really definite, and that's why we just can't get enough of Pokemon Unite. But guys, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, we're going to be throwing it to our amazing host from Thailand to have that player interview. Let's check it out.
And now, yes, we have come with the winner of the last battle between E Arena and Kabichang or KS. And right now, right here, Kabichang and Noda Wajiro right here.
กับคุณโนดาวาจิโร่
ใช่แล้วค่ะ ก็เดี๋ยวเราจะมาสัมภาษณ์นิดหน่อยนะคะ so as usual we'll do the short interview about the feeling after the match นะคะ เดี๋ยวเราจะมาพูดคุยกันคำถามแรกว่าไงดีพี่ซัน
ครับก็เรียกว่าถามง่ายๆก่อนแล้วกันรู้สึกยังไงในแมตช์เมื่อสักครู่นี้บ้างครับ
โอเคค่ะ so from the last battle how do you feel and I happen to know that this is your first time in the match in another country too right
はい、野田和次郎選手にお越しいただいております。おめでとうございます。今のお気持ちについて伺いたいんですが、特に今回カビチャンズの皆さんは初めての海外で初めての有観客でのイベントの勝利になります。いかがですか？
はい、初めてのオンラインでの大会だったんですけど、初戦まず勝つことができてとてもホッとしています。
We are extremely relieved that we could win this match, the very first in-person event.
อ๋อนะคะก็จริงๆแล้วถือว่าเป็น first event ด้วยคุณซาน
ครับเป็นเขาเรียกว่าเป็นทัวร์นาเมนต์แรกที่พวกเขามาแข่งเลยนะครับที่ไปอยู่นอกบ้านเขานะครับแล้วทำผลงานมาได้ดีด้วย
ใช่แล้วนะคะโอ้โหดีใจแล้วก็ตื่นเต้นแทนจริงๆนะคะ
แล้วก็อยากจะถามเรื่องของด้วยความที่ในเกมที่2เลยเนอะเกมค่อนข้างกดดันมากเลยครับมีเทคนิคอะไรในการที่จะทำให้ผ่านความกดดันนั้นมาได้ครับ
อ๋อโอเค so from the last two game especially the last game there will be a lot of tension did you satisfied with the performance or use any technique to have come over and win the game
先ほどの試合特に2試合目ですごく緊迫した試合だったと思います皆さんの戦術取られた、テクニックそれについて少し教えてください
はい、うまく上側のゴールを壊すことができて、本陣のゴールに残るに流れる、エレキを流すことができたので、本陣入ったらしっかり点数を入れてラストサイトも焦んないようにしていました。
We successfully rate the goal on the top lane, and we could successfully lead the Ligi Eleki into their home goal, and so we successfully actually point a lot to their goal zone. So that was the key to the victory.
ก็เรื่องของออปติมิภายในเกมนั่นแหละนะครับที่มีการแลกเปลี่ยนการสุดท้ายและเป็นทางคาบิจังที่คุมได้
ใช่แล้ว
นะครับผมแล้วก็อีกหนึ่งคำถาม
นะครับ
ด้วยความที่ว่าเขาจะต้องไปเจอกับทีมที่ไม่ธรรมดาเหมือนกันทีมไรซ์จากประเทศอินโดนีเซียนะครับรู้สึกอย่างไรกับการไปเจอกับทีมไรซ์ครับ
Okay and the next battle we know that you are going to be in the battle with team Rise how do you feel
次の試合はライズとの対戦ですね自信のほどはいかがですか
はいライズはとても強いチームだと思ってるんですけどもちろん次も勝って決勝戦に行きたいと思います
I know Rise is a very formidable team. We know that, but we will definitely win, and then we will go to the grand finals.
โอ้โหโอเคนะคะแปลหน่อยพี่ซัน
ก็ง่ายๆว่าก็รู้แหละทีม Rise ก็ไม่ธรรมดาอยู่แต่พวกเราจะต้องชนะแน่นอนแล้วไปสู่รอบแกรนด์ไฟนอล
นี่นะคะไม่ธรรมดาขอเสียงปรบมือหน่อยค่ะ
ให้กับทีมคาบิจังนะครับผมขอให้เขาโชคดีครับ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ thank you so much thank you so much นะคะชอบมากเลยที่เขาทิ้งท้ายเอาไว้แบบคมมากอ่ะ
คือสุดท้ายเขาต้องคู่แข่งนะเขารู้ว่าคู่แข่งทุกคนเนี่ยเรียกว่ามาถึงขนาดนี้ได้ไม่ธรรมดาอยู่แล้ว
ใช่แล้ว
ค่ะก็แน่นอนว่าต้องชนะให้ได้
ใช่แล้วค่ะ so we have come almost the half of the day now and I have to congratulate to all the winners and those who might have not win you still have chance to be in the battle in the future okay in the next matches as well but now it's time for us to take a break
ครับผมก็เรียกได้ว่าได้ผู้ชนะไปสายบนแล้วเรียบร้อยส่วนผู้แพ้วันนี้เนี่ยนะครับยังไม่ได้ตกรอบจากการแข่งขันยังมีโอกาสในการแข่งขันต่อกับพวกเขาในวันพรุ่งนี้เพียงแต่ว่าก็เดี๋ยวพักเบรกกันสักครู่นึงก่อนนะครับเดี๋ยวมาเจอกันต่อซึ่งแน่นอนว่ามันจะกดดันกว่านี้อีกนะครับเพราะว่าการแข่งขันเนี่ยจะเป็นสายบนแล้วนะครับผมเดี๋ยวเราก็พักเวทีกันสักครู่นะครับคุณผู้ชมครับเดี๋ยวเรามาเจอกันต่อในแมตช์ถัดไปเดี๋ยวเจอกันครับ
Young everyone young my favorite everyone young come join everyone young my favorite everyone young
Managed to trade up on one, but gets straight out together as well. Now making it a 4v3 situation, siding more towards Team Rise. At the score, Leaf Play coming in, clearing up two. Eldegoss is now gone as well, and Red Eyes is going to be down in the hands of Team Rise.
They get the objective, but can they get these EVs? They will get Sabine finally with that. Illusions were able to get into the fight to dish out their damage. Leafeon and Espeon were stuck in the back line, and to lose your Blastoise here, unfortunately with no front line, your Evolutions are absolutely going to be exposed to great ultimate coming in from Trevenant. Is it enough? Leafeon gets the Rayquaza! Zora Tigers managing to get the flip, but does it really matter for Rise? The game is so close. It might come down to micro scores. Do they have the damage here from Rise? Can they score? I don't think they can. There's just too much AoE coming out from Rise. 32 points are scored. But with that said, I don't think Rise are going to be able to cross that.
Because he's just so close to becoming a Venusaur here in this game, as he is at level 6 right now, making 7.
They're coming in.
Oh, the secure! Sylveon gets the Regirock here at the bottom lane. Meanwhile, all this and more, Umbreon tries to make it, tries to juke around, but I believe that he's not able to actually do so as he gets caught up here and gets cleared out by the Intelli by the snipe shot. Meanwhile, 4-man movement here to the bottom lane. The only one in defense is going to be the Mew together with the War Total. Is it
coming in the back though? We've got Dev coming in with a quick KO there onto Zora Tigers. Double KO so far. Hooper is gone. There's no reset, and the Unite committed as well. Onto the Sylveon. We'll pop off the Unite and get the regen, but I think it's curtains for Mule. There's no way you get away from a Mimikyu. Jumping onto the goal zone. Pretty interesting play coming in from Zoe. He's actually gone for Wish as well, so has the damage reduction and the sustain. Actually going for the Unite as well, setting up for the team, and here comes Eeyore. Look at that.
Now when they're going to engage over there, Blastoise still looking healthy. He can still use on the Hydro Typhoon, hitting out multiple units. What's the blow coming from behind over here? And it's just Intelli manages to clear out on the Mimikyu, which is going to be very fruitful as well. And they got the Blastoise. Now, of course, they do lose out on the Intelli at this current moment, but the situation, it's a 4v3 situation higher over here. Trying to make it from behind as well. And they're going to be losing out this slow roll for themselves.
So, Zora Tigers looking to make that push happen. Phantom Forest connecting onto multiple Pokemon. They catch out the Buzzball. Jongno getting his Unite off as well. Also getting some sustain. The Trevenant goes down. Dev is out of the picture. Axeq being thrown out by the Buzzball. He's actually got a backwards connection for that Hyper Voice, but they just don't have the range damage to finish off that Sylveon. And now it's just going to be Eeyore on this. Urshifu tries to go for the Wicked Blow. But
Rise, is it going to be enough as well? Oh, Woodhammer connecting it from tree, but that's not follow come from behind as well. Holding him in a position. Now there's going to be a It's just team. Oh, commence with the Unite as well from this Buzzball. They managed to clear the Buzzball in the hands of Sylveon.
Everyone, young again. My favorite. Everyone, young again. Come join. Everyone, young again. My favorite. Everyone, young again. Young again.
Who's going to get that final hit? First KO already onto the Trevenant. Dev is not going to be there with this Woodhammer support. And look at this. Jong providing so much damage. There we go. Wicked Blow. Urshifu gets the Rayquaza, but can they score those points? Glaceon eliminated by Axeq. Won the Sylveon. It looks like this might just be the play. 284 to 260.
The big
52 points by the Buzzwole. We get another score coming in from Axeq.
The rest of the Twat instantly coming in for the reverse sweep here as they all tried to get the necessary amount. I do try to lock them down and play. We'll get the necessary amount of knockdown here, and it looks pretty great. They get 1 and 2 in the process. Backliners are down for the count here. That should give them a decent amount of leveling, but the Blaze can still stand strong and tall.
And bodies from Team Arena trying to come in up here, trying to prevent this Regieleki from actually entering Waffles, but in this scene he's able to actually make it as well. Could be up to for them to score a goal over here with 2 KO streaks here.
For your opponents to really get you from the backside, which is exactly going to happen. So Vitobo was able to find the Mew, but he's just a little bit too slippery, was able to get out of the fight a little bit too nice and hasty here. A couple of Hydro Typhoon, but no decent follow-up, and Urshifu is completely out for the count. Mew trying to do his best, even the slow bit, but what can you do in the face of a Bruce Lee kicking chicken here, who's completely on fire? But he jumps to the Mega Shot, pops to the Unite move, stealing a lot of the shielding that usually the Rumble Rouser would usually provide to the Crossbow, but he's still sustained. Saki Solari trying to displace them, trying to knock them back, trying to zone them out for the rest of the squad, but I think it doesn't matter here because he's currently all alone, and the Dragonite was not able to
pushing out this Zoroark together with the Reggie Lucky away. Managed to connect to Oni and Skirma. Meanwhile, Mew uses up the Unite as well. They managed to clear around 3 at the moment. Despite being at their own goalpost, they're being pressured over here. Lucario here on the right side as well, leaving him being the only member here on the side of the arena. Can he sustain? Can actually clear out anyone over here? Probably make his way all the way to the middle segment. And an immediate engagement here to Mr. Rayquaza with no way from Team Arena. They really want this. Oh, it's going to be Lucario hitting it and managed to secure Rayquaza for themselves. Sorger Tigers Gaming. Currently, all this battle happening around the Red Eyes area. The Woodhammer hitting up on 3, but there's no follow-up coming up from team members as well. Buzzwole bringing on the action, managed to trade up on 1, but gets trade out together as well. Now making it a full V3 situation, signing more towards Team Rise at the scoreboard. Leaf Blade coming in, clearing out 2. Eldegoss is now gone as well. And Red Eyes is going to be down in the hands of Team Rise.
They get the objective, but can they get these EVs? They will get Sabine finally with that. Illusions were able to get into the fight to dish out their damage. Leafeon and Espeon were stuck in the back line, and to lose your Blastoise here, unfortunately with no front line, your Evolutions are absolutely going to be exposed. Just great ultimate coming in from Trevenant. Is that enough though? Leafeon gets the Rayquaza! Zora Tigers managing to get the flip, but doesn't really matter for Rise. The game is so close, it might come down to micro scores. Do they have the damage here from Rise? Can they score? I don't think they can. There's just too much AoE coming out from Rise. 32 points are scored. But with that said, I don't think Rise are going to be able to cross that.
Because he's just so close to becoming Venusaur here in this game, as he is at level 6 right now, making 7.
They're coming in.
Oh, the secure! Sylveon gets the Regirock here at the bottom lane. Meanwhile, all this and more, Umbreon tries to make it, tries to juke around, but I believe that he's not able to actually do so as he gets caught up here and gets cleared out by the Intelligent by the snipe shot. Meanwhile, 4-man movement here to the bottom lane. The only one in defense is going to be the Mew
Sabine?
together with the war total. Is it
Coming in the back though, we've got Dev coming in with a quick KO there onto Zora Tigers. Double KO so far. Hooper is gone. There's no reset, and the Unite committed as well. Onto the Sylveon. We'll pop off the Unite and get the regen, but I think it's curtains for Mule. There's no way you get away from a Mimikyu. Jumping onto the goal zone. Pretty interesting play coming in from Zoe. He's actually gone for Wish as well, so has the damage reduction and the sustain actually go for the Unite as well, setting up for the team. And here comes Eon. Look at that.
Now when they're going to engage over there. Blastoise still looking healthy. He can still use up the Hydro Typhoon, hitting up off the beginning. What's the blow coming from behind over here? And it's just Intello manages to clear out on the Mimikyu, which is going to be very fruitful as well. And they got the Blastoise. Now, of course, they do lose out on the Intello at this current moment, but the situation, it's a 4v3 situation behind over here. Trying to make it from behind as well. And they're going to be losing out this slow roll for themselves.
So, Zora Tigers looking to make that push happen. Phantom Forest connecting onto multiple Pokemon. They catch out the Buzzwole. Jomno getting his Unite off as well. Also getting some sustain. The Trevenant goes down. Dev is out of the picture. Axew being thrown around by the Buzzwole. He's actually got a backwards connection for that Hyper Voice, but they just don't have the range damage to finish off that Sylveon. And now it's just going to be Eeyore on this. Urshifu tries to go for the Wicked Blow. But
Rise, is it going to be enough as well? Oh, Woodhammer connecting it from 3, but that's not follow-up from behind as well. Holding him in a position. Now there's going to be it's just team. Oh, commence with the Unite as well from this Buzzwole. They managed to clear the Buzzwole in the hands of Sylveon. Chasing up from behind, Trevenant still surviving through. They also are from beside, and here comes the Glaceon punishing the team members from
the
Team Rise from behind. That's 3 men down, even 2 more chasing up from behind as well. Where is it?
It's got to be with the Ray, but who's going to get that final hit? First KO already onto the Trevenant. Dev is not going to be there with the Woodhammer support. And look at this jump, providing so much damage. There we go. Wicked Blow. Urshifu gets the Rayquaza, but can they score those points? Glaceon eliminated by Axew. Won the Sylveon. It looks like this might just be the play. 284 to 260.
The big
52 points by the Buzzwole. We get another score coming in from Axew.
The rest of the Twat instantly coming in for the reverse sweep here as they all try to get the necessary advantage. I do try to lock them down and play. We'll get the necessary amount of knockdown here, and it looks pretty great. They get 1 and 2 in the process. Backliners are down for the count here. That should give them a decent amount of leveling, but the players can still stand strong and tall. And
bodies from Team Arena trying to come in up here, trying to prevent this Regieleki from actually entering Waffles, but this scene he's able to actually make it as well. Could be up to for them to actually score a goal over here with 2 KO streaks here in
for your opponents to really get you from the backside, which is exactly going to happen. So Vitoba was able to find a meal, but he's just a little bit too slippery, was able to get out of the fight a little bit too nice and hasty here. A couple of Hydro Typhoon, but no decent follow-up, and Urshifu is completely out for the count. Mew trying to do his best, even the slow bit, but what can you do in the face of a Bruce Lee? kicking chicken here, who's completely on fire. But he jumps to the Mega Cell, pops to the Unite move, stealing a lot of the shielding that usually the Rumble Rouser would usually provide to the crossbow, but he still sustained. Saki Solari trying to displace them, trying to knock them back, trying to zone them out for the rest of the squad. But I think it doesn't matter here because they're currently all alone. And the Dragonite fellow Pokemon trainers and Pokemon enthusiasts, welcome back for another round of the Pokemon Unite ACL Finals here. So we had such a grand road today this morning. Danelie has been absolutely phenomenal. Great plays, great teams. New play styles and decision making coming into the mix as well.
A new draft no one anticipated on being a really exciting addition to the game as well.
Yes, oh man, this is really, it's been really fun. Like I think this is something, I guess we can somewhat agree that we did have certain expectation and some of those expectations has been met. At the same time, we had our mind blown with certain ways of how the teams tackle the game. Totally, they're definitely from the normal.
And trying to navigate the new drafting style too, because it's not something that is normal to Pokemon Unite. Normally you can just pick your comfort picks, and then let's say for one game it's been chosen by the opponent or banned, you still have the option to pick it for the next game and the next game and the next game. You're not limited. But with the new drafting style, once you've played it, that is it for that series.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a little bit like, it's definitely just one of those few situations where you just feel like, okay, great. If we don't make this work, then it's not a great time for us.
Yes. All right, so introducing our next matchup. It is going to be a massive one as well. I know a lot of people have been looking forward to this. It's Unite Holic going up against Talon PH. Now, this is a very important matchup because
of course,
all eyes on Unite Holic. They pushed Team MYS to the lower bracket. This was a matchup that everyone was looking forward to. They beat MYS. Now their next opponent is Talon PH. Talon PH are a bit of a, I don't know how I would say this, a surprise, a factor that people never anticipated.
Yes.
Because they beat MYS in the Southeast Asia League. So now I'm curious to know, how is Talon PH going to fare up against Unite Holic? I think Unite Holic, they are in a position where everyone agrees they are probably one of the favorites to win the entire tournament.
Of course.
Talon PH, I think there are still some reservations about this team. They are strong, they're aggressive, they have done really well up until this point, and they're proven as well. They're not a bunch of nobodies that no one knows about. They have competed on the world stage last year, but how well are they going to fare up against Unite Holic? I honestly have no idea.
It's pretty tough, right? Because we're talking about like Unite Holic, who has already been polished beautifully. Like if I had explained to them, they're like diamonds. They've been polished very well, like diamonds, have multiple facets. It's been absolutely phenomenal. Whereas coming from the side of Talon PH, still an unpolished stone. We have no idea what they can truly outcome. They could be emeralds, they could be something greater. We are not too sure. But however, with the current state of things as well, where they currently stand, Unite Holic has been on an absolute roll. They're also one of the few teams that we watched earlier today where they show us something really creative, something innovative, something that we tend to forget, you know, the kind of thing. They really broke out from the traditional way of securing those games where it's just like flipping Rayquaza. I think that's what people usually comes to mind, right? Like if game's not going well, the game's pretty stalemate, to break that stalemate is to flip the Rayquaza, right? But Unite Holic just says, yes, you're going to be prioritizing the Rayquaza. That just means that we're going to be focusing our attention and our goals to something else.
And let's not forget, they probably brought in one of the most breath of fresh air into the Unite scene with their scoring comp for game number 3 up against MYS. If you're coming into the broadcast late, I do recommend go back, watch the full series of Unite Holic versus Team MYS. Probably one of the best series today. Very, very fun, very back and forth, very close. But if you want to watch this one, that is fine too. Talon PH, I think this team still has a lot to prove. There is, again, I said there's still a lot of reservations. People aren't sure where Talon PH stand in the sense of Unite in general. Because I think there is definitely a leaderboard where people say, these teams belong in Tier 1, these teams are Tier 2, these teams are Tier 3. I actually think Talon PH, they are bordering Tier 1. They're just waiting for that opportunity to prove that they are that Tier 1 team. And if there's a team that's going to actually break through that scene, it's probably going to be Unite Holic. If you can beat them, that's already a statement.
It really is.
I also want to remind our viewers as well, so Unite Holic and Kabi-Chans, these two teams have been invited to the AOS Cup later this year. So these are two teams that received invites after very consistent performance throughout the year.
Yes.
They were chosen for a reason. And so for Unite Holic to gain that reputation globally, again, if Talon PH beat them, that's a big statement. That is telling the world that we're not a bunch of nobodies anymore. We played at Worlds. Sure, you didn't see a lot of us at Worlds, but we're ready to have that spotlight.
Yes, and of course, while they are ready to answer that kind of challenge, we are not talking about any team, right, that kind of thing. Talent PH definitely has a huge potential for growth. I think it's one of the few greatest talents that Talent PH ever produced for their Pokemon Unite team. However, Unite Holic is not your normal team.
Definitely not.
We're not talking about just a world-class team, right? Not in terms of strategy, tactics, or fundamentals. We're talking about the fact that they see the game a lot more differently than what normal players would usually see. Even among pro players, it's very rare to have other pro teams to have the same vision as them in this league here, because they see it from a very grand point of view, right? And how they interact with the game and how they address it is very relatively unique as well. We learn, like every pro player, every time they play against them, they don't even though yes, technically by facts they lost, but it didn't feel like a loss because they felt like they learned something. Like, oh, I didn't know we can tackle the game this way. I thought it's usually a very straightforward, very blunt flip Rayquaza. That's it. No, I didn't expect it to see this game in such a manner. Sure, we have seen games where they won by having more points even without flipping Rayquaza, but that seems pretty staple. The way they did it, with the composition that was designed for that tactics against Team MYS, it was a composition that was really built against to really tackle Team MYS play like composition and their play style. So really in-depth analysis coming from Unite Holic is absolutely insane too.
The draft is ready, folks.
Oh,
Let's
man,
jump
this
into Unite Holic versus Talon PH. This is round 2, the semi-finals for the upper bracket. Winner of this is going to be going to the upper bracket grand finals, where in that matchup, if you win that, you're going straight to the grand finals. You'll wait for your opponent, who is going to be revealed tomorrow after all of the lower bracket matches. So everything is on the line for these teams, because every victory also guarantees more prize money, right? You want to make it as far as you can in the tournament. If you get dropped to the lower bracket, there's too much uncertainty down there.
Right.
You aren't guaranteeing yourself that prize money, that placement. And those certain matchups. So Slowbro and Umbreon, 2 defenders, going to be eliminated from the pool here from both of our teams, and Hooper is going to be the first pickup for Unite Holic. This is a Mame special as well, so he will be playing this. And Talon PH, knowing that there's going to be this global presence from Unite Holic, how are they going to deal with this? I have a feeling DLR is going to be picking up the Dragonite. We've constantly seen Unite Holic running that Hooper and Dragonite together, constantly threatening that global pressure.
Yep, and it somewhat makes sense as well, right? Because you really want to have the Dragonite to really get to places and really get into the fight or out of the fight. It's just that flexible, just having the Hooper alone, right?
And Talon, I don't believe, play the Dragonite either. So
Not
Unite Holic are not forced to pick it up now. But here we go, interesting choices. So Mamoswine and Lapras are going to be the next 2 choices for Unite Holic. So Mamoswine is also another Mame special, which makes me think, is Mame still piloting the Hooper? Is someone else going to play it?
Still definitely piloting it, because that will be in the Mamoswine is going to be in the hands of Yupono, because Yupono has also played 2 games with the Mamoswine itself.
Okay, so a bit of a pivot here for the team. Talon PH, they're looking for a very tanky draft of their own. Pretty interesting choices. Inteleon as their main attacker, main source of damage. Lots of frontline with that Crustle and that Revenant. And then they're going to have the Clefable for their sustain. So lots of team fight sustain here for Talon PH. But I am a little bit worried about the damage department. And Mimikyu will be rounding out the lineup here for Talon PH. So Mimikyu and Inteleon going to be the main sources of damage. Whereas for Unite Holic, they have multiple sources of damage, but the main 2 will be that Dragonite and definitely that Decidueye. We will get some supplementary damage as well coming in from that Lapras. But interesting choices, very tanky, lots of sustain from these teams. But the most important one, and I hope Talon is ready for this, that global presence. Dragonite is back and it's paired with the Hooper.
You know, I was actually pretty surprised as well, because like the thing is, when you see a Slowbro brand, a Slowbro band, right? The first thing that really comes to the mind is what kind of speedster that's going to be really bringing into the side here, Unite Holic. However, Unite Holic, they didn't really utilize a lot of speedsters even back in the regional stages. I think there's only one speedster that's quite notable to them, and it's understandable in the hands of DLR, which was the Leafeon here. So surprisingly enough, I'm very curious to why they actually went for the Slowbro band, but it could also be an RBX special, right? It could be a very respectable band because RBF actually really likes that slow bro, and he has played 6 games of slow bro back in the regional stage as well. So could be a very respectable band. Don't really want to have that gut with that kind of flexibility and control, especially when you have another all-rounder. It's very annoying when you have someone to really disrupt you mid-fight, and such a long CC. Pretty much what makes slow bro that S-tier defender as well, right? That kind of thing. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, Unite Harlech coming in hard here alongside with Talent PH. This is going to be the first game of our 5th series of today as well, and this is actually going to decide which of these two teams will be moving forward to the upper bracket finals.
I want to hear your thoughts here, Leonard. So
Right,
who do you feel has the better draft? Personal opinion, absolutely.
Personal opinion, I actually like if we don't look at the teams, I actually pretty much favorite Talent PH in this game. Like I said, don't even think about the team, just think about the composition, because I feel that's a little bit more straightforward. You do have option. You have the late game. You have a lot of decent amount of CC and control. Traveler is pretty great to deal with against any all-rounders. Really disrupt them as well. Crossel, great for aerial denial, and there's no Umbreon as well, so he's pretty much one of the most tankiest Pokemon that allows you to really just run down your opponent's backline, especially since they will have a backline which is Decidueye, and I think Decidueye falls in a very similar category with Mew as well, where, sorry, not Mew, Chandelure, where if you get jump on, that's pretty much it for you. Mew has escapes, Inteleon has as well, but not the same for Chandelure.
Great little punish there onto the Shriner, but KO for Talon PH. Now, the one thing we know for both of these teams, or at least for Talon PH, this team loves to move fast from the get-go. Unite Harlech, depending on the compositions, can take a little bit of time to wind up, and with Decidueye and Dragonite, they do need a few minutes to wind up, but they are very good with their macro play. They do know how to find experience where they need it. So I'm wondering, how does Talent approach an opponent such as Unite Harlech, who are going to be able to deal with this early game aggression and will always find their experience? Because that's one of the things that Talent PH capitalize on their opponents. Is this going to be a KO onto the Not quite enough. But did waste a lot of time though. But yeah, a lot of teams that play up against Unite Harlech, one of their biggest weaknesses is once they start getting punished by Unite Harlech, they forget to macro. They forget to level up and keep up in those levels.
Which is why I'm concerned, right? Usually, right, if we rewind time back to maybe about 9 minutes into the game, I would usually say, right, based on the lineup coming from Talent PH, well, by the way, that's a very good punish, a much needed punish as well. But like I said, if we were to rewind time, I will say, like, with this kind of lineup coming from Talent PH, your early game macro decision will somewhat dictate the pace of the round, right? But Mame understanding this just ensure that doesn't happen with that early invasion. And speaking of invasion, a great rotation coming to the top side to really secure a bunch of this chaos and takedowns. They want to try to get a couple of punishes, especially before he got the Mammoth Swine. He's still in the Pillow Swine evolution, so he will not get that bonus stat to sustain from the Traveler's Woodhammer.
Man, big push coming in from Talent PH, but they did lose the Mimikyu in the process, and they might lose the Clefable as well. KY just thinking, does he go left, does he go right? He's a little bit too slow. But they do give away 2 Pokemon to Unite Harlech, and to play aggressive like this, Talent PH aren't really in a position where they can afford to just give away these free knockouts. You can't give away that free experience. You want to stay ahead. And unfortunately, I'm a little bit worried here because I think they missed the mark. We've got DLR already a Dragonite. Decidueye is also fully evolved as well. And look at that Crystal just being sniped down by the Desi. And they just burst down that Registeel as well. I'm scared that Talent PH have missed their timing window here.
Definitely, for sure. And I think also there was a little bit of, I guess I could say, like, maybe it feels like a miscup as well, because, like, wondering why the Crustle was there still, like, playing alongside with their top lane, as majority of the team is currently in that top half. And speaking of which, good decent amount of pickup, great defense coming into the mix as well. There's also a little bit of a disadvantage on man count as well to really try to elevate their siege towards that first goalpost as well on the side here of Unite Harlech here. But that's not going to be the same set for the bottom side. Now they managed to get a beautiful KO. They were going to get a couple of points here and most likely even break this first goalpost for themselves.
Man, they are dismantling Talon PH. Even though they had all those early game skirmishes, it's almost as if they just never happened at all. And some of these solo pickoffs that Mimikyu are trying to execute, it's just not happening anymore. These Pokemon are too far gone. They're too strong. They're too tanky. And he's been punished, I believe, 2 times thus far. And so if you're Talon PH, you have to pivot. You have to think, okay, what's our alternative plan now that this early game aggression that we tried to execute early game hasn't really paid off at this point of time. Right now, we are going to be looking at a big sniping game from both of these teams. Oh, very close to getting the Inteleon there. But yeah, it's going to be a fight between Centellion and Desi when it comes to the sniping game. And these are two different sorts of snipers as well. Inteleon, although he is a very accurate sniper, one of the things with Desi is that you also get the bonus from that Spirit Shackle. You get the slow as well, which can help set up for your team.
It's going to be really great, but of course, then again, great haul, great execution to really push them out all the way to the goalpost. Unite Mo's also going to be coming in the hand of the Inteleon, and they're going to be able to get rid of the Hoopa. Now there's no way for them to really try to reset it to the fight, and the team literally coming for Unite Holic has no choice but to fall back. Without the Hoopa, it's really hard to really have this potential fight back and forth, but I love the swift decision coming in from the Dragonite. He decided it was a fight that was really hard and it went a little bit too far. Might as well just get a couple of points from the other goalpost as well. Don't waste any time. You just get farmed separately. And let's be honest, Dragonite is just one of those few all-rounds where you can just pretty much solo any of these kind of objectives by yourself, even without those assistants as well.
Yeah, so bottom, looks like the bottom Reggie is going to go in favor of Unite Holic, but Talon PH are going to be focusing on that Reggie Alecki and catching up in that experience. So trying to buy as much time as possible leading up to that Rayquaza. We're at the 4-minute and 20-second mark here, Leonard. And the game is still very reachable for Talon. They haven't completely fallen behind. There are opportunities to catch up, but they also need to be very mindful of these next couple of moves to not give away those extra knockouts and to increase that gap. Because if I looked at these two lineups and I said, okay, who has the better late game team? I'd heavily lean towards Unite Holic. Scaling-wise, their Pokemon are late-game monsters, whereas for Talon PH, they're great early game. They're okay during that mid game, but they do tend to lean on their attackers in that late game because they're just not dishing out the damage. Mimikyu, they're trying to go for the solo KO. Does get the Desi. 12 seconds off the board. It's going to be down to DLR and the Hoopa here to try and create some create that space, create that time. Horn Leech onto the Hoopa just to keep Mame away from his team. Phantom Forest as well does connect. Multiple stuns caught out with the Crustle as well. And Talon PH may have just broken through this offense that Unite Holic have been throwing at them time and time again. There goes that Hoopa, and Desi, who was thinking of joining into the fight, he pulls off a U-turn and is back in that central area.
It's so difficult, right? Because of the fact that, sure, you don't have your Decidueye, right? So you don't really have the necessary burst amount of damage, right? You don't have that backline. So a really great priority target coming in for the Mimikyu initially before they re-engage back into the fight. So now all damage will be solely dependent on this Dragonite. But as an all-rounder, you're dealing with a lot of knockback, CCs, control coming from both the Axes and also the Woodhammer as well, which is, by the way, quite short cooldowns as well. And with Moonlight to sustain the majority of their members here, it's really difficult to really knock them away even by himself alone here. Although Dragonite does have really great damage, but in the face of mass numbers, I don't think he's going to be able to sustain even long enough to really output that kind of damage for sure.
Yeah.
And like, think away for another point of view. Like, it does come down, like I said, Decidueye is just one of those Pokemon where you get caught. That's just pretty much it. There's no form of escape. There's no ability that can really save you. Maybe eject button, but that's just pretty much all she said.
Ooh.
Although I do love the Resonant Guard being picked up by Mame, right? Like that allows him whenever he pops his Hooper, the hoops are bound towards the back line. He gets that bonus shield to keep him nice and tight and dish out big damage, even if without the Decidueye present.
Yeah, so the Reggie Alecki does go through that top goal zone, but nobody for Talon PH is going to be making that move. Bit of a stalemate here for both of these teams, but remember Talon, because they have that Clefable, they have a lot of healing ready to go. But Unite Holic, Mame needs to be very worried about where he puts some of these hyperspace holes because the displacement from a Woodhammer can absolutely pull you out of it, and they get rid of the Mammoth Swine. This was something you had to be worried about. Hoopa, although one of the best supports in the game, any kind of displacement or knockup that can hit you or push you out of it can actually turn into a death sentence.
It's not just one, it's not just the Woodhammer and the Hornleaf, there's also the Axes, but big
Dragonite,
swipe and managed to catch up to the Dragonite to remove him. And now, by the way, no time for save. Even the Hyperspace Portal was currently on cooldown as he was trying to utilize to save himself. He does pop up the knock, but it doesn't really work out because there's no one else in range. Although they just need to buy their time, sustain, just try to delay as much as possible. There's not much timing.
Gone. There's no Hoopa, there's no more sustain for Unite Holic, so it is now do or die. They're about to lose this matchup unless they can try and create that space. They've actually got the Lapras here, and Mimikyu, this foul play causing Betchin so many issues. He's so tanky, he's still surviving. They will finally catch him, but look at this though, DLR running into the Trevenant Disables. Stunned up, can't move, eliminated. 3 Pokemon down for Unite Holic, and Talon PH say we don't even need Rayquaza. We're just going to score points because there's only 2 Pokemon. It's just a Decidueye, and it's just a Hooper. And even then, they're 2 points ahead.
Just really bide their time. 20 seconds left on the clock as well. There's no need to really be greedy for it. Just really keep them at bay and really keep an eye, because it's a very, okay, I guess you can say now it's a 100-point differential, 200-point differential. Initially, it was just a 2-pointer here. Don't really need to pressure too much here, just as long as no one really gets those numbers in. But of course, Talent PH ends things in a really clear message, right? This is exactly how they roll. This is what they're really confident with as well. Now Unite Harley definitely has something for their hands. It's been really great that the fact that they were able to secure a round for such a prominent team like Unite Harley. Talent PH, they're coming in strong to represent.
The safety you feel when you're on top of that Hooper hyperspace ball can be a little bit much for some people.
Yeah.
And I think that just goes to show that although Hooper is a very strong support, can reset your team, you can still be disabled before you're ported home.
Oh, yes.
And so, you know, as we saw, just getting the pick up onto the Mammoth, that was just one piece. That was one initiation. That was one move Talon needed to jump on top of Unite Holic. The Mammoth Swine, Yupono was a pretty big factor in Unite Holic's composition. I mean, we didn't really see him be a major player, but in the backlines though, the fact that he was threatening with the Ice Fang, it always made Talon PH second guess whether they wanted to go into those fights, because you get picked up, thrown on top of DLR, and he gets some free hits on you and he gets that KO. And then, of course, we saw DLR, because Yupono was gone, that safety barrier for DLR was gone. And I think he actually got caught by Sync 1's Unite. He jumped into the backlines, caught him. There was no one to protect him because Mame's hyperspace hole is on cooldown. Game over. You lost DLR, you've lost Yupono. That's the cornerstone of this composition.
I think that's pretty much why I really like coming in from Talent's PS reaction, right? Because initially it wasn't this smooth, but until towards the request bit, then I think this is someone decided, right? They said, like, you know what? The reason why this Ice Fang Mammoth coming in for Yupono is with such a threat is because he's very comfortable no matter how aggressive he is. Mame is going to be always there to save him, right? So instead of being the aggressive with the Horn Leash and the Woodhammer, he waited for a while. He waited for him to really be engaged, get a couple of pokes. When he got really poked out a little bit too much by the Spirit Shackle, that's when he got the call. He said, alright, pull me out. The minute he saw the portal, that's when you saw the Trevor just fully committed.
I mean, that's when you see a giant target sign on that Pokemon, right? It's like you see the hyperspace hole, you know someone's going to walk onto that. Like, it's just, you're lining up an arrow to hit the apple.
Yeah.
And that's what ended up happening with Yupono.
And then the worst part about it, right? You thought it ends there, but then suddenly out of the blue, you see Mame also was able to get a really nice roundabout because he's also confident he can get out. But guess what? The positioning coming in with the Traveler is like, okay, I got the Mammoth Swine. And of course, Crosser is already positioned to try to protect their backline at the Inteleon. But with the minute he spotted Mame, he knew for exactly what he was trying to go for.
Yeah.
And he waited it out. He exited him out of the portal, even forcing him to blink back in, but it was too late. The portal already flew back, and he was left out for the count. But guess what? The minute that happened, they just jump on the scene. They just say like, you know what? No hyperspace portal. This Dragonite has nothing to save him. Mammoth Swine is also still out for the count. Went and picked him up, and it was just beautiful. Everything just felt tailor-made. It really, Talent PH just really found that opening once again to secure that. We look at the scoreline, right? It's just been pretty much.
It was so close.
It was in their lead until that moment.
Yeah, it was Talon PH 2 points. 2 points. You know, I think we're now starting to see teams, because everyone is playing Hooper. Everybody's playing Hooper, let's be realistic. Everyone's playing Hooper. Because everyone has such a deep understanding of Hooper, you also know how to play against the Hooper. Because you're going to realize, like, okay, these are the moments where I am the weakest, when we are giving opportunities to wait to our opponents. And we've seen this multiple times, like Hooper Hyperspace Hole sometimes actually set up for KOs for your opponent. Because, you know, it's a literal giant dinner plate for someone to come in and have a buffet. And so, because Talent PH, we also see this team in Southeast Asia, whenever Hooper was available, they would always snatch up. They always played Hooper. So for them to see that, you know, it just shows that this team knows how to play a Hooper. They don't care if you have that Hooper. They're prepared for it.
That's why when
it was a first pick as well, wasn't it?
Yes, it was a first pick Hooper as well. They really secured it for Mame's side here.
Yeah, well, yeah. So
because they Paradise, they are banned for the Slowbro, and then follow up with the Umbreon, right? But the thing is this, right? That's why when you ask me like which team composition do I prefer, like I say, if I didn't look at the team, I just see composition. Talent PH1 has a lot more options. Like, you really can play around with it. Don't get me wrong, Lapras is great, Mammoth is fantastic as well, but it felt a lot more situational than, like, even if they were to make a play, it's just like, oh, that's great. But if a Trevenant or the Crossel pops a really nice ultimate Unite. Okay, maybe not the Trevenant, the Crustle. Pops a really nice Rumble Rouser. Okay, it's a really nice Wood Hammer or a Horn Leech. Eject Button Horn Leech combination. It somewhat changes the game. You just be like, oh my god, that's it. That's the one, you know? You won us the round, you know? Man was like, I think, great, you're punishing them. That's fantastic. You're slowly pressuring them out of the lane or out of the central area, giving us a little bit more control.
Look, I think a lot of people were just not expecting Talon PH to take game number 1
That is so
from Unite Holic. This was absolutely an upset. I know all the Filipinos, there's a lot of Filipinos cheering for Talon PH. I've seen all the socials. All of them are going to be absolutely ecstatic that they've taken the first game away from Unite Holic.
Yes.
But it's not over yet.
Of course.
You still need to get that second victory for Talon PH to proceed through the brackets. But Mame and co brainstorming, thinking, wow guys, we kind of dropped the ball for game number 1. We now have to make the comeback happen for game number 2 and game number 3. I have a feeling, I just have this inkling of a feeling that Mame is going to come up with something crazy for game number 2.
I actually won't be surprised as well. I think they just really want to, I think they're currently really like brainstorming the fact that how much do we want to commit for this one. But of course, playstyle wise, we're going to be having Sync here play an absolute, he's been an absolute line with the mid tiers of massive damage so far. Like, okay, the thing is this, right? If we talk about just the drafting alone, right, the kind of thing, we and also incorporating with the new rules as well. Talent PH has already committed a massive amount of tier 1 picks.
Yeah, they have.
A lot. And there is like the only one currently remaining for defender wise, I guess you could say, is really just the Blasters. The Blaster, because both the Crustle Trevenant is currently out of the pool for them to use. Don't get me wrong, there is also other defenders, but is it something really enough to really change the tide? You have a really great top laner with the Blaster, I think that's great, but will it be something that Unite Holic will allow you to have for yourself here? Because they can, because remember, they can opt to pick it for themselves or ban it out. There is no real loss for them here, really.
I mean, yeah, both teams haven't picked Blastoise, and also Buzzwol's available.
Yes.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see that classic Blastoise-Buzzwole matchup in that top lane, unless maybe we see either of those Pokemon banned during this next round.
Right.
We also need to take a look at some of the other support options, but before that though, let's just have a quick look at Wafu's stats here. So, wide variety of Pokemon that have been selected up until this point. Desi, Inteleon, Pikachu, and Sableye. Just some Sableye, I think. No, that's not a bug. That is actually real.
He had a Sableye. No, but it makes sense, right? Because it was a playstyle that was very, like, although it may not be ranged like all his previous backline attacker picks they usually go for, but it has a very similar playstyle with that kind of aggression, that poking ability, give it that necessary vision, scout the things out for the team.
I also want to mention this Pikachu pick. This was not just any kind of Pikachu at all. This was experience share Pikachu Wafu. This was not your average attacker Pikachu. Pretty different, although I think it was top lanes. It was actually support Pikachu. I think Unite Holic decided to try something different for that game number 2. Yeah, it was game number 2 against MYS. Experimenting a couple of things. Didn't work out in that matchup, but you know, it doesn't matter up until this point.
True.
But I'm just thinking, what are the tier 1 picks? Not just tier 1s, but signature Pokemon left for Unite Holic here, because now you are backed into a
which
corner.
category?
I think for all, let's talk about the team in general,
because
they've already used some signature picks, right? Hooper was a signature. Mamo to a certain degree was a niche signature.
No, I mean, yes, it is one of his go-tos, but I wouldn't say it's considered tier 1. Like, okay, let's say we have a ranking, right? That's S rank and A rank, right? Mammoth will fall under the A rank in terms of the
Dragonite's definitely a DLR SSS Pokemon.
Yeah,
I don't think
that's
he has
casual.
lost on Dragonite yet.
True, but
until now.
Yeah, until now.
This was actually the first game I think he's lost on the Dragonite.
Yes, I totally agree with you.
I just realized.
Wait, hold on. Let me.
Has he lost with Dragonite at all?
Yes, he actually lost against Kabi-chan, and this was during the group stages.
But was it once or twice?
Let me see. He won. Oh, just once.
So this is the second time he's ever lost with the Dragonite.
Correct.
In the entirety of ACL. That is a surpriser. So, a signature Pokemon to lose it for game number 1. What are you pivoting to for game number 2 and 3?
I think it's more like they just didn't really have any other additional option to really elevate that Dragonite, because like most all-rounders, you just don't like being disrupted.
But I don't know, Leonard, because if you look at this lineup from Unite Holic, this is a lineup Unite Holic draft if they want to win. Like, this was Pokemon that they pick if they want to win a game.
Right.
So now they're going to have to dig deep and figure out how we're going to win game number 2 without using all of our signature Pokemon, and then still have something left for round 3.
I'm not too worried about Wafu and the rest because they actually still have a lot of Pokemon to really go for. Yes, Hoopa unfortunately is gone. DLR's Dragonite is unfortunately also missing out the pool, but he still has his go-to most played Pokemon. Dodrio still into the mix as well. There's also still the Leafeon. Yoshifu, still questionable. Yes, I feel like it's a very like on depending on the scenario, on off that kind of thing. But I really feel like Yupono, you really need to give Yupono or Mame some really quality defenders, something that really gives them a lot of options for the team. Because
I mean, Amame's missing 2 Pokemon now because Matmoswine has already been chosen.
Actually, he has a lot of Pokemon actually. Like this is just what we've seen in the group stages, but he actually has like 8 more Pokemon they can actually utilize. He usually juggle between both Yupono and Mame. So like between defenders here. So there's still a lot of options for them here.
Draft is ready. Let's see what the bans are going to be for both of these teams. I wouldn't be surprised if Dodrio gets banned. Like, just try and deny all those strong Pokemon from Unite Holic. On the side of Talent PH, ban all the strong Pokemon from Unite Holic for game number 2 and just win from game 2 onwards. Just don't give them that game number 3. And Unite Holic gonna open with the Leafeon.
That's a DLR.
Yeah, you have to give DLR something that he's gonna win with. There's no second chance anymore.
That is a DLR, and now Talent PH, you have to have something in your hand. I mean, sure, you still have the Slowbro. Pretty great against Speedsters as well. You also have the Blastoise option. Also pretty great to really lock down the species, but they will lock down both Buzzwole and Slowbro. Now this sends a clear message, right? It's like, okay, great. Your top lane is not going to be having the best of fun, but what is your follow-up with it? There is still the Blastoise pretty decent against the Buzzwole. We have seen certain teams play the Lucario. Not a direct counter. I still feel it's not a direct counter, but still do pretty well.
They're picking the Lucario and the Urshifu. Unite Holic.
Wait, hold on.
Unite Holic.
Okay, so this is a Betchin. Okay, this is a Betchin's Lucario. This is one of his go-to Pokemon, Season 1 favorite as well.
So top Betchin Lucario. Urshifu has to be... Do you think it's Yupono?
I feel it's Yupono. I really feel it's Yupono.
We've got double Wafu on stream, by the way. I'm not sure what's happened.
When one is not enough, you bring it two.
You bring it two. Oh man!
Like, can you imagine how horrifying it is? You just had 2 Wafus, like one Italian,
it's
one
okay.
Mew.
He's playing 2 devices, 1 in each hand. But we are going to get the Crustle and Mew to round out the comp.
Okay,
so no support for Unite Holic, no sustain. They've gone all out in the damage department, and I've seen this style happen in Southeast Asia before. The no healing comp. This happens rarely. And some teams just get surprised by the all-out attack composition. Now the thing is, Talent PH, I've seen this team encounter this strat multiple times in the past, and they actually do pretty well against the all-out aggressive comp. So I'm a little bit worried here for Unite Holic because this is a game that's going to send them to the lower bracket if they lose this match.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And it feels like this is going to be the kind of game on who's able to show more dominance than the other. Right? I think there's a lot of literally just so much early game potential for this guy. So we're going to be seeing potentially, right, this game, Danelie, could most likely be the most action-packed series that we ever seen so far. Like for the early phase at least, for the early phase.
I actually believe you here. I do think this is going to be one of the most aggressive Unite Holic comps we're going to see in a very, very long time. But I do want to point out that Talent PH is also a very fast-paced team. This is a team that loves to fight from the get-go. They are ready to match your energy, and if there's a team that they're ready to catch up to, if they have to, it's Unite Holic. So can Unite Holic play faster than Talent PH?
Oh, that is definitely a question for sure. Opportunity is definitely required for sure. Individual skill play that will really dictate these players. And as I mentioned before, when you have this kind of composition for early game, your early macro decision will really dictate the pace, right? But I do have a question. I'm very curious. I also want to know your opinion there. Usually, when we see a Lucario go up against a Buzzwole, it's usually the power up punch. You have this unstoppable, uninterrupted ability as well as given to his Lucario at any given time.
Yes.
But that is usually when you go up against a Buzzwole. Betchin, on the other hand, has been pretty, he does favor extreme speed slightly more. We do see a couple of power punches coming from him. But in this case, does he still want to pull it up against the Buzzwole? Because like I said, it's great for secure early game against the Buzzwole. Good to secure move against the levels. Really try to scale a little bit better against the Buzzwole. But do you still want to opt to get it for himself? Or just stick with the extreme speed Bone Rush?
Actually, that's a good question because I at the same time I need to understand what is the major objective for Unite Holic as well.
Right.
Like, what are they aiming for in this particular matchup? Is it just a fight? Are they going to try and pull off some kind of crazy backcap stuff with this? Because they do have a lot of mobile Pokemon as well. Are they hoping that there's not enough disable on the side of Talon so that they can sort of jump around and do whatever they want?
Right.
Which isn't really the case. There is actually a lot of lockdown, a lot of slows, a lot of disables, a lot of things you have to worry about going up against Talon. I actually don't know.
Okay, let me see this, right? Let me get this confirmation. Okay, we
We
have
will
DLR.
find out.
DLR on, definitely DLR on his casual Leafeon for sure. Betch is still going to be with the Lucario towards that top side, for sure. But I want to know is, will there going to be any reinforcement? And there actually not even a reinforcement. There was an invasion coming in from the double.
Oh my goodness, the invasion. Jeez! I mean, we said we were going to have a very action-packed game, and look at this, Leonard. We
And
are
a Kung
seeing
Fu
so
rotation.
much action. Look, you're a Kung Fu, okay? What are you going to be able to do if you aren't able to score or do anything in lane? You have to do something. You can't just sit around idly and do nothing.
Oh yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, it was the Leafeon. It was DLR in the middle, in the central area. Yeah, you're right. I completely forgot it because so many of these Pokemon usually goes to the central area here, and now they're suddenly going towards the lane.
I'm just a little bit worried here because you don't, at the
dude.
same time, want to sack
Look
your
at,
laner.
look at the switch, right? Like the minute they hit DLR hit Leafeon already, he's just completely substitute out with the Kofu. Now the Kofu goes to the central area, they get the necessary amount of farm, but the Leafeon is just rotating back and forth.
They can afford to do this, and I think this is the best case scenario for this team because Leafeon already can function right off the bat from that level, from that level 4. So hopefully, DLR, very talented player. I do believe that he's going to be able to slow down Talon, but I think at the same time he has to be very careful of these movements. If he fumbles these next couple of movements and maybe gets knocked out once or twice, I think that might be it. That he's not going to be able to solo carry for the team anymore and buy that time for Yupono. Yupono needs a lot more resources than this. Functionally, level 5, he's not a threat at all.
Definitely. Ooh. Getting ready for the central area for the Altaria family. A couple of skirmishes here and they finally spawn. Reinforcer is coming in from the sideline, not able to get one foot on top of the other as well, but they will be able to secure the necessary EXP. But there will not be any loss, will be any chaos here, and I think that's totally fine for both sides.
Great zoning. I actually think really great zoning there for Unite Holic. Just threatening anybody that tries to go in there for Talon PH. Just threaten the potential knockout. Really great stuff. I could tell the Unite Holic, they are 100% focused on winning this next game. Not to say that anyone here is pretending or anyone here that's not giving 100%. It's just that when you are desperate to win, Unite becomes a different game.
That is correct. But I do have a saying, right? Like, okay, but anyway, but before I say that, right? See a Buzzwolf trying LeBron. Try to do his best to really try to sustain from the all 3 damage. We're talking about like really heavy hitters here. And now without the goal post as well, no defenses. That Solar Blade will definitely land as really merciless for him on top of that. Oh yeah, but by the way, I like to say that any team that really secured the Buzzwolf, I feel like that game is pretty much done and dusted, let's be honest here.
I don't think so. No, I really don't.
That's my impression of Buzzwolf so far, at least.
Sure, I think that makes sense. Buzzwole does seem to be a win condition for some of these teams. You draft it and then you win. But that's not always the case. I do think some teams understand how Buzzwole functions in a team, and they realize the moments where they need to actually poke and prod this Buzzwole to prevent him from either hitting his power spike or to ensure that Buzzwole's primary targets aren't harassed as much as they should be. There's a lot of pressure happening in the top lane. Solar Blade almost connecting onto that Dodrio, manages to zip away, but I think in the process they will be losing that Buzzwole. Not a fan of this happening here. Yes, Talon PH are applying a lot of pressure with the 3 of them in that top lane, but you've given away Buzzwole twice in the span of a minute and a half.
Yep. I mean, this is what happens when you don't have enough intel, right? And since the bottom path, you're not really extending out as well to try to pressure towards that bottom path goalpost. That just leads to the fact that you don't really have a lot of intel and you can't force attention down to the bottom side. So that allows Leafeon that flexibility to really just roam around, get those necessary pickoffs. It would have been a little bit of a different story if that Leafeon or DLR didn't really rotate to assist that Lucario, because that's a lot of damage that Buzzwole was actually dishing out. And the Glossifer was also there just trying to keep him sustained. But in the light of the mighty blade, let's be honest, that hurts a lot.
Yeah, Yeah, Solar Blade, you've got to make sure you don't run into one of those. Although it looks like Dodrio will be scouting out that Leafeon, and Leafeon is all alone, and we are seeing the bird head in there. Easy knockout. Leafeon by itself is a really easy knockout for a Dodrio, alongside a Buzzwole as well. So unfortunate loss there for Uniteholic. This does open up the map here for Talon, because now Dodrio doesn't have to worry about a potential Solar Blade coming down and hitting him in the face. Same thing with Buzzwole as well. It's just the Lucario to protect that top lane, so easy scores coming in from Talon PH. Now Benson, he's trying to defend, but there's only so much a solo Lucario can do. Meanwhile, RBX in that bottom lane, he's just protecting this bottom lane. And here's the issue here for Uniteholic. Slowbro is an amazing pad defender. He's just so tanky. In the meantime, though, we have a fight in that central area, and they get the Leafeon again. Triple trample committed, but the Dodrio does not get knocked out.
Yep. It's so difficult, right?
The Jukes!
Oh, God.
The Jukes!
The Smackdown, the superpower, man. You just can't mess with Pops. The Unite move and absolutely a throwdown as well. Members are falling down like fly. Gossip by KY is also going to be picked up. Fantastic and well done. No more support. However, we're talking about the LeBron. Completely smacking them down. But thank God for the goal post and a little bit of assist. They shall be able to sustain here. And thank God for the Mew. They will get the necessary punish on most of these players of Talon PH here.
Yeah, Talon sticking around far too long in that bottom lane. Was hoping that most of their moves were going to connect, but just a few misses, giving the opportunity for Uniteholic to close things out and to take this Reggie steal. Not too great, unfortunately, for Talon. They're trying to work on this momentum, but look at their macro game. They're starting to fall behind. 11 across the board minus a 13 Crustal. Why is there a level 13 Crustal on the side of Uniteholic?
Don't ask me. This guy has been in the fights and never really hasn't really been taken down. He's getting all this EXP because he's always the last one to stand, which is understandable, right? Because why would you want to pick up the tankiest guy when you can go after the softest one?
I wonder what's going to happen in this late game if this Crustal gets to level 14 or 15. I think that would be the first we've seen this in such a long time.
Don't get me started.
Top lane, we're seeing a Reggie Alecki push with that Crustal, and it looks like we do get a couple KOs across the board here as well. They're trying to slow down this Crustal, but Mame just being an absolute nuisance. Even the Buzzwole is struggling with this as well. Psychic Solaire was even committed by that Espeon, almost getting knocked out, but oh my gosh, Mame is having the game of his life today.
He's absolutely having a ball for sure, flying around with him. I think the thing is we're slowly diverting into a situation where DLR just realized, all right, I don't really have to jump into the fight alongside with my teammates. No, I can just be the guy that really just pokes from a distance. I just forget that, you know, the kind of thing. And he has been succeeding so far after the 5 minute marker. Getting a really nice good distance, just as long as it's within the range of the Solar Blade, just getting those really massive hits, whether is it to secure those takedowns or to at least dish out enough damage for his team to get that finishing takedown. That's also going to be a different story. Upono got a lot of intel, but 30 seconds left before the Rayquaza spawn as well, and the rest of the squad is just racking up enough points to really go for that down. I'm concerned, Danelie, because of the fact that right now Uniteholic has 4 members with a lot of points. At any time of their choosing, they can actually try to force a back cap. But remember, they are also in lead for points. So their goal for flipping this Rayquaza is not really a priority. They can delay it, they can slow it down, they can do a couple of pokes, but they don't really have to secure it unless the damage being outputted by Talon PH is very significant.
Oh, they're trying to corral in Talon. They weren't able to lock anyone in, but it looks like Mame actually being thrown out by the muzzle, preventing him from getting the Unite off. Oh no! Uniteholic, they've lost 2-3 Pokemon already! And now it's down to the Lucario and the Urshifu. What just happened, Leonard?
Just absolute destruction. Talon PH, they didn't wait it out. They just said, you know, the first chance they got, they jump it. And this is just one of those situations, Danny, where if they jump the gun, this is totally fine because they made it work. Talon PH, a team that has a lot of promise, finally made the biggest statement here in Pokemon Unite ACL Finals. They topple the very team that has literally the favorite to win. Of course, it's not the end of the run for Uniteholic, but still, then again, Talon PH, what a significant achievement for them here.
It's not over yet. We've still got a minute to go, but Uniteholic have several things to do. You got to break those shields, and you got to score. But look at this, though. Talon don't care. They've got points to score. They don't, there's no way you get enough points on the side of Uniteholic to outscore everything that's going to be coming into these goal zones. Instant TP back. They're fighting in that bottom lane, but so far nobody has scored. Pokemon are losing health. We're getting knockouts as well. Talon PH are just about to push Uniteholic to the lower bracket in a 2-0 fashion, Leonard.
I can't believe it, really. Seriously, like it's such what a thrill and what a I can't even imagine the feeling, the adrenaline coming from Talent PH members as well. Such a prominent team invited towards the EUIC for the AOS Cup as well. Finally met their first. By the way, I like besides Team Kamichan, this is Unite Holic second defeat. This is their second defeat here. If I get the records right.
Talon PH
Yeah,
are turning into the kryptonite of Asia. They have eliminated MYS in the Southeast Asia League. Yes, they might have dropped to Rise, but they've just beaten Unite Holic. Arguably the favorites to win the entirety of the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024. And it came down to one of the most explosive, quickest team fights I have ever seen.
Like there wasn't even like
We need to watch that part in like 0.25
there was
speed. It was so fast.
You can't blink, guys, because the minute you blink, the fight is over.
The smiles.
Mew didn't even was not even given the opportunity to even pop the Unite move. The last thing I saw, he just got to the
I
pit.
saw the animation. I think some people would have seen this. I saw Mame, and he was just about to pop the Unite. It was going to be a multi-man Unite that would have connected on, I think, almost all of Talent PH's Pokemon.
Right.
Almost pops the Unite. Midway animation. LeBron comes in, grabs him with two hands, and he's like, see you in the lower bracket. Bam! Jeez, that was...
He's really living up to the name. He is getting 3-pointer score lines with those basketball shots.
This guy should not be playing Pokemon Unite. He should be like wrestling or something. Like he should be.
Can you really call it wrestle? Because like, although yes, it's pretty back and forth, but it didn't feel like they wrestled for that win. It felt like it was just...
It was a smackdown, sir.
Oh, man.
A full-on smack. I want to see that replay, but we're going to see it in normal speed, and it's just going to be equally as fast.
No, the fight changed so drastically, right? Because like the minute Wafu fell, right? Because he was the first one to get caught. And like it wasn't like a really good positioning and he got caught, that kind of thing. He actually walked into the dens of the lions and they ripped him to shreds. They didn't even give him a chance to say, hey man, you serve yourself on the silver platter, we are gonna accept it with full grace.
Oh man, what a matchup. Let's sort of break things down as well, because I think there was a lot that really happened. Firstly, props to Unite Holic for that early to mid game. I think they did a really good job at matching talent during the laning stage and actually creeping ahead during the mid game. They were winning the majority of those team fights. They were always getting those pickoffs, keeping ahead of Talent BH. It was just that late game Rayquaza pit. I'm not sure about you. I want to hear your thoughts. Do you think maybe there was a bit of overconfidence in Unite Holic's positioning in that Rayquaza pit? Because I have to say, they played very risky in that pit.
I felt like it was either the lack of intel or they just someone forgot, because at one point, I believe it was Lucario. I believe Lucario actually spotted them from the top part of the pit, but he didn't really see whether they went to the left rush or the right rush of the
Hold on.
pit.
I think we're going to see it in these highlights, because
Right,
the highlights will tell the story of what happened in a fraction of a second, because it was literally a moment where don't blink or you'll miss it. But it just happened so quickly. And again, if you looked at the two teams and their levels and their Pokemon, you would have automatically assumed that Unite Holic should have had that late game. They had such a big advantage. And then it was here.
Yeah,
they grouped up. No chance at all for Mame to do anything. And Mew was gone. Mew was gone, followed by the Leafeon. And there's only so much a Lucario and a Urshifu could do together.
You know, the crazy thing about it as well is like, not only was it a very misposition coming from Mew as well, he was really in a prime range. But also at the same time, Mami got lifted up by LeBron, and that literally adds on to more CC. There's still the slow beat. There's so many things that really keep them in place. And don't get me started on the Dodrio as well. There's so much nuking damage on such a very soft player. Like, even though, like, yes, Rumble Rouser on the side of Mame is very tanky. I agree. There's no Umbrea to really steal those shields. But that you don't get those shields if you don't get a chance to really pop it off.
Yeah, you can still get cancelled. You're not invincible.
Yeah, exactly. You're not invincible. So like, and the worst part about it is how out of position everyone else was, right?
They were so spread apart in that raid pit.
Like I understand the positioning mainly because of the fact that you want to get some intel, right? You want to cover the top part of the pit, you want to cover the bottom part as well. But I think the key part about that kind of formation is that the Mew should never be anywhere near that pit, especially when you are in lead, when you have the lead in terms of AOS energy or AOS points as well. You should never even be there in the first place. Like, so I'm not sure, was it like miscomms or maybe miss intel, right? Wrong intel, or forgot that they're actually in that rush, right?
I almost feel like Wafu was there because he wanted to save Mami. Because as Mew, there are a couple of options if you want to go for the save. You can try and go for Surf. You also have the option of popping Mystical Mirage as well.
True.
But we didn't see that happen. We saw somebody go back to the Pokemon Center.
That split second of a smackdown from his own teammate, from the Buzzwole, that tiny second of a stun was just pretty much enough for the rest of the squad to say, all right, dinner's ready.
Oh, man. What a game, though. Nobody expected a 2-0, but
No
Talon PH, they delivered. And their fans have got to be absolutely thrilled at home. So now they are in the upper bracket winners final. They are one game away from going straight to the grand finals for the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. They've got to be so thrilled. But who is their opponent going to be? Their opponent is either going to be Rise or Kabi-chan. This is going to be the next matchup coming up to you on the stream right now. It's going to be oh gosh, it's going to be so exciting. I can't wait. I'm bouncing up and down in my seat. Let's go.
I told Flava the same thing, right? Like, regardless of the storyline, I think it'd be great to see both kind of stories, right? Like, one where we see Talon PH going up against Team Rise, since they have some form of history in Southeast Asia, right? And then at the same time, it's good to see a battle between Unite and Team Kabi-chan, the seniors and the juniors here, right? The kind of thing. It's both are great series to watch and also great to see. But now, well, of course, reality of things, Talon PH managed to topple such a Goliath.
I want to know what MYS is thinking in this as well, because MYS lost to Uniteholic, and they were the ones looking to get revenge on Uniteholic. And that might happen now because...
And if I'm not mistaken as well, Talon PH also won against MYS
exactly.
as well.
So it seems like they're the kryptonite for these two teams. But
I want to see an interview with Ice.
Well, what's going to happen next, right? Is it going to be Talon PH getting a rematch against Rise, or is Talon playing against Kabi-chan next?
Like I said, regardless of the story, regardless of the matchup, it's going to be such a great game. It's going to be such a great story here. Like, think of it this way, right? If Talon, I mean, of course, this is from the Talon PH fans as well, right? If Talon PH is not only able to win against Uniteholic, but also win against Kabi-chan, right? That just says a lot where, like, you know, guys, we made it. We came from the most heaviest group stage, from the regionals, and now we're also toppling other regions as well. It's such a grand stage.
Maybe another statement, it's like, there's a reason why the Filipinos came second at Worlds.
That's true. That is true. Says a lot, you know? Not
it
different
does.
players, but still says a lot.
It's a region that is underexplored, maybe underestimated.
Let's be honest, not just the Philippines, I think just like Asia in general, right? Southeast Asia or East Asia, right? I feel Asia as a whole, we have so many undiscovered gems. So many discovered gems. So just
I think another description, as you said earlier, I think there are a lot of rough gems in Southeast Asia. They haven't been polished. They haven't had the opportunity to be polished.
Because I remember a statement from another game title coach. He also said the exact same thing, where he said like Southeast Asia or East or entirety of Asia have so many great young talents undiscovered. It's just pretty much finding the basically putting the right piece in the right puzzle to really make it work. Sure, you're a great player, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be working out with the team. You really need to find a team that really you're able to roll with each other. And I think throughout this ACL, we are seeing those kind of teams here. And I think it has been such an honor and a thrill to watch. New and old and returning. It's been really great.
All right, so I do believe we're actually going to go for a quick break before this next matchup. So don't go too far. Make sure you're back, because this next matchup, it's going to be an amazing one.
โดนเจ็บน็อกเหมือนกันแลกกันไปคนละตัวครับและไอซิโกสเปียร์เลยไปที่ยาโดรันเจ็บแล้วแต่พิซซี่ยังพยายามเติมให้
Hollywood lights smoke like the police. On the road like a roly-poly. Leave them ghost, leave them holy. Tougher than a dreadlock with some gold teeth. And I'm running this shit like I'm bored. Woo. Killing this shit like I'm more. Woo. Feeling myself like I'm porn. Popping that back like it's corn.
Hello Pokemon trainers and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 finals. We're just about to wrap things up today with our last two sets. Yes, last two sets. My name is Danelie and of course joining me is the wonderful Professor Flava. And we have a really exciting one coming up next. For all of our new viewers, we are going to be playing Rise versus Kabi-Chans. A massive matchup. And the winner of this is going to play against Talent PH in the upper bracket finals.
Oh yeah, most definitely is here. Now, of course, the winner for this one will be making it to the finals itself. Now, of course, winning it also ensures that you have more or less the kind of the shortest route to the grand finals, subject to if you do win the grand, the upper
at
bracket
least
finals.
guaranteeing top 2.
Yes.
So you're already guaranteed
Top
second.
2 or top 3? Because
if you qualify for the grand finals, obviously top 2, you get second place prize pool.
Correct.
But for the teams here, I think you're guaranteed top
3 if you make it to
three
upper
or
bracket
top
finals.
4?
For upper bracket finals, yes, top 3.
If you're upper bracket finals, yes, top 3.
Yes, top 3. So it's very, very important to actually make your way there as soon as possible. And this is basically the best route you have for today, as we're about to showcase to you all the upper bracket matches here for the ACL Finals 2024. And hopefully you guys are excited. Now, these two teams, they have had a lot of ample amount of rest, I would say. They've already had their fair share of observation on each other and what each team has to offer. They have not lost a series yet, as it's only just concluded our first round itself, and we're definitely excited to see what they'll bring to the table here in this best of 3 series itself.
Yeah. Now, speaking of the two teams, Rise versus Kabi-Chan, I think there are a couple things we do need to kind of talk about here, right? So Rise have, I want to argue, played much more intense games than Kabi-Chan. So Kabi-Chan had a different path compared to Rise. So Rise did play a full 3 games for their best of 3 series against Zora Tigers. Kabi-Chans, they had a 2-0 win up against E Arena. Now, I feel like Kabi-Chans might have a bit of an advantage here because not only did they play less games, but they also revealed less Pokemon from their pool.
Yeah.
So if they had anything up their sleeve, it's probably still up there and they're just saving it for that moment where they really need it.
Yeah.
And this might be the opportunity. And if they win this series, maybe they'll use it up against Talent PH. We kind of don't know. But Kabi-Chans, I think definitely a team a lot of people are looking to here because they have risen to fame in Japan and even internationally. I think a lot of people are calling them the new up-and-coming stars from Japan.
Yeah, but of course you have to remember their opponents here. Now, speaking on the advantage that Kabi-Chan has of what Team Kias has, right? The thing about not only that Team Rise had to play a full-on best of 3 series, but at the same time as well, it was quite a shock because they kind of lost that game number 1 and had to play their best hand. And they kind of revealed more or less their either best or second best hand here to everyone. So KS has the information in hand, and probably they are ready to approach this in a much more advantageous manner compared to what Team Rise has to offer. But Team Rise, they are the Indonesia champions.
Yes.
And we know that they are definitely going to be bringing in thunder here at the competition. So I think we're in for a treat.
We're in for a treat, and I feel like Rise might be one of the better teams when it comes to the Japanese teams as well. Because I've had a couple of conversations with Rise in general, and they take a lot of inspiration from the Japanese teams. So whenever there's a Japanese tournament happening, Rise are watching. They love seeing the kind of innovation that comes out from that region. I mean, we've seen Eeyore experimenting with the Dragonite himself. So to see that kind of inspiration come through, maybe the fact that they watch so many Japanese games, maybe there's something that's going to help them when they play up against Kabi-Chans. That knowledge of how the scene functions. What are the Pokemon that are key players within that regional playstyle? Because Japan definitely has their own meta, 100%. And then of course Southeast Asia, we have our own meta, and then some teams they kind of just them. They don't follow the meta. They just play what they're good at.
And hey, it's our own thing. But the thing is, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that that meta works with whatever everybody is bringing in that region. it's not that they didn't want to play with the meta, which like everybody looks at the NA, the EU region, and people look at the Japan meta and all that. It's just that because the region that they're in are kind of playing it differently, so that meta would not kind of work.
Yeah, and you can't introduce a different region's meta and expect it to be successful. Like, for example, imagine you try and play like the NA style in Southeast Asia. That, I don't think it would work 100% of the time. I don't know if it would work 50% of the time, but it's definitely just the comparison between the two regions, totally different. Totally different styles. And so situationally, one will be better than the other, but like you kind of have to adapt to a region.
I guess so. And sometimes it's not just about just taking out that meta and just apply it to yourself, but you have to see whether or not this is something that you can actually utilize as well. It's not so much about copying it, but if you're not able to execute it the way that it was supposed to be executed, or as well as it should be, then it's not going to work out for you. And those are more or less the kind of things that we do expect to see here in the competition. You did mention something about the Dragon Knight one. I believe that was actually, I think that was actually game number 1 where they tried to actually run it, but it didn't work out for them. Yeah, they lost the match. I'm not saying that it didn't work for them, but probably because of the team composition. You have to understand that in the heat of competition as well, anything can actually happen.
Well, I mean, it was also Zora playing their star composition too, so it maybe, for all we know, Eon might not have been comfortable on the Dragon
There was also
Knight.
that Umbreon in that game as well, which just, you know, threw Team Rise a bit off in that particular matchup. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit introduction to these two teams that are about to go up against one another here in our match number 6. Now, this is going to be the upper bracket semifinals 2 between Team Kabe-chan's or KS, the East Asia League second place winners from Japan, up against Team Rise, the Southeast Asia League champions, and they are from Indonesia.
Oh boy, super excited for this matchup here. I'm just kind of thinking, what's going to be the play here for both of these teams? Like, what are they aiming for? What are their key Pokemon? And what are they keeping up their sleeve from their opponents? I want to quickly go through some of the Pokemon that Rise used in their first matchup. So we've got a list of 15 Pokemon here because of the drafting style. So
back in
Rise,
the days, it used to be like 8 out of best of 3s, and now it's like, okay, we got all 15.
Yeah, so we've seen some pretty interesting ones, but also some very standard picks. So for first game, we saw Inteleon, Eldegoss, Crustle, Dragonite, Buzzball. Not too crazy aside the Dragonite there. Game number 2 was Umbreon, Mimikyu, Blastoise, Espeon, and Mew. Bit of a different team comp for Rise, but they did win with this, and also Dev showing off that his Mimikyu is not to be messed with. And then game number 3, Trevenant, Clefable, Urshifu, Slowbro, and Sylveon. I think this was the one that really threw people off because game number 3, I think a lot of people thought Zoro Tigers should have won that. Just down to a couple of executional mistakes, some mishaps, giving Rise that opening to win that matchup. Because the Glaceon that game, like Glaceon, Bajong's Buzzball, absolutely insane.
And then you have the Mew in the back line too.
Yeah, so I was quite surprised, honestly, that Rise won that matchup. But again, a team that knows where to find those openings. But let's walk through the composition for Kabe-chan. So what have they played today, Flava?
I think Kabe-chan's fought against E-Arena. So they ran, I think when going up against E-Arena in game number 1, it was Trevenant, Inteleon, it was Blissey, Venusaur as well as Blaziken. Yes, and of course they also ran the Zoroark, they also ran the Lapras, the Comfey, the Mew, as well as the Crustle.
Yeah. So nothing, like again, not much crazy outside the Blaziken. So
yeah, and they were not playing so meta. I mean, like they did not mind running the Blaziken there, even the Venusaur. They were not even running things like Blastoise or anything. Or probably because of game number 1 also it was being shut down by the enemies as well. But yeah, so much options. I don't think this tells much. I believe that it doesn't tell you much info about what they have to offer.
Yeah, Rise on the other hand, I feel like they have shown more of their cards, but again, we're not really seeing picks that you would say are like, we've never seen this before. Yeah. It's all something that Rise has played in the past, aside from the Dragonite. That one was definitely new. I guess the only other weird pick I've ever seen from Rise was Metagross when it first came out, and Eeyore tried to run that mid Metagross.
They were one of the very few who I mean, we were getting excited to see it in the early stages of the game, but somehow most of the teams decided not to run it. But yeah, Team Rise so happened to be one of those teams who decided to run it. I forgot whether they did it when it went for them because I remember the first Metagross game, the originals, was not a win. I remember it did not.
It was Rise. So I think that what they tried to do, if I remember correctly, it was mid lane Metagross and it was supported with Comfey.
Yes.
And it did a lot worse than I anticipated, to be honest. No shame or anything to the players on Rise. I think Eeyore did his best. It's just, I think people need more time to explore Metagross, even after the buffs. He's kind of in a weird spot right now. Maybe just not a good fit for the meta. He does take a little bit of time to wind up, and even then his late game isn't really the best to compensate for the amount of
it's a very
resources.
situational, and to set it's not easy. It's a very
Yeah.
situational kind of thing.
I kind of wish more teams explored Metagross in that top lane, but again, it's the resources. Like if you wanted something top lane, like I'd rather pick Buzzwole, I'd rather pick Blastoise. You don't need as much to get those two online, but a Metagross?
But given the format now, would it be to a certain level where it will force your hand to actually even have a Metagross here in your draft if we were to go all the way to game number 3 at any point, not just for this game, but also even for other games?
I think it's definitely game 3 material, or maybe even a game number 2 material, depending on how the drafts pan out. Are you going to be giving your Metagross a reasonable lane matchup? Assuming it's a lane Metagross, it could be Central again if teams want to explore with Central Metagross. But if it's lane Metagross, can you guarantee its experience? Can you guarantee that it's not going to be bullied out of lane? Can you guarantee that it's going to benefit the team? Because you can't just pick a Pokemon and throw it in. It has to synergistically work with the lineup.
I like that word.
Yeah,
Synergistic.
so I'd rather pick Blastoise. Much more simple. Hydro Typhoon, you click a
It's
button
like,
and
it
it's like a
works.
big AoE.
Like this guy is like, it worked for everyone. Say, hey, all I have to do is just jump in.
Yeah,
and just
I
go into
wish
your set.
I wish it was a jack of all trades. Definitely niche. I think in some circumstances, like Metagross would definitely work. I just gotta wait for that one person to, just like, you know, like Mashizu and the Machamp. Like, I wanna have someone do that, but with Metagross.
This is how it's done, yeah.
But I would love to see Gyarados. I'm still waiting for somebody to whip out the fish and to start
It is
slapping
available.
some people.
It is available.
It is available, but are we going to have a Gyarados discussion? I suppose we should at this point. The Gyarados is hard to play.
It's very hard.
It's very hard to fit into your lineup. It requires resources.
And in,
it's
in a professional tournament, understanding the struggles of getting to Gyarados as well, your enemy is not going to let you up.
I think people would just punish you. They see
Exactly.
the fish and they're just like, all right, guys, let's go. They can't do anything. But if you can somehow figure out a way to feed those knockouts to your Magikarp, or you can get him to actually get those free scores to evolve.
Okay.
I actually think Gyarados could be a pretty good Pokemon. But again, it's like your composition would have to revolve around the Gyarados. And very few lineups like that work, because most teams that run that lineup, you would rather feed something like a Glaceon that is going to be good from level 4 onwards.
Exactly. And usually Pokemons that have those kind of struggles are Pokemons that would require a double evolutions, and not really Pokemons that have single evolutions. But somehow Gyarados, because of that transition between Magikarp and Gyarados, it's not that simple, knowing that the enemies are, especially in this setting, like I said, it's a professional setting where you have pro players who truly understand what they need to do when you draft such things. So they're going to punish you. And you're not going to be, there's no such thing as there's no in between. You're literally either a Magikarp or a Gyarados. So it's going to take a while for you to actually get there.
All right, so the draft is ready. We do want to apologize for the wait, ladies and gentlemen, but we are finally ready for game number 1 between Cabbage-Chans and Team Rise. Who of these two teams are going to make it through to the upper bracket finals to play against Talon BH? Very stressful matchup for both teams, and the bans are going to be Leafeon and Inteleon.
Ooh, quite a strong opening over here. Of course, with that opening, I do see that a lot of teams do try the level best to actually secure themselves this Umbreon. It's either this or you just want to secure yourself. I believe that with reference with regionals and even with some of the matches that we've seen so far, it's usually the Umbreon, the Buzzwole, and the follow-ups are pretty standard. I would say support plus defender. So in this time about for Team Ride, they responded with a Blastoise.
Whoa! Second pick, Blaziken. All right, I think we're in for a bit of a treat. But Cabbage-Chans, they were the first team to reveal Blaziken. I am so glad we're going to be seeing this again. they're going to pair it up with 2 evolutions, right?
Yes.
So you've got the Umbreon as your first support or defender. We'll find out what it's going to be later on. You're going to be feeling pretty safe having that Umbreon to set up for your Blaziken in lane. And you're also going to have the extra damage coming in from the Espeon. But look at Rise though, again, game number 1, Eeyore back into the driver's seat with the Dragonite. And it looks like Axew is going to be delegated to the Venusaur this time. And we get another new Pokemon today. We're going to be getting the one, the only... What?
What? Okay.
What do you mean? What?
I was surprised there was
The
not wait,
Goodra. There we go.
that was
Finish my
real quick.
sentence. Why did you just
Okay,
throw
and
me off?
even for Team Rise, they responded with a Garchomp. Like, okay.
What is up with all the dragons today?
Oh man.
But
okay.
this is pretty interesting. So this is Dev Garchomp. It can't be anyone else. So Dev will be playing that Garchomp. Axew should be on the Venusaur. Eeyore will be playing on the Dragonite. And then Eluna will be playing on the Blastoise. And then Zoe should be on the Eldegoss here.
Why do I feel like this draft coming up from them, they're trying to pick some metas, but at the same time as well, they're trying to mix some second pick, like they're not the top pick meta Pokemons at the current moment. So rather than using their best cards, they're just playing somewhere in between.
I don't know. I think I can actually kind of agree with that. You don't want to use all of your best Pokemon first.
But both of them are doing it at the same time. So basically both are not willing. Like I thought that if one team decides to go that path and the other side, you know what, since you're not gonna you're gonna play your best hand now, let me take the win here in this game number 1.
I mean,
Pull
I'm
ahead.
pretty sure neither team is going to be giving each other the win, but I actually kind of agree with that sentiment, right? There's no Hooper, there's no Clefable,
There's no Clefable.
They're not banned either.
They went with the Blissey instead.
Yes, they went for Blissey. There's no Buzzwole. Yeah, there's a lot of tier 1 Pokemon that are not banned. Aside from Leafeon and Inteleon, those were the 2 bans. And even Eeyore isn't playing any of the signature Pokemon. He's keeping that Glaceon and the Dodrio in his back pocket, just threatening those 2 Pokemon for the next potential 1 to 2 games. So it's going to be a pretty interesting opening for both of these teams. Lots of fresh faces, fresh Pokemon on the field, and I think a lot of people a lot of our viewers in the chat for the wide variety of streams we have, got to be super excited for this matchup. We don't know what to expect.
Yeah, everybody should be as well. And it's a refreshing take to it because I remember back when we were doing the Open and Originals, we see more or less the same faces. We see more or less the same Pokemons. You would just play around that, and there's bound to be just 1 or 2 scenarios which you're going to be, playing some hidden cards or some Pokemons that you have never seen before being played out, and that's all. But today, there's so much actions happening, and this time about, we're seeing this Double Dragon. I don't know why they're running the Garchomp and the Goodra here. But Team Rise, they're running the Dragonite again. It didn't work out for them when they went up against Sora Tigers Gaming in game number 1. And we'll see if this will translate into a win for them here in game number 1, Danny.
Oh man, lots of exciting stuff happening here, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to be looking at a central lane Blaziken here for Kabi-chan's. It's going to be that top lane Garchomp on the side of Rise. Kind of curious to see how some of these Pokemon are going to function with one another, especially with how that top lane is actually looking for both of these teams, just the whole double dragons. Who's the better dragon here? Is it going to be the Garchomp? Is it going to be the Goodra? We'll find out soon. We are seeing a bit of a skirmish down in that bottom lane, but so far they are whittling away at both of these EVs. And hang on a minute, they got the KO there onto one of the evolutions here. Very unfortunate.
It's actually a really good thing that they did manage to actually take down one of the EV earlier on, because you wouldn't want to go up against them once they've already evolved. So basically, that's the best chance they actually have, because now you're looking at 2 Pokemons, the Bulbasaur together with Squirtle, which has double evolutions, up against 2 Eevee, which are going to be their evolutions at level 4. Meanwhile, here on top lane, it's going to be Dragonair. Oh man, punishing the team members from TTS at the current moment as well, dropping them out to ensure that you're not able to actually do any form of scoring as well.
It's a 1-to-1 though, so it was the Gibble for the Blissey. So 1-to-1 trade, not ideal, a little bit too deep there for Rise to go for that 1-to-1 trade, but I suppose aside from that, you're not going to be really using as much, although I am a bit disappointed that Dev was the one that had to get knocked out there. Lots of support coming in from the central area here for Kabi-chan's, realizing that Eeyore is spending a lot of time in that top lane because they've actually decided to swap things out here. So they're going to be sending Dev into that central area He is being harassed, however, by that Umbreon, so he's not having a free time in the central lane, and it looks like the central birds are going to be going in favor of Kabi-chan's. I think it was actually cleared by the Blaziken there, so Rise a bit late to the party, and because they are running 2 Pokemon that have 3-stage, well, I mean, almost their entire lineup is 3-stage evolutions, no one is actually hitting their stride yet, aside the Venusaur.
I believe that we did kind of miss out a little bit of action going on there. Now, talking about the Venusaur thing, since they're running both the Wartortle together with the Venusaur, it's a great idea for them to actually give Venusaur the medicine. But meanwhile, all this happening here in top lane, Team KS just punishing Team Rise here at this top lane at this current moment itself, giving an opportunity to actually break the goalpost from the side of Team Rise on the top side. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, it seems that this is where the next action will be here. We do see rotations coming of team members. The Eldegoss to get a Venusaur, a lot of sustainability, and Wartortle is also quite durable as well. There's nothing much this Espeon can do other than harassing from time to time. Meanwhile, the cavalry has arrived here. The Umbreon together with the Blaziken unleashing all attacks upon the team members from Team Rise. And remember, was not able to actually do any form of takedowns right after the one they just received just a while ago.
Yeah, and this is a level 9 Blaziken as well, so he has not had a horrible early game at all. If anything, he's had a fantastic one. And because of this too, Rise are actually kind of struggling to deal with that Blaziken. He does so much damage in these fights, and he's always going to be threatening with that overheat. So depending on how your positions are on the side of Rise, things could get a little bit hairy. I am quite surprised that Askew has decided to go for the Petal Dance build on the Venusaur. He has the mobility, he's going to be able to man-fight a lot of these Pokemon in melee range. In particular, the Goodra as well as that Blaziken. But in the long term, I want to know, is this going to be enough to actually keep Askew in these fights, or would it have been a better choice to go for the Solar Beam? Because they don't really have any ranged attackers outside of the Dragonite. Dragonite, in the meantime, actually getting a knockout by himself and will unite out of a team fight. So no KOs on the side of Kabi-chan's, no counter KO. I think Rise, they're not doing too bad in terms of trying to keep up with Kabi-chan's, but they're going to continue on with the pressure here with that Blaziken. Do not let Rise farm any of this map, because compare the two compositions, late game, Rise are rocking the late game.
Oh yeah, that's for sure on this. But really, I like the point when you mentioned why the Venusaur was not running, because they don't really have any hyper attackers at this current moment. Probably having a range attacker will be actually a great thing, but the thing is, since the opponents from Team KS is actually running things like Blaziken, the Espeon as well. So I guess mobility would be something that he's on the lookout for at the moment. So as long as he can sustain, he can actually dish out more damage rather than being fragile, because if he doesn't have the Petal Dance, he would not have the mobility and would have to just stick around with just either having XP or even having Jack, which is kind of troublesome. If you don't have that,
I
then
think he'd just
gone.
be cooked by Blaziken as well. Like,
Yeah,
Blaziken gets anywhere near that Venusaur, it's like bye-bye. Dev, though, actually forced to use his Unite there. It's not going to connect. He will back towards that goal zone. So no KO, but that did force out the Livid Outrage, something that you're not going to be worried about now if you're Kabi-chan. Surf used onto that Espeon to actually prevent it from going towards that bottom objective. Do not want to give away that free Registeel buff to a Espeon. It's Stored Power, though, so Stored Power not the best move. Looks like they will secure it there with Eeyore, and they get the KO onto the Espeon. So unfortunately for Kabi-chan, no sneaky steals.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate, but I think the only one that's available there was the Espeon. I think that should just make an escape rather than trying to actually snatch him out between 3 Pokemon from the side of Team KS. Meanwhile, while all that is happening at the same time as well, KS managed to secure themselves the Regieleki at the top lane here, making a 4-man rotation through the middle area to send that Eldegoss together with the Dragonite. I believe that these are very durable Pokemons, and it should be okay. But of course, driving this Blaziken to the back line here on their side, right? Of course, Hydro Typhoon utilized out, but the Snowfall coming from behind comes back with yet another surf to the right side. They managed to get their hands here on that. Let's see. Now they're going to gun in for more here. Chasing down yet another, and they got their hands on the Espeon. They don't have the damage anymore, Danny.
Oh no, this early game from Kabi-chan's, it just wasn't enough. They just gave too much space to Rise. They gave them too much map, too much time to level up, that they've actually started to out-level these Pokemon on Kabi-chan. And again, I'm going to say this again, Rise's late game is scary. They have some of the best late game Pokemon, and if we look at that Rayquaza fight, there is so much crowd control that Kabi-chans have to worry about. The Livid Outrage, being able to KO those squishies as the game gets later and later. They're also going to have Eeyore that can come in with that Unite. The simple stagger that can set up for his teammates. You have Axew that wants to get on top of the squishies with his Petal Dance. He's going to be doing more damage as well after using his Verdant Anger, and the most important one, Hydro Typhoon. If you get hit by that Hydro Typhoon, bye-bye.
Yeah,
See you next game.
Yeah, I follow that together with everything else. And you also have the Eldegoss on the back line as well, providing a little bit of regeneration for the team. And all that will be revealed very, very soon, as we're 2 minutes and 35 seconds into the game at the current moment. Everybody gathering around. The party is currently here at the bottom lane with Reggie Steele, and everybody's looking forward to get this attack and special attack buff. Taking up all those damage and also squeezing him out is going to be this.
Surf.
Oh, look at that surf hitting up on tree.
Thank
Of course,
you.
looking for Petal Dance as well, but insufficient to clear out or take down any of the team members from Team KS.
And look at this. This is 4 players. Dev isn't even here. Dev is actually at the Rave Pit. So for Rise to win a 5 versus 4, they didn't even have to knock anyone out. They just zoned them away. That's enough. And now the fact that Rise have the point advantage, they can threaten to just rip through the Rayquaza or just zone Kabi-chans out. There's literally only one way for Kabi-chans to win, and it's either, technically 2, somehow get the Rayquaza flip, or by some miracle beat Rise in a 5v5.
Wow, but I think that the second option is going to be tough. I mean, like,
they're too tanky.
Looking at the sets that can actually come in from Team Rise at this current moment. Now, of course, being in full control, Team Rise screening out the team members from Team KS, trying to even enter the Rayquaza pit over here. Look at this, they have the Blastoise on the front lines. Even the Blaziken's trying to find a point of entry here, but still not being able to actually do so. Here comes the Blaziken charging forward as well.
They couldn't get the Eldegoss. Pretty big commitment as well. The eject button being used so that the Eldegoss doesn't get knocked out. They still have the Unite available, so if they need any kind of healing, it's going to be there. This is also available, but is it going to be a defensive one or an aggressive one? Blasto has been caught out by that Umbreon. Here we go, Livid Outrage being used by Dev. Can he get a big knockout here? They found the Umbreon in the process, and Blissey goes down as well. And this poor Espeon trying to outrun a Venusaur with that Petal Dance. The fight's still continuing though. Super low Blastoise being healed up by the Eldegoss. Now Eldegoss will go down. Zoe unfortunately just losing too much health down bottom though. Eeyore having to get away from this fight. We still have a few Pokemon here. 2 Pokemon left on Kabi-chans, but look at this Axew Petal Dance Venusaur. It's going to be hard to outrun this big bad boy. He's angry. He wants to win. He wants that rematch against Talon.
No, but the thing is, KS is actually going to be the ones who actually get themselves with the Rayquaza at the current moment. This could be an opportunity for them to actually overturn all this. Goes on the score with a big 100 here by this Blaziken. Now, of course, Dragonite tries to go into actually do a little bit scoring here on the goalpost as well. 10 seconds on the clock at this current moment. Will this be a win for Team KS, or will it be for Team Rise, Danny?
I think Kabi-chans may have done it, securing the Rayquaza. We saw multiple scores, and I believe only Blastoise scored for Rise. So,
but is that enough?
I think it's enough
to overtake back.
And there we go, Kabi-chans getting the victory. Look, they're not even happy about it. They're just like, oh my gosh,
I look at their reaction, I'm like, are you sure? Like, Kabi-chans won? Or like...
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's on the screen behind him.
Yeah,
I'm actually quite surprised that they're not happy about
what
this.
What could possibly be the difference between these 2 points right now? I do wonder. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's 1-1, yeah. So, Kabi-chans securing that Rayquaza over there. They had to force it.
They had to.
They had to. There was no other way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I guess in that skirmish, in the heat of things, it could have gone anyway. It's quite fortunate for Team Rise. We look at it in a textbook manner, where they definitely have an upper hand when it comes to team fights. That thing, but somehow
I mean, a lot of Unite moves were used way earlier.
Yeah.
So we already had the Livid Outrage, we already had the Hydro Typhoon committed. Eeyore had to use his Unite to escape the fight because Zoe had been knocked out. They lost their sustain, so he had to go for the reset. And the only one left really was Axew. And because you're running Petal Dance Venusaur, you're actually relying on either Dev or Eeyore to be your securer.
Exactly, yeah, because you don't have that big damage coming on from your Solar Beam, and Petal Dance is not really a secure ability.
No.
Yes, you dish out damage, but not as high as what's already.
Oh, Kabi-chan's though. I feel for Kabi-chan's because it looked like it was going to be a great game for them, and then the momentum shifted onto Rise, and everything came down to that late game around the Rayquaza pit, and of course the flip, the classic Rayquaza flip.
Well, but KS though, the thing is, if we look at the composition of both teams, the expectations I have from TKS is they should be the ones having a much greater time early game because they have Pokemon that get online really, really fast compared to double evolutions.
That was what I was expecting as well. I thought that they would be able to assert a lot more dominance on the map earlier on.
Oh,
because
my
you're dealing
apologies,
with-
not triple, 4 double evolutions.
Yes.
Yeah, so
it was a very resource-intensive lineup, and the only, I guess, like Pokemon you were really worried about leveling up was Blaziken, who was central lane, who were going to get your levels, and then Goodra. Now Goodra did eventually get those levels as well, but their early to mid game was very strong, especially when Eeyore was stuck as a Dragonair for a little bit before Dev hit that Garchomp as well. The only one that got those free levels actually was XQ in that bottom lane. He hit level 7 on Venusaur pretty quickly, so he had a very good game.
Squirtle was just giving, basically Squirtle / War Turtle was just giving him the experience because the thing is you can get online by being a War Turtle, but when you're Ivysaur, you're gonna struggle. It's not enough. That's why they need to give that space for.
Yeah. So here we go. We've got the slow motion play, and it was the overheat, I believe, on the Blaziken.
Yeah.
It was a perfectly timed one as well.
And nobody was actually on him at that point.
Well, like, you can't, unless you pull him out of it, you can't really cancel it. So
exactly.
I think this is one of the opportune moments to sort of look at Pokemon like Blaziken and say, this is one of the niche things that makes him stand out compared to the rest of the Pokemon in Pokemon Unite. This is probably one of the first games, or technically second game of Blaziken I've seen, where the Blaziken actually has a very good early game.
Oh, yes.
The other games that we saw were unfortunate. So it's great to see Blaziken actually being played to his full potential in this matchup. But now, unfortunately, Blaziken's been played. Probably no more Blaziken for the rest of the series because it will now be banned.
Only for the side of
Kabi-chan. Yeah. So Kabi-chan won't be able to play the Blaziken anymore. I don't expect Rise to play it. It just
it's not like we even saw Rise running a Blaziken anyway.
I don't think Dev and Eeyore play Blaziken, and then it's definitely not an XQ Pokemon. Just definitely not. So I'm just thinking going into this next game. Now it's Rise that's on the back foot. They need to win 2 back-to-back games if they want to have that rematch against Talon.
Sounds very familiar.
We've had this happen a lot today.
Yeah, they've been here. Eeyore's like, okay, we're back here again. Guys, remember a game, we need to win. We need to win.
But it's I want to argue that Kabi-chan's is like a step above Zora Tigers in this regard. Like a much more polished team. Zora Tigers in some cases, like they're a great team. Sometimes the inexperience sort of comes through. But Kabi-chan's, we've seen them be really good. Very, very great team, especially under pressure.
And we don't think that they're actually very experienced as well in the professional circuit, so we do foresee that they would actually make lesser mistakes, would actually make better decision makings over here, and they're definitely going to be giving a lot more pressure to Team Rise here in this semi-finals.
Yeah.
Team Rise, I do wonder, now they were able to make it a reverse sweep before when they went up against Zora Tigers Gaming, but now against Team Kabi-chan. Kabi-chan, they didn't go hardcore during their draft as well for game number 1, and they still have plenty of options here for game number 2. I don't see any reasons on why Kabi-chans would tone down in their draft for game number 2. I think they're just going to go all in because they have so much options to play around with. But same goes for Rise as well. They have a lot to play around with as well because from this draft, they have so much options, but they played out a lot of double evolution Pokemon. Let's put it this way. No Venusaur, no Blastoise, no Dragonite, and no Garchomp.
I don't think Rise are in a bad spot at all. Like the only 2 key Pokemon or signatures that they actually ran for their first game was actually the Blastoise and the Eldegoss. Venusaur is not a common Axeq Pokemon. He does have a pretty deep pool of attackers he plays. Dragonite is a new Pokemon to Eeyore's arsenal. So I don't think he's actually very upset about this. Again, Glaceon and Dodrio are his 2 major picks. And Dev plays, again, a wide variety of Pokemon as well. I think so far his best performing one has been that Mimikyu. So
We've seen that.
I think that's going to be something that they'll consider for their game number 2. But I'm kind of wondering how Rise will approach this matchup. How many of their signature Pokemon will they slip through into the second comp? And how much are they going to have left for game number 3? Because for Rise, they already have to think about game number 3. But for Kabe-chans, they can focus purely on game number 2 if they want to.
They can just go all in and win it.
Or if they're going to play it how some of the other teams have played it, use match number 2 to drain your opponent's pool of Pokemon, bring it to game 3, and then play it 110%.
Exactly. Yeah, that could also be one of the strategies. That I mean, these are all mind games.
It's such a risk. I'm not a fan of that, to be honest, bringing it to game number 3. I'd rather you try and just play those 2 games as best as you possibly can.
No, but that's a strategy. I mean, like,
I know it's a strategy, but sometimes, like, I think even Rise wouldn't play game number 2 at 110%. But it also depends on the comps. Like, are they looking at Kabe-chan's lineup, and does Kabe-chan look like they're playing their best comp? We won't know until we actually get into the draft.
yeah, I truly agree with this. But Rise, as usual, they don't have a choice. They have to win this game number 2. Whatever they want to run, 110%, 90%, whatever percentage it may be, it needs to be a win for them if they want to maintain the pride of Indonesia here at the upper bracket segment. So meanwhile, we're still waiting for both teams to get themselves ready to jump into lobby and going straight to the draft itself.
It should be soon.
It should be very, very soon. So, yeah.
Just waiting for the players to sort of prep. So we do want to apologize to everyone tuning into the broadcast for the wait. We are almost ready for match number 2. And if you are tuning into the broadcast, thank you so much for joining us here today for day 1 of the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024. We are still searching for our Season 2 champion, and it's guaranteed to be a new champion, as our champions from last year unfortunately weren't able to qualify. The question here is, who is going to occupy the throne this year?
Oh yeah, it could be anyone from this from all the teams competing here right now, because since the previous king is not around anymore, it is available and
everyone's hungry.
Everyone's hungry for it. Everyone wants to be the winner and champion, the king of Asia. That's what you get for winning this particular competition over here.
Yeah. So just waiting for our players, or I'm not really sure what's sort of happening here. So let's talk Pokemon here, Flava. Let's talk about what are going to be some of the signature picks for both of these teams. So let's start with Rise. What are some of these Pokemon that we might be seeing from Rise for game number 2?
We have not seen them. Now, we didn't anticipate this, but we were hoping to see that probably they might just run themselves with A2 Trio, but they never ran it in any of the games. Previously, it wasn't even being banned anyways, but somehow...
I think it was banned
they themselves banned it.
Yeah, so EO banned it.
So me and Leonard was like, wait, so it wasn't them? Okay, but the discussion makes sense. It's like, hey, the reason why we banned it because we don't plan on actually playing it anyways, because the enemy has respect. Plus, at the same time as well, we don't want to go up against the Giorgio because it will be destroying whatever plans that we have at hand as well. So they decided to ban. It did caught us just a bit off guard on that. They can run that. They can still run the Mimikyu. Yeah, we've seen how terrifying the Mimikyu was in game number 2 against Sora Tigers Gaming. Probably this could be an opportunity for them to actually run it as well. They can run the Mew.
Mew as well, actually, yeah. Axew does play that Mew. I also think that Hooper or Clefable has to be on the table as well, right? Because game number 1, they had Eldegoss, which again, it's one of Zoe's best supports, but Zoe also plays all the meta supports. So he's going to get one of those for game number 2, unless he somehow gets denied.
Give me anything. Just open the support tab and it's like, just pick one.
Well, and we have seen him play Umbreon support if necessary.
Yes,
so
that's true.
It really depends on what's going to be the chosen Pokemon here. I think Crustle is also something that we're going to have to look into here, because Rise, I think it's Illuna. Illuna plays a mean Crustle, and we've seen how dominant Crustle has been in Southeast Asia, especially against those Hooper comps.
But somehow we didn't see those kind of gameplays here yet. I mean, we did saw some Crustle games.
We've seen
Crustle some matches, but it wasn't as well as how it was being played out in the regionals itself. But I'm guessing it's because this is a much higher level competition where things are not going to be as easy as what they encountered in the regionals. Another one would also be that they have run this before. I mean, like when we look at the options for defenders, they have the options they can run the Slowbros over here, which is not being utilized. The opponent has already picked themselves a Blastoise, meaning that they don't have the Blastoise anymore. Oh, my apologies. I think Rise was the one with the Blastars earlier. Oh yeah, Rise got all that
Yes.
just now. Yeah, so basically they
But,
cannot run.
but it was Illuna on the Blastoise. Dev actually doesn't really play Blastoise for the team. If they can get away with Illuna Blastoise, they actually let Illuna play it.
Yeah.
Also, when I talk about attackers here, I'm surprised that AxeQ has not played as Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah,
But
surprising. Even when given the option B, he did not run it.
I feel like it's actually because he doesn't think... I don't know, this is my opinion. I don't really think Alolan Ninetales is very suitable in the current meta. The reason being that a lot of the evolutions do what Alolan Ninetales can do, but better. They also evolve at level 4, and a lot of them are pretty mobile. They've got ways to actually move while attacking.
Compared to Alolan Ninetales.
Whereas Alolan Ninetales, yeah, in some cases, can be a pretty static attacker. Like, yes, you do have a great way of controlling the area with the chip damage.
But not
the slows, the wall. But yeah, like, I mean, we've seen AxeQ pivot to Leafeon. We've seen him play Leafeon in that bottom lane as well. He's also played Sylveon, who is also another great attacker, and synergizes with other special attackers. I think in the past he may have played Gardevoir, but this might have been last year.
Yeah,
so
it was
a bit of an
last year.
outdated pick, but I kind of want to see him play Gardy.
The thing about Gardevoir is that we haven't seen it being played, and probably there are better options as well if you can actually run things like an Espeon, if given the opportunity. The Gardevoir is somewhere not really in the top at the moment, but you can still run it. High magic damage.
Yeah, so a lot of special attack, very high damaging Pokemon, but squishy.
Squishy.
And almost, I think you would have to almost exclusively run Eject. You need to have that escape mechanism in case
is
you
not
get jumped.
enough because it's so fragile.
Yeah, and there's a lot of mobile mid laners that love to just dive a Guardy. And I mean, it's like when you see the attacker coming at like the central laner, and everything is in slow motion. You're like, all right, here we go again.
Because Guardy's idea is that I have to take you down before you take me down. That's the idea.
Pretty much.
I need to survive in this trade-off.
And you have to bait people into those choke points, right? Because you want to use your Unite on those choke points and set up for your teammates. So let's see what happens. Game number 2 is ready. Thank you all so much for the wait. We're actually so excited to bring game number 2 here. And wow, Zoroark, is this actually the band from Rise?
Is this the respect band for
It is.
Bitopo? I'm guessing so.
Interesting.
So they brought 2 Noda Wajiros. That's why the delay. I get it.
Yes,
Yeah,
definitely.
They needed to bring another one of them. Yeah, it's a different pose as well.
Oh,
yeah, but
gosh.
anyways, Intalon Mibena, I really wanted to talk about Intalon. Possibly, because it's a very top pick. The possibility of it being picked for this game number 2, but it seems that since it's been banned, Rise taking this opportunity to actually pick one of the top supports here for themselves. It is going to be a Clefable. Earlier on, it was the Blissey for KS, right?
For KS?
Was it the Blissey for game 1?
I actually did not write it down, unfortunately.
That it should be KS then, because they.
Look, we're going to keep going with the draft because there are some Pokemon I do want to talk about here. So, Glaceon. This is one of EO's signature picks, and Kabi-chan have to be aware of this. So I hope they have a solution to deal with EO's Glaceon. He really knows how to play this Pokemon as well. Very, very elusive player, very, very... It's just scary, high damaging player. Also going to be supported by a Trevenant. I wonder if this is Illuna or Dev playing the Trevenant, because either of these players can play it. I think they're trying to figure out what that matchup is going to be in that top lane. And Urshifu is going to make an appearance here for Kabi-chan's, paired up with a Venusaur. Pretty interesting choices. You've got 3 Securas technically on the side of Kabi-chan. You got these objectives. You got the Mew that can come in with the Electro Ball. Wicked Blow. Let's assume this is Dark Urshifu. I just don't see Water Urshifu making an appearance at all. But Wicked Blow, very likely going to be the choice. And then you also have the Solar Beam coming out from the Venusaur, unless it's Petal Dance. But we don't get to see items. We don't really get to see what this is going to be.
I don't think this Venusaur can be static. If you look at the opponents for Team Rise, they have Sylveon, they have Mimikyu, and together with these Glaceon as well. Can he afford to? Do you have enough front lines to ensure that you're going to be in a very safe spot?
No, I don't think so. I mean, you've got Mew as a long-range attacker for you already, so you might have to pivot. Yeah, I think you'll probably pivot to Petal Dance in this game just so that you can stand toe-to-toe with the evolutions. And you have the Giga Drain as well. Just get those Giga Drains in.
If it doesn't have, the problem is if Venusaur doesn't have Petal Dance, you could be punished by Mimikyu heavily. You can't outrun him ever, and yeah, so yeah, Mimikyu, you're gonna be food for Mimikyu in this game, so you don't even have a choice. Now, in terms of settings for KS, they have the Crustle. You probably playing Rock Tomb once again. You can just screen off the enemy members.
It's definitely Rock Tomb because you'll be setting up for Solar Beams. You'll be setting up for Mew. You can also set up for Wicked Blows, and you can even set up for the Venusaur. Even if it's Petal Dance, you're locking people in, letting them sit inside the Petal Dance, and letting the Venusaur do those basic attacks. So, yeah, definitely Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb X Scissor, because if they don't go for that build on the Crustle, there's actually not a lot of disable on Kabe-chans.
Yes, they don't have
And
much.
you really want to have that disable if you're dealing with that Mimikyu. You can't let that Mimikyu just run rampant and jump onto your squishies.
So that being said, lacking disables, meaning that they have to outrun them, which is not really a great idea as well. Mimikyu is also quite agile, does have the ability to chase down enemy Pokemons, so that's going to be a little bit troublesome, I guess, coming up from their end.
So I want to hear your thoughts. Who's comp are you leaning towards?
I like what Rice has to offer for this one. I believe that Rice, since they do have the Mimikyu on their hand, now Mimikyu did wonders for them in the previous game too against Red Tigers Gaming, and you know how scary the Mimikyu can be in their hands. So I believe that they are able to actually make it a win for themselves, just based on the composition itself. And meanwhile, the opponent doesn't have much to offer when it comes to trying to counter Mimikyu here in their laning. I don't know. I don't see the, what was the word that you used? It wasn't integration, like the synergization of the composition coming out from
the synergy.
Yeah,
Yes.
synergy. Yeah. So even if you set with the Mew, but usually that's not enough.
Yeah. I kind of hope that the Urshifu might be the solution for the Glaceon as well. I think if there's one Pokemon, and if you're in Kabe-chans, if there's someone you're looking out for, Dev might be somebody you want to be careful of, but I think Eeyore's Glaceon, you cannot let him just attack for free from the mid to back line. He's just going to do too much damage, regardless of who he's hitting. Like, even Crustals just melt a Glaceon if you let those ice shards, the icicle spears connect back to back. So, gotta give a respect to that Glaceon. If they can somehow figure out a way to catch him, if they can somehow get a Crustal to non-stop Rock Tomb, that might be the solution to control Eeyore.
Yeah, but the thing about Team Rice is they do have the Clefable there, so he's going to be a mid-range. So he's going to be in between the range attackers, between some of the frontliners, the Trevenant, and even the Sylveon as well. So basically all the sustainability in case of anything happens. So they're trying to go protect Glaceon, and they have this information at hand, Danny, and they know that this might happen, so they are on the ready. Probably Glaceon will provide the assistance that they need here if anything will happen. But meanwhile, that's even in the bottom lane. But two decides to actually make an escape over here. Sylveon
dishing out a lot of damage. Oh, beautiful body block though coming in from the Phantom. Illuna doing a great job as the team defender. Gotta give him a promotion. He knows how to play his role. But Axeq though, trying to be a nuisance here. This Mew doing a pretty good job though. Solo Crustal's gonna be coming back to assist in the lane. Meanwhile, in that top lane though, Eeyore is just being a nightmare for Kabe-chans. Meanwhile, in that bottom lane again. Oh, super close for Illuna. But he does get the evolution off before the Solar Beam fully got the connection. This man knows his limits.
I think most of the action will be happening here at the bottom lane instead of the top, because the thing is, if you look at the side of KS, they are running the Ivysaur together with Eldegoss, so more towards the sustain side. They don't really have to damage, so it will require Pokemons like Urshifu to rotate around to ensure that they have the damage that they need to actually clear anyone. Meanwhile, Mimikyu being a little bit slippery here, getting in between the three Pokemons and managing to disengage easily and safely in between them as well, back to the goalposts.
Gotta be so careful with Eeyore around that corner. All he needs is vision, and that's what Dev's job is. Just to provide vision, sit in the bush, tell his team, all right, they're coming from this way, find your target and try and connect. But beautiful connection coming in from that Mew, just going in for the Electro Ball combo to finish off that Sylveon. So Axeq gonna be sent home and will have to walk all the way back into lane as his two supports try to hold down that bottom lane. Up top though, we're seeing a lot of pressure coming in from Kabe-chans, but actually there's very low Urshifu ejects and throat chops just to get out of there. there. Thankfully, won't get KO, but this does slow down the push again in that top lane. And it's all thanks to Eeyore, this man single-handedly stopping these pushes from Kabi-chan.
Yeah, in the moment itself, despite it being a 2v3 situation at the top lane, Team Rise is holding very well. And actually, they're the ones being on offense instead of their opponents in Team KS.
Oh, they're still fighting in that central area
exactly.
as well.
They're not done yet with things. And meanwhile, in the bottom lane, this is where some actions are happening as well. Reggie Rock has appeared, and this could be the opportunity that Team KS is looking for as they're trying to secure this last set on them. Mew is going to be the one getting secure. Of course, he does have the Electro Ball as well as his Solar Beam as well to just do just that itself. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, remember that KS now has defense and special defense buff, so you have to be careful with it. Forces the Jack on the Mew, makes his way towards the top side, and being a little bit covered from the Urshifu. Meanwhile, Crustle, man, he's basically it's a Crustle Eldegoss combo here for sustainability.
Surprised that they actually gave away that top Reggie Alecki for Kabi-chan's, but I suppose they are prioritizing leveling up instead, keeping that map empty and preventing Rise from getting that free experience. But to be fair, this game is still pretty close. Kabi-chan's haven't really focused on completely shutting down Rise, and if anything, Rise are keeping up and even overtaking them in terms of levels, even though they haven't been contesting for those bottom objectives. They've been winning a lot of those fights in the top lane. They've also defended their goal zones, whereas on the side of Kabi-chan's, they actually lost their top tier 1 goal zone. So next fight in that top lane, they won't have the speed flux and they won't have a goal zone to retreat to.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge disadvantage for them, and Team Rise, knowing this, they're definitely going to capitalize on that simply.
Oh, sneaky play from Leonard.
Of course, much expected. Mine.
No! Yeah,
It's
exactly.
mine.
Oh, I love those sneaky plays, but sometimes you have to do those sneaky things, right? Like, just take the experience and Eos energy away from your opponents, and even if it means just committing a move, like, just steal it. You're not going to be arrested for stealing Pokemon.
Yeah, that's true. But both of these teams are equal right now. We have 3 level 10s, double level 9s at the moment. They are neck to neck, but still, I don't see so. Oh, here comes the jump. This might just be a mistake. Commit to that as well. Quite unfortunate for Glaceon. Instead of chasing the Glaceon, the Glaceon comes to you, Danny.
Oh no, it's moments like that when you just eject yourself into a KO. And that was just because they had no vision. They had no idea that Kabi-chan's was there. And I'm pretty sure Eeyore probably jumped as he saw all 3 Pokemon in that bush. Dev did try to come in and go in for the save, but to lose him too, that's a big loss on the side of Rise and a big boost of experience on the side of Kabi-chan's. Really great rotation. Just goes to show how important vision is in a game of Pokemon Unite.
Oh man, I was just about to talk about the point on the Glaceon thing. I look at KS, I'm like, they have no one here other than Urshifu who has enough mobility to actually go in the back line. We're not talking about mobility to this movement, but when you look at dashing potential, Urshifu has that. I highly doubt it is going to be the Venusaur being the solution to this Glaceon anyways. But with that being said, and then that happened and it was like, oh no. It's like, okay, that is the solution. What we do is that we'll wait for them to come to us. So
if only that was a strat that everyone could fall back to.
It worked. It worked once. That's all you need. And I think that caught Team Rise by surprise. I think they were like, no. What are the odds? Like, jump in and there's like 3 Pokemons from Team KS waiting for him.
Yeah. Now it looks like we are looking for a little bit of a split here. So Kabi-chan's focusing on the Reggie Alecki up top. Down bottom though, Rise are looking to grab that experience for themselves. But Dev maybe thinking of going for the steal himself, but unfortunately Mimikyu not going to be able to outsteal from a Urshifu at all. Down bottom though, Axeq securing the Reggie steal buff for the team, and they didn't get any KOs unfortunately. So even though Kabi-chan's did try and go for the deny with some of their supports, at least they weren't getting KO'd, not giving experience away. But we are looking at a bottom fight, though. Lots of Pokemon converging on that Tier 1 goal zone. Big defense coming in from Rise as well. Trevenant going to be chased off the goal zone. Axeq trying to run away. Thankfully, the Rock Tomb doesn't connect, but they are still on their speed flux. And look at this Urshifu just jumping onto some of these squishies. You're going to have to try an agility off of that speed flux, getting too far slow. Dev, though, going to be slowed down by that Surf too. Kabi-chan's, are they really going to stick around for this? We've seen what's happened time and time again. You stick around for far too long and you're going to be punished for sticking around. It's going to be Rise now trying to go for that push onto the Tier 1 goal zone. As you get connections on all 4 Pokemon, but with just 2 of these Pokemon here, I don't think you're going to be feeling very comfortable trying to defend the goal zone at a massive 43-point overdunk.
Yeah, but I don't think they can actually defend that in any ways. They got the numbers as well. Even the Moonlight is there.
Well,
you can try to shove them away.
The biggest punish, right, was that Urshifu and Venusaur overstepped their bounds into the speed flux. Now, the team is still spread apart. Got to be so careful here. Trevenant taking a lot of damage. Gonna get the heals up with the Moonlight, though, but can they get that reset off? Axeq is playing with fire here, going very deep in there with his attacks. Verdant Anger connecting, forcing the Unite as well for Axeq, having to heal back up. Very big pushback from that Trevenant, but in the backlines, though, Urshifu looking to get Axeq. He hasn't finished him off yet. He is still there. He's got too much health. There's no Venusaur. Urshifu also getting knocked out. And is it time for Rise to come in for cleanup duty? Or can Kabuchans salvage this game and force a 2-0 sweep? They're hanging on, but with an Eldegoss, they're running out of health, running out of healing. And with the Clefable here, the king of healing in Pokemon Unite, this might just be it.
Oh man, basically I get the idea what Eeyore was trying to do. He was trying to do a focus fire
Dev.
as Gershon and Kermova was not able to actually do. Oh, but this time about, this could be what we're looking for. The Dimension Camera the Jukes together with the Crossel as well, and they are gonna be getting on the Venusaur. That is gonna be 4 men down together with Urshifu from the side of Team KS. They don't need the Ray. They can go straight for the scoring here. And they're gonna be dunking it in the faces of Team KS. Is this what Rise is looking for right now? Now, even with the return from Crosslow, it's not going to be making it in time. And that's going to be yet another 100 points being dunked by AXQ from Team Rise.
Yeah, and Eldegoss just came in, smacked the Rayquaza a few times, and Eeyore just comes in, knocking on the door. Hi.
Hello.
You want a free trip back to base? Gives him one for free. 20 seconds to go. We're seeing a bit of a skirmish here, but Kabuchans, 100% this team is already having to think about game number 3 now, because no way they're going to make the comeback happen here for game number 2. And I think for Rise, happy to bring it to game number 3. It is now the moment of truth. Who is the better team?
Yeah. Is it going to be the Indonesia champions over here, Team Rise, or will it be represented this year, second place winner from Japan? This is going to be quite a big one. Now, despite it being a win for them, Team Rise, they are still having their serious game mode faces over here, as they know that they're about to proceed to the deciding match. It is going to be game number 3.
Game number 3. It is the time of these teams live, on the verge of being knocked down to the lower bracket. Thankfully not eliminated from the tournament, but to the lower bracket. You want to win this next game. You want to make it to that upper bracket final so that you guarantee your spot at the top of the leaderboard and can take home a massive chunk of that prize pool. But it's all going to come down to one game. And it's also going to come down to your last remaining pool of Pokemon. What do you have left? What are your choices? And are you even going to get them?
Yeah, and of course you have to remember your opponents can also do additional bans by either picking the Pokemon that you would want for your draft, or they can just use it during the banning phase, which is just an additional. So in total, for your team for this game number 3, you have a total of 11 bans officially, and you also have, you know, pick bans from the opponent at the same time as well.
I can't wait to go to highlights, because I think we do need to talk about what happened in that final fight. It could have gone either way.
It could have, yeah.
It could have gone either way, but I think the big play was the dive from Vitopo. Okay, he tried to dive and go for the knockout onto Axeq. He almost got it. He committed the Unite. He dove into 3, and he wasn't even able to get that knockout. And at the same time, Kata even got knocked out. So to lose one of your attackers and your Urshifu, you're playing with a numbers disadvantage into a Clefable. Are you going to be able to deal enough damage to out damage the Moonlight healing? Clefable, this is one of the reasons why Clefable is such an amazing support right now. It just heals so much for its team, and I feel that if it wasn't for Zoe, Axeq wouldn't have actually survived that fight. Should have fainted, should have gone back to base.
Yeah, so I think it would have been a different outcome altogether. That's why it's a highly contested support Pokemon over here. But it is going to be banned here for one of them, and it's going to be Team Rise this time about. And basically Team KS still has it up for grabs. They have not picked out any clippables for themselves to be opportunity for them. But meanwhile, let's have a look at some of the highlights here for that recently concluded game number 2. And of course, this is during the mid game itself, during the top lane engagement. And I believe that this was the bottom lane one where they managed to get the Urshifu all the way inside to the left side.
This is when they overextended.
Oh yeah, this was the overextension by Urshifu. Yes, correct. And he was punished by that debuff.
Yeah, so this was the play. Tried to go for the knockout onto Axeq and the Moonlight healing. A sliver of health, just a second of healing was enough to keep Axeq in the game. And Axeq was able to carry it through with the rest of his team. Like, it really does sometimes boil down to the Pokemon that you draft and how much these Pokemon, your supports, your defenders, and even your top, your bottom, your mid laners, how much do you enable each other in these team fights? Again, this is where team synergy comes into play. How much team fight do you have? How much AoE control do you have? There's so many factors when it comes to a game of Pokemon Unite. And sometimes if you can get the calculations right, you can get that KO, even if it would have been just one health difference.
Yeah, and I think actually with calculating and measuring all that, it gives you the idea on how you can approach things and how you can't approach things compared to what the enemy has to offer as well. Because you have to see, when we look at this team composition, do you have enough CCs? Do you need CCs? If you look at the opponents, by the time you get to the second pick phase, once at least a minimum of 3 or 4 Pokemon have been picked, then you kind of see what the enemy team has to offer and you see what you have to offer. Can you take advantage of the whole situation and see whether or not, like, probably the enemy kind of missed out on certain things and you can just capitalize on that whole situation. There's so much things, and that is the beauty of Pokemon Unite that we do see here today. And adding on top of that, the format that we have in the finals.
Oh,
that
the
makes
format makes it so good.
I just want to say, it's like, hey, I want to add the format some more. It's like, hey, like, we're not going to allow you to play the metas anymore. I mean, you can. I'm just saying, you can. But when? Like, are you going to pick it? Like, when? Are you going to pick it on game of 1, 2, 3? It's your choice.
Don't pick the metas for game number 1. Save it for game number 2 and 3. You never know when you're going to need them.
Yeah. I mean, I remember the opening match when we saw it earlier on when Team MYS up against
Unite
Holic. Yeah, that was basically the first game that everybody get to see this new format, right?
Yes.
So everybody's like, oh, that's how they approach it. Okay. And then they look at the other series and it's like, oh, so that's how they did it. Okay, all right. I think people are getting the hang of it.
Well, I mean, ideally you get the hang of it before the tournament begins.
Well, they don't have a choice. Let's do it this way. They don't have a choice.
Well, we don't know what the scrim practices are. Sorry, the scrim. Yeah, I guess like scrim practices are for these teams. Like, are they? I can't English. But we don't know how scrims are like for these teams. Like, are they actually practicing this format? Like, how do they enforce the format? Because it's all self-regulated. It's not like someone from an official organization is like, okay, we're going to track all the picks and bans. You guys play the official format. The teams have to do this amongst themselves.
Yes.
And who are they scrimming against? Are they scrimming against teams that are also playing in ACL? Because it's common practice for teams that participate in tournaments, they will not scrim against their direct opponents in their groups or teams that they're going to play immediately. They'll normally scrim against teams in other groups, or further down the leaderboard where they know, like, there's no way we're going to run into them
potentially you're going to be meeting them somewhere along the line, but not too early.
Yeah. So that's the normal practice for a lot of these teams when they organize scrims and figure out, like, okay, who can we practice with? So yeah, I think this is like for all of these participants in the finals, like, they're learning. And they're having to learn at such an accelerated rate. Like, these are very intelligent players. They play so much Unite. They know so many interactions about the game that the average player, like you and me, wouldn't understand or wouldn't remember because we're not really in a position where we need to remember it. But for these guys, it's their livelihood. They're competing for prize money. They're trying to make this their full-time careers. And to add this draft on top of that, I can't imagine the amount of stress and pressure of having to take notes and having to think so far ahead for these matches.
Exactly. Yeah, and probably some of the discussions are already happening in game 2 or even game 1. I mean, like, we do see small discussions happening in game 1, but when game 2, you kind of know that whatever you bring for game number 2 is also going to basically reflect on what you have to bring for game number 3 as well. That's how complicated is it. And it's not like this mode is available in game.
Yeah,
and
you have to manage
so you have to
manually.
figure out your own ways on how to have things out. And look at the discussions between these two teams. It's a little bit different than what we saw in the previous ACL finals. You can clearly see that it's more intense for sure.
I mean, there's a lot on the line, Flava. So
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to take it seriously, sure. So I'm really excited for game 3. I really don't know what else to say. I just want Game 3 to start. I want to find
Now.
out what the draft is going to be. What are we going to see any surprises? Because I think if there's a time to surprise, it is now. You've got to bring something out to either surprise your opponents or hope the stars align and you get all the Pokemon that you want. Because with 100% certainty, for some of these teams, especially teams that are losing their second game and they're one game ahead, if you're in a position where you're losing, teams are already discussing what they need to do for game number 3 or game number 2 if it is the first matchup. It's actually a very common practice for some of these teams. Like if you know you're going to lose, or let's say they've already lost the Rayquaza flip and last 1 minute or 30 seconds, they're already talking about like, okay guys, let's talk about game number 3. What Pokemon are we probably looking at banning here? Who struggled the most? The team's trying to identify who they need to enable on their team. Who do they have to shut down? There are so many things to think about. I don't envy the pro players at all. If anything, I really admire them having to just do so much to be so good at this game.
Yeah, and of course, I think I'm more excited to see the kind of composition they have to play with. It's not so much about the Pokemons. I know that we're about to see variety, but the composition and how they're gonna run it as well. We saw some crazy things happening throughout the whole day here. We've seen people ignoring Ray. We've seen people ignoring each other. We've seen people doing some crazy stuff here, and I think it makes the game more interesting. I mean, it has been for the longest time, but somehow it keeps getting better and better over time here in this competition. And we're only in day number 1, Danny, and we're definitely
I know,
it's only day number 1. And
I'm so stressed.
We make it sound as if like we're like reaching the end of the conclave, like the grand finals or something. But no, this is only day number 1, and we still have yet another final series happening later on itself, which is going to be the upper bracket finals.
Yep, upper bracket finals. I'm so excited. I want to watch that game. Look, Talon PH has been... I love these guys. I know them. I've seen them. Just great bunch of guys. But Bernie, if you're listening to the broadcast, I didn't expect you guys to do so well today. So congratulations from the broadcast. But yeah, I really didn't expect Talon PH to immediately make it to the winners finals. I thought that it would be a struggle going up against Uniteholic, but to get the 2-0 and to be waiting for their opponent to decide whether they are going to make it to the grand finals or not, like, I'm feeling a lot of things. Like, as a caster, like, not only the stress for game 3 from this series, because we will find out who's going to be playing against Talon, but just looking back today and thinking about all the amazing matches that we have seen, all the upsets that we've encountered as well, and some of the new faces that we've seen because of the new drafting mode. So we've seen Blaziken, we've seen Goodra. I think the technically the newest and freshest Pokemon we've seen is probably that Blaziken.
Yes.
And also the scoring comp from Uniteholic. Like, that was...
Oh yeah,
that was a treat.
That Umbreon, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so the game 3 composition from Uniteholic, absolute treat to watch. But then there's also the heartbreak, right? The heartbreak for MYS. This is a team that has been looking to redeem themselves after coming 3rd place in Southeast Asia. They are a team that a lot of people look up to. And to be in the lower brackets after their first game of the day, and to understand that they are in for a very long haul if they want to have that chance of playing in the grand finals.
Yes.
Like, we had this discussion earlier on. Teams that got knocked out during the first round, they had to win 4 best-of-3s just to make it to the grand final. And if they want to win the grand final, they have to win 2 best-of-3s back-to-back. And you've got the brackets open. How many games would MYS have to play back-to-back with no break if they were going to make it to the grand final?
4. Yeah, 4. Exactly. So if you basically, by winning 4 best-of-3s, you win lower bracket finals.
Yes. So this not only applies to MYS.
It applies
right?
to everyone.
Yeah,
to
so
Zora
MYS,
Tigers Gaming,
yes.
True Gravity, E-Arena, all of them. So if any one of them, they have the longest path. And you have to remember, they also played 1 best-of-3 today. So in totality, if this was a Cinderella story and becoming a winner through the lower bracket by being in round number 1, you fight 5, 6, 7 best-of-3s here at the ACL.
7 best-of-3s. Absolutely insanity.
So it's like
I
6
can't
tomorrow,
play that many games.
1 today, best-of-3. Yeah.
I would need a break. All right. Game 3. The draft is here. The bans are in. Leafeon and Inteleon. And already the first pick is on the board. It's going to be the Slowbro for Kabi-chan. So looking to get that slow beam on their side to lock down anybody that they think is going to be an issue. And there's no Mimikyu, so there's no way for Slow Beam to get cancelled. But Rise are going all out and are going to go for Zoroark and Umbreon as their next two choices. This is a very early Zoro, and I'm kind of curious, did Kabi-chan's play Zoro today?
No. Kabi-chan's, I think today...
Was it game... Did they play it game 2?
Yes,
No,
they did play
they
game
did.
2.
So
yeah, that was the one they ran with the comp.
So I'm of the opinion that maybe this is a deny pick from Rise. They don't want to deal with the Zoro from Kabi-chan's, so they're going to take it for themselves. Is this Eeyore? It has to be Eeyore Zoro. But then, look at this. We've got a Pikachu coming in from Rise, which is this Axeq's Pokemon? Are they going to try and win this game with Pikachu?
I'm surprised that they're running the draft this way, which makes me...
Serena? Hello? Hello?
Like double defenders, support, and double all-rounders.
This
so
makes, look, this is fine, but the Serena pick, I know a lot of people have had question marks when they have seen Serena make this appearance. And Kabi-chan's coming out, guns blazing. We are going to make it to the upper bracket finals with Serena. And the last pick for Rise is Buzzwole. I don't know what to think. I don't know
I'm trying
what
to process this. Rise, they don't really have some good front lines. It looks like all in. I know you look at, there's like one of each, but it looks like, attackers everywhere, but then they're just lacking sustainability. Meanwhile, KS has the sustain, but do they have enough damage from their end to clear out Team Rise? But Team Rise, they have a few softies, I would say.
Hold on, I'm trying to break down this lineup. So Kabi-chan's, lots of in-your-face Pokemon. You
Yes.
only have Vitopo's Dragonite as your ranged damage dealer. And you also have the Secure available for the Hyper Beam. But that's kind of it, unless, depending on the Blastoise, maybe it's Surf Hydro Pump, you kind of have a Secure there as well. And then there's Axeq playing Pikachu. Now, one of the things I've started to realize, Southeast Asia has been really favoring Pikachu because of Pikachu's range and damage output. It's actually very difficult in some cases. If you don't have the right Pokemon to dive a Pikachu, it just sits in the backline for free and just does so much damage. You have a lot of options when it comes to moves, but ideally, I think everything is viable. The only move that teams don't really opt for, unless there's a Dodrio, is Volt Tackle. Everything else is viable. It depends on the needs of the team. And just looking at some of the Pokemon on the side of Kabi-chan's, I kind of think Axeq isn't going to have a hard game as Pikachu at all.
Yeah, he's definitely not going to be having much of a game compared to previous years as well. But I just look at Team Rise, they have the attack, but KS can sustain. They don't mind facing head-on, because if they have Pokemon like Slowbro, the Blastoise, remember they also have the Clefable and Dragonite, so they have 3 durable Pokemons that can sustain damage. So basically, AXQ, bring it on with a Zoroark, and then you have that together with Buzzwole, together with the Pikachu. So it's like the battle on who comes out on top when these clashes do happen. But you have to remember, we're only talking if it's a 5v5 situation. Early games, usually you don't, the chances of this happening is not all the time. So it'll take a bit of a while before that actually happens itself. So usually you see 3v2 situations, 2v2 situations, and more.
We're jumping into the game here, Flava. Game number 3. We're going to find out who is going to be continuing on through the upper bracket and playing against Talon PH in the upper bracket finals, and who's going to be going down to the lower bracket and will have to survive in the lower bracket gauntlet. Kabi-chan's versus Rise. Everything is on the line for these teams. Who's going to make it through? Let's find out. We've had some pretty interesting drafts so far, and for me, Serena making a reappearance has definitely been a bit of a surprise, but can Kabi-chan make the Serena work? There have been so many conflicting opinions on this Pokemon. I think the general consensus for a lot of people has been it's just not great. There are so many other choices that do what Serena does but better, but maybe Kabi-chan has figured out the solution, the answer to playing Serena well.
Yeah, and most likely we'll try to see whether or not how the outcome will be for them actually running the Serena for themselves.
Yeah. So looking at the lane so far, we're looking at Rise playing hyper aggressive. The fact that they managed to get Zoro for Eeyore, this is also a deny pick from Kabi-chan. This was a Pokemon that they actually played with Comfey in their earlier matchup. For Eeyore to get this, he has played a lot of Zoro in the past. He's not new to Zoro at all, and he understands the play style for Zoroark. Has to play super fast, needs to also be very careful of his position, and also wherever he goes, he has to consider the long-term investments of investing into the lane, right? He can either focus on that bottom lane and make sure XQ gets what he needs, or sustain Dev, make sure Dev has a great game so that he can continue to solo top lane for the rest of the game, and then Eeyore can support his team in the remaining team fights as that game goes on. Now, Dev is alright so far, he's not being pressured at all, but they do have Eeyore coming and getting a nice little KO onto that Clefable.
Instant, yeah. I think it would be a better scenario if they were able to actually get a Wartortle. I guess it's just gonna pick whoever is there. Anyways, of course, slamming dunk on this Wartortle, not allowing him to actually make an escape of here, trying to get any form of shielding from the goalpost, and of course an opportunity for team members of Team Rise to actually go for a little bit of point dunking for themselves over here. Currently in the lead here with 77 points, with the additional 5 points there coming on from Zoroark. Meanwhile, we do see Team KS making their rotations towards the bottom lane. It's gonna take a while. How many Pokemons here?
And it's going to be the Thunder on the Pikachu as well. So you've got amazing synergy between Thunder and Mean Look on that Umbreon. So Illuna and Axeq together, you have to be so careful if you're Kabi-chans. The damage that's going to come from these two and the fact that you can't escape, you gotta be prepared for that. Hopefully they have the tank for it, but they do have a Clefable, so Clefable can actually deal with their Pikachu with this kind of build very well. I presume it's going to be Thunder and Thunderbolt for Axeq, so having that setup stun for the team.
It's like it's all he needs damage over here. Surfing run here by the Slowbro, but look at that Thunder being landed off as well, down to half HP here for the Slowbro. He does have the shield, but all that is going to be nothing if the HP actually goes down all the way down. Of course, Regice here might just fall. It's going to be in the hands of Dragonite here. That's going to be additional healing for the whole team for a period of time. 3-man defense here. It's going to be the Blissey, the Pikachu together with the Umbreon. They do have the damage, but look at that Zoroark. Still waiting for him to get in position to actually do any form of action here upon the team members of Team KS.
Yeah, level 9. Really leveled. He's actually on the verge of getting level 10, so he's way over leveled in this matchup. So this is Eeyore's time to shine, even committing the Unite as well. Oh my goodness.
Isn't that an eject on a Slowbro?
Yes. Well, I mean, you're not going to be feeding away the experience to Eeyore, so that was totally worth it.
So an eject for a Unite, that's a big win over there.
Very big win. Thankfully for Clefable, not going to be knocked out. I think he was being chased by Eeyore, but thankfully for Clefable, one of the tankier supports, especially with Moonlight. And Regieleki, this is going to help Kabi-chan's just take this map control away from Rise. Down bottom though, Rom not going to be feeling too happy.
Combo.
Yeah, the combo is kind of gross to look at. The Dragonite's actually going to be coming down here as well, so jumping onto Illuna, but do you want to jump onto an Umbreon who comes in with the Unite as well? Pikachu's coming into the fight too. Going onto the goal zone, Axeq got to be careful of his positioning. He is still a Pikachu. Big Thunder raining down on that Dragonite, doing some big damage, but again, being out-healed by that Clefable, and Rise trying to pick and choose their fights because they're running a lineup that can be heavily punished if they are too far forward.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned on the combo and they just executed just as is. Meanwhile, Eeyore escaping the grasp from the Blastoise, and of course, he's not going to be running one for this because it is going to be the Buzzwole. We have to remember team members are all here as well. Hydro Time being committed, and they are able to actually get that takedown here on that Buzzwole. Meanwhile, here the bottom lane is going to be Serena, decided to disengage and re-engages back upon Umbreon together with the Blissey as well. But Serena is going to be the one get carried down instead due to the damage output coming off from this Pikachu. It's going to be the Thunder as well. Where is the lockdown? Where are the follows and where are the assistants from Team KS?
And Rise are trying to take this objective because Hydro Typhoon, because it was committed to Dev, they know it's not going to be available in those fights, and no steal for you, they say. That mean look on the Dragonite.
Naughty, naughty.
There, Luna shaking his finger. Not this time, brother.
I mean, I saw that from a mile away. So, he's charging it. It's like, nope, it's okay.
But this is the thing. It's one of the reasons why Umbreon is such an annoying Pokemon to play against. The mean look, horrible to play against, but very great for the team that's actually going to benefit. But look at this, though, committing the Unite onto Pikachu, but XQ gets away scot-free. There was no damage follow-up at all. They got the stun, but that was basically it. And XQ, free to do whatever he wants in the backline. The team doing a pretty great job sitting on that goal zone. Serena, again, trying to jump onto that Pikachu, but supported by the Blissey, just makes it so difficult to do anything to this small, tiny yellow attacker. And this Serena is just sitting on top of XQ, but XQ's like just shrugging everything off, doesn't care. And he's so annoyed, he uses the Thunderstorm.
I think they stick around a little bit too long, especially when
Oh
it comes to
my
the Blastoise
gosh.
as well. He was just lingering around. You could actually see his HP just falling.
Falling? I didn't see it move, sir.
What, for Blastoise?
Oh, I thought I meant XQ's Pikachu. I just saw Serena relentlessly chasing down this Pikachu and nothing happened. Just nothing. I was like, huh, what is going on? This is a really tough game for Kabi-chan's.
There's still room here. Look at that. 3 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. Level 13 on that Zoroark as well. And none of the team members from Team KS is already at level 13. It's going to be Dragonite at 12. Meanwhile, the lowest numbers from Team Rise is at 11. Meanwhile, coming from KS is level 10. And meanwhile, Bangkok getting themselves with the Serena. And they're definitely going to be very happy with that for Team Rise.
Right, I mean, it's free experience for Eeyore, and look at the level difference between these two teams. My goodness, the minimum level on the side of Rise is 11. They're averaging at about 12 to 13, but for Kabi-chan's, you've mostly got all of your experience
11 and
in your
12.
11 and 12. Most of your experience for Kabi-chan's is on the Dragonite and the Blastoise. They will play very big roles in this upcoming Rayquaza fight, which is going to start to kick off in 30 seconds. But with Regice here, no steal. Great lock in there from the Dragonite. Perfect Hyper Beam secure.
Yeah, they got that one, finally. I mean, they didn't get the previous one as well, but I guess this time they're going to take that win. Meanwhile, that becomes an opportunity for the Zoroark to actually do a little bit of scoring at that top area, 37 points, leaning towards the widening up the gap even more at this current moment. It's a big difference here. There's roughly around 149 points in between them.
Oh, the mean look, connecting onto the Blastoise, forcing out the rapid spin just so that he can get out scot-free. Thankfully, they do have Clefable, so remember the Clefable factor. As long as they can constantly hit with the Moonlight, KS can fight for as much as they want. Rise will start to lose eggs. That's one of the things with Blissey. But if they want to try and fight into this, they do have that Bliss assist. Serena coming in from the backlines, going for a triple stomp, using the Unite as well. Almost getting the Unite onto XQ, but the Thunderstorm coming out again. Just can't connect onto that Pikachu. And it looks like we are looking at a bit of a reset here. So there is no Bliss assist, no Thunderstorm, and no Unite for that Serena. The fight still continues though, but hang on a minute. Buzzwole has been eliminated. Big damage from that Hyper Beam from that Dragonite. We do have Blastoise zoning at the Pikachu and the Blissey. They do have Eeyore coming in as well, but they lost another one. A Luna is down on that Umbreon. 3 Pokemon left. Typhoon gets thrown down as well, but it looks like Serena securing the Rayquaza. Rise have been wiped, and Kabi-chan's are going to take the game.
Oh, this is a horrible turn of events here for Team Rise, despite them snowballing and having the time of their lives here from early game to mid game and of course into the late game itself. But it seems that the clash of titans here at the Rayquaza pit sides more towards the side of Team KS at this moment, and Team KS are ready to dunk in the points here after getting this advantage of taking down the Rayquaza was just a while ago, and they're knocking in front of the base of Team Rise at this moment. Danny, this is definitely not what Team Rise was looking forward to in this final few minutes in the game.
A lot happened.
A lot happened.
A lot happened, and it's I want to break everything down because I feel like there were a lot of micro plays that really set things up for Kabi-chan's. And even on the side of Rise, there were some things that happened that really prevented them from being able to make a turnaround happen. So congratulations firstly to Kabi-chan. They are the last team from Japan in the upper bracket, and they are looking to be the first grand finalists here at the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024, but they have one more opponent before that happens.
Yeah.
And that's Talon PH, and that matchup is going to be coming right up next. Rise, on the other hand, unfortunately, will be pushed down to the lower bracket and will be playing again tomorrow for a chance of that slot in the grand finals. So close yet so far for Rise, and the setup for this team looked so good.
It looked so good, yeah, but quite unfortunate because that's the thing. It's not really a frontal engagement. There was a lot of things to unfold, especially with the opening engagement by Rom and that Serena early on. Did not manage to actually secure the takedown on anyone from Team Rise, but managed to force the hand from Team Rise to open up. Two Unite moves compared to them utilizing only one for their end. And even with that, Kata was very, very disciplined. Like, throughout the whole encounter, even the early stages, did not commit with the Unite at all. Even only when left out only two team members from Team Rise, only then he's like, hey, I still got a Hydro Pump, guys. Okay, I can use it. Like, he's like that free, you know? It's like, hey, we're doing well even without me? Cool. Like,
without me. Okay.
Oh,
you know the quiet MVP?
Yeah.
Noda Wajiro.
Ah.
That man. Clefable. This Pokemon needs a looking at. Someone needs to look at this Pokemon with a magnifying glass and say, hang on a minute, I think something might be wrong here.
I think there's an imbalance between supports here. It's like, this guy.
It kind of is, I feel, right? We've seen a lot of teams that have Clefables. When it comes down to those 5-on-5 fights, especially when you have a Clefable, you are more or less going to out-sustain your opponents in 9 times out of 10 cases, because of how frequently you can trigger Moonlight and how much healing output you get in that period of time.
Yeah, and even while cooldown, you can still, but it's not that long. The gap between the ability as well is not even that long as well. Your team can take time, and that healing is massive. Remember, it is AoE, so basically everybody's going to be benefiting from this as well. So even if you're a very fragile Pokemon, so if your opponent is not able to burst or one-shot you in any way, or burst you immediate enough, that healing will be able to actually save your life.
Yeah, so this was where everything really collapsed, right? The fact that the Hydro Pump came in, just knocked out the Buzzwole. Buzzwole played a really big role for Rise to create those openings in these team fights, and to lose him, and also to lose Iluna's Umbreon, it really left no room for Eeyore and Axew to really do much in those fights, because their only other support there was the Blissey. Blissey had already used Blissey's Unite move, and another thing was that Axew already used the Thunderstorm. I actually think that backstab that came in from the Serena, if that didn't happen, and if Axew still had the Thunderstorm, I think there was an opportunity he could have actually gone for the Rayquaza steal. Because Thunderstorm is Pikachu's Unite move, does a whole bunch of damage, and I've seen a lot of teams underestimate the damage output from the Thunderstorm. If that was available, I actually think that fight may have gone in favor of Rise. So it's those small things. I think a lot of people would say, like, oh, it's the Buzzwole. It wasn't just the Buzzwole.
It wasn't just
it was
yeah,
the setup, forcing out those Unites. So it's sometimes you have to look at Unite and say it's a dance between two teams. And if you can actually make the right steps happen and take away those assets.
If you can force your opponent's hands in any way, just like what we witnessed, those things happen as well. And sometimes you panic, like anything can happen, like I think it caught them by surprise as well for Serena to rotate behind the back lines and actually catch them off guard like that. And they were not able to do anything because Serena commits with the Unite, and they were like, okay, we can't do anything because she's up in the air and basically, yeah, invulnerable anyways. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is the updated bracket. Danny, after the conclusion of that match between KS against Team Rise, now Team Kabi-chan's winning 2-1 in that best of 3 series moves to the next round, and awaiting them is going to be Talent PH in the upper bracket finals.
What a series.
This is going to be yet another best of 3, and this will be the final series of the day, as mentioned by Danny just a while ago.
Final series of the day, and somebody is going straight to grand finals, securing second place. Like, this is guaranteed. You go to the grand finals, you're already guaranteed the prize pool for second place. You just have to win the grand finals if you want to get that first place prize pool. Everything is now officially on the line. The prize pool, the title as the best team in Asia for 2024. That is another reason that these trainers are competing in the Asia Champions League. It's also the title.
And of course, the question here is, you see down here, although Unite, Holic, and Team Rise has been dropped here to the lower bracket, on the second round, it's still unsure who their opponents will be, as we need to wait for tomorrow morning's round 1 of the lower bracket to conclude to see who their opponents will be.
Yeah, and it could be a very long path as well if it's the teams from the first round of lower brackets to make it all the way through. They're playing a lot of games of Pokemon Unite. A little bit shorter for the teams in the second round of lower brackets, but it's still a really long journey, because not only do you have to play 2 grand finals, but you have to also play the grand final. And as a lower bracket team, if you want to win that grand final, you have to win 2 best of 3s back to back.
Yes.
The first best of 3 to force the reset, and then
you win the reset.
The first place deciding best of 3. So we could be looking at either at minimum a 2-game best of 3 grand finals, and
correct.
at most 6 games.
Yes, that's true. Yeah. So minimum scenario is only if the upper bracket winner that makes it to the grand finals actually wins 2-0 against the opponent. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, winning us this, we're going to hand it over back to the main stage here together with the host for the interview segment together with our winner.
Winner on our stage from KS or Kabijang, Noda Bajiro is now with us. May I have a big applause ขอเสียงปรบมือหน่อยได้ไหมคะ
ครับให้กับโดดาวาจิโร่ด้วยครับโอ้โหเรียกว่าเป็นแมตช์ที่เรียกว่าตึงเครียดสุดๆเลย
ใช่แล้ว
ครับ
ค่ะ โอ้โห ดูจากทางด้านหลังนี่เรียกได้ว่า ตื่นเต้นนะคะ เราก็อยากจะรู้เหมือนกันว่าตอนนี้เขารู้สึกยังไงนะคะ เอาเป็นว่าไปที่คำถามแรกเลยดีกว่า
ครับ
ค่ะ
ผม
so after the last battle so now what do you feel right now are you feel nervous excited or now like gain more confidence because you have won like 2 battles in a row
はい、野田和次郎選手に来ていただいております。おめでとうございます。2試合終えてみてお気持ちいかがですか？自信つきましたか？
もう自信ももちろんつきましたし、このまま優勝できると確信しています。
We are super confident and we are also super confident that we can go into the grand finals and win.
โอ้โห
ก็ก่อนหน้านี้
นะคะ
ทางคุณมินได้ถามไปนะครับว่ารู้สึกแบบกังวลมากไหมหรือมั่นใจกว่าเดิม หลังจากที่แข่งขันในแมตช์เมื่อสักครู่นี้
ใช่
ปรากฏก็บอกว่าโอ้โหมั่นใจกว่าเดิมอีกและคิดว่าจะเป็นแชมเปี้ยนได้แน่ๆ
ใช่เขาบอกว่าเขาไปยังไงถึงไฟนอลแน่นอนนะคะ หลังจากที่ชนะมาประลองฝีมือมาแล้วไม่แพ้ใครง่ายๆแน่ๆนะคะ โอเคค่ะไปที่คำถามที่ 2 นะคะคำถามที่ 2ให้พี่ซันถามแล้วกัน
ครับผม
แปล
ก็เรียกว่าการต่อสู้ในออบเจกตีฟค่อนข้างตึงนะ ตอนที่เจอกับทางด้านเลคอซ่าตอนเก็บตรงกลางเนี่ยมันสูสีมากเลยเกมเมื่อสักครู่นี้รู้สึกยังไงและตอนนั้นเกิดอะไรขึ้นบ้างครับ
อ๋อโอเคในเกมที่ 3 ใช่ไหมโอเค so as we saw at the competition on the third game that we saw we have a close game with the Kosa can you tell or explain what happened between that
はい、先ほどの試合で第3ゲーム特に、相手チームとかなりぶつかることが多かったんじゃないかと思います。何があったか説明していただけますか？
はい、こっちが相手側の下側のゴールを割りたくて、何度も攻めてたんですけど、相手のライズの守りがとても硬くて攻めきれずに最後ちょっと劣勢で最後の2本を迎えてしまったんですけど、得意のサンダー戦でうまく巻き返して勝つことができたので、良かったです。
レクーザ
レクーザ戦です。すみません。
Okay, so we were trying to go break the goal of the bottom lane, but yeah, they were really doing really well to protect their bottom goals and stuff. But we could manage to get the river sweep by re-quarter fight. We could manage to get the capture the re-quarter, and then they won.
ก็เป็นลำดับที่เขาพยายามจะ
ใช่
ร้อยเรียงความได้เปรียบต่างๆนะครับตั้งแต่เลนล่างไล่ลงมาเลยแล้วก็เป็นวัดที่เลคคอซ่านั่นเอง
โอ้โห
นะครับผมนะแล้วก็มีอีกคำถามหนึ่งนะครับในรอบถัดไปพวกเขาจะต้องไปเจอกับทีมทารอน PH โอ้โหก็เป็นคู่แข่งที่เรียกว่าโชว์ผลงานได้ดีมากนะในการแข่งวันนี้ของเรานะครับ
ใช่
มีอะไรอยากจะฝากบอกทีมทารอน PH ไหมครับ
โอเคค่ะ อันนี้คำถามน่าสนใจนะคะ so now next round we all know that you are going to compete with Talon PH from Philippines do you have something to say for them
次の試合はフィリピンのテイロン PH との対戦になります。相手チームに何か一言お願いします。
はい、同じ日本のユナイトホリックが負けてしまって彼に負けてしまったので、その敵をしっかり打ってウィナーズ決勝で彼らを待ちたいと思います。
This is a revenge match for our co-teams, the Unite Holic, because Talon PH beaten Unite Holic at the past. So yeah, we're gonna beat them and we will be advancing into the grand finals.
โอ้โหขนลุกเลยอ่ะ
เดี๋ยวล้างแค้นแทนเพื่อนละกัน
นี่
ไปทำเพื่อนผมลงสายล่าง
ใช่แล้ว
เดี๋ยวผมจัดให้เดี๋ยวก็ไปรอรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลเลยละกัน
ใช่แล้วนะคะเมื่อกี้เขาบอกว่าเดี๋ยวเขาจะจัดให้เลยถือว่าเป็นการล้างแค้นให้กับยูไนต์โฮลิกเพื่อนของเขาเลยด้วยนะคะ เพราะฉะนั้นศึกครั้งนี้โอ้โหน่าสนใจอย่างแน่นอนค่ะอยากจะให้ทุกคนเนี่ยจับตาดูให้ดีนะคะเอาละค่ะตอนนี้เรียกได้ว่าพูดคุยกันหอมปากหอมคอให้เขาไปเตรียมตัวกันดีกว่าเพราะเดี๋ยวจะมีศึกหนักรออยู่เหมือนกัน
ใช่
นะ
ครับ
คะ
ก็ขอเสียงปรบมือกับโนดาวาจิโร่และทีมโคบิชัยอีกครั้งหนึงครับ
เย้ thank you very much
Thank you Thank
Okay
you
please take some rest and fighting
โอ้โหคือมั่นใจกว่าเดิมอีกแล้วประเด็นคือได้ไฟแค้นไปเติมด้วยนะ
ใช่
ประมาณว่าเดี๋ยวล้างแค้นคืนให้
ใช่
ปลายเพื่อนผม
แล้วดูไม่ตื่นเต้นเลยนะคะ
ใช่ใช่
ดูแบบมั่นใจจริงๆนะคะ ไม่มี
มั่นใจ
ความ
มาก
ตื่นเต้นอยู่ในตัวเลยแบบโอ้โหมาด้วยแบบความแบบฟูลฟิลความสกิลความมั่นใจมาแล้วนะคะ เอาละค่ะทุกท่านคะ The game is not finished yet we still have the next battle waiting for you so I hope everyone is enjoying not only at here at True Icon Siam but also online I hope everyone is enjoying seeing all the battle that we are bringing to you
ครับผมตรงนี้ก็จะมีการแข่งขันต่ออีกแมตช์นั่นเองนะ
ใช่
ครับ
ค่ะ
แล้วก็เดี๋ยวเราจะมีการแบบเขาเรียกว่าไงกิจกรรมต่างๆหลังจากนี้ด้วยนะครับแล้วอย่าเพิ่งไปไหนแล้วเดี๋ยวเราส่งต่อหน้าที่ของเราให้กับแคสเตอร์ที่โต๊ะของเราเลยครับผม
ค่ะ
Thailand is like a very beautiful country, like the beaches, all the coastal areas, the climate, the tropical. It's very unique.
タイで思い浮かべたのは、自分は象を思い浮かべました。
タイで思い浮かべたのはご飯が美味しい国だと思いました
Very hot ของผมคิดว่าสบายเป็นประเทศที่สบายครับ
For me, it's the food and the cuisine here. I'm very excited to try authentic Thai food while we have our short stay in Bangkok.
For me, I think Pad Thai, I guess.
I think of its culture. It has a lot of night markets and all. A lot of wonderful food around.
When I think about Thailand, I think about its people, how nice the people are, and how nice the food is.
食べ物に香辛料がよく入っているイメージです。
難しい。暑いって感じですね。
저는 코끼리가 제일 먼저 떠오릅니다.
저는 망고가 먼저 생각나네요.
I want to try mango sticky rice mostly because I heard a lot of good things about it.
トムヤムクンを食べてみたいです。
食べてみたい料理はエビの生春巻きを食べてみたいです。
I had a really great mango sticky rice yesterday, so definitely a recommendation for all of my friends and family if they have the opportunity to come to Bangkok.
Riding boots, I think. Riding boots in some river, yeah.
ต้มยำกุ้งครับของผมผัดกะเพราแล้วกันครับผัดกะเพรา
夜すごい大量のファストフードを食べてみんなでハンバーガーとかでパーティーしました。
よく朝なんかタイ独特のなんか辛いチキンみたいなの食べたんですけどチキンが辛くてちょっと食べれなかったです。
저도 어제 와서 똥냥꿍 한번 먹어봤어요.
네, 저는 어저께 저녁에 팟타이를 먹었습니다.
I want to try the tuk-tuk car to move around without windows, able to see the whole city's view and all.
I like to try the Pad Thai.
Everyone, young again. My never. Everyone, young again. Come join. Everyone, young again. My never. Everyone, young again. Young again.
Cavalry has arrived here. The Umbreon together with the Visitor from instead of the Blaziken unleashing here on their side. Right, of course. Hydro Typhoon utilize on, but the Snowfall coming from behind comes back with yet another serve to the right side. They meant to get their hands here on that. They see now they're going to gun in for more here. Chasing down yet another. They got their hands on the Espeon. They have the damage anymore, Danny.
Oh no, this early game from Kavichang, it's going to be there. This is also available, but is it going to be a defensive one or an aggressive one? Blaster has been caught out by that Umbreon. Here we go, Livid Outbreak being used by Death. Can he get a big knockout here? They found the Umbreon in the process, and Felicity goes down as well. And this poor Espeon trying to outrun a Venusaur with that pedal dance. The fight still continuing though. Super low Blastoise being healed up by the to outrun this big bad boy. He's angry, he wants to win, he wants that rematch against Talon.
Oh, here comes the jump! This might just be a mistake.
Oh no!
That is small. Quite unfortunate for Glaceon. Instead of chasing the Glaceon, the Glaceon comes to you, Danny!
Oh no, it's moments like that when you just eject yourself into a KO. And now was just because they had no vision. They had no idea that Kabi-chance was there. And I'm pretty sure Eeyore probably jumped as he saw all 3 Pokemon in that bush. Def did try to come in and go in for the save, but to lose him too, Matthew is playing with fire here, going very deep in there with his attacks. Burning Anger connecting, forcing the Unite as well for Axew, having to heal back up. Very big pushback from that Trevor, but in the backline though, Urshifu is looking to get Axew. He hasn't finished him off yet, he is still there! He's got too much health, there's no Venusaur. Urshifu also getting knocked out, and is it time for Rise to come in for cleanup duty, or can Kabi-chance salvage this game and force a 2-0 sweep? They're hanging on, but with an Eldegoss, they're running out of health, hitting the Unite onto Pikachu, but Axew gets away scot-free. There was no damage follow-up at all. They got the stun, but that was basically it. Axew free to do whatever he wants in the backline. The team doing a pretty great job sitting on that goal zone. Serena again trying to jump onto that Pikachu, but supported by the Blissey just makes it so difficult to do anything to this small, tiny yellow attacker. And then Serena is just sitting on top of Axew, but Axew's like just shrugging everything off, doesn't care. And he's so annoyed, he uses the Thunderstorm.
I think they stick around a little bit too long, especially when he comes.
This is Serena coming in from the backlines, going for a triple stomp, using the Unite as well. Almost getting the Unite onto Axew, but the Thunderstorm coming out again. Just can't connect onto that. Pikachu, Bliss Assist, no Thunderstorm, and no Unite for that Serena. The fight still continues though, but hang on a minute, Buzzwole has been eliminated. Big damage from that Hyper Beam from that Dragonite. We do have Blastoise zoning at the Pikachu and the Blissey. They do have Eeyore coming in as well, but they lost another one. Luna is down on that Umbreon. 3 Pokemon left. Typhoon gets thrown down as well, but it looks like Serena securing the Rayquaza. Rise have
double evolutions up against 2 Eevee, which are going to be the evolutions at level 4. Meanwhile, here in top lane is going to be Dragonair. Oh man, punishing the team members from Team Gas at the current moment as well, dropping them out to ensure that they're not able to actually do it. The cavalry has arrived here. The Umbreon together with the Blissey Pokemon instead of the Blaziken unleashing here on their side, right? Of course. Hydro Typhoon utilized, but there's no fall coming from behind. Comes back with yet another serve to the right side. They're meant to get their hands here on that Blissey. Now they're going to gun in for more here. Chasing down yet another, and they got their hands on the Espeon. They don't have the damage anymore, Danny.
Oh no, this early game from Kabi-chan, it's going to be there. This is also available, but is it going to be a defensive one or an aggressive one? Blasto has been caught out by that Umbreon. Here we go, Limit Outbreak being used by Death. Can he get a big knockout here? They found the Umbreon in the process, and Blissey goes down as well. And this poor Espeon trying to outrun a Venusaur with that pedal dance. The fight still continuing though. Super low Blastoise being healed up by the to outrun this big bad boy. He's angry, he wants to win, he wants that rematch against Talon.
Oh, here comes the jump! This might just be able to commit to that as well. Quite unfortunate for Glaceon. Instead of chasing the Glaceon comes to you, Danny!
Oh no, it's moments like that when you just eject yourself into a KO. And that was just because they had no vision. They had no idea that Kabi-chance was there. And I'm pretty sure Eeyore probably jumped as he saw all 3 Pokemon in that bush. Def did try to come in and go in.
Everyone young again, Mandewa. Everyone young again, come join. Everyone young again, Mandewa. Everyone young again,
He hasn't finished him off yet. He is still there. He's got too much health. There's no Venusaur. Urshifu also getting knocked out. And is it time for Rise to come in for cleanup duty? Or can Kabi-chance salvage this game and force a 2-0 sweep? They're hanging on, but with an Eldegoss, they're running out of health, hitting the Unite onto Pikachu, but Axew gets away scot-free. There was no damage follow-up at all. They got the stun, but that was basically it. Axew free to do whatever he wants in the backline. The team doing a pretty great job sitting on that goal zone. Serena again trying to jump onto that Pikachu, but supported by the Blissey just makes it so difficult to do anything to this small, tiny yellow attacker. And then Serena is just sitting on top of Axew, but Axew's like just shrugging everything off, doesn't care. And he's so annoyed, he uses the Thunderstorm.
I think they stick around a little bit too long, especially when it comes.
This is Serena coming in from the backlines, going for a triple stomp, using the Unite as well. Almost getting the Unite onto Axew, but the Thunderstorm coming out again. Just can't connect onto onto that. Pikachu was assist, no Thunderstorm, and no Unite for that Serena. The fight still continues though, but hang on a minute. Buzzwole has been eliminated. Big damage from that Hyper Beam from that Dragonite. We do have Blastoise zoning at the Pikachu and the Blissey. They do have Eeyore coming in as well, but they lost another one. Luna is down on that Umbreon. 3 Pokemon left. Typhoon gets thrown down as well, but it looks like Serena securing the Rayquaza. Rise
Double evolutions up against 2 Eevee, which are going to be the evolutions at level 4. Meanwhile, here at top lane is going to be Dragonair. Oh man, punishing team members from TPS at the current moment as well, dropping them out to ensure that you're not able to achieve. Well, the cavalry has arrived here. The Umbreon together with the missing Pokemon. Instead of the Blaziken unleashing here on their side, right? Of course. Hydro Typhoon utilized, but there's no fall coming from behind. Comes back with yet another serve to the right side. They're meant to get their hands here on that Blissey. Now they're going to gun in for more here. Chasing down yet another, and they got their hands on the Espeon. They have the damage anymore, Danny.
Oh no, this early game from Kavi-chan, it's going to be there. This is also available. Is it going to be a defensive one or an aggressive one? Blasto has been caught out by that Umbreon. Here we go, Livid Outreach being used by Dev. Can he get a big knockout here? They found the Umbreon in the process, and Blissey goes down as well. And this poor Espeon trying to outrun a Venusaur with that pedal dance. The fight still continuing though. Super low Blastoise being healed up by Nod to outrun this big bad boy. He's angry, he wants to win, he wants that rematch against Talon.
Oh, here comes the jump! This might just be a mistake.
Oh no!
As well. What unfortunate for Glaceon! Instead of chasing the Glaceon comes to you, Danny!
Oh no, it's moments like that when you just eject yourself into a KO. And that was just because they had no vision. They had no idea that Kavi-chan was there. And I'm pretty sure Eeyore probably jumped as he saw all 3 Pokemon in that bush. Dev did try to come in and go in for the save, but to lose him too, Matthew is playing with fire here, going very deep in there with his attacks. Verdant Angle connecting, forcing the Unite as well for actually having to heal back up. Very big pushback from that Trevenant, but in the backline, so Urshifu looking to get Axew. He hasn't finished him off yet, he is still there! He's got too much health, there's no Venusaur. Urshifu also getting knocked out, and it's a time for Rise to come in for cleanup duty. Or can Kavi-chan salvage this game and force a 2-0 sweep? They're hanging on, but with an Eldegoss, they're running out of health, winning the Unite onto Pikachu, but Axew gets away scot-free. There was no damage follow-up at all. They got the stun, but that was basically it. Axew free to do whatever he wants in the backline. The team doing a pretty great job sitting on that goal zone. Serena again trying to jump onto that Pikachu, but supported by the Blissey just makes it so difficult to do anything to this small, tiny yellow attacker. And then Serena is just sitting on top of Axew, but Axew's like shrugging everything off, doesn't care. And he's so annoyed, he uses the Thunderstorm.
I think they stick around a little bit too long, especially when it comes
this is Serena coming in from the backlines, going for a triple stomp, using the Unite as well. Almost getting the Unite onto Axew, but the Thunderstorm coming out again. Just can't connect onto that. Pikachu was assist, no Thunderstorm, and no Unite for that Serena. The fight still continues though, but hang on a minute. Buzzwole has been eliminated. Big damage from that Hyper Beam from that Dragonite. We do have Blastoise zoning at the Pikachu and the Blissey. They do have Eeyore coming in as well, but they lost another one. Luna is down on that Umbreon. 3 Pokemon left. Typhoon gets thrown down as well, but it looks like Serena securing the Rayquaza. Rise
double evolutions up against 2 Eevee, which are going to be the evolutions at level 4. Meanwhile, here at top lane is going to be Dragonair. Oh man, punishing team members from TPS at the current moment as well, dropping them out, ensure that you're not able to achieve. Well, the cavalry has arrived here. The Umbreon together with the missing Pokemon. Instead of the Blaziken unleashing here on their side, right? Of course. Hydro Typhoon utilized, but there's no fall coming from behind. Comes back with yet another serve to the right side. They're meant to get their hands here on that Blissey. Now they're going to gun in for more here. Chasing down yet another, and they got their hands on the Espeon. They have the damage anymore, Danny.
Oh no, this early game from Kavi-chan, it's going to be there. This is also available, but it's going to be a defensive one or an aggressive one. Blasto has been caught out by that Umbreon. Here we go, Livid Outreach being used by Dev. Can he get a big knockout here? They found the Umbreon in the process, and Blissey goes down as well. And this poor Espeon trying to outrun a Venusaur with that pedal dance. The fight still continuing though. Super low Blastoise being healed up by Nod to outrun this big bad boy. He's angry, he wants to win, he wants that rematch against Talon.
Oh, here comes the jump! This might just be a mistake.
Oh no!
What
What unfortunate for Glaceon! Instead of chasing the Glaceon comes to you, Danny!
Oh no, it's moments like that when you just eject yourself into a KO. And that was just because they had no vision. They had no idea that Kabi-chance was there. And I'm pretty sure Eeyore probably jumped as he saw all three Pokemon in that bush. Def did try to come in and go in for the save, but to lose him too, Matthew is playing with fire here, going very deep in there with his attacks. Burning Anger connecting, forcing the Unite as well for Axew having to heal back up. Very big pushback from that Trevor number in the backline though. Urshifu looking to get Axew. He hasn't finished him off yet. He is still there. He's got too much health. There's no Venusaur. Urshifu also getting knocked out. And is it time for Rise to come in for cleanup duty? Or can Kabi-chance salvage this game and force a 2-0 sweep? They're hanging on, but with Eldegoss, they're running out of health, meaning the Unite onto Pikachu, but Axew gets away scot-free. There was no damage follow-up at all. They got the stun, but that was basically it. Axew free to do whatever he wants in the backline. The team doing a pretty great job sitting on that goal zone. Serena again trying to jump onto that Pikachu, but supported by the Blissey just makes it so difficult to do anything to this small, tiny yellow attacker. And this Serena is just sitting on top of Axew, but Axew's like just shrugging everything off, doesn't care. And he's so annoyed, he uses the Thunderstorm.
I think they stick around a bit too long, especially when you
Miss Assist. Serena coming in from the backlines, going for a triple stomp, using the Unite as well. Almost getting the Unite onto Axew, but the Thunderstorm coming out again. Just can't connect onto that. Pikachu, Bliss Assist, no Thunderstorm, and no Unite for that Serena. The fight still continues though, but hang on a minute. Buzzwole has been eliminated. Big damage from that Hyper Beam from that Dragonite. We do have Blastoise zoning at the Pikachu and the Blissey. They do have Eeyore coming in as well, but they lost another one. Luna is down on that Umbreon. 3 Pokemon left. Typhoon gets thrown down as well, but it looks like Serena securing the Rayquaza. Rise have
up against 2 EV, which are going to be the evolutions at the 4. Meanwhile, here at top lane, it's going to be Dragonair. Oh, that punishing team members from TPS at the current moment as well, coming down. That they're not able to actually call. The cavalry has arrived here. The Umbreon together with the missing up Pokemon. Together with the Blaziken unleashing here on their side, right? Of course. Hydro Typhoon utilized but there's no fall coming from behind. Comes back with yet another serve to the right side. They're meant to get their hands here on that. They see now they're going to gun in for more here. Chasing now yet another, and they got their hands on the Espeon. They don't have the damage anymore, Danny.
Oh no, this early game from Kabi-chan. It's going to be there. This is also available, but is it going to be a defensive one or an aggressive one? Blasto has been caught out by that Umbreon. Here we go, Limit Outreach being used by Dev. Can he get a big knockout here? They found the Umbreon in the process. And Blissey goes down as well. And this poor Espeon trying to outrun a Venusaur with that pedal dance. The fight still continuing though. Super low Blastoise being healed up by them to outrun this big bad boy. He's angry. He wants to win. He wants that rematch against Talon.
Oh, here comes the jump! This might just be a mistake.
Oh no!
What unfortunate for Glaceon! Instead of chasing the Glaceon comes to you, Danny!
Oh no, it's moments like that when you just eject yourself into a KO. And that was just because they had no vision. They had no idea that Kabi-chance was there. And I'm pretty sure Eeyore probably jumped as he saw all 3 Pokemon in that bush. Def did try to come in and go in for the save, but to lose him too, Matthew is playing with fire here, going very deep in there with his attacks. Burning Anger connecting, forcing the Unite as well for Axew having to heal back up. Very big pushback from that Trevor number in the backline though. Urshifu looking to get Axew. He hasn't finished him off yet. He is still there.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Finals 2024. You're joining together with me, Flava, together with my good buddy over here, Leonard or Yololee over here, and of course, Leonard. We've come to the final series of the day.
I agree, and it is the most important series about the entire thing as well, because this is going to be the series, the very series, the upper bracket final to decide which of these 2 teams will secure a very comfortable spot in that grand finals here. And let's be honest, the route is definitely not what most players or most fans or teams would have expected here. Got a couple of surprises for good reasons as well here. The rules did, I guess you could say, really did change the pace of how the game usually is going to goal line. We saw some team that's really able to adapt accordingly, change accordingly, and let's be honest, we saw some really creative or very innovative picks. Even some picks that we usually haven't seen for a very long time coming back into this very competition on such a grand stage here. But of course, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this is the final series. It's Talent PH versus Team Kamichan, or KS for short as the initial here. Who will be the one to take it all? Honestly, it's been such a great storyline for these guys. Talent PH definitely coming from the scene here, and of course, like, don't get me wrong, a lot of potential, a lot of growth here for sure. But they are really a diamond in the rough for sure that requires a little bit more polishing. But the fact that they were able to topple such a prominent team like Unite Holic, I think that's absolutely such an achievement for them, right?
Yeah.
And now coming to the mix, we have Team Kamichan. Relatively new into the competitive scene, doesn't really have a lot of in their background as well. They came to the regional stage, we had a little bit of doubts, we were wondering where do they truly stand as this new team, and they are absolutely soaring Flava here, really.
Yeah, and definitely most of the plays that they've displayed today, from the Open to the regionals, and here the finals through their run in the upper bracket itself, speaks volumes, and they have made it. They've made it to the upper bracket, basically just one series away from making it to the grand finals. And the only team that's stopping them over here now is between each other. It's going to be KS, the East Asia League second place winners, hailing from Japan, up against the Talent PH from Southeast Asia over here. Our big guns, our big representatives here from the Philippines. Now, this is going to be a very, very big thing. It's a battle between nations here, Leonard. Will it be Japan or will it be the Philippines making it to the grand finals first? Not only making it to the grand finals, but also having the advantage where if they were to lose out in the best of three in the grand finals itself, they do have the grand finals reset. Means yet another lifeline waiting for them at the end of the line here. And of course, by being here, they have secured themselves minimum third place, or should I say top 3 here at the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Finals 2024.
Right. It's really tough to say because there's just so much potential, and like what I mentioned earlier as well, Team Kamichan and Team KS in particular here, compared to their seniors here, Unite Holic here, where Unite Holic is more like very precise, very polished, like a grand rapier, right? Team Kamichan or KS in this case here is like a great sword. May not be as polished, but delivers great strength here, and they stick to very simple goal, right? It's like there's no like massive roundabout or hyper flank tactics coming from the side of Team Kamichan. No, they stick to the roots here where it's just more like, guys, we'll build a composition. There's greater scaling because we know for the fact that the game will always end up going towards that requires a pick. We'll play a composition that plays around the plate. It's simple, it's straightforward, and let's be honest, simplicity is best. And speaking of simplicity, it's the same goes for Talent PH when it comes to this new rule. We have seen some teams, you try to play around the rules or adapt to these new rules by, I guess you could say, really conserving certain Pokemon. They don't really bring in their full best lineup here because, like I said, we have this new rule where when the player or a certain team hasn't really selected a certain composition for that one round, you can't utilize that same set of Pokemon in the next two rounds in that series alone. So we've seen some teams try to be very conservative, just in case if the game doesn't go well, they still have they at least have one of their few players to have a fallback to a plan B, right? But that doesn't apply to Talent PH. They're just like, you know what, guys, we'll come in strong. We'll bring in the best composition that we have been seeing and been utilizing so far. Sure, if we win, that's great. If we don't, that's fine. There is still the second and third game. We just have to bring in other composition. This is pretty much why it's fantastic for both Kamichan and Talent PH, because they have such a really massive pool of Pokemons here. And the fact that if your opposing team choose to be conservative, you can actually take advantage about it, and it's just be like, oh great, you don't want to pick the Blasters? Great, I'll pick it for myself.
Yep, that's true.
You don't want to cross with Trevenant? I will get it for myself.
I'm okay with it. You just give it to me and I'll run it, no problem. And of course, I just want to highlight a little bit about, I mean, we've seen a lot of the Japanese team dominating the competition when it comes to Pokemon Unite, but
yes.
I really love Talent PH being here at the upper bracket final. Puts a statement that the Philippines are here to show their dominance here in Pokemon Unite, and this could be the opportunity for them to see whether or not is it the Philippines or Japan who's going to come out on top here at this stage of the competition here at the upper bracket. Only one of them will make it to the next stage, and one of them will be kicked down to the lower bracket finals.
True, but let's be honest, right? Even last year's World Championship series, we had a Philippine team actually go into the top 3. So like, hey, although yes, not the same team, not the same roster,
not the same,
but still speaks volumes, right? Like, it's like what I told Danelie, like what Danelie and I we were discussing just now, right? There's a lot of great talents, really polished, a lot of great gems that requires polishing here, and like. Given all these talents an opportunity, we can really scale. And the same goes for Korea, the same goes for Japan. We're seeing all these new talents really come into the mix as well. If you looking back like 2 years ago when Pokemon Unite first started, we were such a small group, right? And people were just trying to find their way throughout the Pokemon Unite world here. But look at where we are currently, where we are standing. We're currently standing at the premises of something great here. New talents coming into the mix, don't get me wrong. The older teams are like, I guess you could say they're the original pathfinder for some of these newer teams to really find their way. And the new teams are also learning from their mentors, their seniors, to be even better. Teams are getting stronger. Metas are coming into the mix. New concept to tackle the game is constantly being innovated and created. And we just saw it this morning, the very first series by Unite Holic. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said,
the ignore Ray that's going to be the name of Pokemon Unite ACL. There's been a lot of Ray being ignored throughout the whole feed. It's not once, it's not twice, it's multiple occasions. They're like, hey, you know what? We don't need Ray.
Yeah, exactly. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into our very first game of our last series of the day, and we of course have our drafting set for ourselves. Hoopa's going to be the band for the side here, Team Kavicha, and Umbreon on the side for Talent PH.
Umbreon looking crispy today. But anyways, yes.
Crispy.
But anyways, Sintella is going to be the first pick here for Team KS, Kabi-chan's over here. So that's going to be their abbreviation here for the purpose of competition. Talent BH, you're going to start with the Crossel as well as Leafeon here for this game number 1. They got packing quite a punch over here. Leafeon, of course, you can actually get online really fast. Once your EV gets into level 4, you can actually have your evolution. Crossel as well, very solid. We've seen a lot of Rock Tomb Crossels being utilized here in the games. Rock Tombs, we've seen Axizor. It's also a really good set for a really good set for the team. You can also screen out enemy team members. You can also separate the enemy team members away from the teammates at the same time as well, forcing the hand to actually use eject or escape in any way if they do have the ability. But for the third time today, we're going to be witnessing a Blaziken here, and it is going to be in the hands of Team Kabi-chan's.
That is definitely beatable as one of his few go-tos as well as the all-rounder, as he is going to be the top laner for the side of Team Kabi-chan, right? But what I'm really considering the fact is that we're seeing a lot of controls, right? You coming in, once again, Talent PH coming in with a very strong start, something similar to which they utilize against Unite Holic as well. They had both the Traveler and the Crosser here. It sends a direct message to the fact that, sure, you want to play an all-rounder, you want to try to utilize your combination, sure, you can, but we'll be very disruptive about it. We can be controlled, there's a lot of flexibility, there's a lot of options when you have this kind of defenders on their side. And without the Umbreon here, there's going to be a lot more value coming into this Crosser here. There's going to be so much shield coming to the mix, and this is where I was concerned. A potential Glaceon coming to the mix as well. There's not really many attackers that can really go toe-to-toe when it comes to shredding or pair really well with this Crosser combination here. So with the Glaceon, with the sure hit of the Icicle Shot, you're able to melt anyone you can really catch upon your way here. And there's really not much to escape here. Like, sure, Venusaur, you can go head-to-head, you want to go with the Paladins, sure, but you have to be really careful about it. You got to get controlled pretty hard. You can try to sustain as much as possible, sure, but there's a lot of damage going to be outputting to this round here, and you really need to try to play around it. You have a Venusaur, you have an Intelligent, and you have a Blaziken. A lot of late game, and your early game is going to be pretty slow as you try to prioritize those EXP to really level up here.
Yeah, and of course, talking a little bit about Talent PH, what they have to offer for their game number 1 and stuff. Now, we talked about this during the regionals. They love the evolutions. There's something about the Philippines and the way they would actually like to run the evolutions for their draft of here. Now, they're running 2 of them here for this game number 1. So
makes sense.
Yeah, so basically they're running the Glaceon as well as the Leafeon, so they're going to get online really fast compared to Team KS, where they do have the Venusaur, the Blaziken, as well as Inteleon, which is a double evolution Pokemon. There's 3 of them over there. So will this be an opportunity for Talent PH to actually punish them earlier on, or will Kabi-chan somehow find the opportunity, find the space to actually get a little bit spacing for these 3 Pokemon to actually get get to the levels necessary and also get online for themselves. Because basically that's the idea. The idea of having evolutions is that by level 4, you're able to actually have your evolution. And you can actually do wonders because you're already online by that time and continue to punish it. But then your enemies, since they have triple evolutions, back then I remember when we talked about meta, usually people try to refrain from actually having too much double evolutions. But somehow, at the current stages, teams don't have any problems running any of it. And not just 1, even 2 or 3 sometimes in their draft.
Yeah, but then again, this is now with that's just how it is, right? The times will always change, the meta will shift as well, and how players can tend to adjust and tackle the game has always been changing here, and I don't think that's gonna stop anytime soon, right? But of course, this is gonna be it here, and I love the fact that you actually point out about in terms of rotations, right? Because let's be honest, Leafeon hitting that level 4 is gonna be pretty crazy with that Solar Blade for a fact. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple of invasion into the central area as well. Bottom is definitely not having the best of time, and now especially with the Leafeon online, there's gonna be a lot of damage to the poor Swine up here. I'm not sure whether he can really withstand the damage that's gonna be currently outputted towards him here.
Is that really a great idea for him to actually be outside? He's able to sustain, still survivability for this Swine up, no problem, but also of course an opening for this Leafeon to go for yet another ducking of points. So while all this is happening, looking lively here at the top lane, we do see rotations coming on. We do see a 3v3 situations at the top lane.
Close.
So this might be interesting enough. Of course, we're gonna see it's all about Leaf Blade. Basically, Solar Blade is coming out from this Leafeon here at this point as well. So we do see a little bit of rotation. It is going to be Glaceon towards the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Combusken trying to find a little bit more spacing to actually become a Blaziken here for the side of Team KS.
A lot of early game macro decisions. It's going to be quite crucial here to really dictate the pace of the round, right? Couple of pressure, not much invasion so far. I think the Combusken so far was able to get to that Blaziken without much interference, and I think that's something Vitopo, or I guess you could say in this case, Kokoda will be very satisfied with for sure. But then again, Sing coming in with the Glaceon, rotating back towards the top slide. The Ivysaur is a little bit out of position, but they're not going to be committing for it. They want to go for a little bit more of an easier target, especially overextending himself. That's going to be a very nice KO for the side.
The thing is, okay, talking about Ivysaur, when you talk about Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, and Venusaur, right? Usually when it comes to skill builds, we'll see everyone running Petal Dance. This so happens to be the only game which I don't mind if this Ivysaur actually runs a Solar Beam, because he can. The thing is, if we look at Pokemons like the lineup coming out from Team Talent PH, they don't really have Pokemons that can actually really go backcap. They don't have like that super crazy mobility. They can actually backcap you really easily. Like even for Glaceon, Leafeon, yeah, they're quite mobile, but not mobile enough to actually catch a basically a professional Bulbasaur, Venusaur player. Anyways, if you actually Solar Beam, because it's actually super long range and high burst damage. Yeah, this is the only game out of all the series we've seen in the whole day which I don't mind it as well. But we'll see what it can be running as well, because the thing about Petal Dance, it still runs well because it gives you the mobility, you have sustainability, Giga Drain at the same time as well, rather than actually running the asset.
Yeah, but the Petal Dance really helped to really get that Giga Drain off of good really fast as well. That's pretty great. Solar Beams will be fantastic, but I think they have enough of the abilities. But then again, a beautiful security objective here. They don't really want to take this fight into it. Maybe a couple of skirmishes here and there, but they're not able to try to find that opening. However, massive damage coming from the Leafeon on the other hand. Sees a prime opening to try to remove one of the main core players here, and they will succeed with the KO. They couldn't get the objective, but they at least will get a couple of pickups. Can they get another one of those? Glacial Stage, committed, Icicle Shot, massive damage, but then again, with the defense abilities from the goalpost, allows the Blaziken to go for an absolute roll here, and Vitopo having an absolute ball as well.
Yeah,
and a beautiful snipe. Barely saw it, but Rom was definitely still landed.
Oh wow, that snipe coming out from the Talon itself. So it was great because it forced the Glaceon to actually move and not just continue in a straight path itself. But when the Glaceon stopped, basically there's going to be an opportunity for the Italian to actually get in position and actually just do a point-blank snipe in the face. So meanwhile, Cavalry has arrived here from team members from Talent PH, providing a bit of system. Oh, but the snipe shot this time is going to latch on and knock out that Leafeon. Oh, Team KS bringing in the Thunder. Yeah, game number 1.
No, it's just too painful, and as a speedster, you're so soft as well. So in the face of like just massive damage like of a snipe shot, it's just a little bit too much to handle here. And now this is the problem, right? They couldn't really gain that early advantage to snowball things out. Now Team Kabi-chan here completely fully evolved, got the levels. Great Great shredding coming in from the Glaceon here to really pop things up, but they need to get a couple of more here. Did pop the Glaceon stage. They want to see if they can get a couple of more. Great secure on another core player here, but they cannot stick around for too long. Reinforcement will be coming in shortly here. They just need to hold out coming from the side here. A Team Kami-chan. More pain. Solar Blade into the icicle shot. Beautiful blocking coming in from the Blissey itself to ensure that this Venusaur will stay alive for as long as possible. But sadly, they will break the goalpost. No more defensive buff here, and they will all fall once again.
Oh man, and I think that, wait, it seems that yet another snipe here manages to clear out the Leafeon coming out from side from Team Talent PH, and things are not over yet as well. Some the Talon coming from the snipe, and still surviving true,
no way!
And the disengage and Citadel making plays,
okay.
but gets ledged down and taken down here in the hands of this Trevenant. But of course, it is going to be Team KS securing this Regieleki at this top lane. Look at this, all this non-stop action here. This is definitely what an upper bracket finals should look like.
I mean, it definitely is for sure. But the thing is, there is still Team Kami-chan is still ahead of the curve in terms of the level race here as well. Scoreline, of course, still in the favor of Talent PH, but that's only mainly because of the fact that they have such early advantage. But I feel they didn't really snowball it enough. Didn't assert enough dominance, didn't go enough pressure, because I believe that Blaziken shouldn't be hitting that full evolution that quickly at that time.
Nobody was disrupting him. Nobody was punishing him in any way. They knew that they should, but somehow they just
that's
him.
a perfect lineup too. Glacier Stage into a 3-man into such a compact area as well. You couldn't ask for a more better setup here as well. This is definitely going to tip the scales back into the favor here, or at least try to equalize things for a fact here.
Yeah, I think positioning was very questionable. How come everybody was actually stuck there? I was surprised that even Italian is actually part of the mix together with Venusaur as well. I would assume that they actually get, at least better position on this at this point. But meanwhile, here Team Talent PH securing themselves this Regirock at the bottom lane. That's going to be giving them defense and special defense buff for a period of time. And it's 3 minutes and 12 seconds into the game at the current moment, with just 1 minute and a few seconds away from the appearance of Rayquaza here at the Thea Sky Ruins. But looking at the levels, Leonard, it's kind of balanced in a way, but I do believe that if we look at the side of Team KS, they have it slightly higher. It does not translate or does not really reflect upon the points that they have, because they're low on points at the current moment. 86 against what Talent PH has to offer, which is 207. That is 121 points different in between them.
True, and remember as well, like we discussed during the drafting phase as well, Talent PH and Kami-chan like to keep things nice and simple. The goal is still the requirement. They want to flip the table for that. Talent PH know for the fact that yes, they are currently in the lead, but at any time a back cap could really turn the tide here. Dylan trying to get enough intel for the rest of the squad, trying to keep an eye to say the fact that where is the rest of the squad. If anyone goes for the Regieleki, then maybe he can try to go for the dunk here. They're getting some intel, but not a full view of the squad here. They didn't manage to secure the Regieleki here, and in exactly 10 seconds, we're going to be having that Rayquaza here. Trevenant, RBX gets spotted out, but they're still fine. They're not really afraid of the RBX just yet. They want to know where's the rest of the squad. Where's this Leafeon? Where's the Glaceon?
They're forcing it. They're forcing the Leafeon to actually commit to the team fight, because they started poking on this Rayquaza over here, coming up from behind. Instead, you do see the Leafeon here on the left side, but it gets spotted out here by the Mammoth as well, trying to make things are Trevenant still surviving through. But it's more with the managed to actually get their hands on the Blaziken. Meanwhile, chasing up from behind, despite Trevenant being low on HP, but the Mammoth one is there. Despite the Woodhammer putting him in place, not be able to go for the chase. Meanwhile, while all that is happening, Clefable is currently down here in the hands of Talent PH, but the situation is 4v3 at the current moment. 4 seconds on the clock before Blaziken actually returns back into the fray. 3 seconds for the Intel coming back here. Huge crossbow jumping in, which does not make sense. But anyways, coming into all the action over here, still no one trying to get it secure on this Rayquaza at this current moment, Leonard.
They're trying to really do their best, trying to get it secure, but with the might of the Solar Blade, they're going to be removing the Mammoth. The Rayquaza is getting ever so low. Who will get the secure? There's no more Solar Blade, it's still currently on cooldown here, but they do get the match to KO. Who's secured the Rayquaza here? It's going to be in the hands of... Wait, hold on. I need to see the time. There's so much thing happening at the same time.
But where is the shields happening over here?
Italia secures the Rayquaza, but I think they just lost too much shield. A lot of damage has been done. Leafeon was able to dunk a couple of 100 points. Can it be denied? He gets denied. He saves it out. They get 100 points in. At the very last second, Team Kami-chan will not give in without a fight, and they secure with another 100 points here. There's still 50 points in the hands of the Leafeon, but before he even could try to make the change, to make things happen, he instantly get cut off from a battle of two fronts and shut down. Kami-chan brings back the round in such a clear fashion and manner.
Oh wow, this is quite unfortunate here for Team Talent PH. They had quite a lead here for themselves when it grabs the points, but quite unfortunate during that engagement at the Rayquaza pit. They lost it all as Rayquaza has fallen in the hands of Team KS. Now this is the opportunity that Team Hamilton are looking for. Despite them not having a great time here in the early, mid, as well as late game stages, they are able to make it a turnaround here at the last seconds, last minute of the game.
I can't believe it. I really it was so messy. I cannot explain it. I think of all the Rayquaza fights that we've been seeing so far, I think that was the most chaotic one because you just couldn't tell what's really happening. All I know for the fact that there was an opportunity that presented itself when the Solar Blade came in. I mean, yes, it is somewhat of a short cooldown, but it's not that fast. It was relatively quite low. He didn't have the Solar Blade because he already utilized it. And I thought that was just a prime moment for anyone to really secure it. I spotted it wrong, but I'm not sure whether he got the last hit in, and apparently he did. Not sure whether it's it by the normal auto attack or was it by the snipe shot here. But regardless. That really saved them here because they just needed some way to really get some points in.
They needed that, yeah.
Because remember, Team Kami-chan was the one lacking in points initially before that.
Correct, yep, that's true. And I think they were just less than 100 points. I believe it was at 86. I did the math early on. But anyways, coming into the whole phrase, well, even without having the buff, while the buff of scoring was already done and dusted, on the Rayquaza side, I think Venusaur had no problem because he can actually score on the tier 1 goalpost on the side of Team Talent PH on the top side easily because nobody was able to actually stop him. Anyways, it was 50 points. Animation was so long, he was like, nope, no problem, I can do this. And yeah, and Dylan, there was a time when he was so ready to score that 50 points, but then I don't recall who it was, but there was a jump coming from team members of Team KS just stopping him in his tracks. But even if, I believe that, you know, it's all a what if kind of thing, right?
Yes, yes.
Like Leafeon, if he's able to actually score that 100, it's still not going to be enough. You still need to score some micro points as well just to make it either an equalizer or just tip it off over to the side of Team Talent PH. Oh wow.
No, it's seriously crazy, right? Because of the fact that, like, in that Rayquaza pit, it was so messy because of the fact that everyone was just going for individual pickups, right? You see the Mamoswine popping the Ice Fan, really try to isolate Sing and really catch him on the back. Like, we even saw it because our beautiful observer was able to spot it out for us here. And at the same time, you see the crosser popping the Rumble Rouser and run straight towards the Inteleon. Just run by and bypass everyone else, and then Trevor, he's still like figuring out like where does he really play in this currently position. Everyone is currently doing their own thing here, and I do not to say that it's in the midst of confusion, but I think he was just trying to see the situation, right? Like, do I still need to stick around and sing because he did spot the Mamoswine, but I think the Glacier was able to reassure the fact that nah, this guy can't get to me. I already completed the Jack Battle, there's no way this guy can really get on top of it. And they managed to actually punish Iron Tomato at the same time with it. But because so much Unite move was committed, especially with
look at this. This has got to be one of the best plays over here. But Inteleon still did get knocked out here in the hands of
crazy.
I think this was the point. Yeah, they lost 3 Pokemon here in the side of Team KS. I think that was a big mistake.
They just ran straight in, right? Like, even though yes, the Mamoswine, he managed to get quite close, but just not enough.
It looked as if 10-man movement trying to take down Rayquaza. I kind of forgot like, which one's on which side anyways. But on the outskirts of the Rayquaza pit over here, they do have the Inteleon over here charging out the Snipe Shot. Yeah, so it was a full on charge. Snipe Shot coming up from that Inteleon over there, trying to actually get the secure for Team KS.
I think it made it a lot easier, right? Because like I thought like maybe that Leafeon will time that Solar Blade a little bit later there. But that one hit coming in was just pretty much simple for the Inteleon. I think he was very comfortable. He spotted that and he was just like, that's great. That is absolutely great. And he just really go for the final pickup. But then again, I was still not sure because there was a lot of bodies in that pit.
Yes.
Everyone was just throwing themselves into it, right? And although yes, the Nintendo still had his Unite move still active, it was pretty hard to tell who got the hit. And the notification score screen just keep going crazy.
We were waiting, you know. No, I'm pretty sure you guys were actually viewing the same thing, like whatever we're viewing, right? So when we saw it, it's like, who got? Wait, it's coming. Wait, okay, this guy got cleared out.
It was crazy.
And then there was like a pause. It's like, who got it?
It really was crazy. Iron Tomato was fantastic. It's still a phenomenal defender. I think one of the most aggressive one before. And what's even better than the fact that he actually won that first round with without one of his usual go-tos as well. Like, don't get me wrong, he can play a very mean Mammoth, but he actually managed to secure that first round without having playing one of his S tier defenders. It's pretty much secure. I'm pretty sure they're feeling really good about it here. Like I said, it's when you go all in your first game or second game with your best composition, right? It's a high risk, high reward kind of thing. If you win, that's great. If you don't, that just means you need to really try to figure out how you want to do the next round. Because let's be honest, for the side here for Talent PH, they already utilize both the Crustle and the Tremble, right? So there's really not much like core
double
defenders
defenders now, yeah.
There's still, I believe there are still the Blasters and the Slowbro if they want to try to utilize. Gudra Memo Sword is there, but not really a big fan of it.
Well, we saw it be run before. Yeah, wait, they didn't run the Umbreon together with them, right? No,
they banned
so
the
basically,
Umbreon.
They still have the Umbreon, which is a semi-support defender. There's still Snorlax, that is still a Slowbro for them to utilize. Also Lapras and Blastoise, I guess. There's still options. I think coming into Game 2, they still have fresh amount of Pokemons that they can actually pick from. I believe that the biggest challenge is if we were to go to Game 3, and not just for them, but also to their opponents.
I feel like we're overshooting it, right? Because we still haven't even got to Game 2.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. So at this point, I think they're still looking fresh. They still have some good options coming in.
It's a taller for sure, but then they can think of it from this point of view. Sure, player can be quite exhausted because they just went through I believe there was about 7 series today, right? 7 matches, a couple of players, each team pretty much went through 2 or 3 series before getting to this very stage, especially for both Talent PH and Team Kabi-chan, right? But while it can be exhausting, but it's also a really good warm-up, that kind of thing, right? Now you're more accustomed to like the play style. You already played against one of the few top teams that each of these region has to offer as well. I guess you could say that at this current moment, possibly Talent PH and Kabi-chan is currently at their prime moment. This is possibly the most active you can actually see from them at this current place.
Yeah, I think this is you can clearly see that, you know, the facial reaction here coming from Talent PH. I think they are definitely a little bit affected by that loss. I mean, like they had a good hold of that game number 1 of the game. But the thing is, this is a competition. They need to be professional. They need to have the ability to actually reset on all this, push aside all those feelings, and get the hit in the game here. As you know, the game's not going to wait for you. You still have to run it anyways. But knowing them, Team Talent, they are a professional esports organization for the longest time here, being here part of Pokemon Unite. I believe that they are definitely able to actually overcome that devastating loss and make a strong return over here. I mean, we're talking about the Philippines over here. They have a great community, and I saw their qualifiers. They're looking solid as well, and I do believe that they are going to be surprising us with a much better performance here in this game number 2.
Oh, I mean, definitely for sure, because we're talking about the Philippine teams, right? Where it's always a very, I guess you could really say they're like the PMA, right? Positive mental attitude, right? Very active, very jolly as usual. Sure, lost around, definitely not the end of the world for these guys because there's still an extra life towards the lower bracket. However, it ain't over till the fat lady sings here, Flava. So there's still the second game. There's still a best of 3 here. Anything can happen. Now is the readjustments here. Figuring out that they couldn't. I did feel that the fact that they didn't really utilize that early game as much as I hoped for, especially when you have this cut on lineup. Don't get me wrong. When you have such defenders like this and you have like really great pokes, really great poke backlines, it's actually one of the few optimal composition, right? Although I would have preferred if you could get both the Italian with the Glacier or the Mew into this kind of defenders, you pretty much have like one of the best composition for a double poke lineup, right? That kind of thing.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
But don't get me wrong, they still tried to make it work. I just wish they were a little bit more aggressive when you have this kind of early game composition. Right? You have both the Leafeon, you have the Glaceon, sure, and
they were just running it as if, you know, there was no need for them to actually do any form of invasions. Basically, they saw their opponents would struggle a little bit at early stages, but somehow.
But that's the thing. You can't see them struggling. You really, especially when you see a team that has this really super late game kind of build, right? You can't just be like,
we're gonna let them reach to wherever they need.
Yeah, you know, it's like, oh, you're struggling. That's fine. I think that's enough for you guys. You can't be kind. This is a competition. You gotta put them to the ground. And like I said, Kabi-chan is this kind of team where if you don't really handle them accordingly, properly, they will bounce back, and you give them an inch, they will definitely go for that mile.
Yeah.
Now
they've shown it so many times that they are able, like, you give them face, they're not gonna give you the same face that you give them.
Yeah. Now here's my concern, right? A lot of Pokemon like really top tier Pokemon has already been utilized for the side here at Talent PH. What would be the next role for them? Sure, if depending on who's actually getting that priority pick, right? If they're getting priority pick, they could leave out the ban for Umbreon here, try to ban out the Bustle, select the Umbreon for themselves in hopes of the fact that Kabuchan doesn't really ban it first. However, for past 2 games, Kabuchan has always been banning out that Umbreon. It seems like they're still quite confident in the fact that they can try to tackle against the Bustle, but if Talent PH doesn't really opt to go for the Bustle, then it's definitely up for them for the taking. But even in past few games, back in regional stages, we see LeBron pick up the Bustle, and an insane Bustle player as well from the side here, Southeast Asia. So it is definitely going to be that risk, but they decide to go for a little bit more of a safer pick and go for the Intellion ban here. So that means Umbreon is still in the pool, but same goes for the Bustle here.
They're not gonna let NBH. I foresee this happening in every way, that they're not gonna allow, like, since KS they can't utilize Intellion, and I think they did remarkably well. Intellion performed superbly for that game number 1.
Oh yes, always.
Always, yeah. Getting 10 takedowns alone, I mean, compared to what the team has to offer, doing amazing. So getting lots of secures, getting a lot of repositioning from the enemy. So I guess they wouldn't want Talent PH to get Intellions for themselves. Clefable ban here, it's not really... I mean, I've seen a few instances where Kabi-chans try to throw the enemy a little bit off guard when, rather than drafting out the Clefable, they decide to go with the Blissey instead. But, whoa!
Oh, no!
Talent PH, they are here to...
No,
well, I was about to say they're here to play, but they are ready to rumble.
Don't get me wrong, right? As much as I love Rom picking his Mew, because if he doesn't get the Intellion, he will always fall back to the Mew for his backline damage damage, right? But the fact that you let both Umbreon, Bustle slide through, that is something like, I think even Talent PH couldn't really anticipate that. I think, and the crazy thing about Talent PH, they don't really like beat around the bush. They don't like to be conservative. They say like, you know what, we don't want to take it, we'll take it for ourselves here. But then again, that means Kabi-chan is going to be bringing in the Zoroark, Koda's go-to Pokemon alongside with the Comfy here. Now we're going to be seeing a decent amount of aggression. Blastoise has always been great against the Bustle towards the top side, and let's be honest, Blastoise is an incredible pick, one of the few best top Pokemon to ever utilize in that top lane. Great team fight potential, great to zone out, great for poking out.
If Buzz will try to reposition you in any way, you can just surf your way towards your side of the map as well, no problem.
I'm just concerned whether they can really withstand the damage, because we're talking about both Bustle, Mimikyu, and the Pikachu, right? Sure, it is a little bit of a staple coming from the side here for Southeast Asia, where we see a couple of Pikachu, because I remember in an interview they said that the Pikachu, it seems like Pikachu has the answer for some of these meta Pokemon, mainly because of the fact that a lot of melee meta Pokemon like the Bustle and the Mimikyu, really able to poke them down. Thunderstorm is a very fantastic team fight unite move, very painful as well. Decent amount of CC, I mean, if they want to go for the Thunderbolt and Thunder, still Volt Tackle and Electro Ball and Volt Tackle is also pretty great as well, depending how the game really want to try, depending how they really want to play it out. And this is not the first time Dylan picks up Pikachu. I think it's a few times. He also utilized it in the regional stage. Let's see how they're really playing out here.
Yeah.
But with the Umbreon, they should be able to set the pace here. Like,
yeah, I remember the competition, the combo that was played out previously when we ran the Pikachu together with the Umbreon.
Right.
It wasn't really from Talent PH, but we know how this combo. Whereas over here, it was Minlook together with Thunder, and then of course you paired out together with Thunderstorm as well, together with Thunder Wave. It's gonna be insane. That's a full-on offensive Pikachu here that could be played out, potentially be played out as well. But we'll see whether will that be the play that they want to run here up against their opponents for this upper bracket finals. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, before we talk further in regards to the draft and what will transpire, what could possibly transpire here in this game number 2 in this best of 3 series, I just want to highlight to you guys that at this current moment, Team Kabi-chans has secured game number 1, making a win for themselves for game number 1. Meaning that Team Talent PH needs to win this game number 2 to force a game number 3 in this best of 3 series. If Kabi-chans were to win this game number 2, meaning that they'll be the winner of the series and moving forward to the grand finals. And of course, the loser for the series will be dropping to the lower bracket finals.
Definitely. I mean, the thing is, it's so hard to really decide which team is deserving of the grand finals. I really don't like to be put in that spot, because I feel each and every one of these teams our champions in Mahama, because this is the nature of the competition. We have to declare a winner, but of course it is not the end of the road for some of these guys. Whoever wins the series still has a chance to climb back to the grand final through the lower bracket. However, one of them will be comfortable in one of that grand final spot. Ladies and gentlemen, could this be the turnaround of the comeback round for the side of Thailand BH, or will Kabi-chan secure themselves as one of the grand finalists? We shall see. Flava, we have a game on our hand here. Let's see what fate has prepared for us, or these two teams.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this Team KS running this Zoroark together with the comfy combo. We do anticipate this is going to be the staple run for them itself. So compared to, like, if you want to pair the Zoroark up against the Buzzwole, the thing is you don't really have comfy on your end. So I would say the Zoroark would definitely have an upper hand here straight off. Meanwhile, we do see the Zoroark trying to rotate here to our top lane. It's currently at level 5. We'll see able to actually get some sort of trade-off for his end, but it does seem that his teammate decided to actually go behind enemy lines to actually get a little leveling for themselves. Talking about the Pokemons from the side of Team KS, they are riding only one Pokemon having double evolutions. Meanwhile, before all that, decides to actually teleport himself back to the Pokemon Center here for the side of Team Talent BH. Manages to actually get himself to the right side. He's going to be that war total and be safe and sound. Meanwhile, all that is happening. Meanwhile, we shift our attention here to the bottom lane. It's going to be the Umbreon together with the Pikachu up against the Mew, as well as another one more guy there. I can't say.
The thing is, I don't think we're going to see much potential. Actually, I spoke a little bit too soon.
It's a slow bro.
Found an opportunity, got the mean look to really lock them down, to really secure that first kill. Honestly, the Castle's Curse is really coming back for me, that one. I didn't even get to see it. I just mentioned it and he's already gone already. My
yeah,
God.
exactly.
I guess they really battled it out for the audience for sure. But regardless, not really finding that prime opportunity to really go in, and honestly, it's quite scary for the fact of people. Right? You're jumping as a Zoro, as a speedster, you're jumping into both the Umbreon and also the Buzzwole. That's a lot of CC and something that the speedster is not really a big fan of. Of course, do keep the count. Maybe he was a little bit locked in between a rock and a hard place here. But that thunder, that CC, really melted them away. And of course, thank God for the hyperspace portal, able to reset this fight at any given time of their choosing here. So no matter what damage you want to output here, Vitopo has a huge toll on his hand, but he will still be able to get the KO before that save comes in.
Yeah, and of course managed to get a little bit of opening to actually do some form of scoring at the top lane here upon Team Talent BH. Meanwhile here at the bottom lane, Umbreon together with the Pikachu here. The South of the Star hitting off on the Blastoise, but of course a very, very sturdy Pokemon manages to disengage safely, no problemo here for his end. Meanwhile the top lane does seem that things are getting crispy. It's going to Buzzwole up against this Zoroark together with the Blastoise, which does have the comfy at hand. Grabs a berry over here, grabs another, putting him at full HP here, and here comes the cavalry. It is going to be the he's going to be the Hooper together with the Pikachu rotating here, but manages to disengage safely to his own portal.
Yeah, just a couple of skirmishes so far, not really anyone having an edge over the other. Even in terms of the level race as well, it's pretty even out here. However, didn't manage to force out the Mew's Unite move to try to mitigate some of the damage, especially with the Mew lockdown. He's got to respect it. He's now a very sustainable Pokemon here. Got to really try to play in the back line. Although unfortunately as well, he will be able to get the very nice trade for his fallen ally. But he gets locked down into the Thunder. Such a nasty combination to deal with. Locked down into a stun. That's something you can't even really run out of it either way.
Yeah, unless you have an eject. I believe that that's the only option you actually have to actually escape here from Meanlock at this current. Look at this. Oh man, this is definitely... yeah, I think this is going to be quite a staple that we see from time to time. While all this is happening as well, at top lane, it does seem that it's going to be the Blastoise securing that Reggie Lecky for the side of Team KS, and it's marching down through the top lane here towards the tier 2 goalpost from Team Talent BH. And while all this is happening, our attention is shifted to the bottom lane of here. Slowbo trying to actually secure some wild Pokemons over here, getting lashed off from Thunder from Pikachu, just waiting for somebody to actually drop on by as you do something about. Oh, look at the damage! Dylan in trouble as well. Uses up a Thunder Storm.
That is not good.
Wow, that is definitely going to be a very painful one right here, but dashing it forward might not be a really great idea. Mew gets cleared out as well in hands of Talent BH. That's 3 men down here in their hands and creating an opportunity for them to actually do a little bit of scoring here at the bottom lane, and they're definitely going to be switching their attention straight up to this Reggie Rock to get that defense and special defense buzz for the whole team.
I don't even know how Vitopa is really gonna attack this. Don't get me wrong. If it's just like an Umbra, he definitely knows how to play around the mean look. If it's just maybe just a Pikachu or anyone else, he sure can try to force things out. But when you have 4 people that just constantly focus on you just can't really find that opening. You are so dependent on at least your other teammates to try to divert their attention. They at least give you some opening to try to go for the pickups here. Although yes, they divert their attention towards the blaster, try to secure that pickups here. That allows it an opening for him to try to melt away the Umbra, but she's just so tanky. And with the mean look, just enough with, of course, with the Coldplay Unite move, will give him a little bit of space he needs to try to bounce back to get the KO on the Mimikyu.
Still a 1-to-1 trade of that. It's going to be a Blastoise for a Mimikyu over here. I do believe that is a much bigger win for the side of TKS as they managed to actually clear out the core from their end, which is level 11 Mimikyu. But of course, as the game progresses here, I believe that they are at quite a balance when it comes to leveling, slightly more leaning towards the Philippine side from Talent BH at this moment, but there's only 4 minutes and 6 seconds remaining here in the match. 2 minutes away before the appearance of Rayquaza here at the central area, and before all that, we do see the Zoroark manage to actually clench down and take down that Pikachu away from Team Talent BH. Meanwhile here, Rapid Spin hitting off of the Umbreon, but manages to bring back his teammate is going to be Hooper from Team Talent BH.
The thing is, just look at the price right now, because now they're having an edge in terms of points. Right? If they're able to maintain this slight lead when we go towards the Rayquaza bit, which is, by the way, still the end goal for the side for Team Covenant. The whole plan is just around the Rayquaza bit, right? They just will be able to force a lot of fights because they will be pressured. Talent BH will be pressured to secure that Rayquaza to get the necessary points. Look at all the members and the rest of the members of Team Capitan, right? Each of them around the goal post just to ensure that no one's able to get any points into it whenever they can. There's no backcapping, there's no opportunity to go for it as well. So this is going to be the grand plan, right? Rayquaza comes out, Talent BH will be forced to go into it, and that's where you're going to be seeing Vitopa is going to be trying to find that opening as he gets towards that back line. Unless a backhand comes in for some of the members of Talent BH, then it might be just a different story.
Oh man, while all that is happening at the same time as well, Slowbro trying to sustain as much, so getting as much damage as possible, was not able to actually hold on as best as he can. Meanwhile, while all this, look at that, Hydro Typhoon be committed as well, hitting on 4. But remember, 45 seconds on the clock here before the 2-minute mark. He's committed to Unite over here, quite a commitment over here, and that's not going to be enough to even do anything, as all the team members from Team Talent BH returns back to the Pokemon Center, and they're going to be seeing Nurse Joy and going to be happy with that, Leonard.
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, meeting a beautiful Nurse Joy at the Pokemon Center.
I like how that's the important part you highlighted from all that.
Like I said, right, it would have been quite significant with that point, only if Vitopa didn't actually dunk that 50 points at that bottom second goal post here. So now it feels like it didn't really work out too well for them here, and now they still have to battle out for the Rayquaza bit. Like I said, still pressured about it. Almost 100 point differential here, and Vitopa still playing really nicely. Got a grand view of the bottom hemisphere of the map here, and as he tries to find that opening, the rest of the squad is really trying to zone things out, especially for the side of Talent BH. They need to get as much intel as possible. They need to get some form of control before they start things off, because the threat is nearby here. It is not safe just yet.
They can smell it. They know it. They haven't spotted out. Where is the vision? Where is the Zoroark? Making its way from the back line. Instead, trying to do a fake engagement, but is that going to be enough? No, it is not. Trying to teach on them here in the Umbreon. Umbreon manages to disengage safely, making an escape. Mainlock hitting here on the Blastoise. Now, it doesn't seem that going to be fighting here without the presence of this bounce ball. It's going to be appearing back into the team fight in 8 more seconds. Meanwhile, jumping into all the fray here in the Rayquaza pick. And it's going to be Team KS here getting last hit. And it's going to be in the hands of this Zoroark. Wald, and just trying to disengage as much as well. They still have 5 team members here from Team KS, but Talent BH, when Buzzwole returns back from the Pokemon Center itself, finding out all his other main team members are gone.
But it still doesn't matter, right? Because their turning point was really that Rayquaza pit, right? They couldn't secure it, so even if they go they managed to clear a full 5-man team wipe here, right? I still think they still don't have enough points to overwhelm them. They need 400 points, by the way. 400 points to catch up.
Possible. 5 Pokemon with 50 points, yeah.
Yeah, but you just don't have it, right?
You don't have it at this current moment as well.
Exactly, unless, Zoroark.
And you still need to create that opening you need to create the opening for you to be able to actually do any form of scoring at the same time as well. Now, they only have 27 seconds on the clock here. Now, they don't care. Knowing the Philippines, they know that they will try their level best to actually make that happen no matter what. It does look like the odds are against them right here, but they are going to give their level best here for themselves, for the nation here. But of course, throwing bodies here is going to be Team KS on the top side here. Not being able, they don't have the points exactly, even with having points here in the hands of Umbreon, still not being able to actually have enough animation time to actually do score those little micro points for Team Talent PH.
I can't believe it, ladies and gentlemen. Team Kami-chan will be moving forward to the Grand Finals. We have our first Grand Finals, Team Kami-chan of Japan. These guys came in fresh. They came in with a goal, they came in with a dream, and now they're only literally one step away to securing that dream and to make the world know that who we are and why are we here for. Talent PH, of course, unfortunately, they were not able to secure one of the first grand final spot. But Flava, it is not really the end of the road for them. They're still the lower bracket. They still have a chance to really claw themselves back up to get that revenge match. But it's the same goes apply to the rest of the team that's currently in that lower bracket. 7 teams, by the way. 7 teams currently in that lower bracket, and only one can push forward here.
Yep, and that's true as well. But of course, for Team Talent PH, I want to say kudos to them. I think they displayed two amazing, remarkable games here in this best of 3 series for game number 1 and game number 2. I believe that, I think that game number 1 could have been a win for them if they actually managed to play it out in a much better manner. Game number 2, I believe that Kami-chan just played it up straight well here for this game number 2, and it's kind of hard for Talent PH to get back up on their feet. But the thing about Team Talent PH is that even though they got dropped to the lower bracket, they are just one step away from reaching the grand finals itself. All they have to do is win the lower bracket finals against whichever 6 other teams which are together with them at the lower bracket here, may be from round number 1, quarterfinals, octofinals, quarterfinals, semifinals, into the finals.
I mean, definitely for sure. And like even just from this round along with the competition that they had, like in a way, you could say Team Kami-chan time was somewhat on their side. As long as they're not being interfered too much or being picked off or controlled too much, they will eventually be able to turn the tide. What was really amazing to me was the fact that throughout this entire round, they just ensured that they had not only did they have more points, but they play a very proactive defense. I know it feels very contradictory, but it feels like they play a very offensive, defensive kind of play style in that round alone, because they just want to ensure that there's no backcaps coming in from the side here on Talent PH. There's not going to be any additional points. They just want to maintain this lead, because that pressure will come to that Rayquaza pit. That's when they're going to be able to dictate the terms of the battle in their own turf here, right? So a lot really well thought out here. There's really not much openings in their defense as well. I think Vitopo did a really great job in really setting the tempo and the pace of that round in that series alone here.
But I think setup-wise, Talent PH, I think KS has it much easier, I would say, compared to Talent PH. Yeah, so it's a very tough thing. Like to set this, you need, usually you're heavily reliant on Umbreon's presence over there to sustain, because he's basically the only defender there for your team.
But it's still crazy, right? Because like I feel like if they actually applied a bit more pressure, right? You have this Umbreon with a mean look. We saw a few fights where even Vitopo, with the assistance of his teammate support Comfy, there's just no way for him to get out of it. Once he gets caught in that mean look here into that thunder, there's really nothing much he can really do about it. He's just like, yup, guys, I am.
Yeah, but
I mean, it's not just him, right? It's just anyone gets caught in that combo. It's pretty devastating for them. So even the thunderstorm, he dives into the mix, and this is the part where, like I said, right, he needs someone else to really divert the attention. At the time, it was difficult for Blaster to really join the fight, because he really needs to try to pressure out that top side, right? But now, as we slowly transition, then we see a little bit more presence of that Blasters here. That gives a little bit more breathing room for Vitopo to really choose how he really wanted to enter or engage in all these fights, right? But you know, Flava, we had such a thrill throughout this entire day, from the very beginning of our first series until now. I think like it's not just ladies and gentlemen, all the viewers here. You guys have been phenomenal to support your favorite fans, your favorite team, sticking it out all the way from the very beginning until the end here. And like, don't just check out ACL. We have so many great like Pokémon Unite tournaments as well happening and coming soon. So we have the AOS Cup. I think recently the NA and EU AOS Cup just ended recently as well. I know Zoin's, Spraggles, Doom Snacks, and even Wonder Chef is gonna have a really fun time, really like breaking down some of these games for the ACL side, because every region has their own playstyle.
Yes, that's true.
And they're gonna be having a great ball of it. Our seniors in Pokemon Unite series. Thank you guys for supporting. Really love you guys. Keep doing the things you do, and just like be amazing, really.
Yeah.
But now that's just pretty much it for all of our series here today. Day 2 will not only will decide our grand champion, but it's going to be like the most grueling climb for a lot of these guys. It's the lower bracket fight, guys.
Yeah, basically
very grueling.
Being in the lower bracket itself, meaning that you don't have a secondary lifeline. Now, this is the updated bracket after the conclusion of all the upper bracket matches. Starting off with round number 1 all the way up to the upper bracket finals here. Now, this is the whole overview itself. Now, let's have a look at the upper bracket segment, what has transpired. Starting off with our round 1 segment, we had Unite Holic against Team MYS, and Unite Holic winning 2-1 against them, putting MYS in the lower bracket. Team True Gravity lost against Talent PH 2-1 over there, and Talent PH making the next round. Team Rise, Sora Tigers Gaming to the 1 and E Arena going up against KS, and KS winning and making to the next round. Now, of course, looking at the semifinals 1 and 2, Talent PH defeating Team Unite Holic and convincing 2-0 and putting them in the grand finals just a while ago. And of course, Team KS defeating Team Rise 2-1 and putting them in the grand finals, upper bracket finals. And of course, coming up next, we're going to be looking at the most juiciest thing, the run that we're going to be looking at tomorrow, which is going to be the lower bracket, ladies and gentlemen. Starting off with tomorrow, we're going to be witnessing the round 1 lower bracket final, lower bracket, which is going to be Team MYS up against Team Sora Tigers Gaming, and later on is going to be the round 1 match number 2, which is going to be Team True Gravity up against Team E Arena. And of course, after that is going to be the quarterfinals 1 between Team Rise against the winner between the round 1 match 1. And of course, Team Unite Holic also awaiting for their opponents will be here at the quarterfinals too. And the winner between these 2 quarterfinals will be meeting at the semifinals up against one another. And the winner for that semifinals will be going forward to the lower bracket finals up against Team Talent PH.
I can tell you this, I am trembling in excitement here because it's very different watching games from the upper bracket, right? Because although the teams are really giving it their all, but there's still that sense of security, right, or assurance, like, okay, even if we fail here, we still have a chance back in the lower bracket, right? But when you go to the lower bracket, it's literally do or do not. There is no try.
There is no escape rope.
Yeah, there is no more lifelines. You gotta do it as if it's like your last game in your life here, because everyone is not playing for that monetary prize. Everyone is trying to earn that title, champion of ACL here, and it's gonna be a really great run. Team Kapichan, I believe they're gonna have. As much as I hope for these guys to have a really good rest and a really good celebration, I don't think seeing their play style, seeing from their interviews as well, very hardworking players. I think they will only rest right after they really go back to the drawing board here to really find out like what could make things a lot more smoother, what could be a lot more comfortable for us.
Yeah, most definitely. So, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, that's all from us here from the casters table itself. We're going to be passing over to our amazing host there on the main stage for the interview segment. Take it away.
Of course, we are going to interview the winner of the last battle, which is Kabichang or KS. May I have a big round of applause? ขอเสียงปรบมือได้ไหมคะ
ให้กับคาบิจังนะครับโหเล่นมาหลายแมตช์มากเลยว่าดูเครื่องแรงเครื่องติดยิ่งเล่นยิ่งโหด
ใช่ยิ่งเล่นยิ่งโหดนะคะเอามาถามเขาดีกว่า
ได้เลยครับ
คืออยากจะรู้ว่าแบบยิ่งเล่นอ่ะบางทีแบบบางทีมันยิ่งเล่นยิ่งเหนื่อยแต่อันเนี้ยดูยิ่งเล่นเหมือนจะยิ่งติดไฟนะคะเรามาถามกันดีกว่า also we just talk about that the performance that you have got because we have seen you have played many battle but it gets hot and hotter even more do you feel tired after being in the battles or do you feel more confident
はい、勝利したココアッタ選手にお越しいただいております。おめでとうございます。今日一日を通じてたくさん試合をしてきました。どんどん白熱したバトルを行ってきました。今どんなお気持ちですか？
最初は緊張したんですけど、試合を重ねるにつれて自信もついてきて楽しい試合をすることができました。
I was super nervous at the beginning of the day, but I got used to the atmosphere, so I feel more confident and relaxed right now.
อ๋อนะคะก็บอกว่าตอนแรกก็ตื่นเต้นนะคะตอนเริ่มวันนะคะแต่ตอนนี้เนี่ยก็รู้สึกกับชินกับสถานที่ตอนนี้ก็ผ่อนคลายมากขึ้นแล้วก็รู้สึกมั่นใจมากขึ้นก็อย่างที่บอกนะคะว่าจริงๆเนี่ยเป็นแมตช์แรกของทีมนี้ด้วยที่ออกมานอกประเทศนะคะ
เล่นได้ดีด้วยนะ
ใช่ทำได้ดีมากดูโปรมากดูแบบดูนิ่งมากเลยนะคะ
นะครับเดี๋ยวมาสู่ขนาดที่2แล้วกันนะครับด้วยความที่ทัวร์นาเมนต์นี้เมื่อกี้นักพากย์ของเราพูดถึงแล้วว่า global band pick เนี่ยเป็นกติกาที่เพิ่งใส่เข้ามานะครับแล้วทีนี้เนี่ยมันน่าจะมีการเปลี่ยนแปลงในการเล่นของนักกีฬาอยู่พอสมควรเลย
ใช่แล้ว
นะครับดังนั้นเขาคิดอย่างไรกับเรื่องของกติกาตรงนี้ที่เพิ่มเข้ามาฮะ
น่าสนใจมากเลยค่ะคำถามนี้ so the next question we would ask about the special rule that we put in this tournament the global band pick do you think is beneficial to you or you make it disadvantage or what do you feel
はい、今回 ACL のこのファイナルのために特別なポケモン選択のルールが適用されています。このスペシャルルールでポケモン選択の幅がかなり狭まったように思いますが、皆さんにとってこれは新しいチャレンジでしたが、どのような戦術で乗り越えましたか？
はい、もともと僕たちのチームはあんまりたくさんポケモンを使うチームじゃなかったので、この大会のためにいろんなポケモンを練習して挑みました。
So basically, our team has not actually got the widest character pool for this game. So we practice a lot. We practice many team composition and strategies, and we many Pokemon, and so that we could win.
นะคะ
ก็คือก็ซ้อมค่อนข้างหนักแหละนะครับพอรู้ว่ามีใช้กติกานี้นะครับเพราะปกติเนี่ยไม่ได้ใช้กติกานี้ด้วยความที่ตัวละครฮีโร่ซ้ำกันไม่ได้เนี่ยนะครับโปเกมอนที่ใช้ซ้ำกันไม่ได้เนี่ยมันก็เลยกลายเป็นว่าต้องหาเรียกว่าทีมคอมใหม่ๆเล่นนะครับเพื่อสร้างให้แท็กติกมันดูซับซ้อนให้มันดูคาดเดาได้ยากมากขึ้น
ก็แสดงว่าทำกันบ้านมาอย่างหนักพอสมควรเลยนะคะ
ฝึกซ้อม
เอาอย่างนี้ดีกว่าคำถามสุดท้ายเนี่ยอยากจะรู้ว่ามาจนถึงจุดนี้แล้วเนี่ยมีแฟนๆที่เชียร์มาตั้งแต่ต้นเนี่ยอยากจะมีอะไรคำถามถึงเขาบ้างแบบนี้ประมาณนี้โอเคไหมคะพี่ซันโอเคนะคะโอเคค่ะ so the last question I would like you to shout out or leave a message for those who has been supporting you from the very beginning until now that you have made it to today on this stage
はい、それでは最後にカメラに向かって今まであなた方の活動をサポートして今日ここまで見守ってくださった方にメッセージをお願いします
応援してくださっている皆様いつもありがとうございますこれからもカビちゃんズ頑張りますので応援よろしくお願いします
Thank you very much for your continuous support, everyone, and we will be giving our best shot. So please continue to support us. Thank you.
โอเคนะคะ
ก็ขอบคุณที่ให้การสนับสนุนเสมอมานะครับแล้วก็เรียกว่าจะทำให้ดีที่สุดนะครับ
ก็ขอบคุณอีกทีนะคะคาบิจัง
กับคุณคุฮัตตะนะครับผมเพลเยอร์จากทีมทางตัวของคาบิจัง
ใช่
Thank you
นะคะ Thank you so much โอ้นะคะเป็นยังไงบ้างบอกตรงๆเลยว่าดูลุ้นกันมาตั้งแต่เช้าจนถึงตอนนี้เนี่ยตอนนี้นี่หมดพลังงานเหมือนกันนะคะพิธีกร
ก็ใส่กันเต็มเหมือนกัน
เราเองก็ลุ้น
ใส่เต็มเหมือนกัน
ใช่แล้วนะคะ
คือต้องบอกว่าในการแข่งขันของเราวันนี้เนี่ยนะครับไม่ค่อยมีเกมที่วันไซส์นะมันหมายถึงว่ามันมีความสูสีคู่ขี้กันตลอดเวลาเลยครับ
ใช่ก็เรียกได้ว่ารวบรวมตัวตึงกันมานะคะแต่ละทีมเนี่ยที่เรียกได้มาก็ทำกันบ้านมาอย่างหนักนะคะ
ใช่
โอเคค่ะ so we have now might come to the end of the day one and we feel very excited that we have been in the we have seen many battles that have been very competitive and we have seen all the performance of 8 teams that are performed today and I think everyone will be looking forward to for the next matches tomorrow as well
ครับเพราะว่านี่เป็นแค่วันแรกเท่านั้นนะครับแล้วจะบอกว่าวันพรุ่งนี้นะครับเราก็ยังมีกิจกรรมอีกมากมายนะครับพร้อมกับเราอินฟลูเอนเซอร์นะครับและแน่นอนว่าหลังจากนี้เราก็มีเหมือนกันแหละนะครับขอให้คุณรอติดตามกันไป
ใช่แล้วค่ะ and I have to say as well for those who are participating right here at the event hall for tomorrow not only in the event hall the Champions League here on the stage but also outside at the event area we have still have more activities and also the Thai influencer that has come to do activity with all of you
ครับแล้วก็อยากจะให้รอเชียร์รอส่งแรงใจนะครับให้กับทุกๆทีมนะครับโดยเฉพาะทีมที่อยู่โลว์แบรเก็ตนะครับที่เป็นโอกาสอีกครั้งหนึ่งของพวกเขานะครับรวมถึงทาง EA หน้าจากประเทศไทยด้วย
ใช่แล้วค่ะ and moreover do not forget to support your favorite teams or even your favorite team is not made it to the final just have come to support all of the team has participated in this Champions League
นั่นแหละครับผมและนี่คือความสนุกของการแข่งขันของเรานะครับผมโปเกมอนยูไนต์เอเชียแชมเปี้ยนลีก 2024 วันนี้วันแรกนะครับผม
ใช่แล้วค่ะสำหรับวันพรุ่งนี้เราจะมาเจอกันกี่โมงคะ
10 โมงเช้า
Yes ladies and gentlemen ใช่แล้วค่ะ ladies and gentlemen and today is only the day one we still have day 2 tomorrow and I can guarantee that it will be much more fun tomorrow and we'll be starting here same place at 10 a.m. in the morning
นั่นแหละครับและวันพรุ่งนี้จะเป็นวันที่ได้เห็นนะครับว่าใครคือทีมเทรนเนอร์ที่เก่งที่สุดในการแข่งขันประจำปีนี้ฮะ
Yes, and of course we will know who the winner of the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 and please stay tuned and be ready for it.
ครับผมตอนนี้ก็เรียกว่าหมดหน้าที่ของพวกเรา2คนแล้วก็สำหรับวันนี้วันแรกนะครับยังไงก็ฝากติดตามด้วยนะครับ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ and last but not least it's time for us to say goodbye without any further ado for those who going back home please back home safe and I will see you tomorrow right here same place at 10 a.m. ตอนนี้ต้องขอบคุณก่อนนะคะ thank you so much สวัสดีค่ะ
สวัสดีครับ